and we got a lot going on. A lot of good stuff is happening in the world. You know, one more day until Judgment Day, baby. You already know what it is. Donald Trump might be going to jail. We're going to be talking about that, obviously, a lot today. I mean, it is a Pog Champion Day. I will tell you that much. It is basically a Pog Championship Day. So yeah, you know, it's a big one. It's a big one. Some might say they're all big. To them, I say you're absolutely right. It's a particularly big one today, though, for me. It's a particularly big one for a lot of people. You know, it's 58 degrees and mostly cloudy here, and it's pretty fire so far. So far, so good. And yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. You know what I mean? You guys already know what's going on. Yesterday, the puppy arc officially began. The puppy arc officially began yesterday. I did the dog adoption stream. I started it. Like I said, it wasn't going to be the final culmination. It wasn't going to be like... It was not going to be the end-all, be-all. But I was ready for anything and everything, and I hopefully got that across to all of you as well, to also be ready for anything and everything. You know what I mean? I could have walked out of there with one puppy, could have walked out of there with multiple puppies, could have walked out of there with an older dog. It's just a vibes-based experience for the most part. But at least one thing that you can be excited about is that there will be more puppy streams. There will be more dog adoption streams. We'll be going to different places. Thinking about possibly like having puppers that I pick ahead of time that I want to see. You know? Like puppers that I think are great. And then go off that way. But yeah, we'll maybe have a Kenneth Mejia collab as well. Would you foster? It seems like the puppers were all with fosters. No. Anyway, listen. Fostering is a trap for me, okay? I can't do that. I will literally adopt 7 million dogs. If I fostered, I would adopt every dog. No, you're asking the wrong guy. I mean, you saw, I didn't want to even go on a one-to-one like room with the puppies because I was like, I was worried. Unless I was like super serious about like possibly adopting them, I didn't even want to do that because like, I'll be honest with you, I have no self-control. I love these fucking, I love these fucking dogs, man. I love these dogs so much. Like, it's just... Have you looked on Pet Finder? There's a rescue with 2 Great Dane puppies. Yeah, I saw. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let me tell you something. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Today's going to be a unique one because we're going to start out with a puppy recap before we get to like all the news. Because obviously, Top Xi Jinping, he is in Russia. He did a pretty big state visit basically. So there is that. Obviously Donald Trump might potentially be going to jail. There's that as well. But before I get to all of that, I want to, cover the personal news aspect as quickly as possible. For me in particular, I had a wonderful time yesterday. It was emotional. It was really, really sad at times. It was really wonderful at other times. But yeah, I don't know. I love dogs so much. If I were to quit streaming, I think about like what I would do, I would probably set up like a no-kill shelter or something. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. The White Husky was great, but honestly, the White Husky was great. However, It was vibes based for me. Like we didn't vibe like that. And huskies are very tough to train, very tough to take care of, especially if you're not gonna always be able to like be attentive. You know what I mean? They shed a lot, which is fine. Would you consider an older dog at all, or is it off the table? No, that's off the table. I want to get a puppy, especially because there are so many of them out there that are ready for adoption, and I want to be able to, train it, make it mine. You know what I mean? Like, old dogs have a lot of benefits for a lot of other people. Puppies are very expensive. Puppies are very hard to train. Puppies are not for everyone, okay? I have the finances to be able to take care of a puppy. I have the experience of taking care of a puppy when I did not have the fucking finance to take care of a puppy. Old dogs are low maintenance for the most part, but I don't care. I want to take on the high maintenance mission. You know what I mean? Do you think you'll be able to adopt a pup that isn't neutered and spayed? Our little girl just started her heat llama, and she definitely chilled out after the fact. Yeah, that's the issue. My biggest issue with adoption is that they are very conveniently doing something to avoid, further creating more puppies, so that they're like literally fucking running free, and the facilities are getting overcrowded. But they spay and neuter super quick. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to spay or neuter until later, especially because I want a larger breed, and larger breeds are, larger breeds need to be spayed a little bit later in life anyway. Obviously, I neutered my dog, Fish, when he was about a year and a half. So that is what I want to do, and I think it's like it's a wonderful thing to do for other people. I think you downplay how wise you actually are with dogs. Most people struggle with training, and Fish was so sweet. Yeah, I mean, listen. I'll just say it like this: Pitbulls are not notorious for fucking fetching, okay? And Fish loved to fetch. Like I trained that motherfucker to fetch for hours. Okay, we would go to the dog park and he'd sprint for hours. Like that shit is. I think pitbulls are not exactly super easy to train in general. So it's hard. It's really, really, really hard. My pit throws toys but won't fetch. Yeah. Totally get it, but they will very likely not let you take home an unfixed dog. Yeah, exactly. Unless. Yeah, they won't let me take an unfixed dog home, but what if I steal the dog? There's no hate on pitbulls either. Love them. You understand neutering really well too. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not saying I'm not going to neuter my dog. Of course I'm going to neuter my dog. I am, that is definitely going to happen. Especially because, the inverse of that, the other side of it is, very difficult too. I'm clicking from Poland. Big fan of my new puppy daddy too. Hell yeah. What's the downside of spaying or neutering a dog early though? I mean, there's two different reasons. One, bone development for larger dogs, and two, I think character development as well. Like people get mad when I say the second part, but honestly, I think that it's good for character development. And yeah. I wanna make sure that he he grows into his body. build them up and then break their spirit by chopping off their balls. Damn. Yeah. This dog pan out at the last location. Drama Mondays are back. The fuck is this? Anyway, dude, there's so much going on. Let's just fucking blast off. Let's just get right into it, folks, because there is like an infinite amount of content to go through today, both in my personal life. This is one of those, like, it's like news heavy Mondays. 400 layoffs happened at Twitch. By the way, that's like not particularly huge in comparison to the rest of Amazon, which laid off 9,000 employees, but still a massive, massive amount for how little of a company Twitch is in comparison. We'll be talking about that too. But yeah. Trump arrest Top G in Russia. My experience with the shelters, ARC, and more. Get in now. Content month. Yeah, we got shit going on in France too. I mean, there's just so much happening. There's so freaking much happening, dude. So yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. Is it German Shepherd puppy on your radar at all? No, it is not. Oh, fuck, before I forget, One Piece update. I mean, there is not too much going on the One Piece updates because there's a lot going on. I'm still in, obviously, the most heavily content-dense, heavily fucking content-slammed arc of One Piece. I'm in Marineford, and, you know, it's been like almost overwhelming. It's been almost overwhelming watching, you know, all of the players just showcase their fucking incredible skills. Like that is, it's been wild. I will give you like a full blown analysis of the situation later. One of the things I'm trying to do it no spoiler one anyway. Like I'm trying to give you a no spoiler answer, but like it's wild. It's crazy. It's like one of the best arcs, straight up. Will you consider a Belgian Malinois? I love a Belgian Malinois. My trainer has one. I've been around and I watched that little shit grow from like a fucking psycho, you know, grow from a little absolute psychopathic monster to like one of the best trained, one of the most intelligent dogs I've ever seen. And I do love that puppy. I do love that little dog who's not a little dog anymore and probably terrifying to people that hadn't seen him as a little child. But honestly, it's yeah, I don't know. I don't really like this is my personal preference does not revolve around having like wolfish dogs. You know what I mean? I like bully breeds. I like dogs that look like fucking pigs. I like, you know, that's what I like. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. Like I like mastiffs. I like dogs that are like me. Okay? I love like a big, stupid, goofy, fucking muscular dog that's like very huggable. You know what I mean? That is what that's my shit. I feel like hound dogs and shepherd dogs and dogs with like you know, wolfy characteristics, they're like too smart. You know what I mean? They're wiry, they're smart, they're like they have like a different kind of character. You know what I mean? It's hard to describe it. But then again, I also don't like I'm not saying that any dog breed is bad. I love all dogs. Please don't yell at me. Don't get mad at me. I love all these. I love all the dogs. Okay. I love all of them. They're all the best. But like, for example, as far as like derpy dogs goes, like I'm not a big fan of like labs and golden retrievers and stuff either. You know what I mean? So Bernie's Mountain Dog is exactly what you're describing. Yes, like kind of smart, but kind of goofy, kind of big. That's why I love the Bernese Mountain Dogs. It's just that like I will most likely never be able to find a Bernese Mountain Dog in the adoption areas. Like it's just I have to like luck out on a litter through like the friend connection. You know what I mean? This is a beautiful. Oh my god, what a beautiful dog! Holy shit. What about Turkish dogs like Anatolian Shepherds and Kongals? I love Anatolian Shepherds and Kongals, obviously, but they're like pretty hard to take care of if I'm not going to like constantly be attentive. They get a little overprotective too. They get a little overzealous with like protection. They're very smart. That's probably part of the reason. Shepherd dogs are very smart because they are working dogs. They work all the time. So, you know, they got that dog in them. It's basically hard to just kind of let them chill. It's hard to just like let them, like Belgian Malinois is a great example of this where like Michael, my trainer, has his Belgian Malinois at the gym all day, every day. And if he wasn't there constantly being stimulated, he would go fucking crazy probably. He'd go insane. Right? Oh my God. Big pause. Anyway, we're not going to look at other dog photos right now. Okay, stop. Stop sending me dog photos. This was probably my peak. Bernese Mountain Dog is a working dog too, but from what I understand, they're a little bit more chill.
Oh, they're so cute.
This is the greatest moment of my life. I peaked here, like straight up. I'll just say it. I peaked here. You know that they have rescue organizations for specific breeds, so you can probably find a Bernese Mountain Dog rescue group and find a dog there. It won't be purebred likely, but obviously they exist. Yeah. Problem with the Bernese Mountain Dogs is that I think they like breed them specifically with like doodles or whatever because they like it like that. I don't fucking know. I don't want that though. Dog seeking is supremely weird to me. Yeah, well, you know, you're a weird guy. So that's probably why it just feels weird to you. You know what I mean? Why is that weird? Like, in some ways, like, I literally lucked into having fish originally. I didn't know anything about him. I didn't know anything about his background. I didn't know anything. And that's precisely why, like, I have the same, laissez-faire attitude about my dog, my next dog, but with, like, some boundaries. Because this is, like, this is a very big commitment. And I want people to understand that. I definitely, I've mentioned this already. Like, you know, this is, have you ever been chased or attacked by a dog? Yes. I have. And so was my brother. There's a lot of stray dogs in Turkey. So that's why, like, he was terrified of dogs until I got fish. But yeah. Honestly, LA is the most expensive place to get a dog. Well, I'm literally a Twitch streamer. I am probably the one group of people that could take care of a dog. Find any cane courses out there? Not this time around, but I know there's a lot of them. Yeah. So, fitness update. Oh, you want a fitness update? Yeah. This morning, after a pretty good weekend, hitting 249 on the scale, which was really a huge deal for me, breaking through. This morning I went and where is it? This morning I went and I did my deadlifts like I do every Monday. And I hit a 405 with no belt for 8. That was pretty fire. That's my fitness update for you guys as well. Before I forget, this is for all the parasocialists out there.
Yeah, it's called avoidant behavior. Just rip the weight.
Oh my God.
Just rip your weight. Don't. I know it's an interesting topic. The topic will still be there after you rip this set. Beautiful. All right, strong heels. Yeah. There's my trust fall. Flying. 5. Come on. 6. Jesus Christ. 7. Come on, baby. Come on. Pull. Yes.
Would you still consider getting a Great Dane puppy? Sure. Is the deadlift bar significantly easier than a normal barbell? This is a trap bar. It is easier. It's easier because you can utilize your quads a little bit more. It's like supposed to be less of a burden on your lower back. You know, it's. I mean, this is like not particularly impressive, but remember, for me, I am, I'm working off of like my prior self, and while I have not hit my peak in strength, right? I'm getting there, you know. It's not unimpressive. I would say like I've moved away from novice. Pretty good for a skinny guy. You're lifting that like a big man. Thanks. Deadlift purists are so annoying. Protect your back. Hardly anyone's out there trying to be a power lifter, just trying to be fit. Yeah, exactly. I like being strong. I like being, it gives me a lot of confidence. The reason why I lift like this is not because like I have something to prove, but instead because I want to have a solid frame. And I hit the 405 for 8 beltless, and I felt really good about it. So it's a big deal for me. You know what I mean? Because, like, I think last time I hit 405 was before. Last time I hit 405 was pre-Japan. And honestly, pre-Japan, I was hitting like even higher than 405. I think I hit like 425 with a belt or something. But ultimately, I wanted to... my goal is always to like work, on my top set, I'll rock a belt just for protection. But then the stronger I get, I want to make sure that I can like easily and comfortably put up the weights that originally were my top set. You know what I mean? And I had more in the tank on this one. I could have done a 10er here, but like we didn't want to overexert. How many days a week do you deadlift? Once a week. And some trainers will tell you never to deadlift, to be honest. So, I even understand those arguments as well. I'm going to be honest. I never knew exactly what a belt is for. May you explain? Yes. So the weight belt, when you're weightlifting, actually packs in your abdominal and your lower back muscles, basically. So it offers additional support. Is the stream about to end? Wait, what? No, I just started, man. It's been 35 minutes. I don't know why you think it's about to... It helps you brace your core a little bit better. It helps you brace your core better. Got any recommendations for lower back exercises, not deadlifts? I mean, plenty of lower back exercises that I do on top of the deadlift. I would say one thing that you can do is hyperextensions. There's also like a lot of leg workouts that I do as well on top of that, because your deadlift is not just for your lower back. It's just a part of your lower back. Like it targets your lower back, but you can do Romanian deadlifts that are like a little bit easier to do, a little less scary to do, I guess. Hip thrusts. Yes, I do pull-ups. Yes. When I originally started, I could not do a pull-up without a resistance band when I started post-COVID. Right now, I can bang out like 8 easy 3 times in a row. So that's pretty fire. Like full-blown pull-ups too, not like none of that kipping shit. You know what I mean? All the way out. So that's pretty good. For someone post-COVID, is in like, for those of you who still don't know this about me, I guess a little bit of lore, and this is the last thing I'm going to say about fitness before we move on to like a little bit of the puppy update, and then getting into the news. I used to be very strong. I used to have a lot of muscle mass. And it was great. And then COVID happened, and I stopped going to the gym, slowly but surely, and I atrophied. I atrophied over the course of many, many years. Over the course of like 2 years, basically, my muscles atrophied, and I gained a lot of weight. I gained a lot of fat. My muscle composition was awful. I couldn't stand for longer than 15 minutes without like getting shortness of breath, which was really, really bad, right? Just really awful. And, you know, it's been 2 years almost, like a year and a half of like getting back and recovering and going back to my peak before COVID, like before the COVID restrictions. It's been a long journey. It's been a very difficult one. I really never thought that I could get back there. You know, like, I'll be honest, especially in the beginning. But I was so depressed. Like, I was so incredibly fucking depressed all the time. And I feel great now. You know what I mean? It's such a life-changing improvement. I really, really, really recommend it. Hasan's 2023 New Year resolutions. There's many more goals. Yeah, I've already knocked out half of these. Go to Japan. Knocked it out. Travel even more. That's happening. Get a haircut. Knock that out. More podcast, TV show appearances, collabs. Doing all that. Travel even more. Doing all that. Adopt a puppy for real this time. On my puppy shit. Raise more than 1.5 million. Already passed it. Smoke that shit. Okay. Improve personal outlook, brand, and gain more charitability from haters and normies alike. Working on that too. Yell less, be happier. Maybe not so much. 16% body fat by July. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, deadlift, I put 405 by 8. I've already hit that. Bench press 225 by 15, I can't. My one thing, people always ask me, like, how do you shred fat, like lose fat and gain muscle simultaneously? It's one of the most difficult, one of the most pressing questions in the industry, right? It's a very difficult thing to be in a caloric deficit while simultaneously still gaining muscle mass. Okay? Yeah, 225 for 15. And obviously my answer always is take steroids. But if you're not going to take steroids, then you know, it gets a little bit more difficult. And for me in particular, when I'm in a deficit, when I'm in a genuine deficit and I'm actually losing weight but still gaining muscle, I can only hit one group. You know, it'll either be deadlifts, it'll either be my bench press, or it'll be my squats. I can't steadily improve all three. Some of the improvements on my squat are going to be marginal, and I'll hit a plateau on the squats while I'm you know, hitting higher weights on my deadlifts. Right now my deadlifts are blowing up. So that's, you know, do you do any ab workouts? Yes, I do. All right, we're done. We're done with workout conversation. I can already see people getting triggered. Quick update on the pupper stuff. Also, new Fear And is out. Today's episode, or last night's episode, was a lot of fun. This perfectly explains how I feel about Fear And how Austin makes me feel. The Patreon episode was just a mess, but also hilarious. We talked about our traumas. We talked about, you know, the internet bullying us. Austin is hilarious, but also awful at the same time. But yeah, here, last thing is, yes, let me start from the beginning. Okay, many years ago, I had a wonderful friend. You can probably see him in the emotes all around the stream. His name was Fish. Okay, he was a beautiful, wonderful life partner pit bull that I got when I was in the market for getting a new dog, or getting a dog in general, for my first ever dog. And unfortunately, we had 5 wonderful years together, but he passed away in the beginning of COVID because he had cancer. He was a beautiful pit bull. And, you know, because of him, and because of the experiences that I had with Fish, a lot of people in my life literally went and got dogs as well for the first time. My brother, Marat, as you guys know, he was terrified of dogs. He was terrified of dogs from the jump, and then he went and got Fiona after Fish because, you know, Fish was a bundle of joy and changed a lot of people's lives in a really positive way. So after that, I took some time to, you know, recover, recollect my thoughts, and also, you know, focus on, I guess, like doing stuff that I would be doing because it's a lot of responsibility to have a dog, and waited for, you know, a couple years now, almost on 3 years, yeah. Waited, yeah, and the time is now. Normal, but I want a puppy, obviously. I want a larger breed specifically.
They all do this with Red.
Oh my god. Are you crying?
No! You're gonna adopt her. I just know they're gonna take her.
This is really well edited. By the way, Ostenox is working on an edit already. He said he worked overnight to get one off. We're going to be watching the vlog later, so I'm not going to watch this whole thing. This is a great edit, though. Good to know. But yeah, I mean, basically, wanted to go through it really quickly. First place we went to was a really, really nice shelter. I wanted you guys to also see the difference between like the LA City's own, you know, resources versus the, you know, the other places. I also made the mistake of like donating money on the stream to all the places that we visited, or at least tried to. And the only place that I could on the spot was Wags and Walks. Which, you know, obviously on the internet, if you're ever doing something nice, like, you will get fucking killed, and people will lose their shit, which many people did. Okay. Incredible. Well, I still want to pay for the adoption fees of all the puppies that you guys have here today.
Yeah,
So at least like when someone wants to come and adopt a dog, they can get them, you know.
Yeah,
That's
that's
amazing.
awesome. That's so
So you
nice
wanna
of you. Yeah,
do
Tiffany will
the
definitely help you
puppies
get
on side
that.
or the dogs and
No,
puppies
just
on side?
Thank
all
you
the dogs.
guys.
All of them.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Is there trash somewhere?
Yeah, I got you.
Here you go. Sorry.
Did you want to do a check, or do you want me to
I can just take credit card.
online? Yeah, we can do that.
This facility was $500 per adoption fee. So if you come here and you don't have $500 and you want to adopt a dog and you're eligible, you fill out a form, you can come and adopt it, and it'll be for free for you, hopefully. You can say... For the record, here's a couple updates on this, okay? One, I know that one of the reasons why they make the adoption fee high is because they want to have like a financial barrier, specifically to make sure that people are not like getting a puppy because they want to fucking, because they're, you know, they're not serious about it, right? But also, most importantly, the real reason why they make that adoption fee so high is because they microchip. They literally fucking neuter and spay the dog. There's a bunch of vaccinations that they give to the dog. I had to do all of that on my fucking own, and it was significantly higher than $500 when I had to do all of that on my own for Fish, because I didn't get Fish through the regular adoption channels. I got Fish because he was left at a fucking tire shop in Orange County. Okay? But I know that already, and what a lot of people don't recognize is that I said if you're eligible, what they do is they do like full background checks on you. You have to fill out a form. They don't just like hand you a fucking puppy. You can't just like walk in there and grab a puppy. Okay? So like that's not how that works. So I hope everybody understands that. So I just wanted to clarify. But it doesn't even matter because these places, okay, including even Wag and Walk, did not want to do that. They Wag and Walk emailed me. Okay? And I saw the email later. I saw the email last night, okay? They emailed me last night being like, thank you so much. You know, where is it? Where is the... Yeah, they emailed me saying, thank you so much. We're speechless by your generous donation, all this stuff, right? But they also said, I want to make sure that you understand, like, I wanted to explain and be transparent that your donation will help support the care of dogs and the puppies at the center, but unfortunately, it cannot cover the full cost of the adoption fees for the on-site dogs. The adoption fee not only helps cover a portion of the care for dogs, but also supports the commitment to pet ownership. Your donation does cover care for the 30 dogs and pups you saw today and allow us to rescue 30 additional dogs that we would not have had the resource to cover the veterinary care, food and shelter, and other costs associated with the rescue, care, and rehoming. So they're super ungrateful. They're super grateful. Fuck, I can't believe I said that. Of course, they're super grateful. Do not clip that. No, they're super grateful, and I don't even care. I don't even care if they don't use it on that. I wanted to give these places money regardless. Okay, I wanted to give these places money regardless of what they use it on, because, like, you know, this is a wonderful thing. These are great. These are great places. Like, there's a lot of fucking dogs out there. There's a lot of dogs out there in Los Angeles, and I'm glad that, you know, people are taking care of them. Hopefully, Kenneth, friend of the show, Kenneth, who I supported pretty big time, LA's latest fucking comptroller, LA's newest comptroller, and probably LA's sexiest comptroller, responded to me. I'm going to hit him up and see if we can go together, because he has a dog too, I'm pretty sure. We can go to the LA facilities together as well. I don't know if I can get him to be shirtless in the process, but I'll try my very best. You know, delete the VOD. Okay, everybody chill out. Calm down. Like, that's insane. Imagine someone clipping that shit out of context and then, like, making it serious, like making it seem like it's serious. It's not that serious. You guys are making it more serious now. Poor people should not have dogs. Is that it? No, but a dog is very expensive. It's an expensive endeavor. It's true. I know. I was fucking dead broke when I had a dog, and I was able to make do, but it wasn't fucking easy. I'm just saying, like, you can still do it, for the record. You can still do it. But that is part of the reason why these places have this kind of adoption fee, right? Oh my God, PETA responded. Oh no, I hope they don't know. I hope they don't know what I like to do all the time, which is eat chickens. So, for the record, the reason why shelters exist to begin with is also the same reason why they have a high adoption fee. For people who do not understand this, shelters exist because people will get dogs, sometimes buy dogs from breeders, and then realize that they can't take care of the dog, okay, because it becomes costly, or for a multitude of different reasons, because they didn't take it seriously, like all the fucking COVID pet owners who, like, literally had to give their pets back, okay? So, you know, that's the reason why they have these, like, fees. And also, it helps. Like, it literally helps. It helps them. It helps fund their operation. Like, you guys are fucking yelling at, like, or getting upset potentially at, like, a group of individuals that are just, like, doing an otherwise very kind thing. Okay? And if anyone knows anything about having a dog, and I used to, you already know, that shit is not fucking easy. Vets are a bit of a scam. Sorry, you know. They are incredibly expensive. Even when you get insurance, it's still incredibly fucking expensive, okay? It's not easy. It's like having a little fur baby, a little fur child that you have to take care of that is going to be very costly, and it can't talk to you, so you can't even, like, fully understand what the fuck's wrong with it. Okay? It's hard. It's traumatic. Anyway, regardless, there was a large-scale hoarding operation in my town, and 70-plus dogs were just taken into the shelter. It's crazy. My dog ate some dirt, and it cost me $500. Yeah, very common story. So, anyway, as I was saying, so I gave him 15 grand, and I'm gonna give the other two places money as well, including the city one, the city facility that we went to, which like is in desperate need, I think, of funding. Which, by the way, for the record, I hope people understand that LA City shelter is actually really fucking good. As far as shelter facilities goes, that LA City shelter facility, obviously in comparison to the nonprofits, the 501c3s that we just went to beforehand, looked a little worse in comparison. But that motherfucking shelter was good, okay? Like that is like a premium shelter. Understand that. The shelters in other places are even in worse condition. So, you know, unfortunately, the bar is very low for animal shelters. I mean, look at the way we treat humans. You know what I mean? So anyway, I asked them to maybe, I said, I totally understand the reasoning. Is it possible to reduce some people's adoption costs, though, for like the next 30 dogs? And they're discussing it, so they'll get back to me. And they'll let me know. But regardless, I don't care. I don't care what they use it for. I don't care if they fucking don't waive the fees. You know what I mean? I want them to have the money. That's why I gave them the money, okay? Because I wanted to donate to them. And I also wanted to potentially get some dogs' homes if that was like one-time big ticket, one-time big ticket fucking barrier for some people. Stop saying give them money. What? Cats are costly too. Meow. Donate. Those puppies live better than the humans who live on the streets nearby. Yeah, I mean, they do. That's why I was saying, do you think city animal shelters treat dogs better than the government treats immigrants that they lock in cages? Just had that realization that may be the case. Yes. That is the case. Yes, we are significantly more brutal to humans than we are animals. To animals. Yes, that is true. But also, they don't really euthanize humans yet. So I guess, you know, it's a give and take. But regardless, people are going to chirp no matter what happens. It doesn't even fucking matter. Like I always say, you just got to do the right thing. You got to keep your fucking head down and do the thing that you believe is right. Okay? This is what I believe to be the right thing to do. I was already going to these shelters. I'm already interested in getting a dog. I saw the situation there. I wanted to, you know, pay it forward. Okay? That was my goal. And a lot of times these shelters also already have like half off, for example. Like the LA shelter was half off. So it's normally like around $90, but they were half off on Sunday. Because they know, like they're constantly, you know, in this delicate balance where they want to make sure that like dogs are rehomed while simultaneously ensuring that they're properly funded and also simultaneously making sure that you know, these dogs aren't going to like homes that are inconsiderate. Like some people use the dogs as bait for fighting. Yes, I know. I'm aware. I don't think anyone's going to the fucking Wags and Walk $500 adoption fee place to get bait dogs, brother. Okay? They just breed them. Like, I don't know why. You know how fucking easy it is to find a goddamn pit bull puppy in Los Angeles? Are you insane? Pit bulls and chihuahuas are literally everywhere, okay? Will any of the money go towards cats and other animals care? Fuck no. When I gave them the money, I was like, listen, you can do whatever the fuck you want with the money, but if a single fucking dime goes towards cats, I will find out about it and I will come back and you don't want to know what I'll do to the cats on the facility, I better not fucking hear that you guys are using any of these dollary dues, a single cent on fucking cats. I can't go on IG without seeing some mutant muscle pit bull puppies that's only 4 inches tall and 3 feet wide. Bro, I know those fucking dogs are insane, bro. I mean, Rage has dogs like that. He has like that XXL designer pits type dogs. They're such freaks. Like, as much as I love dogs, like, those dogs are such fucking freaks, dude. Holy shit. I mean, I love those dogs. I would take care of a dog like that too, but goddamn, they're wild, bro. Those pits literally look like the child eaters, okay? You know how, like, I mean, I had a pit bull. You know I love pits, right? And everyone freaks out about, like, how pit bulls love eating children. Those motherfuckers love eating adults, okay? They're not even, like, baby mauling. They're mauling like full-blown adults. They're like, those pits literally look like the type of pits that are like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. A baby, not enough macronutrients in there for me. I'm gonna eat an adult today. It's funny because, like, they don't bite, they punch. Yeah, they don't even bite. They hit you with their chest. But regardless, there's a lot of fucking dumbass shit out there about pit bulls. Like, it's just about, it's literally just about how you raise them. That's it. That's it. It's important to remember that designer breeding is actually considered animal cruelty. Yeah, except, like, it is, but also, like, all fucking domesticated animals are technically, designer breeding a little bit. Anyway, the anti-people shit always comes off as pretty racist. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't really give a shit. Yeah, they can suck my dick. Pit bulls are awesome, and they're infinitely better than some rich white lady's, like, designer dog that she never fucking trained. All dogs are beautiful. I love all dogs, but some people do not train their fucking dogs. In a lot of instances, wealthy white women, from my experience, do not fucking ever consider to, like, train their goddamn little baby dogs because they think, oh, it's so cute. What is it going to do? Nothing. And then those are the ankle biters that actually do bite. Okay? Those are the ankle biters that do fucking bite. Pit bulls, on the other hand, I was fucking terrified. Like, I was worried when I had a pit bull that he would, like, even growl at a motherfucker wrong, and then they would put him down. You know what I mean? Like, I lived with that reality, which is precisely the reason why I trained the fuck out of him. You know what I mean? And he had a great temperament regardless, but 10-pound dog bite equals the pit bull bite. Yeah, it's not just 10-pound dogs, bitch. I don't know if you know this, but, like, golden retrievers bite pretty fucking hard too. It doesn't matter, especially when you don't train. Oh, this is the best. This is the funniest pit breeder. Yeah, this one is awesome. Dude, they are so fucking mutated. I remember liking this a way back when. I will never get over this pit bull breeder who I found on Instagram who promotes new litters like there's some sort of hype beast crossover. Champion homicide. X champion little thing. Bro, they look like they got heart disease, dog. Venomline presents TLB Venomline's King V RR's Gypsy. The repeat. The Pitbull discourse is right-winger's worst nightmare here in Metro Detroit. The fuck Joe Biden, pedo hunter, Punisher sticker guys here would normally be on the fuck Pitbulls train, but they all have 2 of them and let them run around their yards full of non-running vehicles. Yeah. I mean, they're great. They're dogs, man. You can't fucking hate on dogs ultimately. They're just like I bet these I bet these little shits, look at the titties fucking bursting out of this thing. Rocco X little ting. Like, I bet they're fucking sweethearts. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, these dogs are insane. They literally, like, they look like they have heart disease. They look like they got the Alec Baldwin, I drank way too much alcohol for the past 50 years face. You know what I mean? They got that fucking alcoholism face bloat. And it's just like, it's not for me. You made like one of the fucking healthiest mixed breeds, because like American Staffordshire Terriers are mixed, right? And the more genetic diversity there is in your bloodline as a dog, the healthier you are. You took that and you turn them into fucking pugs, which ironically, again, inbreeding, and it doesn't have any fucking genetic diversity. The less genetic diversity you have, the worse it is. The worse health conditions they exist. And these motherfuckers are like on PEDs too. Anyway, PEDs were not even considered a breed by kennel clubs for the longest time. Yeah, it's wild. It's just funny to think about. I am delusional enough to think that I can get any dog to love me. I am also delusional enough to think that, but also it even extends to not dogs, but like actually, that delusion extends to animals in general, including like bears and shit. Okay. And honestly, for the dog part, for the most part, for dogs, like, I don't think that's a delusion. The delusion is the top of the hour ad break coming at the top of every hour, and you thinking that you're not going to see it at the top of this hour, right? Without subscribing. That's delusion. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I'm going to run this little puppy literal moment, and then we're going to get to the news. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or you can do for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can do by getting gifted a sub. You can avoid the top of the hour break by getting gifted a sub as well if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Do you like retired greyhounds? You get to buy them little sweaters and stuff? No, I don't like greyhounds at all. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Oh my God. I also think a hippo would be nice to me as well. Here, while I'm running the ad break, I'm going to show you this moment. This was an incredible moment. This is a pit litter.
This is the greatest moment of my life.
Brother, I'm not going to look at this right now. You asked so many times. Please stop spamming.
This is the greatest moment of my life.
First of all, I didn't take one because I can't take one. You know that, right? Like, they're too young to be taken away from their mom. Like, even if I were to take one of these puppers, like, I'm not allowed to take one. I don't know why everyone was like, just swipe them. Like, what do you want me to do? Fucking take them in my coat? No, that's not a litter of Great Danes. Great Danes will look different. These are pits. Okay, I see that a lot of people unironically are saying, no, swipe one of these fucking things. Swipe one of these little shits. Oh my God, they were so fucking cute.
Oh yeah, I guess that.
This one was so chill. I think he might have been one of the runts. How'd this experience rank compared to seeing the otters? Oh, I don't know. Just put one under your hat and walk out. Dude, I could put him in my fucking pocket and walk out. Anyway, you look so soft in this video because I am soft. Dogs make me soft as fuck. Yeah, also, shouts out to Dexerto because, you know, if there's one place that I get like more hatred than LSF, it's motherfucking Dexerto, okay? Every time Dexerto posts me, it's just literally like a sea of motherfuckers being like, how can I figure out a way that, like, Casey was like joking, But people unironically were saying this, basically. Here, I'll just use the joking version of this, which is Casey looked at this and said, I'm fucking fuming. Hasan just provided free animals to multiple owners whom we don't know are fiscally responsible enough to feed the animal. He should have also provided pet food to all the adopted animals for their lifetime. Cancel at Hasan the Hun. This is getting ridiculous. Just woke up. Now I'm curious how many people liked the tweet and thought it was serious. Yeah, because hella people literally fucking replied to Casey seriously. And they were like, yeah, you're so base for that. You're so right. Fuck this piece of shit monster. Dexterdo is like, if Ossinox actually hated you. The funny thing is Dextero doesn't hate me. That's the funniest part. I don't think those guys that work there fucking hate me. But because they are constantly posting LSF shit, like directly, they're just ripping from LSF. They've cultivated an LSF audience, but it's also on Twitter, so it's somehow like more unhinged. Okay? So it's just like, it's cultivated that fucking fan base of like freaks, dude. They're OTK fans? No, man. OTK fans love me. What the fuck are you talking about? Even Miz Kids love me. What do you mean? I don't have any fucking issues with OTK at all. No, it's not that. There's only one fan base that basically has like made inroads with every other fucking fan base that just despises me, that have a lot of juice in making themselves seem more relevant than they actually are. It's fine. We're not going to talk about it, though. Okay, stop spamming the puppy adoption place for the Bernese dogs. Are you enjoying the show? Refill your popcorn. You're going to love this next part. Yeah, I'm so excited for this. Did you see Rage Goes By Your Lib Gaming? He wanted me to see this, apparently. So let's take a look at this, and then we'll get to the news, okay? Yeah, I know for a fact that the people that run Dexerto's socials are HasanAbi heads. Yeah, they post, and then, like, people go fucking crazy. Wait, what is it? What is this? What the fuck is this? Your Rage Gaming? What the fuck is this, bro?
I kind of expect you.
To be fair, that's like low-key kind of right-wing. That's more right-wing than I thought he would be. That test is like... That test literally is like... That test is like, if you're Hitler himself, maybe they'll place you like in the top right corner. Maybe. Okay?
To be towards libertarian since you don't give a shit about what people do.
I don't! My nigga, I think everybody should have given a fuck.
You...
Yo, take that screenshot, show it to Hasan. What's Hasan's results? Show me the result.
I don't know. I've done it like a long time ago, but I don't remember what my results were. But don't say it like they might misconstrue, bro. No. I mean, I'm just saying this test is like pretty biased, low key. Everyone hits that for the most part. I mean, I'd go through his answers one by one, maybe later today. Yeah, but the test literally asks you, shit like, you know, do you want to do eugenics? You know what I mean? Like, so that's why. That's what I mean. It's like hard to hit anything outside of the green zone on that. The Daily Wire had Matt Walsh take the political compass quiz test on camera for some reason. Maybe the general counsel called in sick that day. No, that's insane. Dude, I don't know how you can get that. I don't know how you can get that result on this political compass test. Like, wow, that's crazy. Like, you have to try really fucking hard, dude. You have to try really, really, really fucking hard to get there. That's, wow. That's like letting 4chan choose each of your answers. Bro, even 4chan would not be as authoritarian about like worker stuff as like as Matt Walsh is. Like, you have to be actively talking about how much you love facilitating genocide for for that test, which is like skewed pretty heavily in the left libertarian spectrum, you have to deliberately be like, you have to deliberately promote genocidal talking points in order to hit the blue part of that. I'm not even kidding.
A right-wing authoritarian fascist. How am I not? See, I was shooting for I wanted to get all the way to the top right corner. I wanted to be as authoritarian as possible and as right-wing as possible. I was going all the way for that corner spot, and I missed it. What question did I get? What question did I not answer correctly to get there?
Oh, he was trying to hit the Hitler button. That's crazy. Oh, nice, man. That's so cool.
That means I was slightly liberal on a few of those answers. Now I got to do it all over again, I guess, to get the real answer, which I'm not going to make you guys watch.
That's crazy. I mean, he's such a piece of shit. It's wild, but not that wild when you consider how big of a piece of shit he is. Anyway, but yeah, Ostenox loved the Kongal Inu collab.
Dude, I will steal you right now. Don't fucking.
I love this dog. This dog, I vibe with this dog straight up. Definitely completely outside of my, outside of the boundaries that I placed. But this was the fucking dog that I was like, God damn, this dog is so sick.
He's
I like this dog.
lying.
I like this dog more than I like dogs. No, I like him.
Actually?
Yeah.
Don't get his hopes
He's
up.
got character. Yes, you're right. By the way, he does have the classic Inu tail swirl.
Yeah.
Oh, it's true. He
I
did.
think his face like looks like
He does look. He is like a Akita Inu mixed with something else though, because Akitas can get like pretty fucking big. I don't think he's that big. But I did love this dog. Look like an Akita Inu. You are. The white husky was great, but I didn't vibe with him. You know what I mean? I did not vibe with the white husky. Like, you got to understand, if you, it's not something you can see from clips. It's not something you can. I don't know. It's just, it's hard to explain, but it's definitely very, very much vibes based. Okay, we'll do the Drama Monday shit later. All right, let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, the news part of the broadcast is now officially underway. Okay. We're here. We're ready to go. The white husky gravitated to the other people more. Yeah, that's fine. That's like not a big deal. But like, you know, I'm not super invested in huskies in general. All right, we're done. We're done with that. We'll talk about dog stuff in a little bit. Okay, please. Oh, this one, Tucker Carlson really looked. Yeah. We'll talk about the Tucker Carlson clip in a second. Folks, Donald Trump might be going to jail. Okay? In the funniest way possible, too. Like, he might be getting arrested. Not going to jail, but he might be getting indicted, which means he might get fingerprinted, which means there will be a mugshot, which means, like, there could be a perp walk. Now, obviously, that shit is crazy. That's going to happen possibly tomorrow. Okay? But I will give you details on how this came to be, why it's happening, why it might not really happen, and also the reactions from the right and also the reactions from libs. But I think I speak for all of us when I say that it would be wonderful content, so I really, really, really hope it happens. Like, oh my fucking God, the excitement, dude. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. The reasons as to why he's going to jail are completely irrelevant to me. The reasons why he's being brought up on charges or might be indicted are completely irrelevant to me in general, because, like, you know, they're kind of bullshit. Like, I'll be honest, they're not like the worst thing he's done. But let's be real, he has a long laundry list of reasons as to why he should be in jail. Okay, so this is the funniest one to actually throw him in some kind of like involuntary hold. Paying hush money for Stormy Daniels and trying to quiet her. But of course, Trump is going to do what Trump does. What does that mean? Well, what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is Donald Trump is like very openly trying to game the system once again. He has been asking his followers to basically riot, okay? He's been popping the fuck off since this decision was announced. Let's take a look at how liberal media is reacting to it, though.
Again, with the news of a possible indictment against former President Donald Trump over the weekend, the former president claimed he will be arrested tomorrow, although there is no evidence that that is going to happen, and no official has said that that is true. Now he's facing criticism for calling on his supporters to protest, raising concerns that his words could lead to violence that are very similar to what happened on January 6th. We all remember that day. Robert Costa's outside.
How can I forget? I mean, that was liberal 9/11. You know what I mean? That was like worse than 9/11. Multiple 9/11s worth of things happened on that day. You know, so.
Court. Bob, good morning to you. And we understand that there may be additional testimony today.
Good morning, Gail. That's correct. The CBS News has learned that the grand jury may hear today from an additional witness, Bob Costello, a former legal advisor to Michael Cohen, a key witness in this investigation. We're told that Mr. Costello might question the credibility of Mr. Cohen, and this all comes after the fallout over the weekend from former President Trump's comments.
This is selective prosecution. If I were President Trump, I'd take this all the way to the damn Supreme Court.
Former President Donald Trump and his allies on the political and legal warpath over the weekend as Trump faces down a possible indictment in Manhattan criminal court. On Saturday, Trump claimed he will be arrested on Tuesday of next week and urged his supporters to protest and take our nation back. He then urged in a follow-up, we must save America. Protest, protest, protest.
Like, he went all caps on this one, and you kind of know where he's going. If he's going all caps, you know shit's popping off. Also, what a fucking ugly-ass PFP, Jesus Christ. So, this DA is a George Soros-backed DA, and he's also a thug, is what Donald Trump called him. And also an anti-white racist. You guys understand what's going on, right? I mean, he's black, okay? I right? Isn't that? Yeah, he's just. I mean, you know, it's not exactly subtle. Like when you call a black DA an anti-white racist and a thug, okay? Oh, he called him an animal too. So. You know what's going on. Yeah, oh yeah, he said the T word. He said the T word and he said the A word. He called him an animal and a thug. So, you know what's going on. Okay? So it's so crazy that the best they could get him on was a misdemeanor, honestly embarrassing. Yeah, well, it's not embarrassing. It's more so expected because this, remember, we talk about this all the time. This system is designed to protect the wealthy, okay? These laws are created in a way to shelter the wealthy from any kind of legal scrutiny whatsoever. So for that reason, especially if you are like, you know, capitulating to the needs of the wealthy, like Donald Trump certainly did with his massive tax cuts and whatnot, they're not gonna turn around and fucking punish him. You know what I mean? You're not punishing the guy who gave the fattest tax cuts since Ronald Reagan to corporations and to the extremely wealthy in this country. It's not happening, right? So the irony of this is that, like, you know, you got a DA that, you know, wants to make a name for themselves or whatever. So they're utilizing the Stormy Daniels case to make some waves. Do I think this is all that serious? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Do I still think that it'll make great content if it did happen? Abso-fucking-lutely, yes. I am fully in support, okay, of what is happening here, regardless of the fact that I am also fully aware that this is like literally the tiniest thing that you could nab Donald Trump on, okay? Maybe even better that it's a super tiny thing because that adds to the juxtaposition. That's really pissing people off, okay? So yeah, let's keep going.
CBS News has learned that some Trump allies privately debated over his call for protests.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Since it has echoes of Trump's call for protests on January 6, 2021. the day the Capitol was attacked. In response to Trump's post, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg told colleagues in an email that safety is the top priority, and we do not tolerate attempts to intimidate our office or threaten the rule of law.
But they are definitely doing that. Like, Trump is definitely doing that. Ironic because, it's just, nothing is going to come out of this. It's just content for Trump, I think. That's my speculation. Because it's, one, a tiny, minuscule charge, not as significant. It has already galvanized every single Republican, even like not never Trumpers, but like people who want to run in opposition to Donald Trump. Central Committee brought up a side point about not only Mike Pence, but also DeSantis too. I was going to talk about Mike Pence myself. One side point is the fact that DeSantis is rushing to Trump's defense is proof that he's a loser cuck with 0% of winning the Republican nomination. If the shoe was on the other foot, Trump would be calling DeSantis a criminal and going all in, bashing him. Yes, but also no. Here's what I mean by this, okay? They all recognize that they are Trump is their daddy, okay? They all recognize that, like, the fan base loves Donald Trump. But they also recognize that this is, like, a really great opportunity to cut, like, the elitist DAs that are black and backed by George Soros that don't care about the violent crime that's happening in New York every single fucking day and care about, like, nonsensical bullshit to make waves and to grossly weaponize the criminal justice system against Donald Trump and also wealthy white people who just want to, secure a meaningful existence for white babies in this country, 14-word shit. So that's why they're hamming this narrative. Now, of course, ironic because like violent crime, historic crime in New York, like there's no fucking crime wave, dog. That shit is made up, as I talked about over and over again. Crime is a permanent staple in fucking city living, in living in America in general. Its manifestation is due to material conditions. Obviously, as long as we don't solve those issues, as long as we do not give adequate material restitution and create like a safety net and basically have like a starting point that's like pretty comparable to everywhere else around the country, it's not going to happen. There's always going to be crime, okay? But all big cities have crime. Now, what you're supposed to do is basically look at crime across the board, and if you look at crime rates across the board, whether it be violent crime, property crime, whatever kind of crime you're talking about, that is significantly lower, okay? It's just significantly lower than like 2 decades ago, and it's been consistently getting lower and lower and lower. So this notion that like crime is historically high is ridiculous. It's just absolutely fucking ridiculous. It's like literally globally low too. It's not even just New York City. And if you look at the historic New York City crime data, the cops themselves release crime statistics. And if you look at the historic data from, let's look at the major felony offenses, right? 2,630 murder, non-negligible manslaughter. Oh, total 7 major felony, 184 down to 126,000. Okay, like this is from 2000 to 2022. All crime is lower in comparison. If you go back to the fucking 90s, that number is even higher. Okay. So all crime is technically lower than it was 20 years ago, lower than it was 10 years ago, lower than it was, especially lower than it was when it was at its peak. Okay? Why is crime going down if income inequality is increasing? Well, because when income inequality is increasing, if you successfully fucking push every single poor person away in the most violent means away from cities, okay, that's one reason how crime can technically get lower. The other is no more lead in your gasoline, okay, because you have no way to describe. I mean, this is all speculation, okay, but there's basically no way to attribute almost a global fucking a global decline in crime rates other than something that touches everyone. You know what I mean? Lead poisoning in your paint, lead poisoning in your gas, lead poisoning in general. That's like a big part of it. Anyway. And yet the New York Dems ran on a rampant crime wave narrative. Fucking worthless libs in New York pushing a conservative talking point. Exactly. Higher than last year and 2 years ago? Interesting. I wonder how crime went fucking higher than last year and 2 years ago. Hey, man, I don't know if you know this, but there was such a thing called COVID lockdowns, okay? I don't know if you're aware of this, but like, you know, a lot less foot traffic was happening. And on top of that, there was some level of government assistance. You know, I guess you forgot that COVID was a thing, but that could have been part of the reason for that. But again, this is a multifaceted issue. I'm just giving you the higher, you know, like the snapshot, right? It's going to be reductive. It's deliberately reductive if you're wondering why I'm doing this. But ultimately, year over year, crime has been going down steadily. Yes. I'll come back later. This fuckery is too much for International World Happiness Day. Okay. Roe v. Wade is not the reason for New York, guys. Calm down. Like, please. I know everyone watched that one fucking Freakonomics episode that's like almost eugenics related. And everyone keeps saying Roe v. Wade, Roe v. Wade. It's like, motherfucker, we're talking about New York, dog. You can get abortions. New York is the abortion factory, okay? Chill. Like, that's not, like, calm down, okay? That's not a contributing factor to, like, New York crime rates is significantly increasing or diminishing one way or the other, okay? Also, that would probably take a little bit longer to kick in, don't you think? Think about it. Anyway, regardless, where were we? Okay, so yeah, crime has increased. Okay, crime has increased in New York. For sure, post-COVID boom for you know, murder and also other major felony offenses, right? And that's going to come with the territory with income inequality in general. Why are you vehemently arguing that it's not Roe v. Wade when there are many people here telling you the opposite? What? It's literally abortion. Legalizing abortion led the crime rates dropping worldwide. I think it's important to bang on reproductive justice. Okay, the reason why I'm not banging on the legalizing abortion drum is because it's like a little bit... I don't want to get into this, okay? I'm not going to have this conversation. It's not one instance. It might have played a part in it, but it's like you're making an argument that like criminalizing abortion again is increasing crime when it would take, 18 to 20 fucking years for the crime rate to increase. This is the part of the conversation that I'm talking about where abortion would not have been a consideration anyway because we're talking about New York and the evisceration of Roe v. Wade protections is not important for New York because, your clinics are protected in New York, okay? This is a state-by-state problem. Unless you literally think like, in New York, they have genuine abortion restrictions. And also in New York, 1-year-olds that were born after COVID are doing property crime. Like they're doing grand larceny. Okay? This part of the conversation I'm talking about, it doesn't make sense. Also, it's a bit of a eugenics argument, and I don't like it anyway. Okay? For that reason. It's giving eugenicists sweaty. increases crime because people will illegally kill the babies. Yeah. It's called the Terrible Twos for a reason. Yeah, it's the Terrible Twos because it's called the Terrible Twos because they're doing like crazy shit. They're doing grand larceny. Oh, ShotSpotter? Oh no, they're doing that in fucking Portland too? That's the worst, dude. Bro, this shit sucks. ShotSpotter is like awful for Chicago. This shit is so fucking, oh yeah. I don't want to even get into that right now. Oh no, of course they're trying to get that shit installed in Portland. So liberal, right? Remember how fucking liberal these places are? And then their police forms. Like all of these cities still have the police department. You know what I mean? You look at Portland, Oregon, and it's like, oh, they have to be like, everyone has to be non-binary to enter the state. And then you literally look at their police department and it's like, we love Hitler. Like they have like a Hitler brigade and specifically like a Proud Boy communications correspondent within the fucking department, you know? It's always like that. It's like, oh man, Portland, Oregon, they're all gay there, right? They're all non-binary, right? They're so woke. And it's like, they're fucking, their police department has like a Hitler caucus, okay? I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. The part where the Portland Police Department actually communicates with the Proud Boys, when the Proud Boys are like, whenever there's like a Proud Boy with an arrest warrant out for themselves, by the way, isn't a lie. That is not an exaggeration. Anyway.
In New York, Trump's potential 2024 rivals are also reacting. Former Vice President Mike Pence spoke out against...
He's a bitch. They're all bitches, dude. They can't even use this to their advantage. They're all such bitches. Like, Trump has the entirety of the Republican Party by the fucking balls, okay? I'm telling you. They got nothing. They got no riz. They got no fucking riz. They got nothing going for them, okay?
any possible indictment in this case.
It just feels like a politically charged prosecution here.
And even some Republican critics of Trump say it could play to his political advantage.
A lot of the Democrats have misplayed this in terms of building sympathy for the former president.
The Manhattan District Attorney is investigating alleged hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels on Trump's behalf by his former attorney Michael Cohen at a crucial moment in the 2016 campaign. Trump denies any wrongdoing. But Cohen's lawyer, Lanny Davis, told CBS News his client testified truthfully to the grand jury earlier this month. And now it is in their hands.
If there was any political motivation to prevent the alleged affair with Stormy Daniels from coming out right before the election, and a jury is to conclude that there is any political motivation, then I think that's the key issue.
I mean, of course, dude. Yes, this is, I mean, I'm sorry. This is definitely political. Like, anyone that says that this is not like a political thing is silly. But, like, I don't even give a shit at this point. It is just funny, and it's awesome. And I am totally on board with it. I know a lot of people are going to turn around and say, oh, my God, Hasan, how dare you? This is going to, like, improve Trump's numbers. Yeah, it will. For sure. Because it's going to be nothing. It's going to fizzle out, I think. And I might be totally wrong on this. Okay? Do I give a shit? Do I give a shit about anything that puts him in jail? Absolutely not. It's awesome. It would be great. It would be fucking great. Okay? It would be great. He deserves to be in jail. Most American politicians deserve to be in jail. Okay? So if you're the president, like, yeah, that definitely means you too. Like, people will be like, what about Obama? Like, fuck yeah, dude. What about Obama? Why is Obama not in jail? You know what I mean? He killed an American citizen with a drone strike extrajudiciously. You know, that's jailable in my opinion. So you know, before we get to like Libya, you know, before we talk about how Libya is like open, you know, open air slave markets now in Libya. Shouts out to Obama and Hillary Clinton for that one. That was fire. Anyway, I'm just saying, most American presidents and most American politicians have done like jail-worthy shit. So yeah, I'm not gonna fucking sit here and act like that's bad. I don't give a fuck if it's political. It is. And I don't even think he's gonna go to jail eventually. But it'll be funny. It'll be funny to perp walk him. It'll be really funny when the right wing gets agitated. Okay, when they go fucking bananas mode. These guys look for victimhood more than anything else. There's nothing that, especially like relatively well off, middle America, small business owning, Republican white guys, or just Republicans in general, there's nothing more they love than being perceived as a victim. So this gives them an opportunity to say, oh, they're coming after the whites, okay? They're coming after the white savior, which means like, you know, they're going to come after us next. So they can like cut the narrative that like they're just being prosecuted for existing or some shit, right? And it'll be funny.
Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, tells CBS News that if charged, the Trump legal team will be very aggressive in combating the indictment and questioning its credibility and scope. They will also question the credibility of Michael Cohen, who was once charged with lying to Congress. Michael Cohen, though, will be here in New York today as a possible rebuttal witness before the grand jury. Gail.
Anyway, so let's hear it. Trump was chirping, too. He said he was expected to be arrested in a New York grand jury probe.
Ricky Kleeman joins us now.
By the way, there's no evidence that he will. Like, that's not... Just want to point something out here. When the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago on that fateful evening a couple months ago that we all forgot about, that was a big deal. But you know who made it a big deal? Donald Trump did. Okay? The FBI asked time and time again to be like, hey, can you please cooperate with us? We know you have additional classified documents. I don't even know why you're trying to keep them. Is it possible to take them back? They said over and over again, please, can we get this shit back? Okay, and Donald Trump was like, yeah, you got it. I gave it to you. I gave you everything. But he didn't give him everything. And he kept them for some fucking reason. And we still don't know why he tried to keep them, right? And the FBI was like, okay, well, we got to go in and seize these documents now, right? Remember, that same shit happened to Mike Pence recently. Same shit happened to Joe Brandon recently. And it didn't make the waves. Why? Is it because those guys are loved by the media? Well, maybe a little bit. Liberal media does love both of these guys and hails them as heroes. But the main reason is because they fucking cooperated with the DOJ. That's it. They cooperated. They cooperated with the Department of Justice. And they were like, yeah, please take all the documents. Sorry, didn't know that was the case. Donald Trump, on the other hand, turned it into a content opportunity to be like, they're coming after me once again, folks. They're coming after me once again. And that's it. So he's doing the same thing in a way here.
At the table, Ricky, I see people on both sides of the aisle rolling their eyes about this. Most people believe he had the...
Is that anybody else here like Trump? Brother, you are in the most pro-Trump community you ever could find, okay? We don't like Trump. We love Trump around these parts, okay? All of us.
Fair. Most people believe the money has been paid. Michael Cohen has certainly talked about it repeatedly. So how strong is the case and why is it coming about now?
Well, we have to remember, as the district attorney would tell us, the law is the law, and whoever violates it should be prosecuted.
No matter how long it takes?
No matter how long it takes, as long as it is within the statute of limitations. However, is it unusual in 2023 to look back to a case in 2016 when Michael Cohen, the main person who is the witness in this case, pled guilty in 2018. And keep in mind, the Southern District of New York, the federal government, passed on going forward against Donald Trump when he left the presidency. The Federal Election Commission passed. So now we have a new sovereign in the state who says, it doesn't matter. I have the right to enforce the law in New York County. And here I see not only falsification of business records, which are misdemeanors.
For the record, I think like there's a infinitely more valid RICO that Fannie Willis has against Donald Trump in the state of Georgia over the phone call, the perfect phone call that he had. I think that's a significantly more valid reason to fucking arrest him. Maybe she should worry more about that instead of fucking arresting everyone that's ever rapped under, YSL's label, right? That's just me. I don't know. But there's two different RICO cases right now. One is, it's pronounced Fawny. Okay, whatever. I don't care. I don't like her. Okay. Yeah, free sex, free thug, all that good shit. Regardless. My point is she also has a RICO case against Donald Trump, and it's a solid one in my opinion. That is actually a infinitely more significant RICO case against Donald Trump than this one, which is like the hush money one, which is like a misdemeanor kind of.
Misdemeanors.
Mm-hmm. Bro, don't start with that shit. YSL was definitely murdering people. Yeah, like as a treat, they listen, as a treat. As a treat.
But I see a connection to a campaign violation, and that is a felony. And that's where Alvin Bragg is as the DA, and he's going forward with vigor. Now, some people may say, as your skeptical look and many other skeptical looks around.
This is just my resting face.
That's right. That why this one? Well, I think the argument is, wouldn't we have rather seen across the country, if you were going to take the unprecedented step to go and indict a former president, wouldn't we have rather seen it been about January 6th? Wouldn't we have rather seen that it was in Georgia about election interference? But we don't have the luxury of the rather. It turned out that Alvin Bragg became aggressive in 2023 about a case that we thought was long forgotten.
And it may end up being that those other cases come to some sort of a head. But what could happen in this case in the near term for Mr. Trump?
Well, everyone seems to believe, including his lawyers, that he will be indicted. I do not have any thought that he will be, quote unquote, arrested tomorrow. What will happen is someone like Donald...
Stop telling us the truth. I want to hear some fucking libbed up bullshit, dude. Big boy gamer man, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. I want to see the real good shit. I want him to go. Yeah, he's definitely going to jail for sure. Like that sick freak. He's gonna be locked up in a maximum security prison. You know what I mean?
Trump, former president.
Yeah, he's gonna outrun the cops. That's what I want. Which, by the way, that is one angle that Trump is going for as well, which they have not mentioned yet. But like one of the things that he tweeted was about how it would be impossible for the police to like arrest him. Basically, he was talking about how, oh my God, wait, let me see if I can find the tweets. Do you guys have any of the tweets ready to go, fired up? Because there was one where he like basically tweeted about Trump basically tweeted about how like I am the number one cop lover. I am the number one cop lover in America, okay? And the fact that like the New York Police Department, went out of their way to promote me and to issue me. If you send me the Tim Dillon tweet one more fucking time while I'm literally covering something else, I'm going to put you into orbit, okay? Put you through a fucking wall! Stop! Fucking freaks, dude. We'll get to that later. Oh, here. Oh, God, what? Mueller, she wrote. This is so libbed up. Anyway, yeah, HASA, not NASA, okay? She crossed it out, the Mueller, she wrote people. Okay, so Trump says, can you imagine the great New York City Police Department, correctly referred to as New York City's finest, who, for the first and only time in history, endorsed the president, me, honored me as Man of the Year, having to defend and protect the defunders, cop haters of the radical left that want to put their greatest champion and friend in prison for a crime that doesn't exist. All the while, the Soros-backed DA allows murderers and other violent criminals to freely roam the sidewalks of New York. Okay? So, yeah, he's saying, like, basically, New York Police Department, like, don't ever fucking, don't arrest me if you have to. Like, imagine the juxtaposition. Like, I'm the greatest cop defender. The New York City Police Department loves me. The NYPD union basically fucking, endorsed me because I'm such a cop lover. Meanwhile, you're gonna take the word of like this anti-cop DA who is pro-crime. It's not going to happen. So it would be pretty funny to see the police union and the leadership of the police union be like, sorry, sir, we have to do this to you while they're crying. God, imagine perp walking Donald Trump with like some of the most thumb-like cops, but like they're doing, because everyone's a liberal now, they have to do like a liberal style protest where they basically like dress up and they're tiered. They have tears in their eyes as they like perp walk Donald Trump, and they're like, we don't want to do this, sir. I'm so sorry, but I have to do it. Well, they would, the New York Hogs wouldn't have that kind of accent. They'd be like, I don't want to fucking do this to you, sir. Mr. President, I'm so fucking sorry. Oh, Mr. President, Mr. President, you don't understand. You're always in my heart. I know you fucking won the election, but I got to do this to you. I'm so sorry, Mr. President. I'm going to go back to my Staten Island home and beat the fuck out of my wife tonight. You don't understand. I'm going to be so mad. I don't want to do this to you. All right, anyway. I'm walking here. When the Punisher becomes the punished? Yeah. Ay. Good stuff all around. You understand why this is such a fun, exciting opportunity, right?
A white-collar crime, he will get to self-surrender. And he will get to do that because of the safety concerns here, which are monumental because of his safety, the DA's safety, everyone's safety. But he is protected by Secret Service. And Secret Service is not going to parade him in handcuffs on a public way. He may go to an undisclosed location. He may go to the courthouse. I expect it to happen soon, but not tomorrow.
All right, not tomorrow. We'll keep watching it. I'm sure we'll have you back if and when it does happen. Ricky Kleeman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes. Anyway, so here's Ron DeStinky, okay? Ron the Poopy Pants, Ron the Piss Pants, Ron Meatball Ron. Okay. Here he is trying to fucking, communicate in this unique predicament. Communicate that he is, still very much a fan of the Trump coalition, but also simultaneously trying to fucking say, whatever. He's trying to do whatever he can here. Okay. But like, it's a really, really shitty situation for him. It's hard. How do you differentiate yourself from Donald Trump in your entire career, or like any sort of notoriety that you gained revolves around like you copying Trump's shit, okay? It's not going to happen. Let's hear what he has to do here. All he can do is fucking just like do the finger point. That's all he's got. He's got nothing else.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Megan from the Florida Standard.
We wanted to know what your thoughts are on the rumored Trump indictment, and if you have any role in it. If charges are brought on him, will you have any role in extradition to New York?
So I've seen rumors swirl. I have not seen any facts yet, and so I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know this: the Manhattan District Attorney is a Soros-funded prosecutor, and so he, like other Soros-funded prosecutors, they weaponize their office to impose a political agenda on society at the expense of the rule of law and public safety. He has downgraded over 50% of the felonies to misdemeanors. He says he doesn't want to even have jail time for the vast, vast majority of crimes. And what we've seen in Manhattan is we've seen the crime rate go up, and we've seen...
Like, literally, every single person that's running against Trump is using his lines, okay? Bar for bar. Verbatim. Do you understand? Mike Pence said the exact same shit. This is literally just a carbon copy of what Trump wrote, okay? With just less pizzazz. That's it. And it's not going to happen for you, dog. You're not getting anything if all you can pump out is like Trump's entire fucking flow, copied a harder than Drake stole from XXXTentacion, okay? Just bar for bar, word for word, okay? And he's got better flow than you. It's just not going to happen.
Citizens become less safe. And so you're talking about this situation with, and look, I don't know what goes into paying hush money to a porn star to secure silence over some type of alleged affair. I can't speak to that. But what I can speak to is that if you have a prosecutor who is ignoring crimes happening every single day in his jurisdiction, and he chooses to go back many, many years ago to try to use...
He just said he's George Soros back. He didn't even like allude. Did I miss it? Did he even allude to the fact that he is like the DA is black, or that he's a thug? He didn't call him a thug. He didn't call him an animal. You know what I mean? Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Trump is just fucking bullhorning it. Okay. Ron DeSantis, on the other hand, is not even going super racist with it. Okay. You're wrong. DeSantis says everything hogs love, but without the deranged rambling. They love that this guy seems more rational so they can spit in liberals' faces. Yeah. If there's one thing about the Republican Party, especially the most active parts of the Republican Party, especially the ones that, engage with the primaries, those guys definitely want someone who's reasonable. Yeah. No, they love that. You're right. You're so right about that, brother. Yeah. They're always saying like, oh man, I wish we had someone more marginal, someone more neutral, not marginal, someone more neutral about issues, someone who can just like, someone who can present themselves in like a guy who went to Yale, like Ron DeSantis. Yeah, dude, you're so right. That's why Mitt Romney won. And defeated, remember when Mitt Romney defeated Barack Obama? And then that's why Donald Trump lost to Jeb Bush in the primaries, and Jeb Bush became the president. Because, rational, reasonable, coherent Republicans. Like, what are you, fucking on crack, dude? Are you crazy? No, man. This is the content presidency, okay? That's it. Yeah, remember? Yeah, Tom Cotton. Bro just vaporized. He got his clout in 2020 and rode out. Yeah, where's Tom Cotton? Where's Josh Hawley? Where is... Oh, wait, another one. Where is Blake Masters? Where's Black Masters? Where's Blake Masters? What happened to that guy? These guys are so incredibly coherent. What happened to them?
Do something about porn star hush money payments. That's an example of pursuing a political agenda and weaponizing the office. And I think that that's fundamentally wrong. I also think it's important to point out when you're talking about these Soros-funded prosecutors, Yes, they may do a high-profile politicized prosecution, and that's bad, but the real victims are ordinary New Yorkers.
On the one hand, you say Trump went too far with the racism sentiment and lost a lot of normie voters. But on the other hand, you say DeSantis can't win because he isn't Trump. Which one is it? I just wanted some clarification. Welcome to the most significant party, the most significant problem facing the Republican Party's future prospects in the United States of America. You have arrived at the heart of the conundrum. That is literally the problem. You have an incredibly active primary voter base that is looking for unhinged sickos, okay? So you have to capitulate to that base to win and you know, fight your way out of a primary, especially if there's some solid fucking contenders there. But those primary voters are not enough to win general elections, especially not in the national scale. Okay? They might win in Florida, where like, you know, every expat or like every fucking, you know, third generation or second generation Cuban voter is like literally saying like, we want more fascism. Okay? Please. But that is not going to help you in the national scale. It doesn't scale out. And that is precisely the problem that Republicans are trying to fucking deal with. Expats are immigrants. Yeah, I know, but it's the same word. Doesn't matter. Anyway. They are, unfortunately, victim to their own success because their success basically relies on being increasingly more brutal with no immediate material restitution. So if you push the culture war button too fucking hard, you might get a lot of benefits out of it like Donald Trump did. Okay, you might galvanize the base. You might get like psychotic supporters. But that level of polarization is going to, you know, scare off the moderate Republican voters who are just like, I just want a tax cut, dog. Shut the fuck up with this shit. Right? I just want you to kill homeless people. You know what I mean? Like, what is this other stuff? Like, I don't give a fuck about like baby vaginas and penises. Okay? Stop telling me about children's genitalia all the fucking time. Right? Don't throw Haas. That's like literally the fucking Matt Walsh Republican Party extremely online rhetoric is all children's genitalia. That's all they fucking talk about. And they're unhinged. That's what they do. And it's gross as fuck to constantly talk about it. We know, but can you stop bringing it up? Fuck. No, I can't. Not when I'm literally talking about the one instance where this is all some of these unhinged, you know, neck-bearded, mouth-breathing fucking weirdos can talk about. So, anyway, yeah, they're scaring the hoes. So the problem is much larger than like Ron DeSantis in general. Ron DeSantis is just the perfect way to capture. Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump and the ongoing battle internally within the Republican Party is a battle that is much larger, is what I mean. It is a battle that has been going on for longer than you would think as well. Like it's not Donald Trump that caused this to happen. It's not a rift that Donald Trump caused. It's one that basically the Republican Party built into their electoral strategy. You know what I mean? That's it.
Ordinary.
So is this a bad thing? Let them fight? Oh no, I love it. I love watching the infighting. Are you kidding me? I fucking love watching this. It would become a really bad thing if it could become a really bad thing if they were able to like basically convert the suburban housewives into that like you know, schizophrenic style of politics. I said this like originally. Like it's all entirely dependent on like how much brainwashing can Fox News engage in to get like the white suburban moms who are like married to the fucking car dealership owners and married to the HVAC business owner guys to believe that like, you know, they want to trans all your children or whatever. If they can actually get enough of those people on board, like this country is fucking you know, it's already accelerated off the hill, but like, I guess it'll be even faster. The acceleration towards fascism will, you know, get even faster, but that's it. You know. DeSantis is literally the kid named Finger. I don't even know what this Turk is saying right here. But yeah, that's the situation. That's the predicament. What am I saying? Predicament. I can't even talk today. I'm having a hard time with my words. I apologize.
Americans in all these different jurisdictions, that they get victimized every day because of the reckless political agenda that these Soros DAs bring to their job. They ignore crime and they empower criminals, and that hurts people. It hurts a lot of people.
But he's got no riz. He's got no charisma.
Every single day. These Soros district attorneys are a menace to society, and I'm just glad that I'm the only governor in the country that's actually removed one from office during my tenure.
Yeah. Oh man, the Soros governors, dude. That's the biggest threat to society. The Soros DAs. That's the biggest. Soros DA basically is just a way to say, like, we got some woke DAs that are causing problems all around. Meanwhile, the real problem is the top of the hour ad break. Okay. Let's talk about the real issues for a second. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay. And no, George Soros will not help you unless he is gifting subscribers in the chat, right? And some people may be backed by George Soros, or some people may be backed not by George Soros, but on their own, will gift you, okay? You might be lucky and get gifted a sub, and that's one way that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. But if you can't get lucky, then you got to make your own luck by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay. It is funny to say that like George Soros is responsible for a crime wave. I mean, it's basically Sussy Joao do Brazil. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. The man from the ether. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. And Big Boy Gamer Man. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. These are all George Soros's workers in the chat gifting you subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I just want to explain something. Yes, I'm confused. Isn't Soros-backed institutions and Nazi conspiracy theories? Why are they so open about it? Because they can get away with it. Because it's like it's like Jordan Peterson saying cultural Marxism in the Frankfurt School without literally saying cultural Bolshevism, right? You flip one word enough, most people are completely unfamiliar with Nazi rhetoric and fascist propaganda of that sort. So that's how they get away with it. They just say a Jewish dude is literally fucking eroding the American safety, the safety of white Americans by hiring DAs to not prosecute black people, to let them go roam the streets freely and do violent things. That's basically what they're saying. That is precisely what they're saying, as a matter of fact. And Nazis said the exact same shit. It's just that if you hyper-focus on that, they will just like constantly do a Ship of Theseus style argument where they're like, oh, I didn't literally mean, oh, wow, well, George Soros is a billionaire and he is funding a bunch of projects. Like, wow, that's a big problem. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's just, you will never win that. So I don't even like argue about it. It doesn't even fucking matter ultimately. Yes, no matter what happens, it basically is the same argument that Nazis used to make about how like Jews are destroying the moral fabric of Western civilization. And then also on top of that, they'll say, what do you mean? We love AIPAC. We love Israel. How dare you say we're anti-Semitic? Fuck you. How dare you say we're anti-Semitic? Fuck you. We love the far-right theocratic ethno-state of Israel. Quick Quitter, they give it the 5 gift subs as well. So, you know, good luck. It won't stick.
And in terms of we are not involved in this, won't be involved in this. I have no interest in getting involved in some type of manufactured circus by some Soros DA, okay? He's trying to do a political spectacle. He's trying to virtue signal for his base. I've got real issues I got to deal with here in the state of Florida. We're obviously shutting down CBDC, which is important. We've got so many things pending in front of the legislature. I've got to spend my time on issues that actually matter to people. I can't spend my time worrying about things of that nature. So we're not going to be in.
Yeah, he's too busy banning fucking books that like even mention the concept of like two dads. You know what I mean? Guys, he's got real issues. You know what I mean? Like wokeness to combat. Okay.
Involved in it in any way. I'm fighting for Floridians, and I'm fighting back against Biden. That's what I do every single day.
Just moments ago.
Yeah. Oh, Putin went to Mariupol. We're going to talk about that as well. But before we get to that, like I said, are you enjoying the show? Refill your popcorn. You will love this next part. I love these fucking dumbass Trump posts. This post was fact-checked by the real American patriots. DeSantis goes so light on Trump. Meanwhile, Trump on DeSantis. Trump deleted a Truth Social post attacking Ron DeSantis for partying with students when he was a teacher, which temporarily made everyone think, wow, did he think he went too far? He then reposted it, but added that the girls were underage. He even threw a photo in this time. Ron will probably find out about this sometime in the future when he's unfairly and illegally attacked by a woman or possibly a man with false accusations. He said, "You're gay." He called him a gay pedophile? Dude, that's awesome. No way. Yeah. He's going crazy with it, dude. Projection? Nah, Trump is not gay. Trump is asexual 100%. I will ride or die for that. I genuinely think Trump is disgusted by like sex. I think he is like, he's not even ace. He just like literally thinks it's the most disgusting thing you can do. Ron DeSanctimonious will probably find out about false accusations and fake stories sometime in the future as he gets older, wiser, and even better known when he's unfairly and illegally attacked by a woman, even a classmate that are underage, or possibly a man. I'm sure he will want to fight these misfits just like I do. Anyway, he's like, I mean, this is fire, like undeniable. Kyle Driver, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. It's undeniable that this is crazy. He's doing it. He's bouldering. Now, what was Trump's response to that? New Florida Governor Ron DeSantis mocks Trump in his first response to the likely indictment. Look, I don't know what goes into paying hush money to a porn star to secure silence over some type of alleged affair. I can't speak to that. Yeah. Trump's response to Ron is calling him a gay pedophile while simultaneously making it seem like he's, on his side. Okay. Meanwhile, Ron DeSantis is like, oh, yeah, don't come after Trump, but also simultaneously don't know how to deal with hush money for porn stars.
How this has been.
Oh, my God, this is awesome. Real America's Voice, Charlie Kirk. Let's hear. Whenever I have an issue, whenever I watch something that's going on in the news, I'm like, what does Charlie Kirk and Alan Dershowitz have to say about this particular matter? Okay? They're the goats. You know, they are the reasonable minds. I cannot wait to hear what they have to say about Trump being arrested potentially.
You talk about how this is bigger than Trump, about if you're able to do this to political opponents and dissidents, it sets bad precedent, it allows prosecutors to go above and beyond, and it actually makes us less free.
Without a doubt. There was a South American dictator who said, for my friends, everything, for my enemies, the law. You can use the law to get anybody, as Justice Jackson said, or as the KGB had said, show me the man and I'll find you the crime. This is the worst example in my 60 years of practicing criminal law, of targeting somebody for prosecution and then rummaging through the books, giving people immunity, and trying to concoct a crime that doesn't exist. And if this is allowed to succeed, none of our liberties is safe. You know, today it's a Republican who's a target. Tomorrow it's a Democrat. And the day after tomorrow, it's your Uncle Charlie or your nephew or your niece. There'd be no limits on what prosecutors can do to their political enemies. And they're going to do it to people who are running against them for DA next. And it's just such a violation. And not only a violation of American law and civil liberties, it's actually a violation of the Bible. The Bible instructs judges two things. Don't take bribes. That's obvious. But the number one thing is don't recognize faces. And don't.
That's exactly right. Yes. Do not favor anyone in a court. Yes, that's exactly right. Yes. Continue. Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's why it violates every core of American value. That's why this is one of the worst prosecutions I have ever seen. Believe me, I've seen some bad prosecutions, some good ones. I've seen guilty people acquitted and innocent people convicted, but I've never quite seen a prosecution like this. We had to staple together two unrelated statutes, one federal, one state, violate the statute of limitations, violate the rule of law, and concoct a crime.
Aw, no repeat on that. That's a bummer. Anyway, I love hearing from like the number one defender of pedophiles. Like, just anytime I'm thinking like, oh, there's an ongoing issue, okay? I'm like, who to ask? Oh, the number one defender of pedophiles. It's so wild that Fox News simultaneously tries to cater to the QAnon fan base, okay? And then they also turn around and like have Alan Dershowitz on. Like Tucker Carlson has Alan Dershowitz on all the fucking time. Alan Dershowitz defended successfully Jeffrey motherfucking Epstein. He also even wrote articles about how there is a constitutional way to lower the age of consent. Like, that's crazy. He was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein all the fucking time. And yet, like, every conservative is like, save the children, save the children. If you're gay in the vicinity of a child, if you're gay and you adopted a child, you're a pedophile. Literally, like, that's the fucking guy. Like, that's the guy you have on every fucking week, dude. Come on, man. Anyway, so there's barriers being placed right now. A quick update: pro-Trump influencers are trying to organize anti-indictment rallies tonight. One in New York City and one at Mar-a-Lago, mostly on Telegram. Trump fans are mostly telling each other not to go, saying it's a Fed trap. This mirrors most pro-Trump protest failures since January 6th. Part of the problem is that the potential pro-Trump New York City protests at a therefore non-public secret location, making it all seem sketchier to people who might want to go. You have to sign up to an email list to find it, and it's supposed to start in less than 4 hours. The other issue is that like they are scared. The January 6th like indictments actually made them scared of legal scrutiny because it was like a wake-up call for them. You know what I mean? Like, it literally was a wake-up call for them. They were like, what? Like, I could actually face legal scrutiny if I film myself breaking into fucking the Senate? You know what I mean? So that was like a big moment for them. A big moment, like a wake-up call for them. I just, fuck, man. I love this. I love this so much. Overall, great stuff. Just wonderful stuff. From what I understand, one of the protests, the one in Mar-a-Lago specifically, they want to build a barrier around, like a human shield around Mar-a-Lago. to stop like cops from forcibly entering Mar-a-Lago and like forcibly arresting Donald Trump. Like, it is so moronic that they think that, like, it's already stupid that they think that, like, you know, they're going to forcibly take in Donald Trump, a former president. Okay. But it's additionally stupid that, like, let's say there's actually an altercation like that they could form a human wall to stop cops from entering Mar-a-Lago. God, I really, 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 I just hope all of this happens so bad. It's just like, it's incredible. Awesome. They just made it legal to mow down protesters in Florida. Yeah, brother, not fucking like anti-Cuban protesters, as we saw, and not not like you know, right-wing protesters. I mean left-wing protesters. That's who you can kill legally with a car. Anyway, here's the role that the Secret Service might play in the possible Trump arrest, as an ex-agent explains.
Lawyer Richard Painter and CNN law enforcement analyst and former Secret Service agent Jonathan Wackrow. Richard, I just want to start with you, counselor, here, because Paula was talking about this. What we're seeing, or not seeing, but know about at the grand jury today feels unusual because a grand jury investigation, by definition, is run by the prosecutors. The defense lawyer is not even in the room. So how will the questioning of Robert Costello even go today?
Well, we don't know what's going to happen and what he's going to say to the grand jury. This investigation has been going on for years. I submitted a amicus brief to the U.S. Supreme Court to allow the subpoenas to go forward from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. And we don't know what's going to happen with the grand jury, but we should keep in mind that Michael Cohen was charged and convicted.
Someone said AI guy.
In connection with the payoffs to Stormy Daniels on behalf of individual number one. Well, that means that it's highly unusual for individual number one not also to be indicted. So I'd expect that to...
Guys, stop making fun of Dick Painter, okay? He's a former White House ethics lawyer. Yeah, I'm surprised you guys are seeing him for the first time. He was like... Didn't he make waves originally? Like when everyone was like libbing out about Donald Trump, he was like the original ethics guy who would like constantly be up Trump's ass.
To happen sometime soon. How it will play out, I'm not sure.
And stick with me for one more, Richard. As we look at all of this, and everybody's trying to read the tea leaves here, right? Trying to figure out what's going to happen. Part of that is because of what the former president put out over the weekend, saying that this was going to happen. As Paula said, his own attorneys refuting that. But the fact that this narrative is now out there, what does that do? How does that weigh on prosecutors at this point? How does that inform any decisions, if at all, knowing what could be coming? In terms of a reaction?
Well, Donald Trump is going to try to play this to rev up his base and cause unrest, but the prosecutors should continue to do their job. That's what prosecutors are there for. The problem is that the much more serious charges are in the hands of the Department of Justice. The charges for sedition and insurrection in connection with the events after the 2020 election. And unfortunately, we have a situation where the district attorneys, both in New York and in Fulton County, Georgia, are far ahead of the Department of Justice, or at least appear to be far ahead of the Department of Justice in their investigations and handling grand juries and moving toward indictments without DOJ having taken action on the most serious charges. The sedition and insurrection charges would disqualify Donald Trump from public office under the 14th Amendment, Section 3. Those really should be the first charges to be brought. They should have been brought a long time ago. It's been over 2 years since the insurrection of January 6th. And unfortunately, without air support from the Department of Justice, the district attorneys are going to be subjected to very vicious attacks from Donald Trump and his supporters, which I believe could feed into more civil unrest. It's a very, very precarious situation right now.
Jonathan, I want to bring you into this discussion because talk about unprecedented here. The possibility, and again, we don't know if it's going to happen, but the possibility of a former president being arrested raises all all kinds of security concerns and processes that we've just never seen before. Yes, Trump called for protests over the weekend. There's that, and I'm sure there's security concerns there. What should we be looking for, and how will this even work? Which different agencies from the state, from the city, from the federal government might be involved with this?
John, great question. And listen, there's a lot of uncertainty. We don't have line of sight of exactly what the prosecutors are doing right now, but we do have line of sight of what law enforcement is doing. And what they're doing is, with the backdrop of actions from January 6th, they're being hyper coordinated around their efforts. And those efforts are across multiple law enforcement entities, both at the state, local, and federal level. But what's really interesting, John, is that the roles and responsibilities around all of the different law enforcement entities that are involved are different. They have a different remit on how they're addressing this issue. And let me just quickly walk you through what we're looking at. The NYPD, right? They are in charge of maintaining civil order. So what they're going to do is they're going to be focused on the area around the courthouse, but also New York City at large, right? There are multiple areas where protests could spark at a moment's notice. And remember, NYPD has a dual role here. Protesters are individuals who are exercising their First Amendment rights, and they need to be protected in the execution of those rights. But NYPD is also keenly aware of any type of violent activity that
they are going to be doing themselves because of how upset they are that Donald Trump is getting arrested, is what you should say if you are being honest. Because in the state of New York in general, the NYPD as an institution is like Donald Trump's most loyal soldiers, right? I mean, these guys are the number one hogs that love inside of New York City. If you want to find Trump supporters, the NYPD is the best place to go. Okay? Straight up. That's like that's the best place to find the most amount of Trump support.
Stem from these protests. So they have a dual remit there on maintaining that civil order and protecting protesters. New York State court officers, they're the ones that are going to be protecting the courthouse, the physical building itself, again, from any type of activity. The FBI, they're involved. Why? Because they're monitoring for any types of violations of federal law by any of these protesters. They're looking for acts of potential domestic violence by extremists. So they're involved. Now you have the Secret Service, and the Secret Service playing an interesting role. Usually we see the Secret Service as a coordinating entity. They're the ones that usually come up with these security plans for rallies and speeches and any type of political event surrounding either a sitting or former president. But in this case, they're not. They are in a protective mode. They are viewing this as really an administrative movement where they have to protect Donald Trump from point A to point B, let him do his business before the court and leave. They are not playing that active role that we typically see them in. They're not providing the magnetometers at the courthouse. They're not providing the perimeter security that we typically see. Now, are they working with law enforcement partners? The answer is yes. They're going to be informed, but they are not the controlling entity, which is something rare that we typically don't see the Secret Service engage with.
Jonathan, real quickly, how much, if at all, have the events of January 6th, what we saw unfold there, influenced the preparations that are likely underway at this point?
Listen, they're heavily weighted, right? And I think that you've seen from January 6th across a whole variety of different types of events, both in New York, Washington, D.C., but across the nation. Law enforcement is heavily reliant upon information sharing, intelligence, and preparedness. They have to be. They have to plan for every type of event.
You know what I'm waiting for? Another really funny thing that I think will be awesome. Is like the MAGA communists and shit. I can't wait for those fucking weirdos to be like, Trump is just like Eugene Debs, like being arrested for being proletarian. Okay. I mean, that is if they know who Eugene Debs is. Like, I'm sure I'm giving half of those fucking weird losers like the opportunity to now cook up their own psychotic tweets, but like, good luck. You guys can make an argument similar to how like Trump is going to be running from prison just like Eugene Debs did, and maybe even Nelson Mandela if you want to get like real fucking vile with it, you know what I mean? Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for like Glenn Greenwald to like subtly make these weird. I mean, not that Glenn Greenwald is a MAGA communist, obviously not, but like I totally think that it'd be a really funny moment to be like, yeah, Trump is running from prison just like Eugene Debs did because he's the real working class hero.
Actuality, especially in a city like New York, where there are multiple locations where incidents could occur, sparked by and fueled by social media posts from a whole variety of entities. So law enforcement has to be prepared. They have to be coordinated. They have to have those contingency plans in place. Hopefully, they never have to use it. Hopefully, the calls for peaceful protests are adhered to, and all of that preparation is really going to be unnecessary. But should it be necessary, the NYPD, federal law enforcement entities, they are prepared to react.
Jonathan Wackrow, Richard Painter, really appreciate both joining us this morning. Thank you.
Help me understand what's going on today, because I don't think I've seen something quite like this before, where you have a grand jury investigation and the person being investigated is a...
Dude, all of our heroes are going to jail. This is so fucked up. The Matrix is coming after Trump now. Who won't the Matrix go after? First Andrew Tate, now Donald Trump. It's like unacceptable, dude. The fucking Matrix. All of our top G's. It's literally like the Matrix is coming after everyone that Aiden Ross has tweeted about. It's fucked up. Aiden, save yourself.
Allowed to basically ask for a witness at the end here. How is this going to work? Who's going to ask Costello questions? What's going to happen?
John, thanks for having me back. What's going to happen today is the exercise of Donald Trump's rights. They're very broad under New York law, unusually so. That's why Donald Trump himself was invited to the grand jury, but instead he's sending in a proxy in the form of attorney Robert Costello. Now, remember, Mr. Costello represented Michael Cohen, and he was criticized in the report of special counsel Robert Mueller for what, to me, tiptoed up to the line of witness tampering. At one point telling Michael Cohen he has powerful friends, obviously referring to the president, and he should sleep well tonight before he cooperated. Trump and Trump World turned on Cohen, of course, when he did cooperate. Costello's lawyer relationship ended with Cohen. Now Costello is going to come in and share information from that attorney-client relationship, apparently saying that Cohen was telling a different story before he cooperated. But John, we know that already. Cohen has admitted to that. So they'll bring in Cohen, possibly, if Costello needs to be rebutted, to say, yes, I wasn't candid before I've cooperated. I've been candid since. I've analyzed Cohen's statements since he began cooperating, and they have been rock solid. He's told the same account about the president's hush money to influence the 2016 election.
Michael Avenatti, you forgot about him? Yeah, I mean, for good reason, I hope. Oh, my God. Isn't Michael Cohen a friend of the show? Didn't you go on Cohen's podcast? I did. I sure did. That is true. I went on Michael Cohen's podcast back in the day. Is technically a friend of the show. Avenatti 2024, yeah, he's going to run from prison, too. Remember when Libs wanted Avenatti to run for office? Yeah, I do. It was fucking gross and awful, and I hated every moment of it. And I routinely criticize liberals for that, even the Libs in my chat, too. God, so many fucking memes, dude. So many incredible memes. Ay. Okay. So what else am I missing here? Is there any angle I haven't covered? I mean, I guess we haven't really talked about how the Republicans have been chirping about this as much. We kind of covered it from a liberal, the liberal perspective, but I do want to hear from the Republican perspective on this issue. tomorrow's like Christmas for you. I mean, that's what libs are saying too. Liberals are basically saying that, you know, it's Christmas arrest, right? Anyway, McCarthy saying to the followers not to protest. We talked about the Patriot moat, trying to create a moat around our president, our glorious president. Marjorie Taylor Greene, along with Kevin McCarthy, is saying we do not protest we don't need to protest about the communist Democrats' plan to arrest President Trump and the political weaponization of our government election interference. These idiots are sealing their own faith. Dude, this is such pussy shit. Who has made her ambitions. She's slowly more of an institutional into power. Fake friends, dude. Sad. Got that McCarthy hasn't has completely abandoned our boy Trump. Yeah. She's slowly but surely becoming more of an institutionalist, betraying her base that rose her into power. I don't. That put her. What should I? No, not rose. Put her into power. That raised her into power, rose her to power, that lifted her into power? No. Power. Put her in office. That's good. We did it. 50-word essay do, yeah. It is pretty funny, though. Like, this literally is like a liberal-ass tweet. What do you mean we don't need to protest about the communist Democrats' plan to arrest President Trump and political weaponization and our government and election interference? What can you protest on if you don't want to protest on this? Like, that's so crazy. Like, this is some, yeah, compared to Liz Cheney, exactly. This is some Liz Cheney ass shit, dude. It's like, it's the same attitude that makes no sense when you think about it, like, with respect to QAnon, right? Where it's like, the Democrats are running like a child sex trafficking ring, but you shouldn't do anything about it? Like, what do you mean? Oh, what can we do about all of these, like, glaring, obvious disparities and you know, income inequality and all this shit? And then, like, also on top of that, the Democrats, like, eating babies and stuff. Oh, just don't do anything about it. Just vote. Liberals lose every time because they say that, right? You can't run on doing more stochastic terrorism and then literally get to a position of power and be like, yeah, I don't want to do stochastic terrorism anymore. Damn, Chris Hayes liked my tweet. Friend of the show. What is sarcastic terrorism? Sarcastic terrorism is something different. I think you mean stochastic terrorism. Anyway. All right. My man said sarcastic terrorism. There is some good news, though. Oh, there's one here. This is what they're planning. The pro-Trump rally planned for tomorrow in Southern California is at the parking lot of an In-N-Out Burger. No, really. Wait, Chris Hayes, go on a show, please? Yeah, maybe. Okay, actual last try. Thread of my favorite Trump fan art edits from the depths of True Social. Enjoy. What the fuck? Okay, this is fire, dude. Let's look at this. I am your voice. I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution. Perhaps he could not in good conscience see the world burn. From Q Post 153, 14th of November, 2017. It's a yassified Donald Trump who never had this facial hair. I'm pretty sure this is not him. The chosen one. Oh my God. These people are so crazy. All patriots, stand united with Trump. We love you. It's time. I love him. I stand with him. Nothing will ever change that. It's time to take our country back. Dear Lord, please bless President Trump. Amen. Amen, brother. This man never gave up on us, and I'll be damned if I'm giving up on him now. Trump 2024. I stand with Trump. Checkmate. What? The return coming soon. You arrest me, you're making a big fucking mistake. How does America look? How does America looks in front of the world, prosecuting and indicting a leading presidential candidate and a former president, a leader of the free world, only for political purpose? A disgrace from America, says Lara. Love that she quoted herself. Like this is azquotes.com. Also, I personally love that this is, the most subtle form of art you can get. It's a hazel eye crying a tear on an American face. Together, we will save America again. Endless lies, endless wars, endless inflation, endless printing, which, Trump did. All of these things. What? Endless oppression, endless subjugation of white people, endless surveillance of white people. Who will put an end to the endless? Taking control. Do I seem rattled? He's got a little Groiper peepo in his Secret Service security detail. They made a little card for him, the greatest of all time, President Donald Trump. Nothing can stop what's coming. Hello, sir. This is America calling. We would like our real president back. You. We can't last much longer under Biden. We love you and we miss you being in the White House. Please return soon. Trump is the MVP, most valuable president. Better to fight for something than live for nothing. If you put me back in the White House, their reign is over. Well, technically, yeah, that's true. As long as we have faith in each other and trust in God, then the sun will always shine on our very glorious republic. That one doesn't even, like, that sucks as a quote. Our very glorious republic? That's not even good. It's also funny to think that, like, I mean, this is what MAGA moms are just fucking flicking the bean to, okay? Straight up. Donald Trump, think about that. Nothing gets a MAGA mom going like this shit, okay? Bars, a little bit of Franzia on a wonderful afternoon, and an evening with Facebook memes about sexy Trump. I don't want to think about that. Sometimes you have to. Yeah, real estate moms just going into town. All right, let's move on to some good news. Victory for the workers. RMT members at Network Rail vote to accept up to 14.4% pay offer, including 75% off leisure travel. Breaking fucking news. Mick Lynch, he did it. The mad lad. Absolute fucking ledge, yeah? That's right. Victory for the fucking workers. And victory for the fucking bolding, assigned corporate birth lookalikes like Mick fucking Lynch, in it. He's shown the world that you can look a fucking way and be an absolute proletarian legend. You understand? A fucking ledge, man. Hey, I'm usually listening to you at my warehouse job, but I'm home due to injury. When I return from my PT, my John Brown set pants were at the door. Recovery time engaged. I'm thrilled with the quality and fit. Thanks for being you. Love you, Haas. Hey, recover soon, my friend. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. Mick Lynch, he did it. Fucking ledge. All right, moving on. Let's get to another important story that we are going to be talking about today. Okay? And that important story for this afternoon, an incredibly important story, is about the Top G. Top G, I mean, of course. Okay? Before we get to the President Xi arriving in Russia for the Putin meeting, though, we're going to be talking about Vladimir Putin, who is a bad guy and a war criminal according to the ICC, who we do not support and we do not defend. Okay? We do, however, offer critical support to Top G. But before we get to that, Vladimir Putin went to Mariupol, which was a surprise visit, and it was kind of wild too. Like, he's just, I mean, it's like a George Bush going to Iraq style situation. You know what I mean? Let's take a look.
Chinese leader Xi Jinping arrived in Moscow for a 3-day state visit. This is his first visit to Russia since Russia invaded Ukraine. And later this morning, he will hold a one-on-one meeting with Vladimir Putin. This as Western leaders grow very wary of the two nations' deepening cooperation. Ivan Watson joins us live from Kharkiv, Ukraine. Ivan, thank you very much for being with us. This is such a significant meeting, and it comes just on the heels of President Putin going to Mariupol right after he visited Crimea and Rostov-on. There is so much at stake here, and the West obviously very concerned, even though China is billing this as a mission of peace.
Right, and the Ukrainians watching this very nervously. And that's because Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, they keep talking about their friendship with no limits, this incredible, basically, alliance between Russia and China. Xi Jinping sent a letter to Russian state media before this trip. He says this is the 10th time he's visiting Russia since he became president.
I did. I called you your lib gaming. You are a libtard. Also, answer my fucking Instagram DMs. Okay? Goddamn.
40th meeting with Vladimir Putin, he had some digs in his letter, thinly veiled, at the U.S., complaining about hegemony and calling for a more democratic, multipolar world. What he did not mention at all was Russia's invasion of Ukraine a year ago and the ongoing war. Instead, Xi Jinping referred to this as the Ukraine crisis and claimed that Beijing is neutral in this, that he wants peace negotiations and dialogue. He has yet to speak directly with the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, since Russia's invasion a year ago. And when it comes to the International Criminal Court issuing an arrest warrant on Friday against...
Yeah, Xi Jinping is going there to arrest Vladimir Putin, personally. I think that's what he's going to do.
Vladimir Putin for alleged war crimes. Well, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has weighed in on that. It is calling for the ICC to be objective and impartial, to respect the jurisdictional immunity enjoyed by a head of state, and to avoid politicization and double standards. So take that into context when you discuss China's claimed neutrality in this war.
And China has at no point throughout this war condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They remain a huge buyer of Russian oil, helping finance all of this. And one of the things that the West, and John Kirby here...
if Putin and Donald Trump got arrested on the same day, I think that would be like the ultimate nut for liberals, okay? Like, liberals would chase that high for the rest of their fucking lives, and they would never be able to achieve that. It's like Charlie making fun of Sneeko, who has a humiliation fetish, right? Like, it's like Moist Critical humiliating Sneeko in front of like millions, tens of millions of people. Like, he is never going to get that nut ever again, okay? He's never going to get that nut ever again. If that were to happen, liberals would die, I think. Like, they would literally die coming. They would come so fucking hard that they'd be like, I have no more bodily fluids inside of me, and it's over. Like, I'm dead now. Anyway. The unattainable nut. China is kidnapping Uyghur teenage girls and forcing them to live in Han Chinese family. That's like that. This is the guy who would also come, I assume. So liberals would ascend to another plane of reality. So as far as this goes, I wonder what's gonna happen. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking Xi Jinping plans for Russia are. They put out like the most boilerplate, we got to do some ceasefire peace negotiations type shit. I don't know if they benefit tremendously from ongoing conflict in Ukraine. I do know that they like playing the role of America now, as they did with the Saudi Arabia, Iran, normalizing relationships between Saudi Arabia and Iran. So, they are relying on Russian oil, which they're mentioning here clearly, and gas. But ultimately, I don't know. I mean, it's not like America has a dog in the fight to continue the war. One, because the good enemy to unite the Western world against. Classic Cold War shit that you can drum on. It justifies America's NATO expansion all around the world. 100% it justifies it, as it is expanding even further. And more importantly than all of that, there's a material benefit to the United States of America. That material benefit being basically a steady flow of weapons. A steady flow of weapons that you can sell and you can send into Ukraine. That continues the cycle for our military-industrial complex. I mean, it's great, right? It's awesome for them. On the other hand, when I think about China, I think they want to have a very, they want to have a we are the new hegemonic power kind of attitude, which is understandable because they kind of are, right? But they don't have as robust of a weapons industry as the United States does. So I don't really know. I mean, I guess I know why they are aligning with I know what the BRICS interest is here, right? Which is that it's a multipolar world, and what better way to like stage the what better way to show the rest of the world that they are a major player in the global arena. So I don't know. I don't know if it's like it's anything more than showing the world that they're a power player, and trying to come across like the reasonable party in the room, instead of the United States of America that's like consistently looking like a rabid dog. You know what I mean? Because as far as like domestic interest goes for European nations, when I think about it, like obviously an end to like any kind of posturing, any kind of any kind of conflict in Ukraine is beneficial for them because they want energy, they want cheaper energy. The United States can only offer so much energy. They don't trust the United States in general, I don't think, and it's making it look it's hurting their domestic chances internally when you have right-wing forces and even some left-wing forces that are constantly and consistently complaining about the war in Ukraine, saying you're turning into America. You're quite literally fucking, you're more focused on Ukraine when people are cold and people can't pay for their energy bills, right? So that's like that's an issue for them. So they're interested in trying to find an end to that conflict. And I know America is benefiting from a never-ending conflict. So maybe China wants to come across like the reasonable global power in the room. China is dependent on food and energy imports. If the U.S. cut off the flow of international trade, it could put China in a serious strategic bind. The Chinese government has been clear that their goal is to make themselves immune to the U.S. naval blockade. Russia is a major energy and food exporter with a major land border. It's strategic calculus. No, I understand why they are aligned with Russia. I'm just saying, what could there be? Like, what kind of additional interest could they have? I'm trying to figure out if they are like literally trying to sell arms to Russia beyond their geopolitical interests. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because it can't just be pandering. Even though a lot of Chinese partners and a lot of countries that China has a direct interest in, politically especially, are reliant on supplies from Ukraine as well. So that probably plays another role in the secondary impact of the war continuing in Ukraine. Faustini, the oldest non-banned libtake chatter here. China being the role of America in the Middle East is good. They can enjoy that. And Russia will eventually be a client state of China, but they have no interest in a renewed, strengthened Russia. I don't think that they care about strengthened Russia one way or the other. Yeah, they're finalizing a huge deal about gas. So Dutz, man, Russia will take Australia's place as the top source of gas to China. No, they definitely have an energy partnership, 100%. But who knows? I mean, we'll see what happens. I think it's a lot of trying to establish a precedent for invasion in this day and age of developed nations. Yeah, but it's a horrible precedent. Like, it's not. No one is going to look to like what Russia is doing, think that it's like valid and just, and then go, oh man, now China is invading Taiwan and that's also moral and just. Like, no, it's like, if anything, I think Xi Jinping and the Chinese form of governance, at least looking at like their international affairs, has shown that they're not interested in flexing military power so far. If there is a lesson to be learned from what Putin did in Russia, or what Putin did in Ukraine, it's like pretty obvious that if they were to forcibly try to enter Taiwan in any way, when the overwhelming majority of Taiwanese people are also like not interested in changing anything about the dynamic, a lot of them want independence, but a lot of them are just like, don't rock the boat, don't rock the boat, don't rock the boat, regardless of what fucking America says here in Western news. That would only galvanize the rest of the world against China. They're seeing what's happening to Russia currently, and why the fuck would they want that for themselves when they already have like a decent back and forth with respect to like the way that trade continues? And it's not like the United States of America, regardless of what their posture is, or regardless of what Joe Brandon says every time he has a fucking brain fart, still is absolutely on board with a one China policy. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what they say on television. They might turn around and be like, oh yeah, Taiwan's independence will be defended down to the, every last person. But ultimately they are officially very much on board and continuing the one nation, two states, one China policy. But who knows? I am openly admitting that I don't know. I'm just looking at what they have done. I'm looking at what they've done so far with respect to other countries and what their interests may be.
In the U.S., the White House has been warning against is if China were to come out after this visit, Ivan, and say, well, there should be a peace deal right now, that would not be palatable by Ukraine and the West, given that Russia has taken more territory than when this all began.
Sure, and has declared that it is annexing Ukrainian territory seized since the invasion of last year. And to underscore that, you had Vladimir.
Like, I'll keep it a $1.50, dude. Russia is supposed to have more experience with land wars, ground invasions, which, objectively they do, both historically and also in contemporary developments. Okay? China doesn't have a single version of that. Like, they have none of that. So if I'm Chinese and I'm looking at fucking Russia getting their dicks pulled out, okay, and plastered on the fucking timeline, I'm not making any fucking aggressive military action. Because look at that. Look at what's going on. Okay, Vietnam, sure, but it's not exactly a long history of wonderful, positive, reinforcing affairs. You also said Putin wouldn't invade. Maybe sometimes people don't make rational decisions. I would not say that Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin behave in the same way at all. If anything, Xi Jinping has been infinitely more rational than Vladimir Putin historically. I mean, people will be like, oh, he's not smart. And by the way, none of this pertains to like his actions domestically. I'm simply talking about international affairs. So, but who knows? Like I said, it could happen. I'm not making any predictions, okay? I promise you, I'm not making predictions at all. The only prediction I'll make is the top of the hour ad break will come, okay, right now. And the second prediction to that is that you will avoid the top of the hour ad break if you are subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay, I'm predicting that some of you might get lucky and get gifted a sub. But other than that, make your own luck. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Matt NLT, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Cracky Mick Westside, thank you for the 5 get the gifted subs as well. All right, let's continue.
Putin on Saturday, fresh from this ICC arrest warrant, visiting the Russian-occupied Ukrainian city of Mariupol. The Kremlin says he landed by helicopter. He drove himself into the outskirts of that shattered city and visited an apartment building that the Russian government just built. While he's meeting with some of the residents there, Poppy, you hear a voice off camera that our linguists say somebody was yelling, "This is all a show, it's not true." This time last year, the Russian military had encircled that city and was bombing it from land, sea, and air, destroying much of it. And I was interviewing residents who were fleeing, who described spending weeks under bombardment, terrified, hiding in basements, burying neighbors who got killed by Russian artillery in the front yards of their apartment buildings. And I spoke to one of the women I met a year ago who escaped. She's a refugee overseas. She said seeing Vladimir Putin in her hometown is like seeing a serial killer return to the scene of the crime.
Yeah, of course it is, and that really says it all. Ivan Watson, thank you for the reporting from Kharkiv. Talk to us about what you expect from these 3 days, given the fact that that Xi Jinping just said moments ago, reiterated his willingness to work with Vladimir Putin to, quote, safeguard the international order. This is after Putin, just before invading Ukraine, talked about their relationship, these two leaders, as a no-limits partnership.
That's right. I worry about two different things here. The first Ivan raised before, which is, do we see arms? And, basically, do we see the Chinese getting further into this war? I think the second thing to look for is whether or not in some kind of peace proposal for an armistice or a ceasefire, essentially the Chinese come in on the side of the Russians to try to cement the gains that they have right now. And that's why you're hearing from the Americans and from President Zelensky and Ukrainians great concern that China would seek in some way to reward Russia and basically freeze this the way the Korean conflict has been frozen now for 50 or 60 years.
This seems to be what they're really worried about, the U.S., in terms of trying to preempt. John Kirby, who's going to come on the program a little later today, has been saying it would not be acceptable. So China's trying to play this peacemaker, but it would not be acceptable for China to come out and say, okay, let's push towards peace right now in this moment, because in this moment, Russia has taken more Ukrainian territory than obviously before the invasion.
Okay, but
that's right. And
okay, I hate this conversation. A lot of liberals said this too. That's how wars end. Like, no matter what. That's how wars end. That's just how wars end. It can end with like a total surrender and evisceration of one side. But that's ultimately, no matter what happens, that's how wars end. Okay? Like, that's it.
That's a significant worry. On the other hand, the Chinese have to be a little bit cautious here. And they have to be cautious because they're worried about Europe. They would like to make sure that Europe does not join in any sanctions against China, that Europe and the United States do not tighten this bond that has been created since the war began. And, Europe's a major trading partner for them and is continuing to take a good deal of their technology. So I think they're not going to want to get in too deep. And that's one reason I think that they've probably been cautious so far in providing weapons to the Russians. The problem is the Russians don't have very many other places to turn right now. Their only other sources are Iran and North Korea. And obviously the quality of that is not up to what China can give them.
Also, David, what it says about China on the world stage, because this comes after China just brokered that diplomatic deal with Iran and Saudi Arabia. Now we're seeing them try to assert themselves in this way, saying, that they are this powerful influence when it comes to international order.
They would love nothing more, Caitlin, than to play the role that the United States played during much of the Cold War and post-Cold War period, which is the central player.
Dog. Okay. That's what. Wait, what? Bro. What? I wouldn't say Cold War. I'd say post-Cold War, sure. During the Cold War, the role that the United States played was insane, dog. They were not keeping the peace, homie. What the fuck? That's a wild fucking take, but to be charitable to what he's saying, I think he's doing liberal analysis of the Cold War, where the United States was like supposedly cutting deals and peacemaking. Yeah. They were really peaceful, dude. Always, like historically, the most peaceful.
That everybody had to come to so that they could organize the world on the basis and the rules that they consider advantageous. And they think the United States did this from the end of World War II in 1945 through to just a few years ago. And that's why it was so important to them to play this role between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and would be important to them to do this now. And of course, the United States not only doesn't want to give up its position on that, but it also is suspicious that China is not the neutral player that it pretends to be. Of course, that's what the Chinese say about the United States.
All of it very interesting optics for Vladimir Putin, especially after just visiting Mariupol, like going to the war zone, David. What do you make of that?
It is. I mean, he was doing two or three things there, Don. The first is he wanted to say, this is my territory now. You know, this is an area that obviously they not only bombed and destroyed, but it's an area where they kidnapped many of those children for whom he was indicted by the International Criminal Court. I think the second thing he was saying was, the indictment means nothing to me. In fact, they'll continue with all of their activities.
To be honest, the U.S. is just as awful as Russia. Bitch, what do you mean? The United States has done what Russia is doing to Ukraine so many times, and with more guns, and with infinitely less scrutiny from the international community. Russia wishes they could be as bad as the United States, okay? Like, there's no comparison. That doesn't mean that, like, Russia's not doing horrifying shit in Ukraine. They are. But, like, Putin wishes he could have America's dick, bro. What are you talking about? Holy shit. Americans don't even think about the several countries we are bombing currently. Yeah, like, just, no, I can't even, like, begin to compare it. Like, that's a crazy competition that every country will lose dramatically to.
In Mariupol that they have done until now. So it was a real act of defiance.
It's like funny to consider because this is the 20th anniversary of like shock and awe too. Like literally. Just like we are so fucking gross, dude. Yeah, this is the 20th anniversary of the Iraq invasion. Yeah, like right now on this day.
And clearly getting the endorsement of having Xi Jinping show up for their 39th meeting since the two of them took over as leaders. That's pretty significant.
All right, David Sanger, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
On my orders, coalition.
Iraq 20 years later, a changed nation and a terrible toll on America. Oh, man. So we're going to get to shock and awe in a second. Oh, I saw this. John Kirby and his takes on a ceasefire. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
That if coming out of this meeting, there's some sort of call for a ceasefire, well, that's just going to be unacceptable because all that's going to do, Mike, is ratify Russia's conquest to date. All that's going to do is give Mr. Putin more time to refit, retrain, reman, and try to.
Is wild because I've heard this verbatim from like random liberals in my chat. Like, What an incredible state of affairs when, like, I got libs in the chat saying John Kirby's lines verbatim, but for free. Like, at least he's getting paid to say it. Like, you're just doing it for free, man. That's crazy.
To plan for renewed offensives at a time of his choosing. We hope, and we've said this before, that President Xi will call and talk to President Zelensky, because we believe the Chinese need to get the Ukrainian perspective here. Today. That if...
Why does this not work on the other side? You're eating your fucking macaroni and you're telling me a ceasefire would be good for Ukrainians? A ceasefire would be good for everybody across the board. Of course, it would be bad for Americans. But ultimately, most likely won't happen. I don't think, because of sentiments like this expressed by the likes of John Kirby and everybody else. Yeah, he called you a noodle boy. First of all, I'm not eating a macaroni. I'm eating a salad. Get it right. Secondly, if peacefire or ceasefire, if ceasefire is good for Russia so they can re-up their armaments or whatever, why can't you say the same about Ukraine? Like, that argument is so fucking stupid. That's the part I don't understand. Where they're like, okay, well, you're pumping like literally limitless amounts of guns. You know, you can train the F-16 pilots in Ukraine in the meantime. You know what I mean? And galvanize Ukraine's defenses. Fuck you mean? Like, no, only Russia will benefit from it. Okay, I guess so. Well, they're getting their fucking dicks pushed, okay? Anyway, Americans are not as bad as Russians? What? What, like random citizens? The fuck do you mean? What? This is such a stupid conversation to have. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't know what context you are saying this in, but like ultimately it doesn't even fucking matter. If you were talking about like Americans justifying Iraq in the 20th anniversary of Iraq, you know, I got another thing to tell you. Anyway. You like shitting on people? No, I don't actually. I hate shitting on people. Unless they're like Republican mouthpieces, you know? L take from Hasan, like Crimea prompted Ukrainian prep to prevent this war. Guys, if you think that like this is gonna come to an end anytime soon, I don't know what to tell you. You know, we'll just keep watching from over here. Do you hate being wrong? Not really. I think I'm a human being. I can be wrong. I have demonstrated that I have the capability of being wrong. So, anyway, look, for everybody who's saying that you know, it's good that the war continues. It's good that the war continues. Like, okay, good luck. You know, it's like. It's not like what we say is going to change anything. You know what I mean?
And a ceasefire now, without a durable solution, would allow President Putin to rest and refit his troops and then restart the war at a time more advantageous to Russia. The world should not be fooled by any tactical move by Russia, supported by China or any other country, to freeze the war.
This looks like a deep
on its own terms. Such a move would violate the UN Charter and defy the will of 141 countries.
It's also fair to ask, how could this end any other way than a ceasefire? Libs just want to keep Russia bleeding at all costs. As far as polling in the EU goes, public sentiments have shifted to wanting some kind of end to the war. Yeah, of course it has. It's not that you're wrong, it's that you have no empathy for Ukrainians in this one issue for some weird reason. I do have empathy for Ukrainians. That's why I think a ceasefire is more important than like continuing fucking Russia's unjustifiable invasion. I think it's the empathetic position to take. It is not a sentiment shared by Ukrainians, but I think a ceasefire should come with conditions and also a process in which they talk about whatever territory Ukraine gets back in the situation. It is liberal brain rot to assume that continuing war is the more empathetic thing. You know what I mean? Ukrainians don't agree with me, but I'm right anyways. I mean, yeah, there are plenty of people that could fucking say that, Ukrainians ultimately have this, do not share the sentiment. But you're also not really thinking about what I'm saying here. Okay? While I don't think Russia would ever give back Crimea, a ceasefire and any kind of negotiation starting literally opens the door to that conversation of like Russian territory that is now expanded into further and further in beyond LPR, but further into Donbass especially, and possibly giving that land back to the Ukrainians. You know what I mean? These are all conversations that you could have when you're no longer shelling one another. Okay? These are not necessarily conversations you can have while you're currently shelling one another and while people are dying. You are the one who associates a ceasefire with like whatever the fuck Western media is telling you is going to continue making the... Yo, dog, I didn't know you were a CCP mouthpiece when I subbed. Oh, I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to inform you, but, this is a Top G platform. Like, that's my sentiment on this. I said from the top, from the jump that, the Minsk agreements would have put an end to a lot of this conversation. And I think that ultimately that is literally looking like the best possible outcome that could have happened in comparison to what has happened thus far. But you can also make the argument that like, well, neither side wanted to fucking, follow through on the Minsk agreement, which is true. But if the big daddies got involved, China on the one side and the United States on the other, in a totally different world, in a totally different universe where the military-industrial complex is not our most viable and most important industry, and the United States does not care about, pursuing capital interests for the military-industrial complex, and they were genuinely in favor of, preventing senseless bloodshed, they would go for a ceasefire and then set the terms for Ukrainian emancipation, especially considering America's dick being bigger in the room, and, there could be some reasonable solution that most likely resembles something similar to the Minsk agreement. But regardless, no matter what happens, one thing that I need everyone to understand is that there is nothing we say is going to change anything. You can get mad at me all you want, okay? But I think that even if you believe that Ukraine deserves to get back Crimea, okay, an understandable position, sentiment shared by Ukrainians, okay, the only solution towards that is by starting off a ceasefire negotiation and getting to the table and having that conversation rather than fucking shelling endlessly back and forth. Do you get it? You are the one who claims to know what's best for the Ukrainians and their future. They have agency. We just say the Palestinians, they have to do a ceasefire in order to set terms of peace with Israel. This is such a gross example to set because the Palestinians are not getting an endless amount of fucking supply to fight back against the state of Israel. As a matter of fact, the same people are funding and facilitating Israel's evisceration of Palestinian people. So I don't know how you can fucking get away with even saying something like this without Allah smiting you from where you stand. If there was truly a just God, anyone that even tried to exercise the same level of processing power to put that word forward, even to talk about some of the most unjustifiable apartheid violence that is currently happening, that is totally normalized in the Western world, that no one even fucking bats an eye at, and then comparing it to like Russia's invasion, unjustifiable and inhumane invasion of Ukraine, where the very same military machine is also funding and funneling weapons into Ukraine, is insane. Like, it's just such a fucking stupid comparison. It blows my fucking mind. It's like, yeah, if my aunt had 4 wheels, I'd call her a fucking car type shit, okay? Like, crazy. It's insane. Yeah, if Palestinians and Israelis were engaging in the same kind of territorial dispute, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you oblivious to the reality? It is completely different. And also, on top of that, the funny part about this that Faustini would also agree with is that we don't give the Ukrainians everything that they want, regardless of how honest, how just, how normal, or not how normal their interest is in emancipation, right? It's a human interest to no longer have invaders inside of your borders. That is why I always say the Ukrainian cause is just. To rid the country of Russian invasion is a completely just and moral thing, okay? It is a moral demand. But we don't give the Ukrainians a nuke. We don't give the Ukrainians Article 5 privileges. We don't give the Ukrainians even F-16s so far. We probably will eventually, but not yet. They want all of those things. They want fucking NATO intervention, but we don't do that for Ukrainians. But I don't see you fucking complaining about that shit, being like, well, we're not doing everything for Ukraine. Turns out we do have limitations on how much help we can offer Ukraine. So why don't you go yell at your fucking, I don't know, why don't you yell at your government to make sure that we do those things so we can have nuclear holocaust, so I don't have to fucking hear your dumbass takes ever again, like a ceasefire cannot happen because Television Man told me ceasefire bad, even though a ceasefire and then favorable terms for the Ukrainians would be the obviously best case scenario out of this circumstance. But no, you have to make like psychotic comparisons to fucking Palestinian emancipation as they are currently living under a horrific theocratic ethno-state, apartheid state that is eviscerating their existence, where 1 million plus Palestinians live in the largest open-air prison called Gaza that's being endlessly bombed and shelled non-fucking stop by our weapons. And then the rest of them are also under occupation. That is, again, completely illegal. But nobody gives a fuck about international law when it's America or its allies doing the unjustifiable thing. Okay? There can be no favorable discussion for Ukrainians during ceasefire. This is fantasy. Fantasy or not, the fact that, both superpowers involved in this are not advocating for this endlessly is really fucking stupid. And I, as a completely powerless political commentator, I'm not going to stop saying that that is the right thing to do.
Please.
Also, yeah, I do agree that the United States should treat Palestine like they treat Ukraine. That would be fire, but that'll never happen.
Who have condemned Russia's war in the United Nations General Assembly.
HasanAbi, you're so wrong, bro. I didn't even say anything that is disagreeable. Like, that is the wild part about it, is that, like, I am literally saying that I would want favorable terms for Ukraine and Ukrainian emancipation in a ceasefire. And the ceasefire itself is, like, unimaginable to you because you live in Iowa. You don't give a fuck one way or the other. You go on Reddit and masturbate to war porn that's happening where like 18-year-old Ukrainians are getting fucking domed. And then, they're doing trench warfare, but that's hot for you. You know what I mean? You're just sitting there and jerking off. You're like, yeah, I feel like a cyber warrior when I put the Ukrainian flag in my bio so they can fucking die in some gray ass, snow-covered, pussy fucking town. Yeah, I can't wait for another fan cam of like, some dumbass 19-year-old Russian conscript that doesn't want to even fucking be there, that didn't even know what the fuck's going on, have a grenade dropped on him from a fucking UAV. You know what I mean? It's sick. Love that. No, it sucks. It fucking sucks. It absolutely is unimaginably cruel that ultimately the only one that is benefiting from this is straight up the American war machine, the American war industry. Why did you raise $250,000 for Putin, huh? Yeah, true. Remember when I did that for the LPR DPR recognition fund? Oh, wait, I didn't do that. I actually raised it for Ukrainian refugees. But hey, you'll never hear that from the fucking dumbass liberals that are just not interested in anything, but just interested in winning debates. All right. Now, speaking of our war crimes, this is a very important day in the history of the United States of America, but one that is probably lost in a sea of war crimes that we have engaged in over the course of the many, many years that we've been around. This is the 20-year anniversary of our shock and awe campaign. That is, you know, how wonderful that we were just talking about how, like, that chatter saying, you know, seems like Americans are a little bit, or seems like Russians are like just like Americans, but like maybe a little bit worse. Well, maybe you can make an assessment for yourself. It's going to be really hard for you to perhaps see the victims of America's war crimes in this regard as full human beings because they aren't, you know, white. But just imagine in your mind, for the sake of this argument, that they're like Ukrainian children that America's doing this to, and maybe it'll, I don't know, maybe you'll develop like a different perspective on the matter.
Forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
We welcome you back to CBS Mornings with the moment that President George W. Bush announced the U.S. had invaded Iraq back in 2003, nearly 20 years ago today. The justification at the time that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Those weapons, of course, famously and consequentially were never found. And while Iraqi
Wow. CBS still running fucking defense for the American State Department is the best thing. I mean, this is the greatest example of that. Brother, everybody knows you lied on purpose. Why the fuck are you still defending them? Like there was ever a real weapon of mass destruction. At the time, the United Nations' own investigative teams openly stated that there were no weapons of mass destruction found in any Iraqi facility whatsoever. America, like, very openly lied about it. It's probably one of the most visible, most obvious, glaringly obvious fucking lies that the U.S. government has ever told at the international scale. There have been endless amounts of evidence for everybody knowing that it was a fucking lie, and yet for some reason, you listen to CBS Morning 20 years later, and they're like, oh, they were looking for it, but they were never found. Just fucking say it was a lie, you fucking asshole. Everybody knows.
Operation Iraqi Freedom led to the fall of Saddam's brutal regime. It also cost the lives of around 4,500 American service members and hundreds of thousands of Iraqi civilians. Charlie D'Agata covered the conflict from the very beginning. We dug up the footage to prove it. There he is, 20 years ago. He's now back in Baghdad for this grim anniversary. Charlie, what a consequential moment in 21st century history. Good morning.
Good morning to you from Baghdad, a very different Baghdad than 20 years ago. When I first came here, people were still living in fear under Saddam Hussein. Then the invasion, the fighting, the rise and fall of...
I can't watch this. I can't. This is disgusting. Oh my God. Bro. I'm getting whiplash from watching Russia try to do like half as effective as like a military campaign as what America did in Iraq. Like, we watch Russian propaganda on this network all the time, right? On this channel all the time. We laugh about it because it's laughably bad. Okay? Meanwhile, this motherfucking piece of shit, this $400 haircut, okay, with no soul, this ghoul, this demon, is over here being like, yeah, people were so scared. Faustini, something we can agree on. Shock and awe was a disgusting war crime and nothing close to Russians bombing Kyiv. There you go. Even Faustini fucking agrees, okay? And it doesn't compare. Like, it literally doesn't compare. You can be the greatest natsec ass sucker, okay? But you cannot fucking turn around and literally refuse to recognize how devastating this shit was. Millions, okay? We murdered millions of Iraqi civilians. Millions. Holy fuck. Millions before with sanctions, and then millions after with direct bombing campaigns and a boots on the ground military invasion. We used depleted uranium munitions. We used white phosphorus. Just the absolute fucking, just the absolute worst shit you can imagine. Al Jazeera has much better coverage over this, but I'm like scared there's going to be TOS in this probably. Al Jazeera just like fucking lets it rip. I've heard people on the right even say the government lied about weapons of mass destruction. Yes. 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 This is like, well, it's already a fact. It's a very well-established fact. Which is why I'm surprised that like these fucking dipshits are even, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. They're just polishing it, you know?
ISIS. The violence has now subsided, but it's taken a horrific toll. 20 years since shock and awe. 20 years since that night, airstrikes and cruise missiles lit up the skies over Baghdad, paving the way for U.S. ground troops to converge on the capital. In the first few weeks of the war, a group of Iraqi civilians had gathered here and began attacking the statue of Saddam Hussein. It was an event that was shown live on TV screens around the globe. A U.S. Marine unit collared the statue, yanking it until it
Bro, I'm fucking, this is so disgusting. For the liberals in the chat, this is literally it's so funny that Putin is in Mariupol right now. Like, or Putin went to Mariupol. Because, like, this is the same exact shit. Oh, look how they're welcoming me in Mariupol. And the difference is, there are at least some, this is not justifiable, but there are at least some fucking people who are like, no, I am actually pro-Russia. There's no one in Iraq that's like, I feel American, okay? Because America is thousands of fucking miles away from Iraq. No one is like, oh yeah, we speak the same language. Thank God the American liberators are here. And if the Putin invasion of Russia, or fucking keep saying that, the Putin invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable, which it is not justifiable, then the American invasion of Iraq is definitely not justifiable. Okay?
toppled to the ground. The crowd beat it with sticks and shoes, dragging its decapitated head through the streets. It came to symbolize the collapse of the Saddam regime. In reality, the Battle of Iraq had only just begun. Saddam's removal sparked a ferocious insurgency and a bloody and prolonged sectarian conflict.
We've been through a lot. We saw some things no one should see. We lived days no one should live.
Ahmed al-Jabouri was 13 years old when the country was invaded. His wife, Muja, was 9.
What was it like here?
We were looking for something better.
Bro, this is so nasty. God. Oh, this is, every part of this is so fucking gross, dude. This is really, 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 really fucking gross shit, dude. I don't, oh my God, this is disgusting. absolutely the worst level of fucking retconning. Just so scummy. So indecent. You are such a monster for cutting this fucking propaganda, you piece of shit, you fucking dog, coward, bitch, motherfucker. This fucking asshole. Oh, it makes my blood boil. Guys, please explain like I'm 5. There is no explanation. They're doing every single thing that they always do whenever America invades a fucking country or has any kind of interest in a fucking country. They unjustifiably invaded Iraq. They knew that it was fucking bullshit. They lied to the entire international community. They went and they bombed the fuck out of Baghdad. They bombed so many parts of Iraq. Okay? They destroyed the lives of millions of Iraqi civilians. Okay? They used depleted uranium. They used white phosphorus, all of which are literal war crimes. And not only that, but 20 years later, they turned around, openly recognized that it was bullshit. Bush even had the audacity to fucking say, oh man, unjustifiable invasion of Iraq. I mean, Ukraine. Well, Iraq too. Like literally last year, and everybody laughed about it. Highway of Death was not this iteration. For those of you who don't know, Highway of Death was Bush Sr. That's how much we fucked with Iraq, okay? Highway of Death is not even this Bush that did what you're referencing. That's the old Bush. That's Daddy Bush that did Highway of Death. That's not even considered as like a war crime, even though that is precisely a fucking war crime. That was a war crime so gross and so obvious on retreating forces where there were men, women, and children, okay, pregnant women and shit, that we unloaded into, okay? The depleted uranium and its impact is still noticeable in Iraq because it has a higher rate of birth defects in Iraq to this day, 20 years later, than Vietnam. Another country that we absolutely had no business being inside of, that we fucking destroyed. So to look at that, this false pretense that this war was justifiable, and having the indecency to make it seem like it was an Operation Iraqi Liberation, Operation Iraqi Democracy, Iraqi Freedom, 20 years after the fact, when everybody fucking understands universally that this was completely unacceptable, okay? The fact that you are still running defense for something that George W. Bush himself personally recognized was bullshit, it makes my blood boil. It is so gross. It's so vile. Fuck all of these animals, okay? Every single one of these media demons deserves the absolute worst punishments. I cannot in good conscience sit here and act like these people are not violent, barbarian animals that justified and defended through one of the most popular forms of fucking media, the complete evisceration of the lives of millions of Iraqi people. And that is being like very conservative when I describe this. This is before we get to Abu Ghraib. This is before we get to like wanton punishments, cruel, unusual punishments that no one should have ever been subjected to. This is before we talk about the torture. And I don't even mean the torture that they defended that the CIA did at black sites that they considered a form of enhanced interrogation that was proven to be ineffective regardless, but it doesn't matter because cruelty was the purpose. I'm talking straight up torture that the U.S. military engaged in. There is nothing. These men, and there are a lot of veterans in here that also participated in this, who are fucking tormented by that experience every single day of their lives. But what these people did, what we did at the behest of the military-industrial complex in Iraq, at the behest of like securing natural resources like we always do. What we did back then is akin to Nazi shit, okay? If you want to understand it that way, you can understand it that way, I hope. Never forget that in the immediate invasion of Iraq, the only fucking ministry that was secured was the Ministry of Energy. Every other ministry was absolutely eviscerated. Burned to the fucking ground, pillaged. The only ministry that was secured was the Ministry of Energy. I wonder why.
One day, like, it's very affected me that I opened the door waiting for my friend to come to go to school, and I found 2 kids, like maybe 4 or 5 years old, like in front of our house.
The bodies of 2
The
children.
bodies of 2 children.
Muja experienced similar horror. My mom was taking me to school. She said, "We saw dogs eating the dead bodies. I will never forget that in my life." Kidnappings and bombings became a daily occurrence.
So I still remember the shouting and the...
Like, look at the way that they're using neutrality here when they're covering it. Like, they're making it seem like Iraqi people were being fucked over by other people in Iraq. That volatility in Iraq was directly caused by the United States of motherfucking America. The kidnappings were conducted by the American military. Let's be fucking real, okay? When they weren't directly doing that, when they weren't directly doing the kidnapping or murdering fucking teachers or murdering fucking babies, okay? Their instability is what created a power vacuum that created ISIS, which we played a role in, by the way.
Screaming and the fire and the smoke everywhere.
Today, the city may feel more secure, but the couple does not.
I'm waiting for the next thing to happen.
Really?
Really. Every day you wake up in the morning and you expect the worst. Every single day.
Yet, they're determined to stay here. They're expecting their first baby in September. In today's Baghdad, the marketplaces are bustling. Most of the concrete blast walls and barbed wire are gone. Iraqis tell us they're determined to put the country's troubled, bloody history behind them. We spoke with U.S. Ambassador to Iraq, Alina Romanowski, who's on a visit to Washington, D.C.
There's still much more that all of us could be doing, but I think we're on a cautiously optimistic path.
What's like literal fucking demons, dude? Blood-sucking demons. Straight up.
Working now that hasn't been working in the past?
Well, I think there are a number of things that are working now. First of all, I think you have a government that is committed
Thank you, Not Your Average African, for the timestamps.
to improving the lives and the services for Iraqi people.
We're going to cover Al Jazeera. Hold on.
It is a government that is very clearly interested in building a future for Iraq.
After so much bloodshed and chaos, it may take years to build that future for Iraq. But 2 decades after the invasion that upended this country, there is finally hope that they can.
I hope CBS Morning does some news like this in Libya Street on the slave markets too. U.S. intervention good? Yeah. No, it's awesome. It's sad because like this is a better assessment of how fucking Iraq happened. An Adam McKay movie, Vice, which is great by the way, highly recommended, is like a more honest, like almost documentary on how the Iraq war was sold, justified, happened, why it happened, than anything you're going to see on fucking CBS Morning.
Dick.
That's how focus groups or manufacturing consent works, baby. Great movie by Adam McKay. Highly recommend it. You guys should definitely check that out. Now, I'm going to finish this gross depiction of jerking off the American, the violent, bloodthirsty American military machine. And then we'll cover a little bit more of a real perspective on Iraq 20 years later.
Now, there are some serious challenges ahead. Iran's influence continues to be a problem, and 2,500 U.S. troops still remain here. Top U.S. general here told us the primary role is to ensure that ISIS doesn't reform and launch another attack on the country. Vlad?
Charlie D'Agata with monumental reporting then and now. Charlie, thank you very much. As Charlie points out, there's so many seminal moments from that time, first beginning with Colin Powell appearing before the UN.
Like, I think I would literally, I would lock these motherfuckers in a cage. Like, I'll just straight up say it, okay? I think these guys are doing jailable shit too, okay? Straight up. Like, the moment that you look at Iraq 20 years later, when everyone objectively understands that it is, like, completely unimaginably cruel, and you try to make it seem like it's, like, reasonable, acceptable, you take, like, a wishy-washy stance on it, I would throw you in jail. Straight up. If I had any kind of power, this is the world. If there was any justice in this world, you would literally jail every fucking piece of shit that is in the media that played an active role in justifying the war, which we're going to get to, by the way. Remember, everyone's got their choice bits of vintage Iraq commentary. This one's still mine. Not sure if anything tops it. This fucking demon still writes for the New York Times. This fucking demon still writes for the New York Times. This was in May 2003. Please watch Thomas Friedman go and advocate for some of the most insane shit.
That basically built up over the 1990s said, flying airplanes into the World Trade Center, that's okay. Wrapping yourself with dynamite and blowing up Israelis in a pizza parlor, that's okay. Because we're weak and they're strong and the weak have a different morality. Having your preachers say that's okay, that's okay. Having your charities raise money for people who do these kinds of things, that's okay. And having your press call people who do these kind of things martyrs, that's okay. And that built up as a bubble, Charlie. And 9/11 to me was the peak of that bubble. And what we learned on 9/11 in a gut way was that that bubble was a fundamental threat to our open society. Because there is no wall high enough, no INSA.
This piece of shit writes for the New York Times still. Understand that these demons were never punished. You will never get punished for defending the American military apparatus. You will only get elevated to higher and higher positions in the media. This is why so many people inherently mistrust the mainstream media, okay? I cover it all the time. I have a lot of journalist friends. I talk about the media biases all the fucking time. But never forget that when it comes to America's foreign policy and America's allies and America's declared nation-state enemies, they will always toe the bottom line of the State Department. They will always defend capital. Okay? Always. Never forget that. Just like at the top of the hour, the only way to defend against the 3-minute ad break is by subscribing. You can do that by subscribing for $5. You can do that by subscribing for free with a Twitch Prime. You can do that by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, though. I wish Thomas Friedman watches all the ads for the rest of his life.
Agent smart enough, no metal detector efficient enough to protect an open society from people motivated by that bubble. And what we needed to do was go over to that part of the world, I'm afraid, and burst that bubble. We needed to go over there, basically, and take out a very big stick, right in the heart of that world.
Show you a fucking very big stick, you goddamn animal.
And burst that bubble. And there was only one way to do it. Because part of that bubble said, we've got you. This bubble is actually going to level the balance of power between us and you because we don't care about life. We're ready to sacrifice, and all you care about are your stock options and your Hummers. And what they needed to see was American boys and girls going house to house from Basra to Baghdad and basically saying, which part of this sentence don't you understand? You don't think, we care about our open...
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what, like, 14-year-old girls needed to understand. That, like, some fucking juiced-up freak Marine breaking their fucking door and coming in and terrifying them and maybe even killing their family members. Like, they needed to know that. Why? For the crime of being born in fucking Fallujah. For the crime of being born in Baghdad. For the crime of being born in a nation that America wanted their juicy fucking natural supplies. Okay? That's it. Yeah. Saddam was an awful demon in many respects. And yet America was so fucked that they made Saddam look good. Which, by the way, they also made Saddam in general, but that's a different point. That's, you know, we're talking, you know, older American lore at that point. Like, objectively speaking, despite the fact that Saddam Hussein was a fucking demon, okay, in many respects, Iraq was objectively in a better place when he was manning the fucking helm before the American invasion. That's how crazy America is. Friedman's sociopathy is honestly appreciated. Sociopathic honesty is appreciated. The Iraq War was about picking a vulnerable Muslim nation, one that we'd already decimated with bombs and sanctions to exert American might upon. Every lie about the WMDs in service of that impulse. It was a show of force. Anyway, I can't literally finish one fucking clip without like getting insanely triggered.
In society, you think this bubble...
Bruh, not true. He gassed the Kurds. Happy Nowruz to my Kurds. Oh my God, dude. I know. That's why I said he was a fucking demon. Okay, shut up.
Fantasy, we're just going to let it grow. Well, suck on this. Okay. And basically saying, which part of this sentence don't you understand? You don't think, you know, we care about our open society? You think this bubble fantasy, we're just going to let it grow? Well, suck on this.
I love when like effete libs just show their might in the exact same way that Ben Shapiro does by basically just fucking talking about how the American military machine literally bullying and eviscerating a fucking much poorer nation whose dictatorship we basically solidified, whose chemical weapons we gave him to use on the Kurdish population, like that fucking chatter was talking about, okay? Mustard gas and the like. Like Thomas Friedman gets to feel like a big man when America's doing genocidal war crimes in Iraq. You know what I mean? Like a big man. He's like, yeah, suck on this. Fucking violent demon. You vulturous monster. You fucking venomous whore. I hate these fucking demons. I hate them so much. I cannot say exactly what I want to happen to them. It would be a severe, almost gross, but justifiable terms of service violation. I will not be saying it, but I'm thinking it, and you can't stop me from thinking it. You can't. Every single one of these fucking pieces of shit are, pretty much most of them, are alive and well and already running around and have already moved on from the Iraq shit. You are being censored, bro? What do you mean? Huh.
Okay. That, Charlie, was what this war was about. We could have hit Saudi Arabia. It was part of that bubble. Could have hit Pakistan. We hit Iraq because we could. That's the real truth. And the message...
An animal.
People who do these kinds of... The terrorism bubble that basically built up over the 1990s said, flying airplanes into the World Trade Center.
This was May 2003. Clip doesn't quite capture it, but they're talking about Iraq in a past tense. The question Friedman is answering is, now that the war is over and there's some difficulty with the peace, was it worth doing? This is the thread that we're going to be looking at now. Thomas Friedman in 2002, May, noting how the U.S. is lucky because we only occasionally get one-off freaks like Timothy McVeigh because Americans are just so naturally trusting of each other. Now, that's what I'd call a failure to imagine. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, look at where we're at now. For those of you too young to have lived through what happened 20 years ago, and I was certainly not only not too young, but I remember it vividly as someone who would visit the United States of America, okay, frequently. This is something I'm very familiar with. This is in the pocket, okay? We're talking, you know, I saw this happen. I watched it from afar. I watched it from Turkey, and I certainly saw it happen in America as well whenever I visited. It's very difficult for me to talk about without getting like incredibly, you know, just without violating the terms of service. Ironic because like if there was a just world, like what they're claiming, what they find to be totally just and normal, which is the real bloodshed. Okay, you're tough Hasan from your war-torn Turkey. I never said that. That's why I said I watched it from afar and not from the United States of America. Also, you literally live in bumfuck Iowa. Shut the fuck up. Like, you literally not only play a role in this war machine, okay, you championed it, and your stupid inbred hick honky fucking parents also championed it, okay? So shut the fuck up, you pig fuck. You dumb Angloid idiot. Your dumb inbred cousin fucking parents loved the fucking military, loved the endless fucking military conquest. It made you feel like a big boy when they were doing it. It made you feel like some fucking sheep herder in Iraq was actually a threat to your freedom of speech when the American government already has taken everything away from you, and you deserve the serfdom that you live in, okay? And you will never have a good life. You're tough Hasan from your war-torn Turkey. I'm talking about the story, your story you told. I'm talking about your New Jersey story. I agree with you about Iraq. What do you mean my New Jersey story? Like, what are you talking about? What do you think I like actually fucking was on the rooftops in New Jersey dancing when 9/11 happened? That's a joke. You got roasted for no reason. I'm sorry. If I popped off on you for no reason, I apologize. No, I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood what he was saying. This is okay. I'm gonna control my emotions a little bit more. When we talk about the death of millions of Iraqi people, I do tend to get a little bit more aggressive, or the evisceration of the otherwise Muslim world at the hands of the American military state, at the behest of the military-industrial complex, so that we could do a $6, $7, $8 trillion war on terror that has opened up so many fucking rifts and has caused hundreds of millions of people almost at this point to be displaced, robbed from their homes, removed from their everyday existence, and has made it so much harder for Muslim people, refugees specifically, to live in the Western world. It's difficult for me to, it's difficult for me to be reasonable and even-keeled when talking about this shit. Okay? So I apologize if I misunderstood that person and popped off on him. Let's continue. Michael Ignatieff's infamous New York Times Magazine cover story from January 2003. Ignatieff was founding director of Harvard's Carr Center for Human Rights. America's empire is not like empires of times past, built on colonies, conquests, and the white man's burden. We are no longer in the era of the United Fruit Company when American corporations needed the Marines to secure their investments overseas. The 21st century imperium is a new invention in the annals of political science, an empire light, a global hegemony whose grace notes are free markets, human rights, and democracy enforced by the most awesome military power the world has ever known. It is the imperialism of people who remember that their country secured its independence by revolt against an empire. Yeah, that's what we did. We did the Boston Tea Party on, fucking Iraq. Is this another one of those like fucking weirdo Canadians? Yeah, it is, isn't it? This is another one of those freak fuck Canadian dipshits that come over the border from Snow, Mexico to the United States of America and basically take over every fucking liberal institution and try to do a more polite war crime. Okay? There is nothing I despise more. Go back to your fucking country. You have health care. Stop trying to further undermine the American working class's existence. Go and fucking destroy Canada. You sacre bleu, hon, baguette eating, maple syrup sucking dipshit. I hate them so much. I don't know if he's actually Quebecois or not, but it doesn't matter. Sorry for the Quebecers that caught a fucking stray there. Nothing worse than living in another another fucking English state that still is subservient to the fucking queen, and then coming to America and then doing more American shit. Jordan Peterson, fucking Steven Crowder. What's that dickhead at the New York Times? There's another one. This fucking asshole, Michael Ignatieff. No, I'm not talking about fucking... Stop. I'm not talking about XQC or Justin Bieber or fucking even Drake, okay? I'm talking about all these conservative-ass Canucks who come over here and try to LARP as a fucking LARP. Brett Stevens. Thank you. That's who I was thinking of. Fuck you, Brett Stevens. There should be an INS specifically for Canadian LARPers who come here and they're like, I love America, brother. We should do more wars, right? And it's like, fuck you. You are being deported. Gavin McGinnis, Tom McDonald from. Just ship him to Alberta. New Yorker editor David Remnick's Case for Invasion, 26th of January 2003. New York Times executive editor Bill Keller, the I Can't Believe I'm a Hawk Club, February 8th. We reluctant hawks may disagree amongst ourselves about the most compelling logic for war. Protecting America, relieving oppressed Iraqis, or reforming the Middle East. A civilizing force. Remember, we are the civilizing force against these brutes living in this brutal existence in Iraq. You know what I mean? We're there to civilize them. We're going to reform them. Leon Wieseltier, the literary editor of the New Republic, which, by the way, the New Republic is supposed to be a leftist platform, right? At that time, they were in their Tony Blair style era, I guess. But so can a liberal support this president in this war? I do not see why not. The United States, its needs and its duties is larger than any of its leaders. The war against Saddam Hussein is just, and it is truly a last resort. There was nothing else we could have done. Lawrence F. Kaplan, also from the New Republic. Elie Wiesel, Paul Berman, Joseph Nye et al., Liberals for War. And Elie Wiesel, a Holocaust survivor and Nobel Peace Laureate, emerged from a meeting with President Bush last month and declared that while he is not a man of war, he supports it as a way to stop Saddam Hussein. Anne-Marie Slaughter, Dean of Princeton School of Public and International Affairs. Remember, these are liberal institutions. What's up? Thomas Friedman, three-time New York Times Pulitzer winner, New York Times columnist. D-Day is a very famous one. We already saw Thomas Friedman's takes. This is just a tiny selection from the U.S., not the UK. Feel free to post more as a tribute to the groupthink that created this huge disaster for Iraq, the region, and the world. These are just the liberals, by the way. These are just the liberals that were also very public, very prominent, very loud liberal voices that were also championing this war from liberal outlets and liberal institutions. Michael Moore famously had a correct take during the Oscars, where he won an Oscar for Bowling for Columbine, and he was booed.
And the Oscar.
Liberal MSNBC, by the way. 2003 MSNBC interview with Jesse Petrilla for Quest of Saddam video game.
Hey, can you spot the real Saddam among the doubles and then maybe smack him with a shoe? This is part of a new reality-based video game. We're going to talk to the game's very clever designer coming up next.
Quest for Saddam.
Want to catch Saddam Hussein? Well, a very popular new video game allows you to do just that. The reality-based game features many funny scenarios. And joining us right now from Sacramento is Jesse Petrilla. He is the video game designer who, at just age 18, created the wildly successful...
There's no way this dude is not a skinhead, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. There's 0% chance this dude is not a fucking skinhead, okay? What's this guy's name? Jesse Petrilla? Let's look at this guy. Giving games a jihadist spin? What? It was a modding team. Petrilla Enterprises. I can't find information on it.
Quest for Al-Qaeda game. Jesse's now back with this new product in which players get down to hunt the former dictator of Iraq, Saddam Hussein. Jesse, thanks for joining us.
Oh, there he is.
It's good to be here.
Well, I have to tell you, I've been laughing every time we've been playing this, and behind the scenes you can't hear me, but the humana. I mean, it's great.
Oh yeah, it appeals to such
I love the humana.
a broad audience. Everybody can play it. First-time gamers. If you've never played a video game before, this is for you. This is the one to try.
Is it easy? Because I'm a video game dork. I'm just saying it. Is it easy?
Oh yeah. Well, we all know you're a dork.
Thanks. Appreciate that,
no.
Jesse.
But anyone can try it. Just check out questforsaddam.com.
The game was later modded by the Global Islamic Media Front, an Al-Qaeda propaganda organization in Quest for Bush, which changed the game's premise to kill the game's boss, President George W. So stupid.
2Ds, SADDAM.com, and it's questforsaddam.com, but check it out. It's got different difficulty levels that you can set it, whether you're a first-time gamer or an advanced video game player, you can play it.
What kind of format is it? Xbox, Nintendo? I mean, how can you play it?
No, it's for the PC. It's and you can download it immediately off the website, and it's only $14.95. Download it, and it's really funny. It's full of all kinds of stuff.
What about ages, though? I mean, is there any kind of gruesome or bloody, or some of those other video games are just heinous, and you don't want kids getting at them? How about this one?
You're talking about Ahmed the Dead Terrorist? Yeah, Jeff Dunham. With his fucking Ahmed the Dead Terrorist. Bro, it was just like, you could just say whatever the fuck you wanted about Muslims, Arabs, like all the same regardless. You know what I mean? Just like literally anything. Anything goes. That's why, for the record, that's why so many motherfuckers who are like still Reddit era, like anti-Islam, Islamophobia lovers have that like have a little bit of that like Islamophobia still left in them, you know, as a remnant. It's so difficult to just overcome what you learned as a child. So many people turned on Obama because they thought Barack Hussein Obama was being too nice to the Muslims. Like the Sam Harris era liberals that basically made a heel turn and went and became more and more alt-right, really. Like so many of them did that because they thought Barack Obama was too much of a SJW. And he was too much of an SJW to the Muslims. It took me years to get over, plus I fell down the Sam Harris rabbit hole for a bit, even I thought you were crazy for a bit. Yeah, there are people who still think I'm crazy. They like everything else I have to say, but whenever I talk about Muslims, they think like, they think I'm just like, you know, delusional and defending, you know, some of the most fundamentalist aspects of a religion and not an entire people. I feel like the effect of Islamophobia on our generation is going to be similar when the way they read the Red Scare affected our American parents. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this was hilarious.
And frankly, we're scared. We're scared of an Obama presidency.
First of all, I want to be president of the United States, and obviously I do not want Senator Obama to be. But I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared as president of the United States. Now, now look, if I didn't think I wouldn't be one heck of a lot better president, I wouldn't be running, okay? And that's the point. That's the point.
I got to ask you a question. I do not believe in, I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No.
No, ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about. He's not. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
He's a decent man. He's not Arab. He's not Arab. He's decent. He's not a Muslim man. He's a decent man. This is Jesse Petrilla's resume after the video game. Okay, I don't care about Jesse Petrilla. We're done. He's not Arab. He's not. Now, if he was, I'd tell you. I'd be the first to tell you right now. That woman definitely stormed the Capitol. Are you insane? That woman literally died probably a week after from heart disease, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? She was like standing on crutches. She is so dead. Like so incredibly dead. All right, let's get to Al Jazeera.
His sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours.
These are Arabs who are going to welcome us as liberators.
Who will govern Iraq when Saddam Hussein is removed?
The U.S. invasion of Iraq was supposed to be easy.
That guy's a goat, by the way. That guy's the goat. He's cool as fuck. The guy who threw the shoe at him, 032 and 319. Thank you. Yeah. This is from the widows and the orphans and those who were killed in Iraq. That's what he said. He's a journalist.
The most powerful military in world history would go in, kill the bad guys, and transform Iraq into a democratic, pro-American oasis. But the Iraq War blew up in America's face.
Stuff happens.
And it changed both countries. It changed the...
Wait, from 032 to 319 or no? Just on 032. You have to say the shoe dodge was one of the few impressive things Bush ever did. I know. I fucking hate that he's like so nimble. I actually hate that Bush dodged those shoes. It really fucked me up. To see a dude so fucking nimble, so quick with it, like I hated that. Like you can't even let people just like experience a crumb of joy by just eating that fucking shoe directly to the face. You know what I mean? You had to also be good. I hate that. It was impressive, which sucked. Exactly. Just so fucking annoying. Fuck you.
The entire Middle East. In fact, it changed much of our world forever.
A million Iraqis are dead because you lied.
Oh, Mike! Friend of the show, Mike Prisner, also a veteran, yelling at George W. Bush at, I think that same conference where he was like, accidentally went into Iraq, something like that. Mike Prisner of Empire Files, the GOAT. He's great.
Should we start? Within weeks of the September 11th attacks, the United States had occupied Afghanistan, where Al-Qaeda was based at the time, and removed the ruling Taliban from power. But very quickly after, the George W. Bush administration began selling another war. It wanted to invade Iraq. There was no link between 9/11 and Iraq, so the Bush administration began manufacturing justifications. Iraq was in league with Al-Qaeda.
There are Al-Qaeda in a number of locations in Iraq.
Iraqis needed saving from their dictator.
Saddam Hussein's violations of human rights.
Iraq had
weapons of mass destruction.
We don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud.
A focus-tested fucking sentiment to sell the Iraq War, a nation that had nothing to do with 9/11, a nation that had nothing to do with fucking Osama bin Laden, just nothing at all, to be, to the invasion of said nation to be sold to the American public. So good.
But those weapons of mass destruction were never found. Millions of people knew invading Iraq was wrong.
Did you watch American Sniper? I really did not think this hard about the Iraq War prior to today. I really thought Chris Kyle was the shit. But now, what was the point of all that? My friend, you were lied to. This is a good eye-opening moment for you. Chris Kyle was a monster. Not only was he a monster and a fucking perpetual liar, he literally was a racist monster, a demon who I would spit on his grave, who came back to the United States of America and was successfully sued by the absolute GOAT, Jesse Ventura, for literally fucking lying about beating Jesse's ass in a bar fight in a book full of other lies. If you know anything about the fucking Navy SEALs anyway, every single one of them that has written a book is usually a liar. They love lying. It's like their favorite thing. Navy SEALs love dropping Black Hawk helicopters, and they love fucking lying, like grossly lying and exaggerating about the things that they did. Chris Kyle was such a racist, monstrous piece of shit that he literally lied about going and sniping black people off the top of the Superdome in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Okay? Straight up. Like, who fucking lies about that, dude? Well, like, why would you... He literally went and found the most racist thing he could make up. Which is wild because, like, it was a real thing that was happening at the time. There were, like, roving gangs of people that were, like, deliberately targeting and shooting at black people that were trying to survive in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Katrina as the American government failed to act fast enough. But Chris Kyle was not one of them, and he still lied about it. Yeah. Some of them were literally police officers at Danziger Bridge. Yeah.
"20 years on, they've been proven right time and time again. The invasion of Iraq resulted in death, destruction, and massive blowback. And it gave us these guys. There's something President George W. Bush said in 2007, 4 years into the invasion of Iraq, that ironically sums up how badly the US messed up. And there's another part of this clip that we'll be coming back to a little later, so pay attention here.
Imagine Iraq where Al-Qaeda.
By the way, they also lumped North Korea into the axis of evil and basically forced them to preemptively get nukes. Not only that, but Iran. Iran was America's continued ally in the fight against Al-Qaeda. Okay, Iran, not really a big fan as Shias, not really a big fan of Sunni fundamentalists, okay, or Sunni adjacent fundamentalists in general. They're not too fond of Al-Qaeda, okay. Iran was added into the axis of evil speech that George W. Bush delivered. Who the fuck put him in there? Regardless. They had no interest, like they didn't have any consideration whatsoever. They just add them in. They added them into the axis of evil. I think it was David Frum, right? No, it was David Frum, pretty sure. Yeah. David Frum added Iran into the axis of evil speech, and Iran was like, "What the fuck? What are you saying?" And then we continued to have Iran. We continued to rely on Iran for support. In Afghanistan and even in Iraq and certain places, like literally against Al-Qaeda. Even after all that. Yeah, what do you say fuck me for? Yeah, the classic 50 Cent meme.
Has established sanctuaries to...
It was George W. Bush, but the speech writer that added Iran into the axis of evil was written by David Frum, I'm pretty sure. David Frum added that. Yeah, the phrase was attributed to former Bush speechwriter David Frum. Yeah. Like, how is this guy literally allowed to breathe the free man's air? You know what I mean? Like, how? God damn it, dude. We all love dogs, but when it comes to both God and content on the internet, cats reign supreme. I mean, Will is a big cat advocate, a cat-vigate. Cats fully understand Arabic and are, as evidenced in this video, more than capable of engaging with a sermon on Ramadan virtues. Humans, on the other hand, still copy from Google Translate. Will is a major advocate for cats. Cats also do run Turkey, but... God, I hate... God, let's get back to this fucking bullshit, please. I mean, I'm fucking losing my mind a little bit.
Safely plot future attacks on targets all over the world.
It's ironic because by the time Bush said this, Al-Qaeda had established itself in Iraq, even though the group wasn't there before the US invaded. As one of the justifications for war, Bush and his officials insisted to an American public still reeling from 9/11 that Al-Qaeda and Iraq were linked.
The reason I keep insisting that there was a relationship between Iraq and Saddam and Al-Qaeda because there was a relationship between Iraq and Al-Qaeda.
Like pretty much all of the Bush administration's justifications for this war, this was a lie. Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda's Osama bin Laden were both Arab men who were once allies of the United States.
True! True. America, the greatest fake friends, dude. Listen. To the Kurds in the chat, remember this shit, okay? Remember. I know you got northern Iraq, okay? American contractors built it for you. You feel like maybe you have, for the first time ever, an opportunity to build like a fucking nation state. 35 million Kurds living in diaspora with no nation state, okay? This is my message. Look at this photo.
Osama bin Laden were both Arab men.
Look at this photograph. That's Donald Rumsfeld, dude, who played a role in fucking murdering this guy later. Do you understand? Anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. Ukrainians, think about this. Ukrainians are like, well, we're white. You know, maybe it's a little different. No, it's not different. They will go back to the Hitler understanding of fucking Slavs not being white like this. They'll go so fast your head will spin. The moment that you have no use for the American military state, you will get dropped like a fucking... You will get dropped, dude. Okay? They will use you, abuse you, and then spit you out. Hasan, Americans don't understand that kind of racism. They'll turn Benny Frank real quick to be like these garish... swarthy Ukrainians are not white by any means. These Slavs, you know, they'll fucking flip a script so fast. You'll be like, what? When did I not become? How did I not? I thought I was white. It's like, nope.
Allies of the United States, but they didn't have much else in common. In fact, Al-Qaeda showed up in Iraq only after the US invaded the country, dismantled the Iraqi army and security.
Is the TOS coming now? What part? Is it 339 you said? 319, okay.
Forces, and created a security vacuum that allowed all sorts of foreign fighters and violent groups to enter. Tapping into anger at the US for invading a Muslim country, as well as the disgust at scandals like the torture at Abu Ghraib, Al-Qaeda was able to recruit and grow into something even more...
It's actually not even that bad. Here, it's just Abu Ghraib. You should see this photo. I'm sure you've already seen this photo. This is not a TO. This is one of the only non-TOS photos that you can see, but this is literally, you know, America literally torturing motherfuckers. I think you should see this. If you haven't seen it, you should see this. It's a famous photo. The other ones where they make them like into naked human pyramids, those are, you know, terms of service violations, obviously. Context, I haven't seen this. This was a torture prison run by the United States military called Abu Ghraib. Okay? This is where they tortured people for fun. For funsies. You know? This is, of course, different than the other kind of torture, which the CIA called enhanced interrogation. This was just torture for the sake of funsies. Of course, if you want to know where, you know, America still tortures Muslims to this day, look no further than the Cuban landmass that we have on retainer as a permanent part of America's, you know, America's like very open black site. We have Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay. Ron DeSantis was the Navy oversight legal liaison on site, as we did some torture to Muslims without a fair trial at all, as a matter of fact. That one is still in operation. Oh, fuck, I remember Barack Obama ran on closing Gitmo, actually, if you guys remember that, but he never did. I wonder why. But yeah, electrocution, sexual assault, humiliation, murder, displaced, radicalized more Iraqis than anything. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Weird how, like, they didn't close Guantanamo Bay. I wonder why.
Torture at Abu Ghraib, Al-Qaeda was able to recruit and grow into something even more menacing. The invasion of Iraq propelled the group from a small, isolated organization into a genuinely global network that eventually became the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or Iraq and the Levant, as President Obama would say.
ISIL is a direct outgrowth of Al-Qaeda in Iraq that grew out.
The fucking biggest bag earner of our decade, okay, of our century maybe in media. Like, I cannot think of a man who just went from a Canadian government-funded newspaper, okay, that was a travel vlog created by like heroin addict hippies, okay, who turned around and got like a $100 million bag from Rupert Murdoch, okay, and just ran with it. Whoo! I'm talking, of course, about Shane Smith.
Out of our invasion.
This wonderful man right here. Oh, my Lord, dude. He literally fucking went in, pumped that shit up, was like, oh, yeah, we love giving you fucking opiates at, like, our parties. Do you want to fucking raise? Nah, don't worry about that. Suck my dick. Fucking. And he peaced out, dude. He peaced out. Sex, Drug, and Rock and Roll coffee table book 20 years ago. Anyway, yeah, he fucking sold it to Rupert Murdoch. Used to be homies with Gavin McInnes, by the way. Yeah, no, Gavin McInnes is one of the co-founders alongside Shane Smith. He was just forced out before, before Vice's heel turn and you know, just awesome shit that they do now. Like what the Saudis are doing in Yemen is not all that bad. They still have great journalists, obviously. Listen, I have friends that worked there back in the day, and there are still people that work there that are great. I'm just saying, you know, just like with every media outlet, there's some good people there, and then there's some times when they got to do what they got to do, you know, the State Department's bidding.
Which is an example of unintended consequences.
Those unintended consequences included Al-Qaeda sparking a sectarian civil war in Iraq by bombing some of the holiest sites in Shia Islam. They included hundreds of suicide and car bombings that killed thousands of Iraqis, and they included ISIS at one point controlling not just 40% of Iraq, but about a third of neighboring Syria as well. During the mid-2010s, the group was constantly in the headlines as it killed thousands and thousands of people, not just in Iraq and Syria, but also in Yemen, Saudi Arabia,
Turkey,
Kuwait, Bangladesh, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, France, Turkey, Belgium, Indonesia, Russia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Jordan, Germany, Somalia, the UK, Iran, the Philippines, Spain, Algeria, the United States, Nigeria, Sri Lanka. ISIS is no longer as powerful as it was, but it took years of a major US-led military operation that cost thousands more civilian lives, all to solve a problem created by the US occupying Iraq in the first place. Okay, remember that George W. Bush quote from a few minutes ago? This time, I'm going to play the first part of that soundbite as well.
For all those who ask whether the fight in Iraq is worth it, imagine an Iraq where militia groups backed by Iran control large parts of the country.
This is going to be a bit of a running theme here because, again, the US ended up causing the exact things it said it was invading Iraq to prevent. One of its goals in invading Iraq was to make the entire region friendlier to American interests.
Never forget that ISIS was forced out of, where was it? Was it when ISIS was forced out of its like remaining enclave in Iraq? There was a very interesting thing. Was it Mosul? Yeah. There was a very interesting thing that happened that like a lot of people, for some weird reason, never really talk about. And that was American-backed British troops and British mercenaries and British trucks allowing the ISIS militants to escape Mosul. Just don't know how that happened, don't know what that means. I mean, even when you talk about Turkey's involvement with ISIS, for example, running schemes for, like oil and gas substitutes for gold bullions and money and weapons, that was done under America's watchful eye, for example. That wasn't in, you're right, it's not in Mosul, it was Raqqa, Syria. I'm so wrong. I apologize. That was in Raqqa. You're right. You're right. You're right. I was thinking of Syria, not Mosul. I was thinking of Raqqa. You are absolutely correct. No, not a rare chat W. I rely on chat heavily. Anyway. Listen, I can't remember every little thing that America has done, okay? We've done a lot of fucked up shit. Sometimes I'm going to say it wrong, okay? Sometimes I'm going to mix up my Muslim nations that America has interfered in the affairs of. It's hard. Oh, you hate America? Name all their war crimes? Impossible. Don't have enough time to do so. Even you sometimes tell the truth. I'm going to be as charitable as possible to you and be as nice as possible to you. And I'm going to say this much. If you consider what I'm saying to be truthful now, you should probably tune in a little bit more frequently. You might hear something, you might hear a lot of statements that resemble exactly what you're hearing from me. And maybe not what you've heard from, I don't know, Discord servers that you engage in where they, cut, pick and choose, clip chimp and try to showcase me in this like least favorable way possible. Made and followed yesterday, yeah.
Instead, the war helped strengthen its biggest adversary there. Iran and the United States don't seem to ever agree on much, but in 2003, Saddam Hussein was a common enemy. Iranians hated him because in 1980, he had launched a war against them that lasted 8 years and left 500,000 people dead. It was a brutal war. Iraq used poison gas against Iranian soldiers, and the US helped prolong the fighting by sending weapons to both countries, although most of its support went to one side. So even as Iran was probably glad to see the end of Saddam, the US was strongly hinting that Iran could be next. Here's George W. Bush talking about Iran, Iraq, and North Korea a few months before invading Iraq.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world. And all nations should know America will do what is necessary to ensure our nation's security.
But something else happened. Iran, not the US, ended up benefiting the most from the invasion of Iraq. In less than 2 years, the US had ended the rule of Iran's enemies on both its eastern and western borders. Iran and the Taliban had bad blood between them too. Before the US invasion, Iraq was a buffer against Iran's presence in the Arab world. But after the invasion, Iraq became a foothold for Iranian influence to spread in neighboring countries. For example, Iran was able to build supply lines across Iraq to Syria, where Iranian-backed groups fought alongside Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad in that country's war. During the 1980s and 90s, Iran had cultivated and protected Iraqis who opposed Saddam's rule. And it was these Iranian-backed parties that dominated Iraqi politics after Saddam was gone. Today, posters of Iranian leaders hang all over Iraqi cities. Iranian commerce dominates the Iraqi market. And Iraq's security forces include powerful militias that are trained, supported, and sometimes even led by Iranians. It was these militias that helped defeat ISIS in Iraq. They fought on the ground with support from the US Air Force in the sky. Still, the US and Iran are adversaries. But the possibility of the US invading Iran the way it did Iraq, that's basically gone from next on the list to effectively zero. Because the invasion of Iraq very quickly changed America itself and its commitment to these kinds of wars. Here's how. It might seem odd now, but the war was actually very popular with Americans at first. USA! USA! That didn't last long. Almost everything that had been used to justify the war turned out to be a lie, including how quick it was supposed to be. Over 4,000 American soldiers were killed, and it took the US more than 8 years to withdraw from Iraq without much to show for it, other than, as we've seen, the strengthening of Iran and the spread of ISIS. Turns out the US wasn't able to impose its will.
Is Al Jazeera Plus, which is like oftentimes pretty fucking good in its coverage of American imperialism, is it just going to become more and more of a fucking like Wahhabist weirdo outlet as like I don't know, as relationship with Qatar and the United States become better and better? Is that what's happening? Because like they have literally they normally would never. I am not talking about Al Jazeera in general, okay? Al Jazeera, the other side of it, sometimes not great, okay? But it is odd that, like, I mean, this video is like, this video could be way more blisteringly anti-US, and also, you know, they're like surprisingly talking about Iran more. Al Jazeera Plus is Al Jazeera's division made for Americans. Yes, I know. I've appeared on Al Jazeera Plus. I have friends that used to work for Al Jazeera Plus. Like when back in the day before, I guess, Current TV was a television channel owned by Al Gore when I worked at the Young Turks, and the Young Turks had a Current TV show. Then Current TV got sold to Al Jazeera, and Al Jazeera basically kept some of those journalists on. A lot of my coworkers went and worked for Al Jazeera. When I saw you in the office, the employees were a lot better than they are now. What? Yeah, a lot of the good people have left Al Jazeera Plus. When I saw you in the office, Shobahu, the employees were a lot better off than they are now. Yeah. I can't believe you Will worked for Al Jazeera. No, Will never worked for Al Jazeera. What the fuck? Al Jazeera was, I think, Al Jazeera's coverage was definitely better back
On another country by force. Bush, who at one point had a 90% approval rating, ended his presidency with just 22% of Americans approving of him. After Bush, the next two presidents both insisted they'd always opposed the war, unlike the political establishments in both parties who had backed it.
Many of us looking at the evidence ahead of time understood that there was not an imminent threat.
Bottom line, there were no weapons of mass destruction. They said there are weapons of mass destruction. I was against the war when it started.
But the US war machine didn't stop after Iraq.
I have to pee.
It adapted. Today, you won't hear many American politicians talk about Bush-style goals like nation building or regime change. Instead, US military power is deployed in small doses all over the world for assassinations or other special forces missions. Drones, missiles, airstrikes, all these let the US hit targets from thousands of miles away without American troops being in harm's way. That's made the drone program much more popular than the Iraq War. But drone warfare isn't clean. These strikes have killed thousands of civilians, with drone pilots often unable to tell exactly who they're targeting. And since the drone program is directly under the president's control, it's given American presidents the power to execute people all over the world, including, in several cases, American citizens. The Iraq War was always going to be a disaster on so many levels. It was also an illegal war.
It's not in conformity with the UN Charter from our point of view, and from the Charter point of view, it was illegal.
But the US insisted it was above such rules and that it had a right to preemptively attack whoever it wanted. Most of the world refused to go along.
When we went in, there were three countries, Great Britain, Australia, and the United States. That's not a grand coalition. We can do better. 30 seconds. Well, actually,
are you honk-shoeing and me-me-meing because the United States is once again violating international rule of law that was created specifically so that the United States can bully anyone and everyone they want and claim that they're violating international laws so that they could justifiably invade those countries even though they themselves were in violation of international law? Is that why you're sleeping? Is that why you're honk-shoeing and fucking me-me-meing? Or are you honk-shoeing and me-me-meing because the top of the hour is upon us and there's a 3-minute ad break? But wake up to the reality that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you can get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that favorite broadcaster is me. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Honk shoe on my me till I fall asleep. Who's more evil, George Bush or Tony Blair? George Bush. Easy.
forgot Poland.
The problem with acting like you're above the law is that it gives others an excuse to break the rules as well. Listen to Bernie Sanders, at the time one of the only people in Congress opposing the war, warning of those consequences.
If President Bush believes that the U.S. can go to war at any time against any nation, what moral or legal obligation could our government raise if another country chose to do the same thing?
In the years since, we've seen that playing out all over the world. Governments breaking international law and committing war crimes with impunity, whether they're cracking down on dissent, stealing territory, or invading other countries. But maybe the guy at the heart of it all saw a link between what he set in motion in Iraq in 2003 and Russia invading Ukraine in 2022.
The decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine. Iraq, anyway.
Iraq too. Anyway. My God, my Lord, what a self-report, dude. What a self-report that is.
Conservative estimates say that around 300,000 people were killed because of America's decision to illegally invade Iraq, although the real number is probably much higher. In Iraq today, sectarianism is rife, the economy is weak, poverty is widespread, basic services are sporadic, and the security situation is, in many places, still dangerous.
لين مجرد دخولها كان هو مأساوي وحطمت وقتلت ودخل الإرهاب والمجرمين وغيرها والقاعدة. إنه بالدهورة صارت يا ريت قبل الحرب كان.
Wait, that's so weird. Wait, I'm so confused. What I saw CBS saying how fucking wonderful it was that America invaded Iraq, though. speak American. What the fuck? Yeah, they went. They even. Well, they didn't get the Iraqi people to say that. Those words are going to be hard to come from the mouths of Iraqi people. So they basically interviewed the Iraqi people after. It was the American journalist that said those words, where he said, you know, the liberation took place or whatever. You can still probably find Iraqi people that will say that, though, but regardless.
20 years on, Iraqis are still dealing with the consequences of that invasion every day. But what about the consequences for the government officials who lied to justify the war? Or for the media that repeated so many of those lies instead of investigating them? To find out, you'll want to watch this video.
Oh, this is manufacturing consent. This is how the United States manufacture consent. Anyway, let's get back to
Exactly.
I want to go through American and British propaganda in between like real news.
20 years ago, US forces with the UK and other allies invaded.
Oh, by the way, the new I adopted every dog in the shelter with Fusli, Myung, and Valkyrie. HasanAbi new puppy vlog episode 1 is out. We're going to watch that later. Do not worry. That's coming later on the fun side of content. Okay. Fear not, but let's get back to...
in order to oust dictator Saddam Hussein. It was part of what the US called its war on terror, begun by President George W. Bush after the 9/11 terrorist attack in 2001. Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, has been taking a look back at the consequences and sent this report from Mosul.
A lot of the old city of Mosul hasn't been rebuilt yet. It was destroyed in 2017 during the war to eradicate the jihadists of the Caliphate of Islamic State. It was really nasty, house-to-house fighting. And it went on for months. I was here at the time, and a lot of civilians, as well as fighters, were killed. The rise and fall.
Blowback season 1 covers this stuff so perfectly. For the record, if you have any interest in fully understanding like what happened in the lead up and also aftermath, highly recommend Blowback season 1.
Fall of Islamic State, also known as ISIS, was part of an unfolding catastrophe that engulfed Iraq and was felt right across the Middle East. Now, a lot of it goes back to March 2003. That was when the Americans and the British and their allies invaded Iraq. The Americans called the massive air raids with which they opened the war shock and awe. They claimed, wrongly, that this was the way to make...
Wow! Wrongly! Well, I guess the British have, despite their own personal involvement, I guess that at least the British broadcasters are openly stating it. Notice how it's very different from the American assessment of the situation.
Make the Middle East safer for everyone. Within weeks, they'd removed the Iraqi dictator, Saddam Hussein. Another false claim was that he had weapons of mass destruction. The US Navy flew President George W. Bush out to an aircraft carrier where he declared victory.
The tyrant has fallen and Iraq is free.
He could not have been more wrong. The Americans hadn't worked out how they were going to replace Saddam Hussein's regime. In the end, they imposed a system that turned sectarian and ethnic groups against each other. In the years of chaos and violence that followed, hundreds of thousands of Iraqis were killed. No one knows how many exactly, as armed groups fought each other, fought the Americans, and killed each other's civilians. Much of Mosul and other cities has been rebuilt. There are bright spots. As for the West, the Americans and the British, the invaders, a lot of the world just laughs when they talk about peace or international law because of what happened here. But what matters most is the effect on the lives of millions of people, not just in Iraq, but...
That's why, to that fucking chatter, Bowies, I still remember your name, motherfucker. When you come to me and you talk about the International Criminal Court, when you talk about Vladimir Putin, okay, and you're like, dude, oh, what? How dare you? How dare you fucking talk shit about the ICC? Like, we have a fucking law in our country that dictates that we can fucking invade The Hague if any American service member or even family member of like an American service member, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is ever extradited to be under the legal scrutiny of the International Criminal Court.
Across the wider Middle East, who suffered and died because of the invasion and its consequences. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Mosul.
I will never forget some of the grossest pieces of footage that came out of Iraq. Like, remember when they fucking rolled a tank over that one dude's car, like the taxi driver's taxi, just for no fucking reason? I wonder if they'll show it here. Oh my Lord, dude. It's just like such a perfect way to capture like the American lack of decency, the absolute barbarism demonstrated by these fucking corn-fed dickheads. Holy shit. It is a perfect metaphor. Exactly. They're just trying to pay for college, though? Okay, well, you know, you can suck my dick and I'll give you money to pay for college then. How about that? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Come on. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to fucking excuse that behavior ever. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, yeah, there you go. This guy's just trying to pay for college, chat.
When we arrived. And when we came across soldiers, they didn't seem sure of their role.
That child don't need to be here. You know what school is? Okay, that's what he need to be doing, not following you.
We filmed these GIs after they caught a group of Iraqis stealing wood.
We try to stop them from looting, they don't understand, so we'll take their car and we'll crush it. United States Army, tankers, Hool.
That's your tax dollars, by the way. Thank you for your service, sirs. I think there's better ways to pay off college debt. That's what I'm saying. And the irony is they fucking broke the wood too. Like that wood's now, the wood pallets are now unusable too. So like it is literally a perfect way to showcase just like how malicious, how awful this fucking invasion was, how barbaric these fucking pieces of shit were. Holy shit, dude. That's why a lot of people, especially people that live in like, the third world, you know what I mean? That is like seen the long dick of the American might, the mighty American military have, you know, a lot of things to say. Like it's hard for them to at least even empathize with the dude who has PTSD after doing this shit. You know what I mean? Just like it's hard for a lot of people to look at this and go, oh man, that's like totally valid. You know, that guy was just trying to pay for a college education. Half the reason why that guy can't pay for a fucking college education is because every single dollar that guy makes is gonna a chunk of it is gonna go to the American coffers that end up sending other people that look exactly like him out there to do the same shit all over again.
That's what you get when you loot.
Later, the car's owner told us, "I'm a taxi driver. The car was my livelihood."
Yeah. That's what you get when you loot, said the American soldier. The American soldier said, that's what you get when you loot. Motherfucker, what are you doing in Iraq? What is your purpose for being in Iraq? What do you think you're doing on the other side of the world? You're looting. That's why you're there. That's crazy. It is literally no different than what colonizers did originally, okay? It's like identical.
We all talk about how when we're going to go home, how proud we're going to be combat vets. I mean, how many people can say that they're combat veterans? 19 years old, I fought in a war. That's awesome. Nothing can beat that. That's the coolest thing in the world, It'd be fun to.
By the way, the officers program is identical in the way that in its inception, not this guy. This guy's clearly a fucking grunt, okay? This is a crayon eater, okay? On the other hand, like this is the colonial equivalent of this is the fucking serf that is like forced into to action by some fucking lordship, right? On the other hand, the officers program is exactly the same as like the lords that would also send their sons when they were of age to become a man. You know what I mean? You got to fucking scalp a couple tribal people and then you like become a man. You're obviously protected from like the absolute worst aspects of war. Like you're not actually throwing your fucking body. This guy is throwing his body. He's like he's just going out. He's not a conscript obviously because we don't have that. But it's the poverty draft in some ways, right? He's like, this is my upward social mobility. But also on top of that, it's like, it's also, a lie that was sold to him post 9/11. A lot of people were lied to and they were just so fucking, ripped up in a frenzy to go out there and do what they thought was the right thing. And especially in Iraq, a lot of them realize like, why the fuck are we here? These motherfuckers don't know what 9/11 is. They don't even know. They don't know what America is half the fucking time. Why are we here? The poverty draft is not largely a myth. I hate that argument. Obviously, a big chunk of the military, the grunts that make up the large chunk of the military, yes, a lot of them are military family members. That's a huge part of it, okay? But the idea that these guys are not doing, there is no poverty draft is a silly one. I hate that. I know there's studies conducted on it or whatever, that ultimately come to the realization that, like, yeah, if you're a fucking middle-class family, if you're in a literal middle-class family, okay, that then you're technically not a part of the poor, the working poor. That's literally it. That's what people always say. Meanwhile, while you are having that back-and-forth conversation with me, the American government is sending all of their most predatory fucking recruiters to the blackest of neighborhoods, to the fucking brownest of neighborhoods, to the poorest of neighborhoods. Why the fuck are they doing that? Why do you think they're doing that? They know what they're doing. And you're over here being like, actually, the poverty draft is a bit of a myth. Like, no, it's not. It's not a fucking myth. Yeah, they're sending them to high schools in literally some of the shittiest parts of the country that was left that way on purpose by design. So you could have a nice pool of fucking slave labor in the criminal justice system. And those who don't get into the system at an early age get to go to the military. Yeah, saying poverty draft is a myth and bitching about how college is too expensive and puts people in lifelong debt. Yeah, exactly. It's not a myth. There are a lot of people who join the military because their family members were a part of it. Okay, that's a huge part of it as well. A lot of people join because their mom and dad or their mom or their dad was a part. Okay. Having said that, however, there is plenty of people who do get sold a lie. 9/11 was a huge reason. Obviously, that's the reason why the military has gotten diminishing returns on their recruitment tactics since 9/11. That was like the most effective military recruitment technique. So many of the people that are veterans in here now that are truly upset about the actions that they engaged in, no matter how indefensible. A lot of those people joined, including Pat Tillman, after 9/11. They got whipped up into a fucking frenzy. I'm sure that this is what will be covered here now.
Look back on it. Just waiting to get to that point where I can look back on it.
I have no sympathy for those who cry bully and talk about their PTSD if they are in favor of continuing America's atrocities, okay? But there are plenty of wonderful veteran groups like About Face and many other organizations that comprise of veterans who now have made it their lives mission to actively combat continued warfare. Mike Prisner is another great example of this. There are plenty of members in this community as well, okay? So understand that. There are some very valid, some good allies in that fight. Knowing Better is a veteran. He's great. There's a lot of people that learned their lesson the hard way. Obviously, you can look at it and look at it from the perspective of the victims in this circumstance, and in many instances, I certainly do. My brother joined the military 5 months before 9/11, and now he's dead. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. But anyway.
Here it is. 2003. They got us out here in Baghdad. Life is hard. Got us pulling fucking 2 hours of guard. Then they ump it up to 8 between 12. I don't give a fuck. I think I'm stuck in hell. I'd rather be there instead of jail. Putting Baghdad on the map. Send me my mail.
There's not a moment of the day that go by that not a thought about Baghdad never crosses my mind. It made me who I am today. Going to a country where you don't know nothing. Knowing it's going down, knowing you're hearing the bombs and the gunshots. It's real now. Like you've been trained for it, they done told you about it, now you're here.
Drummond, calm down. It's a wedding day. They always shoot up in the Al Wednesday.
Yeah, nothing though, man. I'm already ready. That's the worst.
This is the famous shoot and cry trope where the media had to cope with the unjustified nature of the Iraq War by shifting the victims from the people killed to the soldier who did the killing. No, that's why I addressed the shoot and cry trope immediately. That's one of the first things I did, which is that there are people who still continue to justify endless bloodshed, okay? That certainly are, they see the immediate consequences that it had on their fucking minds, right? And how it literally rattled their brain, how it fried their fucking brain, and they're upset. They're upset because it fried their personal brains. They're not upset about the human toll. Okay? And then they end up continuing the American military machine. They propagandize it. They continue to send other people to do the same fucking thing. Ironically, I had a lot of I had a take about that with respect to Daniel Crenshaw, that got me banned, and about what happened to his eye and his injury. Okay, I will not repeat it because I did get banned for saying things, but he was literally doing that. He was sending other, he was justifying sending other children, young boys and girls overseas, while simultaneously, sitting there with a fucking eye patch on his face. How did that get there? You know what I mean? Like, fuck you, dude. You piece of shit. Anyway, I can say that he's a piece of shit. I just can't say what caused his eye, what caused his eye injury. Okay, I can't say that. But how that got there is basically, He went over there, and some things happened.
Shit you can go through at the age that we was going through it.
They're trying to hit the compound.
Someone smoking a cigarette in the shitters?
What are you gonna do when you get out of the army?
Be a fucking rock star.
Sometimes I remember, oh yeah, that's right, I went to Iraq. Now that I have a kid, sometimes I find myself thinking, is he gonna end up going to some war that ends up not doing any good for the world and receive a bunch of shitty care?
Bro, Wilf is a wild name. I wanted to overlook it, but I can't overlook that. That is a wild name. Okay, Wilf.
Afterwards.
Wilfred?
I think we were in Baghdad for a few days, and then we were in a firefight.
Emma said, woman I'd like to fuck.
Outside the Abu Hanifa Mosque. And
short
it was just
for
totally
Wilford? No, short for woman I'd like to fuck. That's what it's short for.
bizarre. Just fucking gunfire everywhere. A couple of RPGs. And I was just thinking, what the fuck am I doing here? And that question never went away. I don't know how to explain the war to myself, and have yet to have any clear thought of like, yes, we actually made a difference there, because we didn't at all. There was no difference fucking made. Maybe for the worse.
The area I come from is very small. Not a lot of opportunities for people fresh out of high school. So it's either community college or go do something, travel the world, get paid for it, experience places like this. I had swore I'd never join the Army. I watched my brother come home all rigid when I was like 12, and I was like, no way. And then
he called me and he said, you watching this shit? And I said, what? He goes, turn on the television. And about 30 seconds after I turned on the television, the second plane hit. When that happened, one, I was mad, it's just my fucking backyard. But I immediately thought, this is what I need to do. I need to defend I just felt it. I just had to do it. I had to go join my brother. I had to be by his side. There was no way I was going to let my brother go into a war and me not be there.
We'll keep one saw back here. Just know where your people are, and we got the rear. So you need to start holding that like you fucking mean it.
That deployment was funny because
you never see interviews with people whose family members were killed by these guys. Fair. Also, here's one thing that I have to mention here. This isn't for you. If you're in this community, you're probably aware of the grossest parts of the unjustifiable and brutal American invasion of Iraq, Afghanistan, numerous other countries. Okay? This is for the liberals that are watching, or maybe even conservatives that are watching, that are like, that see the human toll on the American side. So it can still play a role in getting people to understand that it is not good, that war is not good. It's like talking about the dangers of white supremacy, not immediately on non-white people, but instead how white supremacy ends up impacting white people as well in a negative fashion, right? You get it? Like, you can sit there and say, well, hold on, what the fuck? Well, what about the real victims of white supremacy? Which is true. We talk about that all the time. But I think this is also another important part of it to cover, that, like, I use it. I use it all the fucking time. I talk about 12,000 active service members that died in the war on terror. Like, yeah, what did they die doing? They died literally fucking invading countries and killing a bunch of random brown kids, right? They had nothing to do with anything, right? But ultimately, it's important to recognize that they died for no fucking reason. They died for the military-industrial complex. So you craft an argument specifically towards the audience that you're talking to. And now, 22 vets every day on top of that, that came back and are, committing suicide. It's an important thing to mention, especially when I don't think people realize that there's literally vests with kill counts tatted on their body. Yes, I know. But we're not talking about those veterans anyway. Like the few founding fathers who objected to slavery, not because of the cruelty or dehumanization of Africans, but because of how it messed up white people. I mean, that. But sometimes you have to. I will use any and every opportunity to get the message across that war is bad. Okay? That there is no justification for it. If it requires people who don't care or consider Iraq, the people of Iraq as like human beings, to see it from the perspective of like American citizens, the American economy being destroyed, I'm going to use that as a talking point as well, because the ultimate goal is to stop people from, engaging in this. Stop and have a more robust anti-war movement in this country, which is, very difficult, but regardless, and it might never happen, but regardless, I will still do it. Okay?
There was no clear-cut mission. The whole time you're wondering, like, what are we really doing? Are we really in combat? Are we not in combat? Who's actually the enemy? Now you're in Baghdad. Now you're in the heart of Adamiyah. Now what?
Was going through my mind was it was dark out and I couldn't see my fingers. Basically, I was hoping I still had my fingers. I couldn't tell where I was shot. I just knew my arm was numb, and I found out I had my fingers and I could move them. The doc came by and he was patching me up, and we just had a shallow conversation about oh wow man, you got shot. And I was like, yeah.
And I think I was only 19 at that point. And to be shot in the first 2 weeks of a 16-month deployment was setting the tone, to say the least.
IEDs are the scariest. Gunfire and crap like that shit don't bother me, it's whatever. But IEDs, they had that shit in garbage, man, and it could be anywhere.
And you ride through the hood and you see a milk jug on the side of the road, but the milk jug look kind of cut, or a trash bag. The trash bag look kind of ripped up. That's the shit that they will put the fucking bombs in.
They were trying to fucking kick out a invading force. Fair is fair. You know what I mean? You had significantly better weapons. You had, all the military tactics. They were fighting a insurgent war. They were engaging in guerrilla warfare with whatever weapons and tactics they had. Your ass about to get deported? Yeah, no. I mean, that is one element of America being the dominating force, is that like they allow you to say shit like that. I mean, they'll yell at you a lot. They yell at me a lot every time I talk about American imperialism in such black and white terms. But yeah.
Clear the road, possible IED.
I don't see any wires, but it's on the surface.
We found Coke cans with plastic explosives in them on the corner. And when you're walking around a neighborhood that's literally, trash up and down the streets, you can't really tell where they are.
You see us when we're going around corners and there's a box on the side of the road. It's just, cringe and take the turn. Hopefully you don't hear a bang. I still cringe when I pass garbage. I ask my wife, she goes nuts. I avoid garbage like the plague on the road. I will swerve my car to the other side. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
We're riding in the open tailgate of a truck, and people are getting fucked up all the time, and we'd still go out there with it.
Part of our $87 billion budget provided for us to have some secondary armor put on top of our thin-skinned Humvees. So
ironically, they also would never have armor underneath, right, until recently.
Armor was made in Iraq. It's high-quality metal, and it will probably slow down the shrapnel so that it stays in your body instead of going clean through. And that's about it.
When we first got here, they were waving at us, and next minute, as soon as we drive by, we'd get shot at.
or some days they look at us mean and, you know, give us gestures that they didn't want us there.
When I first got there, I noticed a lot of people doing this to me. Fuck you. Fuck you, American. They didn't say fuck you. They were just... And about 4 months into it, my interpreter looks at me and goes, Sergeant Beatty, have patience. Wait, what? Have patience. We hit houses with the wrong address. And then we'd have to apologize because we just kicked your door in, or we just blew your door in, or we just damaged your house at 3 o'clock in the morning.
You know, sorry, oopsie, we killed your child. She was standing in the way between us and, you know, our target.
Yeah, do it right here, do it right here. Stay well to the front, stay well to the front. Breezy, come in. Hold on. Get down. Get down. Get down.
No rest.
Go.
No rest.
Just unimaginable cruelty, man. Unimaginable.
I still hear it. And the psychological side of it, now, I still carry.
Note how the U.S. has imported these methods back to America for policing? Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, long-range acoustic devices originally were implemented by the Defense Department and utilized in Iraq against dissenters, right? Big crowds. Now they are utilized in Portland and everywhere around the country, as a matter of fact. Anything that goes out there will eventually be imported back here. AR-15s, okay, weapons created for warfare so that, you know, the American military machine could do the endless bloodshed overseas, were created in so much surplus that maybe we can just sell it to our own people, you know what I mean? And there you have it. One of the many reasons why America has such a bad fucking gun culture, when you want to call it bad gun culture, is like that violence will inevitably come home. Okay? That trauma that you are implementing is always going to come home. And sometimes directly, like the military surplus program that the Pentagon created to max out as we inflated the police budgets, allowed every fucking dumbass, hick-ass town to have an MRAP. You know? But when you think about like, when you think about like the militarization of the American police, understand that is, you know, there's a reason for that. And you know, we wanted to make money. Our important industries needed to keep making money, small arms and also weapons of war. Okay. You know, bombs and all that good stuff. They have to go somewhere. Once one of those wars are done or the weapons are outdated, we'll just give it to the police force.
Hey. Yeah, you see that in the camera. I'm a journalist. You do that. You're mistaken this.
Hey, quiet. I still think about that guy. I still remember punching him in the face.
When he was going for this, when I punched him in his fucking face.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's his glasses right there.
Cop. As a cop. That's literally no different. Ironic, because he is likely to be a victim of similar police action as a black man in America. But that is precisely how cops operate. This is nearly identical to what Tyree Nichols' murderers were saying on camera. On each other's body cameras, if you remember. Violence begets violence. And that kind of imported fascism ends up, you know, that kind of export, comes all the way back home.
Who's going for the AK?
If you look and you put yourself in their place, how would you feel if you had someone kicking in your door and you as the man want to protect your family and me coming through the door with bad intentions? Because the intel that I received told me you're a bad guy.
Just shut your mouth when you're asked. Just shut your mouth.
Hey, man, shut up.
Yeah, I know that. Shut up. Yeah.
I'm always going to carry that. And I'm still working on that.
Pick him up. He goes outside the wall.
Just I told him shut your mouth.
Yep.
Not trying to be contentious here. Genuinely curious if you can explain the phenomenon in which the soldiers more commonly feel remorse than the police, or at least that's what's portrayed in the media. I think by and large they don't. There's a lot of fucking vets who are like, there's varying degrees of veteran remorse. Some of it is basically about like I think some of it is literally just like remorse because you just feel like you thought you were doing the right thing against the enemy that you dehumanized, or that your spirit is dehumanized. But like a lot of veterans basically complain about the lack of funding in the military. You know what I mean? There's a lot of elements within the military that like they complain about with respect to just like how their personal safety was violated, right? And that's what gets them to start thinking about, for what reason did this happen to me? It's oftentimes like a very selfish way to start the process, and many of them do not engage in the introspection to recognize that lack of funding Pepela or lack of funding copium. Yeah, I mean that is literally where it comes from. Yes. There are, I think some of the main differences though is that because they're like literally fucking removed from the daily existence of like living in society, the glaring inequality is maybe more apparent. At least from what I've seen from the vets I've spoken to that are like, anti-war veterans now. There is that juxtaposition is way more glaring when you're literally invading a country that is like, that has nothing and killing people or participating in the destruction and death of people that have done absolutely nothing to you, that don't know who you are. Whereas with American policing, white supremacist propaganda internally is, super commonplace. That reinforcement mechanism is also constantly a part of your everyday existence. And on top of that, you get to go home to your nice neighborhood at night and sleep with your wife and take care of your children if you want to, and get beers with your boys on the weekends. Like, it's not as big as like a juxtaposition as like a lot of veterans face. I think that's probably the reason. And then veterans also inevitably go back to being civilians in a lot of instances, whereas cops are still continuing. Okay, cops are still continuing to be cops. As an Iraqi, I know that guy is coming back to another AK to go kill Americans, and that's what they didn't get when they disrespected a man in his way in Iraq. It doesn't go away. They have no remorse to kill them when they came back in 2 wars. They were basically turning civilians into fighters. Yes, we talked about this a lot. Yes, a big part of the reality that like the Taliban kept improving and increasing their numbers in Afghanistan, for example, was directly due to the unjustifiable American invasion, because you're radicalizing people. If you can understand how like living in the United States of America in like a place like fucking Ohio where industry is left can radicalize young white men, or young men in general, you should be able to genuinely understand how much worse it is in fucking Fallujah. Okay? Where you have a direct occupying force. You could put a face to the fucking villains. You know what I mean? XQC want to talk to you? What is this? He wants me to talk to Train. He said Train is down to talk. Yeah, I told him around for a little. How long you think? I don't know. Fuck. No, I mean I'm down. I'm down to talk to Train. It doesn't bother me. But like I don't want to do it right now when I'm in the middle of this. You know what I mean? This is some serious shit. Yeah. There's a lot of Zoomers who weren't alive when America did the thing. And they need to learn. All right, let's continue.
He's protecting his house. He gets punched in the face, put on his damn back, ends up in Abu Ghraib, and he's never going to get that time back.
Oh, they sent him to Abu Ghraib too.
So I think about that.
Well, it's not even that he's never going to get that time back. It's that like he's never going to be the same. You know what I mean? He's just like permanently fucked.
I don't feel like I'm defending my country anymore, and that kind of sucks. And that's the whole purpose when you're a kid to join the army. A lot of people feel it's like, defend your country, but we're not defending our country anymore. I know we haven't defended our country in a while, but
I didn't agree with the Iraq War when I went in. I went in for Afghanistan. I joined to go fight in the mountains. I wanted to fight the Taliban. Unfortunately, once you join, you have no politics. You're property. You go where they send you.
When I was 20, I thought we were invincible. We were kids. We were just invincible. We're going to go here, we're going to do this, and we're going to get out. And I tell people to this day, the day that I grew up was November the 1st, 2003. That was the day I grew up.
I think that's the day we all grew up. And you say that day, and it just...
We just got the call over the radio and that one of our Humvees was engaged with some kind of RPG or IED. Nobody knew what it was at first. It just hit, and it hit hard. Our Humvee was limping back to the compound, and we're getting status reports just constantly. And then we all just kind of went on with what we had to do that night. And then we got up the next day, and they told us we had a 9 o'clock formation. Nobody told us as to why. And I lined up the whole battery, and the BC came out, and he was already crying. He was really shook up, and we knew something was bad. And he told us that during the night that Lieutenant Colgan had died.
Like I said, it's really interesting. Bro would have been a juicer today. Yeah, it's really interesting to think about with respect to like how people, like if they did this, bro, if the New York Times, I mean, this is such a laughable comparison, but imagine the New York Times cutting like this for the Russian conscripts who are literally conscripted, like they're forced to go to war in Ukraine. These guys were not, right? Poverty draft and all is one thing, but like, can you imagine the New York Times writing an article like this or covering a video essay like this about Russian 19-year-olds who were like, I don't fucking want to do this shit, but like I had to go because, otherwise I was going to jail. And it's interesting because there is truth to that as well, just like there's truth to what they're experiencing and what they're talking about, which is why war is bad across the board. Okay? But as far as stop saying poverty draft is a lie, okay? It's not. If it was such a fucking lie, they wouldn't routinely and hungrily try to go to every fucking black and brown neighborhood to recruit, okay? And every poor neighborhood to recruit from. It's definitely not a fucking lie. I hate when people say that it's a lie. It doesn't comprise the entirety of the military, especially in a country that has so much military culture at this point. Okay? It's not. It's upward social mobility. It's the promise of upward social mobility that you get. Anyway. Regardless. Whew, never seen a recruitment office in West Hollywood, just saying. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a recruitment office in Beverly Hills. There might be one in West Hollywood, probably not though. There isn't a recruitment office in Bel Air. They're not going to the fucking Bel Air High School. That's for the officers program. Okay? That's for the Navy officers program. That's so you can go to college and then, do the ROTC thing, then become an officer. Then you get to be protected from like all of the worst aspects of this. Beverly Hills has an Air Force recruitment center. Doubt it. Doubtful that it's as effective, rather. Sorry. Oh, they have one in Westfield Mall? That makes sense, actually. More foot traffic from not just rich people, but more foot traffic from everyone. But yeah, Air Force is also different. Again. And we haven't even touched CIA black sites or Guantanamo, Abu Ghraib, or a million other consequences of this useless evil war. Yeah.
And everybody's heads just went down. You could hear the gasps and the tears in a lot of people.
I think most people really wanted to go out and just kill everybody after that.
People talking shit on the Air Force by saying Chair Force, you'll be begging them the next time a balloon looks at you. True. People don't respect. People need to put respect on the Chair Force, okay? They are the slayers of balloons. Do you understand?
It was the first death we had suffered in the battalion, and then we'd had people hurt, but no one had died yet. That's a really big thing to just grasp all of a sudden.
It's one of those things you'll never forget.
Several other people in our unit were killed. Lieutenant Saltz, PFC Moore, Sergeant Major Cook was killed, Sergeant McKeever.
Rest in peace, boys. All that talking about that shit is so fucking depressing, man. You just have no idea. You have no idea. Man.
So what does it do to a generation of young people during these deployments?
They become old. They are old young men.
Yeah, I mean, I feel more grown up. I mean, I've changed a lot in the last, year. For people back in the States, it was just a year. Nothing really changed. They just got a year older. For me, it was like.
I think that's what's like most. I think that's most traumatic, and another glaring juxtaposition is that like, and this is a shared sentiment by a lot of active duty combat veterans, is that they were there getting their fucking dicks blown off, sitting on top of a goddamn poppy field for no fucking reason in Afghanistan, while back home their wives and girlfriends were getting fucked by the neighbors. You know what I mean? And the calls weren't coming as frequently as they once did. And they slowly but surely started recognizing, oh, like America moved on. Like we're here, but back home they just fucking moved on. You know what I mean? Yes, Jody, exactly. Oh, they lost friends while the entire neighborhoods were leveled by radioactive metal or phosphorus. Brother, I'm not talking about that. Of course, you're telling me, okay, you're telling me personally, as someone who very much covers the other side, the real victims of war that never get this care or consideration most of the time. The one instance where we're talking about people who were brain broken by nonstop propaganda and at least recognize the severity of their actions. Like you're always going to run into me telling you that you're wrong if you have no interest in like someone who has done unspeakable awful things. Okay? As long as they recognize their wrongs and want to do better.
You know, a lifetime, you know. I feel I've grown up 20, 30 years out here.
And every day it was, well, I guess I'm just doing what I'm doing today so that I can get to tomorrow so that we can get to our 365 days and leave. And then that changed. Then we stayed out there for a few more months. I think it was like 419 days that we were there. Maybe George Bush should fund my fucking guitar business.
He owes me a beer, at least, at the minimum.
The Iraqis are probably wondering how in the hell are they supposed to believe in a system that we forced fed them when our system doesn't even work. Going back to George Floyd. 2 words, not okay. There's actually a picture of me in Time magazine with my knee on a suspected terrorist's chest. It wasn't on his carotid artery. It was across his chest. All these shootings, not okay.
Oh my God. Liberalism is literally fucking just... Bro, really? Really, dude? Really? You're talking about fucking putting a knee on some dude's chest while he's in his own house, while you invaded his country, and then saying like, is he about to say like, oh, even we as like combat veterans like knew what the rules of engagement were? You know, these uncivilized freaks that we were fucking breaking into their doors. We treated them with more humanity than the police treat us. Like, come on, dog. It's literally the same. It's one in the fucking same. Okay? Like, what ethics are we talking about? There's no way. I hope he's not saying that. Oh, he's not. Okay, never mind. Okay. I'm so geared towards like, okay, he's literally comparing himself to fucking Derek Chauvin, which is an apt comparison. I am so fucking geared towards assuming the worst when I see shit like that on the New York Times. I'm sorry. I hear... No, he's saying he was... Or is he actually... Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm going to read this again. Yeah, he is saying that. He's saying, like, I did, you know, better towards this guy who is a suspected terrorist than Derek Chauvin did to fucking George Floyd.
Terrorists with my knee. There's actually a picture of me when our system doesn't even work. Going back to George Floyd. 2 words, not okay.
I think he's saying both. Like, he's saying both are bad. He's saying what he did was wrong, while also simultaneously still saying, like, what he did was, like, still less wrong than what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd. You know, a little bit of both. It's fine. I mean, he recognizes that he was doing that. And he's saying that he was praised and celebrated for it. Don't be a lib chatter right now, please. No, he is. He's saying that he was praised and on the cover of fucking Times magazine for what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd in a very different way.
All these shootings, not okay.
He's right.
My mom
He's right. It is a part of the
doesn't
same system.
like the Army too much because, I mean, took both her boys and we're over here. And, you know, she hates that, but she's very proud and nothing beats it. It's the greatest feeling in the world.
Jason's bike was always affectionately known as the asshole, because that was my brother. Fuck, I missed it.
When shit gets dark, you know, and you're thinking about ending it or whatever, you call someone. Jason was that phone call for me, and I was always that phone call for Jason. So it was hard for me when he did do what he did. You know, the first few months, and then he called. Why didn't he call me? And I don't have the answer.
Yeah, I mean, look, ultimately, like just like white supremacy ends up hurting white people, American imperialism hurts those who are its, you know, jackbooted thugs. Let's be real. Join because you're propagandized. You think it's like the right thing to do. You join because you're angry. All that, you know, hopped up on machismo shit. Like, oh, they fucking hurt us. They hit us. They hit us on U.S. soil. How dare they? And then they just fucking use that anger that you feel to point you in a direction, whichever direction that they feel is the best for. HasanAbi killed that vet with his comments. Okay, shut the fuck up. Yeah, my 9/11 comments is what killed him. That's right. It's odd because, like, the fucking New York Times cut this documentary when they are the ones who also, like, literally geared up everyone to go to war. Like, playing a very, very vocal role in both justifying both invasions and simultaneously fucking and simultaneously lying to the American public, lying internationally. And now they're like, look how sad they are. It's like, yeah, bitch, you did it. Like, you played a role in it. You know what I mean? Played a significant role in it.
Oh,
here.
Boy.
I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second. But I gotta show you this one as well. This is the final thing.
I believe that you helped the administration take us to like the most devastating mistake in foreign policy that we've made in like 100 years. But you seem lovely. You wrote an article, this is September 8th, 2011, right? This was the big article. It said, U.S. says Hussein intensifies quest for A-bomb parts.
You mean Michael Gordon and I wrote an article?
Sure. Front page of the New York Times next to a giant picture of Never Forget 9/11. It was right around the first, there it is, in memory of 9/11, front page. The information came from the Bush administration, yes?
Broadly speaking, yes. John, were we not supposed to report what it was that had the community, the intelligence community, so nervous about Saddam?
No, you
were
should
we
have
supposed
reported
to
it,
keep
though,
that
in
from
the
American
context
people?
that this administration was very clearly pushing a narrative. And by losing sight of that context, by not reporting...
I think we did. The story said we
wholeheartedly disagree with you.
Well, that's what makes journalism. I mean,
it's
look,
actually not what makes journalism. So let's continue with this.
Let's continue.
So you don't run with, you run with the story when David Albright doesn't call you back. He calls you back on that Tuesday and says, there's something wrong with this.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You don't put that in that article. Why?
I did put it in. I said that the community was divided. I didn't quote David Albright.
Fucking monster, dude. Fucking monster. Why is this on Comedy Central? Like, this is why I still have so much respect for Jon Stewart in a lot of ways. It's like, it's hard. It's hard not to have respect for him because, like, he was one of the few fucking dissenting voices for a very long time against these wars, right? Even though he was libbed up, he at least was like anti-war and very aggressively fought that, like, regularly. And, you know, Turkish guy watching from Turkey, being so invested in American politics, seeing that shit, I was like, that's crazy. That's actually chill. That's cool. That's like wild to watch. Not saying much. It's like a low bar to clear, but, you know, he cleared it at least. Can you articulate why so many left-wing people dislike Jon Stewart? I get that he's a bit of a lib, but I don't fully understand the dislike of him. Maybe a lot of leftists who used to be liberals back when Jon Stewart was like fucking roasting and toasting Tucker Carlson and all these other people are embarrassed about who they were, so they fucking hate him because he is like a mirror back into an old time. Like, they hate themselves for the opinions that they held back then. So that's why they shit on Jon Stewart, because they see him as a vehicle of like that liberalism that they themselves had internally. Also, his commentary is so fucking played out at this point. Like, the unfortunate reality is that he did not have like genuinely anti-capitalist convictions that started him. So because he doesn't have that materialist grounding, he just basically remained a liberal in a snapshot of like a bygone era. And when you're a liberal in a snapshot of a bygone era, there's a lot of stuff that you're not going to be able to see or even foresee. I think that's what it is. He has some really good interviews every now and then, though, you know?
He said you could quote him by name.
Yes, he did.
Why didn't you?
I think the story got cut for space. But I didn't, you know, look.
But the standard of proof in all this seems much higher on the side of this is not an issue and they're not a threat, and much lower on the side of you're being fed.
But that's what the intelligence community believed.
That's what they were feeding you. They created...
No, that's what they believed, John.
Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist says she reported with intelligence sources who had never been wrong before told her. Yeah, they'd never been wrong before. Yeah. No, famously, the intelligence sources were never wrong. And also, they weren't even wrong then, and they still are never wrong, for the record. I, on the other hand, was wrong when I predicted that Russia would never be stupid enough to invade Ukraine because they'd get fucking, blistered. But make no mistake, they'll never let me live that down. That I will probably be 75 years old one day if I fucking don't die before then. And motherfuckers will still be talking about that shit, like how Noam Chomsky once said, hold on, let's wait for the official numbers before we believe America's narrative on Pol Pot or whatever the fuck that, like, again, NatSec liberals routinely bring up all the time as a point of contention, as a mark against him. Why? Because he committed the worst mistake of all time. At the top of the hour, he didn't subscribe. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and Noam Chomsky never subscribed. And now he's seeing all the fucking ads. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, however, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Okay? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's one other way that you can avoid the ads at the top of the motherfucking hour. You already know what I'm saying, baby. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. So, but as I was saying, Noam Chomsky did the one thing you're not supposed to fucking do. Okay? You're not supposed to ever do that. You're never supposed to speak out so viciously against American war propaganda. You do that, and they will try to ruin your life for the rest of your life. You are persona non grata. Okay? Festive Llama, thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
All right.
Man, I wasn't a fucking journalist at the time, and I knew they were lying. Everyone says we couldn't have known. That's what intelligence community said, etc. But if that's the case, why did I know better? I was just a college kid. Big Boy Gamer Man, thank you for the 10. Get the subs. Lon, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. You're saying Noam got canceled? There is no real thing. There's the cancellation is fucking stupid.
Well,
but that notion of like what people consider to be canceled absolutely applies to Noam Chomsky. Yes, is even though like cancellation is not a real thing anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. In the same way that people constantly fucking bring up, my Ukraine take. Oh my god. In a sea of instances where I was right and the State Department was objectively wrong, deliberately so, in an effort to do propaganda. By the way, 9/11, nice. Canceling the most quoted man on earth? Yeah, I just, it's not real, but like, that doesn't stop people from attempting it. Video of Jon Stewart on Tucker Carlson's old show? Yeah, I don't want to watch that right now. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, I also simultaneously don't believe the cancel culture is real, but that doesn't stop people from like annoying you all the goddamn time about it.
We're never going to.
Yeah. It's weird that no one cares about the pipeline. You know what I mean? No one cares about the Ghost of Kyiv. No one cares about the pipeline. No one cares about the numerous other instances where, like, there was, American-backed, State Department-backed instances where there were just, like, deliberate outright lies. It doesn't matter because, like, those were in line with the American mainstream opinion.
See eye to eye on it. I mean, I appreciate you coming on the program. These discussions always make me incredibly sad because I feel like they point to institutional failure at the highest levels, and no one will take responsibility for it.
I think they point to...
They pass the buck to every individual other than themselves.
I think they point to intelligence failures that I still worry about every day because we're still relying on the same intelligence communities to give us information about Iran, North Korea, Pakistan, and the other countries that we have to deal with.
Well, hopefully, given the same effort, we'll get to invade all of them soon.
Got any evidence? Ghost of Kyiv is not real? Oh my God, Moldova, Mama Liga, shut the fuck up. All real. Pipeline is not related to Ukraine. Oh, my man has done more work to make Moldova a meme in this community, in this little community that we have, than anyone else. It's just like he is so fucking no, I will never VIP him. I cherish his takes. If I VIP him, he'll never come back like he left Moldova. This is Ghost of Kyiv. What the fuck is this? Oh my God. So many people learned what Moldova is, first of all. Like, because of Moldova Mama Liga, there are hundreds of thousands of different people that join, click in and out of this fucking broadcast. Okay. Think people will know I own a punk? Oh my God. Why did this get 1,300 likes? Oh, Jesus. So many people learned about the existence of Moldova. This is about to get serious in Moldova. Okay. You mean Wallachia? Oh, you mean Greater Ottoman Empire territory? Is that what you're talking about? How we know where your kids live. How John Bolton once threatened an international official. John Bolton is a bully, said Jose Bustani, a retired Brazilian diplomat. I don't know how people can work for him. Who is the former head of the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons? Apparently, there are a number of people who claim to have been bullied or intimidated by Bolton, including Bustani. The latter's criticism of the famously mustachioed hawk have been public for many years now. In 2002, a year before the invasion of Iraq, the Bush administration was putting intense pressure on Bustani to quit as Director General of the OPCW, despite the fact that he had been unanimously reelected to head the 145-nation body just 2 years earlier. His transgression, negotiating with Saddam Hussein's Iraq to allow OPCW weapons inspectors to make unannounced visits on the country, thereby undermining Washington's rationale for regime change. There's always this very consistent thing. There's this consistent thread between what America does to the international community when they are literally speaking out against America's lies, okay? Like, going back to the ICC conversation that we were having, like, the fact that the head of the ICC is sanctioned by the United States government should tell you everything you need to know about who the bad guys are, okay? In almost every circumstance. We are the baddies. That's it. Oh, one last thing I want to talk about here. This is huge. LAUSD strike looms with districts still hopeful for resolution, but a strike is happening.
LAUSD strike. All schools could shut down tomorrow if the union can't reach a deal with the district.
Yeah, Eyewitness News reporter Shayla Girardin live in North Hollywood with the details for us. Shayla.
Yes, the district says they are ready for that closure, but they are still hoping that they can reach an agreement with the union by tomorrow. That is the deadline. But as for the union, they are still set to strike. Now, thousands of employees are planning to strike tomorrow, and this is going to shut down all LAUSD schools. Most recently, the LA Unified District lost a round in its legal battle to stop the walkout. California's Public Employment Relations Board denied a request for an injunction, and now the district is waiting on a decision about the legality of the strike. But the risk of a walkout still looms this morning.
We're not getting an equitable wage to feed families, have housing. A lot of people that do work for LAUSD have to work 2 jobs.
I respect the right of workers to strike, but I'm here to convey to the workforce directly.
Bro, this fucking dude, is this the guy who apparently gets paid like a fuckload of money? Is that, hold on. Or is it another dude? Am I mistaken this? Hold up. Yeah, it's him. How much do you think this guy makes? If you know the answer, don't write it in the chat. How much? You're Googling it. You're already Googling it. You're Googling it. Would you be surprised if I were to tell you it's like $200,000? Would you be surprised if I lied to you and the actual number is $300,000? A year, yes. Would you be surprised if I lied to you once again? It's actually $400,000. Just kidding. I lied one more time. It's $440,000 a year. The LA Unified School District Superintendent salary is $440,000 annually. He makes more than Gavin Newsom. He makes more than the motherfucking president. Yeah, someone in the chat said, yeah, the cost of living is really high in LA. Yeah, it is. Which is kind of the point of the strikes that are happening right now. With like the special education, with the special education people that are striking. He's on his grind, don't hate. Yeah. The board, along with parent groups and teachers, are optimistic as they look to Carvalho's track record of improving student achievement as he begins his 4-year contract with the school district, which will pay him $440,000 a year. Anyway, it's just funny to say. He said he respects the right of workers to strike, but like his job is literally to stop that from happening. Anyway.
That we have not exhausted the resources to put on the table.
SEIU Local 99 represents around 30,000 district employees. This includes custodians, bus drivers, and cafeteria workers. Many are part-time employees seeking full-time jobs. LAUSD does say that it's offering a 15% increase. Now, the strike, if it happens, would last until Thursday, and there are going to be extra resources for parents and students throughout the week. In North Hollywood, Shayla Gerard and ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Shayla, thank you. Meantime, LA Mayor Karen Bass has announced city support for LAUSD families.
Another person who he makes more money than Karen Bass, broke boy. Okay, get your money up, not your funny up, Karen. He makes so much money. Lower CA tax and he wouldn't make that much money. Yeah, interesting you say that because I think when he was the Miami-Dade superintendent, okay, let's see what his salary was. Because, you know, Florida. Hold on. What the? How do I find this? Fuck's his name again? Anthony What is it? Alberto Carvalho. Not Anthony. Sorry. Oh wow. Well, the new person's salary was $370,000 a year. The person who replaced him was making $370,000 a year. So I guess maybe it's not the taxes. I'm just saying. That's a lot of tacos, DSA LA. Yeah, on March 15th, we gave out 2,000 free tacos to our Los Angeles public school workers. Yeah, there's a massive 3-day LAUSD teacher and staff strike set for Tuesday, closing all schools. This is for there was a big rally. He's negotiating around the clock, which he said would further harm the more than 420,000 students trying to recover academically and emotionally from the COVID-19 pandemic. Breaking its official, LAUSD Superintendent Albert Carvalho says schools will be closed tomorrow due to a workers' strike. The district was not able to come to an agreement with the SEIU negotiators, so students will miss at least one day of classroom learning. As of literally 5 minutes ago, Elix Michelson reports breaking news. He was just not able to. They could not find a compromise.
That we have not exhausted the resources to put on the table.
SEIU Local 99 represents around 30,000 district employees. This includes custodians, bus drivers, and cafeteria workers.
Yeah, remember, cafeteria workers, custodians, bus drivers, special needs students, staff. These are the people that are the separate union that is demanding higher pay, like a better scale for cost of living, a better cost of living adjustment, basically.
Many are part-time employees seeking full-time jobs. LAUSD does say that it's offering a 15% increase. Now, the strike, if it happens, would last until Thursday, and there are going to be extra resources for parents and students throughout the week. In North Hollywood, Shayla Gerard and ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Shayla, thank you. Meantime, LA Mayor Karen Bass has announced city support for LAUSD families. Bass says the city's Department of Recreation and Parks will offer 21 recreation centers to serve as grab-and-go locations as part of LAUSD's food distribution program. There will also be a free after-school program at 30 recreation centers for elementary students. The LA Zoo will also offer free admission to all students, and all libraries will be open.
That's fire. I mean, kind of fire for kids to have a day off. I know that this is terrible for the parents, obviously, especially like low paid, constantly working parents who are not going to be able to make up for the childcare in a pinch or take time off work. But hey, like, look, you can make a little group and go to the zoo. This is going to make the kids pro-union. Okay, I don't want to fucking watch this again. I'm going to lose my mind. We're done with the Iraq portion. Why haven't you single-handedly funded the school? You're right. I fucked up. Now face Train. What do you mean face Train? I don't think there's a single person in here who thinks like that I am in the wrong in any of these conversations with respect to Train, right? Like, what do you mean face him? I mean, I'm down to talk to him. It's just for drama. Like, it's just content. It's straight up. Like, Train himself might not feel that way, but it's like it's just like, it's literally for LSF to eat good because there hasn't been enough drama going on. So this way there will be a steady flow of drama so people can clip shit out of context. Like, I will do exactly what I've done time and time again and be as charitable as physically possible. And then I think things will be fine for a little bit. Train will talk about my penis and sucking it. And then a month down the line, he'll get mad at me again and say that I'm fucking, galvanizing the troops against him. But fine. Like, I'll talk to him now. I'm fine. I'm happy to. Always rat up at the function. Democrat rhino politician. Look at Brace the ATF hat. I mean, I told Felix I can talk now. HasanAbi Productions is the only one who wins. I don't think he's gonna do that. I don't think he's gonna be a psycho like that. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm a big boy. I can handle myself. Okay? Everybody calm down. Please do a short PSA about how Diet Mountain Dew is your only way to make it through a weight loss journey. It's not. That's not true. Everyone has a different journey. Myself, and then after that, as a treat, I'll give you guys I adopted every dog in the shelter. And more. Tucker speaks more convincingly on this than most Democrats, and that's probably bad since the right tends to enjoy populism mingled with fascism.
If you wake up one morning and you find yourself in a society where 23-year-olds with 4-year college degrees and like initiative.
He's calling me now. Wait, why can't I pick up the call? What the fuck? Hello? Am I in the call already? I can only disconnect? Oh. Hello? Bro, my Discord is so busted. What the fuck? I can see output device. Hello?
Hello, man. What's up?
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, man.
Okay, I can hear you as well. All right. What's up, dude? What's going on?
So, man, I'm just kind of looking up. Yeah, I was sick yesterday, but sickness is kind of like, I've never seen it before. It's like a bait sickness. It's like actual bait. Like,
What do you mean by that?
Well, it started off as like I felt kind of weird and like I felt sick, and then it got worse gradually, and it made me think it's gonna get way worse, right? And it just stopped getting worse.
Oh, it baited you into thinking you were gonna be more sick than you actually
like
are.
Way more, and then it just stopped getting worse, and then I'm like 5% sick. If you think of a flu, I'm at like flu like 5%. Somehow.
Okay, so what's up? How do you want to do this? You want me to talk to Train? You want Train and I to talk to one another? I said I'm fine. I'm down to do it.
I will not let the discussion divulge to dog shit. That's not what this is for.
Okay. We all gotta open cam in the Discord though.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I will make a call. I'll invite you into.
Okay. Guys, I don't think you understand. There's a lot of people in Trainwrecks' community and in XQC's community that do not see me in a favorable light. So before we get started, I think if I am able to address certain things, maybe I'm too hopeful, but I could possibly get people that normally see me as like this bad piece of shit guy who never actually hear my side of anything will be able to possibly hear me in a more positive light. I don't know if that's the case. A lot of you are saying that that's not the case and you're dumb, but a lot of you also said that about me talking to Andrew Tate originally. So I am not going to, waste an opportunity like that. Bro, that's XQC and Train's fault though. Yeah, I know that. I am aware, which is precisely why I have to, talk to their communities directly. So understand, when I, do this sort of thing, that is the reasoning behind it. Okay? You get it? You can do that with X's community, not the community of someone who actively should talk to you. I mean, X's community sometimes actively should talk to me too. Baby Matcha Latte, thank you for the Matcha Latte. Thank you for the 10 the subs. Yeah. What's the drama? I don't even know, really. Kyle Marks, thank you for the 5 the subs. I am fairly oblivious to the drama itself. I actually don't know. Anyway, let's watch Tucker Carlson while I wait.
Smoking weed every day, if they can't make enough to buy a car, much less a home, much less get married, much less have children, then why should you be surprised when half of them say they prefer socialism?
Well,
you should not be surprised.
I agree to a certain extent. I think that the question is when the pedal hits the metal. Like you talk in the book about technology and how it's shifting and taking away jobs from folks. Yes. And you make specific reference to truck driving and the fact that there are going to be these automated cars on the road.
I hate when Tucker Carlson does leftist takes like this because I know what the real reason is as to why he's saying this. Look, see, when I first found out about you, I was told bad things, but I came and listened to you and started my journey to make more progressive views. Thank you. Exactly. It's for people like this that I do what I do. When I move with purpose in a way that you don't understand immediately, that is the purpose.
So would you, Tucker Carlson, be in favor of restrictions on the ability of trucking companies to use this sort of technology specifically to, sort of artificially maintain the number of jobs that are available in the trucking industry?
Are you joking? In a second. In a second.
And the fact that there are going to be these automated cars on the roads. So would you, Tucker Carlson, be in favor of restrictions on the ability of trucking companies to use this sort of technology specifically to, sort of artificially maintain the number of jobs that are available in the trucking industry?
Are you joking? In a second. In a second. In other words, if I were president, when I say to DOT, to Department of Transportation, we're not letting driverless trucks on the road, period. Why? Really simple. Driving for a living is the single most common job for high school educated men in this country. In all 50.
He is such a piece of shit because he never would do that. Why would he never do that? Because that would undermine capital. Okay? That would undermine the bottom line of logistics, of corporations that engage in logistics and in delivery. And Tucker Carlson is a dog to billionaires. That is how he makes his money. He might have a vested interest in the formation of a WASP nationalist state. That might be a legitimate thing that he's interested in, maybe in his heart of hearts. But ultimately, he has always been a lapdog of billionaires. That's why he has a job at Fox News. Okay? The real answer to this, by the way, is not that automation is a problem. The real answer to this is that automation is a solution to take away some of the workload from the workers. Okay? That's it. Like, the reality here is that automation should never be a problem. When mankind figured out how to do the wheel, you know what I mean? They didn't do it so that it would genuinely improve the bottom line of some corporation, okay, of some shareholders at a faceless, lifeless board meeting. They did it because it made lives easier. It improved lives, right? They happened upon it, and ultimately they used it for good. Make people's lives easier. Anyway, they're calling now. I'm gonna join with a video call.
He's going to put the camera on in a second.
All right.
Yeah, he went to the bathroom. Hold up. Let me just turn this off. I don't want to see my own camera on screen.
What do you mean? Oh, you're turning your own. How do you turn your own camera off? I don't know how to do that.
No, you can't. I'm just turning my OBS camera off.
Oh, smart. Wait, do you have two cameras?
Yeah.
Oh, me too. Look at you, bro. You're fucking improving your setup.
Hello.
Dude, you've changed. What's up, Train?
Hasi. Do I need to turn my camera on?
I mean, if you want to. If you want to show us your beautiful mug.
Brother, first of all, listen. I am sick, so this is a disclaimer, okay? As aggressive as I normally look, it might look just as aggressive.
As long as you fucking cut that Abraham Lincoln ass fucking facial hair off, bro, you'll be fine, I think.
Brother, if you can shave a little bit off that beard and like let me glue it on, hey, we can maybe find a common ground here.
This is like 2019 Scuff Podcast right here.
Yeah, listen. I know some people say, "Oh, dude, I'm a farmer, whatever." I've come to terms with the fact that I like you both. Okay, I'm now friends with you both, and I respect you both. Okay, and there are some viewpoints that I agree with on both ends, but I don't agree with the behavior you guys both have towards each other on either end. Okay, so I'm not gonna push drama shit just to farm it. Okay, I think there was two sides to this discussion I want you guys to have, perhaps. One that's more personal and one more ideological. If the one's more personal, first and foremost, goes well, you guys can talk about other stuff. But I just want you guys just to check in because the subtweeting, subclipping has gotten really bad. And I don't mind being in the middle and say, yeah, it's bad. Like, it's just bad. I I see on LSF, and then when I watch it, I feel guilty. So I'm like, now I'm.
First of all, you should be abandoning. You should be stopping the LSF.
Okay, done.
I'm in agreement with that 100%.
There's no shot you're done.
No,
Done.
I am actually. I've been done. I asked to be taken off LSF. I purposely tried to get myself banned. They banned me for a little bit, but then the drama was too good for them, so they decided to put me back in forcibly, against my will, against my wishes. And there's not really much I can do when one of the largest subreddits decides, no, we're gonna still farm off of hatred of you. So much so that like actual fucking Nazis were talking about how they want to murder me, but like haha in a joking way, which ended up getting to the top of that subreddit numerous times with a lot of the supporters of said person fucking enjoying that, talking about how it's funny. Meanwhile, there's a lot of shit that happens there's a lot of shit that happens in the real world that is not so great. Right, that I'm not going to talk about. I don't want to talk about. But yeah, I'm not a fan of LSF. I don't want to be on LSF. Yeah. I am very much in favor of never being on LSF ever again.
I was talking to X.
I'll be back in 1 second. I just want to make sure this is really good and the lighting is good.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Our fucking marriage counselor left.
Okay, so I mean it's fine. We're both adults. Let's hash it out. Train. What is the you got to close your blinds, I think. It's blown out no matter.
Okay, no, I can open them maybe. Should I open
No matter what happens, it's just too blown out. There's light coming from behind you. Okay, well. Now I'm just by myself. All right.
No, bro, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Anyway, all right, Train, go ahead.
Do you see this? No, hold on, wait. Do you see this? When I sit down? Oh no, this is better. This is better. This works. This works. Nope, it fucked up again.
You're backlit. You're backlit. That's why.
What does that mean? I'm backlit. So if there's light in the back, the
professional
camera
streamer, by the way. Yes, bro. You need light.
I still have a C920. You understand? My camera's like $99.
Yeah, that's probably. I mean, I'm using that as well. I literally also have a C920 on my OBS. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This motherfucker put a shirt on. Okay.
Oh my god. You
okay.
Feel good, X.
Okay, let's hear it. So XQC, you said that there's both sides of this. I don't even know what my side of this is. I don't even know what this is, but let's hear you talk about what both sides of the altercations are, because there's apparently a lot of subtweeting you said is going on.
Yeah, to be fair, damn, this is actually kind of working, isn't it? Because to be fair, I don't think we're going to find a common ground for the things XQC wants us to talk about. But
no, I don't want you to talk about anything. I want you guys to talk about something you want to talk about to one another. We're not being pushed in one direction or not. I know there are some things. I spoke with both of you guys on and off stream about this.
Yes.
And I have a good scope of it. And if you don't want to talk about certain things, you don't have to. Okay? Which is fine. So I think you guys have arguments that you have that are impossible to diffuse because they're ideologies, right? But
well,
I don't think so. I don't think it's like an ideological difference, or maybe it is. I don't know. I actually don't know. I want to hear from Train about what the issue has been.
So let's start from the beginning. Like, right? Should we start from the beginning of?
Sure.
I mean, see, like, here's a good question to see what we're to see what we can so we can figure out what to choose to talk about. Right? What is the goal for this call? If we can come up with a goal for this call, then we can decide what to talk about.
I mean, I'm freestyling. I have, I don't have like any opinion on this. So XQC might have a better.
I don't want to cut you off again. The goal is that you guys stop subtweeting each other and subclipping all the time.
I don't even subtweet Train, to be honest.
Yes, you guys do though. You guys do though.
Like what? When have I subtweeted? Like when I talk about Train, I talk about Train in like very specific ways. I think a lot of people say I'm subtweeting other people, but like I don't know. I legitimately don't know. So if you have an example, this is not a debate. If you have an example, that would be helpful for me to understand what you mean, and then maybe I can clarify.
Okay. Things like whenever, one issue that I've seen in the past, right, is Train will bring up you, right, and then he'll bring up Pokey or whatever, and then you'll watch the clip, and it'll be like, oh, yo, he's like schizoing or whatever, and then some of the stuff around the gambling. So some stuff. Wait, hold up. I'm not even bringing it back up.
Okay.
Some stuff around like his like charity stuff or whatever, and then your editors come in the middle, and these things are like they're like never ending. And then
my editor is an independent person, though. You guys understand that, right? Like he says whatever the fuck. No, there's not a cop out. If that wasn't a cop out, he wouldn't be ass blasting me more frequently than you. He's canceled me more times than he's canceled you. Let's be fucking real.
But that's completely different, right?
Like if you think that if you want me to control him and if you want me to like tell him not to do these sorts of things, I have no control over him. He doesn't just work for me. He works for a bunch of other content creators. I'm not saying this is a cop out. I can barely fucking control him, quote unquote, which I'm not in the business of doing that to people that I work with anyway. But if I can barely control him to stop fucking blasting my face on the timeline, claiming that I take private jets to fucking Coachella and wear Gucci shirts, which is a meme that he created, and then that meme literally subsequently got me fucking canceled. And numerous other. He made an entire video about how many times he canceled me in 2022. So you guys can go watch that.
But that's completely different, right? The intentions are completely different there. But at the end of the day, right? There's a lot. I mean, listen, if my number one, which is like my head mod or head editor, was spewing dog shit, right, and derailing shit and just spewing absolute dog shit out of his mouth, right, and attacking other streamers and derailing their programs, I would be like, yo, bro, like, the fuck are you doing, right? With this idea that you can't control him, sure, but if you're going to do business with him and he's going to be your number one guy, I do think there should be a certain talk you have with the dude that he's representing you, because that's a fact. I mean, if you're going to push with the other streamers that people like XQC and others need to, moderate their chat from going into other chats, you're telling me that your number one, the one that you're talking to the closest doing your content and arguably is your number one, you have no control over. So how the fuck do you expect others to have control over people that they have no connection with, right?
Yeah. So like I said, there's two different things here. One, as far as like moderating or regulating your communities, you bring up a really good point. There are certain instances, for example, whenever people will say things about Felix, especially, that I disagree with vehemently. Like people will be like, "Oh, he's like toxic. Remember when he got fucking banned from playing Overwatch or whatever?" And I routinely tell those people that is unjustifiable and that is wrong. That they shouldn't actually fucking hold someone to their positions that they no longer hold many years ago just to fucking cancel them. Okay. Like, it's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's been, like, fucking almost a decade. That sort of thing I take issue with. So I do regulate my community, right? And if you think that something is, like, incorrect or improper that's, like, going on in your chat, you could do the very same thing as well. As far as, like, gambling goes, I don't disagree with Hasan in general, regardless, but I will never be able to control him. I am not in the business of like controlling what my editors say or do. Like that's a whole ass independent human. If he has his own perspective, then yeah, he can address it freely. Like I have no editorial control over him.
Okay, let me push this argument. Do you think that it's a healthy thing to have an editor that is like his own social media person, right? And let him tweet things that are going to look like they're on your behalf, even though they're damaging to your views and your goals?
I mean, he already does do that regularly as a meme half the time when it goes awry. But like I said, it doesn't matter because he is his own person. I don't want to subject him to any sort of editorial control.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's difficult to hold the argument that I'm not trying to go against you. I'm just trying to go on with the flow of the convo. I think it's a difficult argument to push to say that you want people to moderate their chats. You want people to like, oh, the chats are the reflection of their streamer, so I'm going to moderate this. When you have your editor going wild on certain topics, like Train's chair did have noticed in the past, and kind of like shitting on for that. So there's one thing that I noticed about his like charity thing, where Hasan kind of went crazy on it, and there's kind of like nothing done, because I thought that was pretty underhanded and kind of weird.
That was
That's just
completely disingenuous. In my opinion, if there was any sort of consistency, I'll get to it. If there was any sort of consistency in the ideals that you preach and the ideals that he supports, that charity should be separate. That charity is a system that you would think you and even people that do not like me would support. It's not my charity. It's a system created to
wait. Hold on. I'm lost. What are you guys talking about? I'm confused.
So when I announced the mental health,
you originally were talking about like Osanox doing the gamble video, right? Like that.
We're talking on the derailment.
Funny.
We're talking on the derailment of the mental health care program, right? All the slander, the pumping of disinformation onto Twitter and onto Reddit and onto or within your community on Twitch. Like these are the things that I think slowly began to put a fissure between you and I, or put a what's the right word for a
wedge
between us, right? It's these kind of things. The mental health care program, regardless of your opinion of me or what I do or how I operate my business, that mental health care program is a program in which its primary goal and purpose is to provide access to mental health care for people who otherwise have no access to it financially, right? And it's paid for by the rich, right? Each community streamer puts in, let's say, 100 to 500K or less, however much they want. And that provides access to healthcare that America's backward system, isn't providing to these people. So that the derailment of that to try and use, I'm a gambler and this and that, he shouldn't be, like, that is a ridiculous system. And let me go one step further. If not me creating it, shouldn't the real question be, why haven't you guys created this system? If you're gonna bash me for creating it, hey, at least step up and do it better. Step up and do it in the first place. So it's really, for me, that wedge kind of created when I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to make something, which, by the way, the gambling arguments were very disingenuous because this mental health care program started in 2016, before I even touched gambling on stream. So this idea that was spread around that I did this after gambling to fix my public image is also bullshit. This has been going on since 2016. I've made it clear. Yet, right, these people still are allowed to go on your behalf, or what looks like to be your behalf, and spread this disinformation within the community, which leads to attacks and narratives that literally railroad the program itself across Twitch. Like, that's an issue. Like, these are the things that create the wedges between you and I that maybe you're not aware of. But this is kind of, what's happening, at least in that regard.
You're upset that Osanox said that you set up your charity to whitewash your reputation after people were criticizing you for gambling. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm upset that...
No, did Osanox say that? Because listen, as far as your gambling on Twitch, I mean, as far as Twitch gambling in general, I had a big problem with that. I talked about it very openly for many, many years. I talked about it personally with XQC as well, like privately even. And that's from the jump. I had an issue with that. As far as your own personal charity initiative that you set up, no, it's admirable regardless of what people's personal intentions may be. I don't know what your personal reasoning for why you put that out there. It's great though. I have that's wonderful that you did that. As far as like XQC pulling out that video, I am, like I said, what video? Because I'm watching XQC as well. He's like pulling up the Osanox tweet.
Well, I'm just showing people the reference because I think it's important. People don't know.
Can you send it in the group chat so I can also pull it up as well?
I just thought, listen. I mean this to the bottom of my heart, okay? I don't want to make people think, oh, this is a 2v1 against. There's no sides here. Okay, there just isn't. Okay, this something I saw when it happened, and I took notes of it. We're talking about this first, so this it just kind of looks like a 2v1. Hold on. I can't hear you. Oh, now I can. My Discord is dog shit. It goes in and out every now and then.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you go.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah. It's just that I think Osanox goes like over the rails about certain things, right? In a way that if it went against what you actually believe in, you would probably, I think, correct him. It's that sometimes
for sure
causes a ruckus, but since you're kind of on the same page as him, then you let him get away with it, which I think is a decently unhealthy interaction, which ends up making Train feel like you're pushing his views and then you're kind of approving of his actions.
Okay. So this ultimately will always go back to the gambling debate and the gambling conversation. I don't know if you guys want to have that conversation again, but
We'll
like
have it later because it's a little bit heavy.
Yeah, we can. We can.
Well,
It's heavy, though.
because the reality is that, like, you know, gambling addiction is very suicidal. It's not good, right? So I think what Ostenox is stating here is that on the one hand, you are contributing to this by promoting it, while simultaneously you're doing a good thing, but you're still contributing to the problem to begin with. And a big part of the funding vehicle still revolves around the money that you're getting from
once
gambling
again,
sponsors.
So two things. Let me interrupt real quick. I apologize, but let me interrupt.
By the way, personally, I don't think I ever talked about this on stream, but you know, I mean, I understand what his sentiment is here. It's not something that I would like turn around and correct.
This sentiment is a false comparison, though. It's a disingenuous it's completely disingenuous, right? Because the mental health care program isn't a program in which I created to sit here and say, hey guys, don't do this on stream, don't do this, don't behave in this way. It's not me governing the way everyone behaves on the internet. It's a system that is providing access to healthcare. To compare it and say, oh, Train does things on stream that may cause mental health issues for some, and to say he cannot create a system, right? These are two things that aren't comparable whatsoever. I've created a system that provides access to mental health care for people who do not have that access because they don't have the financial means to. I believe mental health care.
No, I think that's a great thing.
right.
I think that's a great thing. I don't disagree. I think that is a great thing. Setting up a charity like that is actually a wonderful thing. I think you partnered up with Rad, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I have no issue with that. That's great. I think that objectively, that's a good thing. Regardless, I don't know what your original intention was. If you say that you started in 2016, that's wonderful. Okay.
My core community, yep.
Ultimately, I think what I would compare this to, if I were to make a comparison, if I were to like, understand this through an analogy, I would say, and this is not as damaging, and you're not directly doing as much damage, but, are you familiar with Purdue Pharmaceuticals?
Are we really doing this?
I thought you would make a parallel with like a Bezos with like his like homeless a donation, even though that they like lobby against.
No. I mean that could work too. This is a more direct one. If you were like, let's say, a streamer if you were, let's say, a marketer that worked with Purdue Pharmaceuticals, you got paid by Purdue Pharmaceuticals a fat bag. And then after that, you took some of that and then set up a Suboxone clinic that is also still ultimately created by Purdue Pharmaceuticals as well. The methadone or the intermediary drug that people use to get off of heroin originally is also created by Purdue. So they set up a problem and then they set up a solution to said problem as well. They double on the profit along the way. You're not doing that. I'm not saying that you're doing that at all, okay? Because you're not Purdue Chemical here. You're not Purdue Pharmaceuticals here. You are, however, like taking some of the money that you got from gambling and putting it back into that. I don't know if you want me to like undermine Ostenox's point, but I'm pretty sure that's the point that he's making ultimately, is that like you are contributing to the problem by spreading further gambling addiction and then simultaneously helping some of the people recover. Now, ultimately, it's larger than that. Addiction is a much larger, lifelong problem, and that I do think that it's a good thing, and there will be people that will be benefiting from you facilitating their mental health treatment. So I think that it's ultimately a good thing, and I applaud you for doing it.
Okay. Yeah, I think. Okay, I'm gonna be honest again. This is the feelings that I'm getting through talking to both of you guys. That's kind of like the vapors that I'm getting from all this.
Yeah.
Is that since Ostenox is rambling about it like that in a negative light, that goes directly to undermine, make the programs look bad, look worse, may Train look like a hypocrite or stupid. When he does this, and you lay finally the radar, it makes Train feel, from what I feel in the past, that you approve of it, and that you're kind of like almost like green lighting the whole thing, and it creates a wedge between you two, because then he sees you as Hasan Ostenox's whole vibe, right? Because if Ostenox said something you didn't agree with him, you probably correct him. So since you don't correct him, he feels like you agree with him. That's how he feels.
Again,
I think,
but I also don't agree with one. I have once again. I'm going to repeat myself here. I have no control over Hasanox, and you're asking me to check him on behalf of yourself in this situation. If it was something that was like for example, if Hasanox like tried to implicate you in the cover up of a sexual assault or something like that, and I knew for a fact that you had nothing to do with that, I would immediately hit up Hasanox and be like, that's not something you should do. I think that is unacceptable. I don't think that you agree with this. Or even if he did agree with it, I would ask him why, and I would probably try to correct the record. Okay? That's one thing I would do in that circumstance, because I think it's not because he's associated with me, by the way. I don't care about that, because I do think that he is his independent person, but because I treat him with dignity and respect. I think he's a peer and a very talented one, and I think that he would be doing something wrong in that situation. That's what I would do in that circumstance. In this one, as far as the possible negative implications of him associating you with someone who is promoting gambling and therefore creating more gambling addiction, therefore creating more people that might need mental health treatment, I don't disagree with the main point that he's putting out there.
That is such a disingenuous representation of, like, it's completely disingenuous. Listen, I enjoy gambling, and I gamble, right? I've done it since the beginning. In every video game I could. I've done it since I've started streaming, right? So if I'm gambling, okay, and I'm putting the precautions out there, to draw this conclusion that I'm the problem is with what you're saying, it sounds like I'm intentionally creating this, then creating a system as a result to my guilt of creating that.
I don't
right?
think you intentionally.
But that's the way it's presented. You understand? Like, it's presented as if I've disingenuously grabbed the bag. I don't like gambling. I go live. The effect of it is this. I feel guilty now that I'm rich. I've created a program to cover my, like, that's the way it's presented. And that is completely disingenuous. And it's leaving out a lot of the facts. It's leaving out the truth to push certain narratives, right? And that's the issue, right? That's the problem. My responsibility as a streamer is to not deceive viewers and trick them into starting something based off of a false reality, right? So if I enjoy gambling, I believe I can gamble. If you enjoy drinking, right, you can drink. If you enjoy smoking a cigarette, you can smoke a cigarette. Obviously, give the precautions, give this and that. To mix,
yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different when you're getting paid by, Marlboro, though, right? Like, and you're doing the equivalent of, like,
I don't think so.
Facing an entire pack, but
if Marlboro, no, because listen, if I gamble like this off stream and gamble on stream, right, and I'm being paid for. My contract is only exclusivity. It's if you gamble, use this site. That's my contract. I don't have affiliate codes. I don't have to hit a certain number of hours. I mean, the last 3-4 months, right? I got paid the same, yet I streamed for what, 1/4, 1/5 the time. My contract is exclusivity and pure exclusivity. That's all it is. So it's like Marlboro is saying, hey, if you're gonna smoke a cigarette on stream like you already are, just smoke our brand, right? That's the difference.
Yeah, look, we've debated this subject into the ground. I feel like it's not good content at this point.
This isn't about content.
Yeah, exactly. And I also think that there's a part of gambling that you guys are forgetting to that people are kind of like letting go of, right? Some of the semantics are pretty important around it. I think we could have a small new discussion about the importance of the semantics, because sometimes we get caught up. Okay, let's just move on from that. We can put gambling later, because this thing, I'm telling you right now, this will devolve like crazy. Okay.
Well, no. Let's finish the gambling topic, right?
So, want the whole thing?
Yeah, let's finish the gambling topic, and then we can move to socialism. And from there, we can move to whatever the fuck else, right? Like,
okay,
sure.
So let me ask you this, okay? So if these are your views on gambling, right? Where's the consistency in them? Right? You and others spent so long, right, coming at me, right, and talking about the gambling that I do, when there was actual predatory, shady shit going on, whether it's affiliate codes, whether it's only showing wins, whether it's sports betting, which, by the way, I don't know if you've looked up the statistics on that. Sports betting is most prevalent in underage. It's the most underage for underage gambling. It is the most done thing for underage children, right? Sports betting. Right, the very platform you stream on has a deal with sports betting. Sports betting ads are played everywhere, right? Your friends have sports betting deals.
I am absolutely in agreement with you on that as well.
Where's the outrage, though?
Well, I have actually routinely and consistently covered not only sports betting being awful across the board and really damaging across the board for Twitch, which, of course, they, after shutting down Stake, still continued to announce their partnership with other websites and other platforms where you can engage in sports betting. I've also talked about the larger consequences of sports betting becoming more normalized in professional sports, in the NFL, the league being literally sponsored by DraftKings and whatnot. And I do think that has really damaging implications. This is something that I have consistently talked about. I've even brought it up in videos where I've talked about stake and gambling as well. So like I said, in a lot of instances, I think Felix is right. People like to see, people will see a clip, get upset about that clip, and not really look at everything that I'm stating, everything that I've talked about, and immediately rush to find something that maybe shows hypocrisy or whatever in their mind. But it's oftentimes, just a clip that was clip chimped and not the main point. This is something that I think is wrong. So I agree with you. If you want to join that support, I mean, I've talked about it. I've literally pushed against legislation that would legalize it as well. So even in the state of California. So this is something that I have been very consistent on.
Okay,
there's a video of it if you want to watch as well.
I feel like not only you're involved.
Now that I know,
other people, I feel like in general, people have been very adamant about advocating against a certain thing. And say, oh yeah, but we're against the rest. But whenever the first thing kind of went out, right? Everybody started not caring. Nobody cared. I feel like there needs to be.
Okay, but you're talking to someone who does care, and regardless of whether or not I'm still consistently pushing for it, which I am. But even if I wasn't here, by the way, if you want to see my thoughts on sports betting in general, I just linked you a video in the Discord. That is just purely about sports betting, by the way, unrelated to you or unrelated to crypto gambling in general. But just purely my takes on that.
Don't you feel like there's a disingenuous line of how much time spent on one versus the other, briefly mentioning it in a video or talking about it,
No. This is well, that's a 20-minute snapshot of one of the many instances where I've talked about it.
You and your friends spent a year and a half pushing for the banning of gambling and then moved the goalpost once Twitch came out and said they were going to selectively ban gambling, right? It is everywhere on the platform. Twitch itself has a deal. Amazon has a deal.
I agree. I think it's bullshit
everywhere. So where's the same outrage? Where's the same boycotting and threatening of boycotting of the major ad months? Where was this? It stopped when I couldn't, gamble on stream. It stopped when I couldn't. As soon as that went away, right?
If anything, I think that. One, I think Stake getting hammered basically cut the directory by a lot. I don't know the exact numbers, but obviously, if there is one bad thing, right?
Yes.
And then there's another bad thing as well on top of that. If you're able to just make do with whatever you can, with wherever you can exercise any kind of collective action, it's good, right? The existence of other bad things does not negate the existence of one bad thing, which is what I think a lot of people did. They understand their powerlessness in the face of large corporations that are constantly profit-seeking. So they took a dub and they moved on. It wasn't a personal slight against you, but more so that people, I assume others, saw something happening in their own environment, in their own platform, did not like it, and tried to put an end to it. And they put an end to at least some of it. There's always compromise, and I think this was basically the compromise. I think Twitch knowingly, put stake up at the stake and executed it in an effort to continue doing gambling, but by other means.
I think my point to all of this is I would just like to see some consistency, because it feels like the topics that you or others are passionate about come down to streamer politics and streamer narratives. That's all. If you push for anti-gambling, if you push for this, I just want to see consistency among all of it, right? Whether it's sports betting, whether
slots.
it be poker. Well, listen, poker is, I think, a major, right now, I believe all the poker, listen, I don't believe poker, sports betting, or slots or blackjack should be banned, right? I think it's fine. I think
Wait, can I just show something really quickly? By the way, it seems like slots took a massive nosedive, going from like average concurrent viewers being consistently in the 40Ks to basically just like less than half. It's growing again, but you know,
there's
10K,
two sections.
9K.
Well, there's two sections for it now, right? So what you want to look at is the slot section and now the virtual casino section. So now there's two sections that are massive, and it's still being ran by, you know, and primarily unlicensed casinos in the U.S., which I would argue the licensing argument is a little disingenuous, considering the fact the only difference there is whether the U.S. government has their hand in the pot or not, which is another thing, right? Yeah, which is another thing. The goalpost gets moved in regards to that topic, right? On one hand, the U.S. government doesn't, right, whether it's what you preach or others, the U.S. government can't be trusted to look out for, you know, the people's best interests. But then when it comes to gambling, suddenly the U.S. government is credible, right? It has to be U.S. licensed, and then it's okay. Like, it makes no sense. I just want consistency throughout everything, through and through. And a good example of this is for the poker stuff, right? The excuses being made for the poker stuff is very disingenuous. This idea that poker is a game of skill, sure, at the 0.001% professional levels, yeah, I'd agree with that. It minimizes the gambling going on. But the 99% are playing it just like any other fucking table game, blackjack or whatever the case might be. So
you're talking to someone who not that long ago turned down an offer of $500,000 to play poker on stream. So I'm probably not the best person to be asking or talking about these sorts of things. And the reason for why I did that is because, well, one, while I do think that poker at least has some level of skill, it is not as easily accessible.
At the top levels.
I still personally, but it doesn't matter.
It does matter because the 99%
I don't know how to play. I don't know how to play. So I don't know how to fucking play poker. I literally cannot watch someone playing poker and be like, all right, I'm going to do the same thing. There is definitely a level. There's definitely an additional layer there, but I don't know why we're debating on like the minutia and the difference
because there should be
in different kinds of skill.
Like,
I understand that, Train, but I already said that the other bad things happening, right, does not negate or take away from the fact that like one bad thing was eliminated from the platform.
Yeah, but one bad thing was eliminated because you and other streamers decided to make a very big deal about it. And when that one bad thing got eliminated, you went quiet. Why not continue your crusade? Why not continue with the same passion and motivations? This is my issue. It feels targeted.
I do advocate for a lot of things, including Twitch's gambling.
Let me bring up the point then. I think it's Train is like missing a piece that's kind of important, right? Seems like Train is here, Hasan is there. Then the gambling happens, and then obviously you and other people are like crusading against Train and gambling, which is fair enough since the cause.
And at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break.
Somebody who's also close to you that you.
And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe.
There's a big poker tournament, right? A massively sponsored.
Don't gamble on the top of the hour ad break.
Ninja, whatever, right? Which is promoting gambling. It was in the casino. They're just pure gambling it, right? And there isn't the same sort of outrage / comments / crusade against that behavior, and it's not like doing it, which is somebody who's close to you. So why do we not see the same sort of action?
I think powerlessness. Some people might. Okay, I can't speak for everyone else, but I can say from my own perspective, some people feel powerless in the face of a multi-billion-dollar industry that is making a permanent space for themselves by pushing legislators to ease restrictions and regulations, whether it be DraftKings or numerous other ways to gamble. And I think that is seen as like an impossible thing to combat. So people have just basically taken the dub and just moved on because they don't even want to think about it. This happens very frequently. They see it as like a compromise, probably. And they're like, all right, well, this is a battle that we can pick and choose. This is one aspect of it, and this is one aspect of it that they see as like a minor W in the grand scheme of things, and that's probably why they've moved on, I assume.
Well, it seems a little convenient, right? Like others do it, no one says anything. Yet when I was doing it, years and years of pushing, right, other streamers banding together, and then I mean, look at this, TwitchCon was announced to be in Vegas and everyone's silent. Not even that is enough to stir up shit. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Well,
Like,
there are a lot of convention centers. I think that's probably the reason why they did it there. No. But I look. But for the record, you're trying to make me argue other people's perspectives, and I can't do that because I don't know. I don't want to do that.
I'm not trying to argue other people's perspectives. All I'm asking is a consistency. This idea that when it was around me, right, and this isn't just the individual, one-off where it's only happened with me for gambling. And
also, you know, I love gambling, right? Like, I literally took Felix to a fucking casino when he was in Vegas. I don't have a problem with gambling. I like gambling personally. Okay, there's a difference between what I like to do versus what I do on fucking camera, and what I see as like promotional and what I get paid to do. Like, I have gambled. I have a fucking gold, like, what am I? I think I'm a gold level at the M group. Okay, I go to Aria. Like, that's the hotel I go to. Did you not know any of this? You could have just like asked XQC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my perspective overall, okay, is that gambling is ingrained everywhere, right? And we can break down what is gambling. But gambling is crazy. It's everyone on Twitch, right? And it seemed like all the efforts to go against Gamba felt like they were against the top dogs on the Gamba sections. Once that was done, everybody moved on from all types of gambling. It'd be poker, slots, sporting. It's like everyone went flat and radio silent, which felt disingenuous and felt targeted and was a crusade against individuals and not against the system. And that's how the people felt, in my opinion.
Okay, but that's your feeling. I don't know what the individual motivations were from every single person, and I can't speak on it. But my own personal perspective has been pretty open from day one and pretty consistent too.
Okay.
So to kind of go back to what let me answer this. So I think what I was asking for was just the consistency of the application of these standards that were only set on me. And this isn't a one-off situation, right? Let's go back to the Gordon Ramsay days, right? I can point out an exact pattern for you
I
yourself.
love this.
Yeah, I mean, is it not the same thing? I watched Gordon Ramsay.
Wait,
I
want to know where this comes from. I love this one.
Do you not remember?
Dude, I want to know why you say this all the time, because like I've always been a fucking React Andy, and if I had criticized you for straight up watching an entire episode,
you did.
If I then well, okay. First of all, my community and who you think my core community, or what you think of me in general,
vocal
is entirely
minority
different.
Motherfuckers, yeah, those cucks.
No. See, this is what you pair up with all the time. Okay. I have to make a note here. I've been a React Andy since day one. I've been a React Andy since day one. That's 100% true, and you know it. I've been watching shows and watching fucking YouTube videos on my stream since day one because I don't play video games.
When I did the Gordon Ramsay stuff,
I always thought it funny that you like said I was on a crusade against you for the Gordon Ramsay shit.
Brother, I was being pushed by you. And listen, I remember this specifically because I found it extremely hypocritical that, because the arguments I was seeing was Train is exploiting the workers at Fox and he's stealing it from them. He should be sued and jailed, right? And then you covered it a couple times. Sure, there was days where you gave me
I said you exploited workers at Fox?
No, this was a narrative within the core community, right?
Wait, whose core community? Not mine.
Right? Reddit's at the time. Yes, yours.
If they were saying that, Train,
yes,
okay.
They were. I remember a time.
Okay, there's no way that people in this community or people said this in my chat, because that would directly target myself as well. So how could they be a fan of mine? I know you're going to say they're hypocritical and it doesn't matter, but like it literally doesn't make sense.
When it comes to me, this is the whole point of this. This is all I ask.
Train. If you're going to say that they're on Reddit and that's why they're saying it, you have to understand like there's a difference. Like you have held on to this grudge for a long time, and I've always been very confused. I've always been very confused as to where that came from, and I think I'm going to need some mediator Felix takes in here, since it's not gamble related, and you can actually be the referee. Train is stating that I have been. Train is stating that I've been like.
Can I state what I'm stating? Like, can I state it, please?
Okay, state it.
Thank you. Listen, in the Gordon Ramsay days, okay, your core community, not everybody, obviously we shared a lot of viewers back then, right? Your core community, the more vocal minority political ones, right? They and yourself, there were days, yes, there were days where you kind of dismissed me, like, nah, whatever, right? But there were days you went in on certain Reddit posts. Back then I was actually viewing Reddit like that, right? Where you were literally, you were supporting the pushing of the narratives of me doing a terrible thing watching Gordo. And then what happened a year later?
I would love to see that video. If you have a video of it, like I would love to, I would actually love to see that, because that would be shocking to me. Especially because since
a lot of
day
things
one,
would be shocking. I mean, the CSGO thing too. CSGO cases came out for that. Competitive Among Us.
Since
and now
day one, first of all, Among Us, CSGO, these are things that I did not talk about you in any way.
CSGO cases. There was a time where I was opening every day for like a year and a half. Every day I did $2,000 worth of CSGO cases, and the same arguments for gambling were pushed then. Right, yet everyone was opening them. Yet
okay, but you have to say how I have contributed to this. You can't constantly say your community on Reddit were pushing for this.
Not. You were part of the groups that were pushing for this thing. So were you standing up and not saying a word about it?
That's wild. I can't. I like that's insane. I'm sorry. Okay. Like that's crazy.
We'll agree to disagree there. I mean,
I've never done that. I don't know why you're saying I'm doing it, and like communities that I'm a part of are doing it. Like you got to give me. You got to give me something. You got to give me something.
Okay, let me give you this then. Let me give you this. Why do you think it was so shocking for everyone when you and Pokey and the others began to watch Gordon Ramsay a year later? Why do you think there was drama around that? There wouldn't be drama if there wouldn't be an issue.
There's drama around me when I buy a fucking shirt. There's people in this. There's people in XQC chat right now that are fucking still bringing that shit up, or buying a house. There's drama around everything I do.
No, there's drama around the hypocrisy, around the heat that I got, and you guys watching it. I wouldn't be brought up if you guys watched it a year later and you got hate for it. Do you understand? I was brought up.
There's drama around me watching or Pokey watching a show because people love shitting on streamers. No, you should know this. You're a streamer. People shit on you all the time, sometimes unjustifiably.
No shot. Brother, there was drama specifically between, like, I was being brought up in that. Everyone knew it. I remember the years when I was getting heat, and then you guys decided to watch it on stream a year later. It blew everyone's minds. People that didn't even watch it.
I was watching 90 Day Fiance when you were watching Gordon Ramsay. So I don't know why you're saying this. Like it literally is something that I've been it's literally been something that I'm not only an advocate for. I am such a firm believer in not giving a shit about IP.
Started on my second round of Gordon Ramsay. The hate I'm referring to was the first round of Gordon Ramsay. I created the
once again, I have to reference something here. I have been a React streamer from the jump. Okay, a React streamer, literally from the jump. I've always reacted. Not only that, but I also do not believe in IP personally. So much so that I've allowed everyone to literally do whatever the fuck they want with my IP. That's why there's like 1,000 different fucking HasanAbi fan channels out there. Some of which have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Some of which have literally YouTube check marks, and some of them get demonetized by YouTube. YouTube is constantly trying to get me to fucking take their YouTube is constantly trying to get me to take them down, and I still advocate for them to maintain their monetization. I don't care about IP. If you think that I think that you were exploiting Gordon Ramsay or anyone else, I don't believe that.
I think you have the time frames messed up, right? The time I'm referring to of when I was watching Gordo, you were not reacting yet. You understand? You were not, the first year of your streaming, you were not reacting. That was the year that the Gordon Ramsay stuff started. You understand? It was before you started your reacting phase. You understand me? It was during that time. This idea that you were reacting side by side with me is not the truth. When I watched Gordon Ramsay,
it is the truth. I don't think you were watching me, but it's fine. Felix, you pulled something up there. What was that? Was that like one guy in my chat or something?
Bro, I'm trying to find it as hard as I can. I mean, listen, I'm trying to support both sides. I'm looking for clips of both sides. All I see is a clip of Train, and he's molding in this clip. About the fact that you called him out for the Gordon Ramsay days, and it seemed like it was maybe 2 years ago.
Okay, but is there any clip in there of him reacting to me saying something about Train directly reacting? Because I doubt it. I've been a reactor from the jump.
I think overall people were very much against the stealing of shows in their entirety.
I've never been against that. I'm so pro that. I do it all the time. I got fake DMCA'd and people fucking loved it. if you recall.
Yeah, I'm looking for clips of both right now, but listen, all I see is Train mauling about a certain clip or thread that happened in the past. And I guess I still can't find the clip.
Okay, but like, if you can't find the proof, are you willing?
Yeah,
if you want to make amends, if you want to make amends, Train. If you can't find the proof, are you willing to let go of this whole like Pokey and Hasan are here? You want to link that to me? That would be great. But if you're willing to make amends here, would you be willing to drop that? Like, I've been an advocate against you from day one for like reacting, because I have been a reactor myself. I don't know.
The reacting, yes, you have been a reactor yourself, but not during the time that I was watching Gordon Ramsay, the initial period.
Okay, but you got to find some, because I legitimately don't know what you're talking about when you say this all the time, and you have.
It was during the period that you were playing like Fortnite, Call of Duty, and doing some political content. It was during that time. It was before like the reaction
when I was playing
periods.
Fortnite off of a fucking GoPro camera on my PlayStation, which is how I started, off of like a PlayStation Eye camera. I still would react to shit. You want to know how? I would literally put up the congressional testimony from like Mark Zuckerberg.
Political stuff. We're not talking. We're talking about the watching of shows. We're not referring to political reacting. We're talking about watching of shows. Listen. The point of this conversation is to shed light why both of us feel as if we have been jabbing each other. Right? I'm just showing that.
No, but I don't even know where it comes from. I don't know where you're coming from with respect to this. So if you have proof, and if you find, like, here's the thing.
Yeah,
okay. I'm willing to apologize. Like that if I have said something that you truly were like genuinely upset about, and it's not just like some guy on Reddit or whatever the fuck. If you find something and you show me, like, I will literally apologize to you, because I don't think I ever did that. You have been saying this for so long though that it's basically like it basically became permanent in your mind, and also in the minds of many people in your community and in other communities as well. So I'm telling you, if there is a moment where I have like shit on you, if I've said like, oh, dude, fuck that guy, Train, like reacting to fucking videos is all he does, like I hate that, or whatever the fuck, I will genuinely apologize to you. But I don't think there is a clip.
Okay, guys, I've dug in a bunch of clips, a bunch of stuff. Okay, I think we kind of have to let this go because, one, I think that the comments that Hasan made, I think the stuff that you were saying it, were a little bit subjectively, a little bit like slide.
Wait, what comments did I make? What comments did I make? No. But like, it's important. This is important because this is something that he's been saying for.
Okay, I'll find one.
This is something that Train has been saying for a while. Okay, so this is something that he's been saying for a while. The only thing I was able to find is him actually shitting on you, XQC. For the live streams haters about the Gordon Ramsay thing from 4 years ago. Here, I found the clip.
Well, I think Trump's a dumb fuck. I don't
TOS and
me because I should.
That's what their argument was. That I'm
okay,
so it's not even about me. I think Train thinks like you were the one who fucking yelled at him or whatever the fuck, and then he like thinks it's me.
And I'm TOS.
I remember it was you. Okay. It was you and others.
Do you remember it was me, or do you want it to be me because it's a more appropriate person to yell at?
Look, this tweet right here.
I'm not yelling at you. I don't
Gordon
want
Ramsay
it
says,
to be you.
Hey, Twitch, can I get on what you are, right? Because Gordon Ramsay was like, I guess, mauling the people reacting to his content. And you reply, Hasan, he says, it's a platform where we watch you every day. I think it's fair to assume you're referencing Train spamming Gordon Ramsay content in a sly way. Right?
Wait, what? I was watching Gordon Ramsay at that point, Felix.
That was way after, Felix. I was watching
him. I was watching him.
In like 2017.
Yo, chill.
But like, this is important. This is important to me now because I hate that like
because
it's minor things like this get misconstrued in the minds of a lot of people, and then they go, "Oh, Hasan is a fucking hypocrite."
So
that was me. I was watching him at the time.
Let's say I was a dumb chatter. Then you rolled me. That's a good thing.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People don't give a fuck about that. They operate off of vibes. Anyway, the only clip I found was 4 years ago. Train responding to live stream fails haters about XQC watching Gordon Ramsay. I linked it in the Discord if you want to watch it.
4 years ago. 4 years ago was 2019, correct? This would be 2017, 2018.
2020.
Okay, but like you gotta bring something here because I am telling you honestly.
I'm bringing my memory.
God.
That's what I'm bringing.
No, you can't do that.
You expected me to have clips from 6 years ago on hand and ready.
I said this on stream. If I've said this on stream, if I've said this on stream, you should be able to, like, literally, you've been talking about it since, wait, did you say 2017?
I said like end of 2017, 2018. It was when I was still living with Mitch.
Dog,
That's when
I literally started streaming like consistently in the second half of 2018. I started my first day streaming was 2018, I think March. I did not know who you were back then. I had no idea who you were.
That's what I'm saying. So when I started,
why would I have talked about you? I don't know who you are. I didn't know anything about Twitch.
The Gordon Ramsay went on from, right? I started the reacting stuff like 2017, end of 2017, beginning of 2018, all the way through to 2019, right? And that's when you and other streamers pushed on to the hate, because I was getting a lot of attention. I was watching Gordon Ramsay. I was one of the, I was up to 23,000 viewers at the time compared to now.
The main LSF clip that you're referencing, I think you got your days fucked up, and maybe it's not your fault. But the main LSF clip that you're referencing is from, I guess, 3 years ago, maybe. I'm not entirely certain. Our articles were written on it in 2019. Trainwrecks TV streams MasterChef on Twitch for 3 hours without being punished.
Okay, then it's 2018, 2019.
Okay,
that's what
I started streaming in 2018. I did not become a full-time streamer until 2020. I was on your shows on the Scuff podcast and found out about you, I think, at some point in 2019.
Yes.
So if you're saying that this is when I actually fucking shit on you, okay, I think you're wrong, because by that point I had switched over.
It was before you were reacting to.
I also
any sort of
not
TV
only that, but I also have apparently in 2021 recognized you as the OG MasterChef. Andy has spoken.
Yes, I saw that. That was after that was around the time you started watching yourself.
So you have no evidence for your statements. I have proven that not only have I supported you for being the OG MasterChef React Andy, giving you giving you your.
After the years of shit,
when you have no evidence as to me doing this, and I'm literally telling you.
Evidence. Listen, I don't need to have evidence.
You do.
I know I do not.
Of course, you need to have evidence.
Brother, I'm telling you what I went through during those times when I was watching it. This is what happened. Do you understand that? That's what I'm telling you. This is what happened. You sat there and you pushed forward the hate. You let it happen. You reacted to it. You didn't say anything of it, and then you started watching it yourself.
Hold on. That's a lot of things you just said. Did I let it happen? Did I not defend your honor, or did I directly attack you? Did people in my community say that? Because what you need to understand here is you just lumped up a bunch of different things in here, and I don't think you have evidence for any of these
semantics things.
Now. I don't know. This is profoundly important. I think.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think again. It might have been a combination of small things or not a big thing.
At this point, I feel like I'm arguing against your demons. Like that's wild.
We can't. Don't say that. We cannot. Okay, personal insults. Chill. I don't think. Okay, listen. We're not.
I wasn't even being insulting. I'm saying like it's a fabrication. Like, what am I supposed to do?
It's not a fabric, brother. Listen. If this was only me saying this, and others were like, and everyone was saying, "Nah, you're."
Who else is saying it?
Listen, when you started watching it, do you not remember the hate that was pushed toward everyone, specifically regarding the hate that I got from you guys versus you guys now watching it? There was so many streamers who commented on it.
No.
You understand? Like, okay, then let's move on. We'll agree.
No, I'm not kidding. I don't think a single person came to me and said that.
It might have been small things, big things. Well, now we can't find it. We have to move on. That's just how it is. Okay. If that's how you felt.
Okay. I guess we're moving on from this. But hold on. Look, if we're making amends, can you say that you might be misremembering certain things, or
no?
Because if you have something and you show it to me, I will genuinely apologize to you. Do you understand? Because in that moment, I would be in the wrong. I would be hypocritical. If you want to make amends, this is how you're supposed to make amends. If you have an instance, if you have a video, because I was streaming at the time, I've been streaming, you've been talking about this for years and years. If you think that this is the original culminating divide between your community and my community, between you and I, if that's what you think is a really important enough thing, right? You should. If you bring it up to me, I will apologize to you.
Guys,
wait. No, let me respond.
Go ahead.
It's not so much an important thing to me. It's more so a showing of pattern. That's why I brought it up, right? It's a showing of pattern that whenever I do something,
but you can't show a pattern without any evidence whatsoever. Especially when I'm saying I would literally apologize to you if it's actually a thing that I did. Because right now it seems like you're placing a lot of blame on me for comments that you got on Reddit from God knows whoever the fuck. And let's be real, if there's one enemy of Reddit, that is maybe sometimes a bigger enemy than you, but not often, but sometimes a bigger enemy than you, it's me. So I don't think people on Reddit like me. The only time they like me is when you went so far overboard with like Hasan is a fucking piece of shit that they were like, all right, maybe we're going a little too harsh on this guy. That is the last time that Reddit actually defended me, and probably the first time, and we'll never do it again.
Yeah. Listen,
I sent my bot, I sent my people, okay, to look for clips and stuff like that, okay? Once we go back to this later on, okay, whether they found or not, you guys can take the proper measure. Right now, when we have no evidence, we cannot make a call. I can't make one of you guys apologize or moderate in a nice way. We have nothing on hand. We have to want to change topic, otherwise we will not get anywhere.
Okay. No. It's good. It's good. I just want to make sure though that like, you know, people understand that I want Train to understand first and foremost that like this is not something that I believe. This is not something that I think I ever said about you. But this is something that truly, I guess it hurt your feelings. So I want to make sure that you understand that that is not my position at all. And
it's not that it hurt.
It's not that it hurt my feelings.
It's not that it hurt my feelings. It's just a showing of pattern. Like every single time I do something, the streamers, they come together and they push for my cancellation. They push for Train is evil.
I don't know, dude. Come on, Train.
Come on. No, that's a come on back to you. That's a come on back to you.
No,
come on,
what do you
bro.
mean come on back to me? Is this going to be like mostly, because the way I see it, I'll be brutally honest. The way I see it is like I have actively tried to avoid conflict because I don't want to get I'll be honest, you have a sizable community, you've been a fucking big dog in the scene for a very long time. I've actively tried to avoid conflict with you because I don't want people to like constantly fucking come into my chat and like bring me into drama. Okay? I am not like, I know everybody loves saying like Hasan loves inserting himself in the drama or whatever, but usually until something is like newsworthy or something goes too far, I don't usually talk about shit. Okay? I don't care about it enough. This is the 20th anniversary of America's unjustifiable invasion of Iraq. That's what I was talking about all day for the most part. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm covering usually when I'm not doing like dumb reacts or whatever. So for me in particular, if you are saying like, oh, all these streamers are getting together, all these streamers are actually fucking yelling, all these things about me, and you add me onto that without any sort of like serious evidence to back it up, then I'm only arguing against your own personal perspective and your own personal assessment of a situation that may or may not be real.
Okay, so you're gaslighting me now. That's what you're saying.
We had this conversation apparently on Twitter as well. It's not even you that I'm upset at. It's your core community that brigaded all the Gordon hate threads and now sit there with no fucking shame enjoying their time.
Yeah.
I hate motherfuckers like that. All of them should be ashamed. I said, listen, I at least admit you were first. Also, I've been a React Andy before it was the meta. And I said, why would my community of React enjoyers brigade others reacting, lol? And you said, don't play stupid. Leave that to the ASMR streamers. I said, you are wrong on this 100%. Ironic, that's what the hate thread said then too. And that's it. That's where like the conversation ended. But
I'm forcing to move on, guys. I swear, and we'll go back to this chat, guys, with actual proof of something. Okay, listen. Another topic I saw the other day. See, this is what I mean by the subtweeting it, which causes, I think, a lot of harm in both the communities. Okay, it's Hasan on Train undermining his Turkey earthquake fundraiser and calls him out for promoting crypto gambling. Why did this happen? Why did it start? And why did it start?
I think Hasan focused on a part of a clip that wasn't even my intention.
Wait, someone in your community found something in
full time.
In my community?
Yeah, it's quite easy. Just do a few squatties here or there.
In my community?
Job, mate.
Yeah, in your subreddit.
Yeah, instead you should take a book out of Greek's page here and just watch YouTube videos all day and go.
Hey,
I'm gonna take a piss while you guys review that. I can hear you guys. I have wireless headphones.
Wait, what the fuck? Literally me shitting on Greek, and then wait, what? They're saying this is shameless fuckingness. Is on caught in 4K on Scuff? Wait,
they took. Don't even watch that.
Okay, they took a meme. They took a meme of me like shitting on Greek as a joke, like literally me making a joke on the Scuff podcast. Took it seriously and thought that was hypocrisy. I don't even know if that's actually the case.
Listen,
but
whether just that or not, I think he probably.
I have so much. Bro, I have so much fucking evidence as to why, like, I have been so consistently against fucking
at this point, I do
people
agree with
losing
you.
their shit over reacting.
Well, I do agree, right? That until we find evidence of you doing shit, I don't
Yeah, but there's
think
evidence
anything
to
is
the contrary and no evidence on the other side. So
Fair
at a
enough.
certain point, we have to, there's an overwhelming amount of evidence from my end showing that I've like been an advocate for reacting to shit, saying that all content is derivative. Like, why is this even a point of contention at this point? At a certain point, you got to be like, okay, you know what? Maybe I was wrong on this. That's all I'm expecting. That's all I want. That's how you know, amends are made, right?
Yeah, for sure. Then let's not jump the gun and make sure we come back to this in like a couple minutes, right? That we have all the information that we need. Otherwise, we have to fix a problem and fix a new problem for no reason. Okay. I do agree that evidence of the contrary seems a little bit heavier, right? Unless we find something.
I disagree.
Well, I couldn't find anything. So I think you have a lot of points on a lot of topics, and Hasan has a lot of points on a lot of topics. I think
Wait, what are the points? What are the points that he brought up? He didn't. What?
I said on other topics. I said on other topics.
It feels like. Listen, here's the issue. Okay. Sorry, I had to do a little juice up. It feels as if the goalpost keeps moving on regards to how much control we have over our communities and what we preach and what we let them spew. Right. At the end of the day, let's even go back to that tweet, right, where I said my issue isn't so much with you, it's with your community, right? When you let communities spew shit and you do nothing, in my opinion, that's a passive siding, right? It's a passive siding. You understand? And then you do it yourself, and there's all support within that.
Wait,
like,
so you're mad? Wait, so now you're saying originally you said I was like championing and spearheading the cause of like you being a React Andy.
Yes, I'm still.
Now you're saying I wasn't defending you for when people were shitting on you for being a React Andy.
No. Combine the two together. I still stand by the original. I'm giving you another example to what you've shown. So since I cannot show the first one, although I do remember it very clearly.
Train in 2019, I think I had a concurrent viewership of 35 viewers. I don't think you were talking about me. Let's be fucking real. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was barely fucking hitting.
It was during the times where you were picking up traction. It was during those times.
Ryan, I sent
and
my
you think I wasn't
people to find
defending you
clips.
as like a fucking 300 viewer Andy or something? Max out at 300 if that's the case.
It was while you were still larger. It was. Listen,
what year? What year are you talking about?
Brother, we have to dive into the years. It was the year that I was watching Gordon Ramsay.
Brother, we need to use actual facts in this.
It was the original. Brother, but listen, you're trying to debunk something by these specific facts that, in my opinion, are. Listen, it's the year I was watching Gordon.
But that's how this works.
It was the year I was watching Gordon Ramsay. It was the year that I was watching Gordon Ramsay and no one else was.
I can't address something that you claim I did if we don't like look at the time frame and develop a better understanding of what happened in that moment. I'm trying to literally, like right now, it feels like I'm just trying to defend myself against your own personal feelings in the matter, which is why I'm trying to be like, look, let's look.
I figured it out. Okay, I figured it out. Okay. I sent my best bots to find every piece of evidence. Okay. And the bot, even they admitted to me.
Wait, fuck. I'm missing. You're getting.
They admitted 100%. Okay. That unfortunately on this issue, there's no supporting evidence of Train's point and a little bit of supporting of Hasan's counterpoints. That he's a little bit, brother. Saying, yo, guys, I'm kind of a React Andy it's not a big stance, okay?
Well,
it's a little bit...
that's not what I showed. I showed you consistently a long, verifiable, documented history of like being an advocate for abolishing IP, showing you consistently that I have abolished my own IP restrictions in my own community with the own content that I personally create, shown you that like other people have criticized me for reacting to shit, showed you that I even got DMCA'd with a false DMCA claim for reacting to Gordon Ramsay, showed you a Twitter thread where I actually defended Trainwrecks being the original MasterChef React Andy.
That was years after. That was the year you guys began watching it. You understand?
So
okay.
I haven't switching you guys.
Let's agree to disagree and we can move on.
Wait, what? No,
you can't do that. You can't do that. I'm trying to.
Why can I not do that? So if I remember an account but there's no clip, I have to. It cannot be true. That's what you're saying.
Well, but
I'm saying it. from his perspective, if he doesn't remember it that way, you can't show it to him. He can't take your points for granted and give you an apology.
And there's also evidence.
Let me ask you this then.
There's also evidence to the contrary where I'm defending him. I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit.
I'm losing my mind because listen, logically speaking, there wouldn't be an outcry when you and Pokey began watching Master Chef. There wouldn't be an outcry compared to the year
I don't
that I
even
was
know what
watching
you're
it.
talking about. The outcry that I got for watching MasterChef wasn't because of some perceived hypocrisy that you cooked up in your community. The outcry that I got was the same exact outcry.
There were streamers that commented on it as well. I
don't know who those streamers are, but if you could show them to me, I would love to also address that as well. But the only person that you have openly criticized was XQC calling you out for watching Gordon Ramsay or something, or MasterChef.
Well, I think,
never myself at the time, possibly because I had never actually talked shit about that. Okay. And not only that, but also there's evidence of me reacting to TV shows all the way back in 2019 as well, for the record, if anyone cares about that.
Yeah, okay. I think sometimes we get caught up, okay? Based on if we think somebody's against us or not. If they make a whatever comment, things might feel a certain way or another. That's just kind of how it is. Okay? I called out Train. Calling out, I don't think I've ever called out anybody for anything, okay? Or not a lot. But it just feels like I bend with people. I'm a massive React Andy. I'll call people React Andys. Is that a problem? Not really, okay? I think this point, we have to move on. We will stay here stuck forever, okay? Listen, the main point, one of the points
but I do want to make sure that, like, we're making amends, right? I'm sorry for cutting you off. We're making amends, right? You said that. So one part of doing that is to be like,
of a pattern of behavior, yes.
Okay, if we can't find evidence of that, unfortunately, for the sake of this argument, I said unfortunately because it's for the sake of this argument and your perspective, we can't fulfill that, and we can't make anybody do anything.
Well, let's move on to the next. Yes.
Okay.
This conversation isn't preventing us from being friends or preventing us from.
Yeah,
putting away the
I
past.
I personally don't care about it. I personally don't care about it, but only because, like, it's been so consistent over the course of, like, many years at this point that, like, I just kind of avoid it. Like, I don't really talk about it. I don't really like to think about it. And it is festered on Reddit. It's festered on Twitch, where, like, a lot of people do have this false notion. Where I guess maybe some of them think that I'm like a hypocritical person for shitting on you for reacting while reacting myself, even though it very clearly is not real. So for me, I just want to make sure that you understand, like, I don't think I ever did that, but if I did, and you show that to me, I will absolutely apologize to you.
Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I generally think that you guys will both go against your earlier point, okay, to make amends on something so simple in nature. Okay, I want to get to the bigger points that are more impactful. Okay, things that I think make a lot of damage in your communities and create a wedge. Generally, I do think that. Listen, I'm not gonna blame viewers. I think certain reactions, certain things that people do will create a wedge because the viewers are going to far that wedge and push it farther. That happens. It does 100%. Which brings me to the point where Train is talking to Will Neff about the Turkey charity, and then things slide completely out of control, and then Hasan and then calls out Train for critical gambling. You want me to link it to the thread or not? You remember this happened like this week?
He knows what it is. I know what it is. Yes.
Okay. Then how about Train? You walk me through your initial point. What did you say to Will, and why did you say it?
So I went into the call initially to
if you can find a clip, that would be very helpful.
Reach out or
chatter.
to put out
That'd
an
be very
olive branch,
helpful.
right? I was talking about how I love the podcast, among other things, right? And then the conversation came up. He brought that up as an example, and I clarified the example because at the end of the day, olive branch or not, I think there's an avenue regarding the socialism in which Hasan preaches but doesn't act with, right? There's that avenue where I don't think we'll ever come to terms with together, right? So that is the disconnect. I don't know if him and I will find that middle ground for, but that didn't come up because I went on there to talk about it. That just kind of came up passively. If you watch the clip, the entire clip, that was generally a positive call, right? I think he kind of saw the clip and he picked those like 10 seconds out.
Train.
Unless Hasan doesn't feel that way.
Wait, there's a clip here from 4 years ago that a chatter found. Hold on, can I just listen to something? To Be Honest podcast.
and then shits on me or comes into.
Oh, this is when I first got upset at you for shitting on me. As far as socialism being that no, that's not that I thought that was related to Reactgate shit.
Go ahead.
As far as like socialism being at odds with my mode of existence, that is another thing that I am very that is another thing that I've been very consistent on with respect to like having anti-capitalist values while simultaneously still being a fucking dumbass who likes commodities that are luxurious. That has been a consistent talking point for myself for a very long time. So I don't know why you think that ultimately conflicts. Socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism or anti-capitalism or wanting to make things at least marginally better for working class Americans is not, no matter how much people say, oh, lol, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses fucking owned or whatever the fuck. That is not at odds with the way I live. This is a point of contention, though. I will agree. There's broad debate on the subject matter. There's many different kinds of ways of approaching it, but ultimately it's about the relation to the means of production. That's it. That's all this is. And it's about giving workers more autonomy. It's not about doing charity, okay? I've never said socialism is charity, even though I myself engage in charitable acts. I've been fairly consistent on that as well with respect to just doing it regardless of whatever people say, even if they shit on me. I think XQC can advocate for that as well. I've literally had private conversations with them many, many years ago even about like, it's a good thing. People will shit on you regardless. You should still do it. But yeah, socialism is exclusively and almost entirely about the relations of the means of production and how society is developed around the current organization of the economy and how commodities are produced.
Okay. So you're saying that if there's a distinct point in what he sees socialism and the action you can do to further socialism and okay, it makes sense. Do you agree with what he said? Did you know what he said?
No.
He says that socialism, right, is more the means of production and the worker stuff, and not the whole spread the wealth thing. And I think you say, oh, he should spread the wealth more type shit, right?
I would agree. So
yeah,
I would agree with
spreading the wealth is not socialism. If that was the case, then Jeff Bezos would be the #1 socialist. You know what I mean? He albeit a very minor part of his overall wealth, he gives back fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. That he would be literally a socialist if that was the case.
So I think the point is this, right? Preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism. Do you understand? If you preach the idealistic way that society should operate, yet you don't implement any of those systems, right, within your own, let's say proportionally within your own community to show that these systems can work. Just wait.
No. I love that. No, that's actually a great point. It's a great point, and it unfortunately fails to capture how inescapable capitalism is. Do I benefit from it? Absolutely. I'm a profoundly fortunate person, something that I regularly acknowledge and talk about all the time. I'm very privileged. I'm very fortunate. These are things that I do not hide. I'm wealthy. Another thing that I do not hide. I don't know why people always say that I hide it, but
do you understand that?
If cooperatives can work individually, and I can point to socialization working in other countries, for example, like in European social democracies like Norway, even in Canada, it works better than the United States, even though it has its flaws. So there are instances of like socialization, not socialism, working in other countries, and yet that is still not changed people's minds in the United States of America. So I don't know why you think that like something completely and entirely removed from socialism itself, which would be me, like, I guess, doing socialism in my own community. I don't know how you would do that, but I would love to hear your perspective. I don't know how that would genuinely change people's minds in that regard. But as far as like my own form of commodity production, I work with union labor in union shops in the United States of America, and it's domestically manufactured when I do merchandising. And I have some form of cooperative organization where the people that I work with, not my workers per se, but people that I work with, whether it be my producers or editors, have full autonomy over their times, full autonomy over how much they make, full autonomy over a percentage of the profits or even more. Not only that, But they also have editorial independence, like in the case of Ostenox, who can say what he wants, and I'm not going to, go after him unless he's making an erroneous mistake. So that's
Which
it.
he has.
That's my perspective, and I think I try to live by my values as best as possible, and I think I do a decent job, I think, at that.
That perspective is convenient, in my opinion. Like, it's a convenient perspective to have, right? Like, if I would accept that perspective.
Wait, why is it convenient?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So everything that you do would be completely fine, right? If you moved away from these extremisms, right? And you moved more so to the middle, and you're like, okay, listen, guys, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist systems to be mixed in with the capitalistic systems to create a better society, right? To grab the good of both. You understand? But the problem is you're completely shitting on capitalism. You're completely eat the rich, anti-capitalist.
I'm losing you again. Everyone can hear you except for me. I'm sorry. Can you hold on? We're gonna have to do this again one more time. Let me turn off the camera and turn it on again. Oh, I can hear you again. Thank you. I have a Discord issue. Sorry. I really do want to hear what you have to say. Can you start from the top?
Yeah. Can I juice up real quick then? Since we had a little disconnect.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's got to juice up. It takes a second. Okay. Yeah.
Wait, I want to.
I want to explain his own thing.
What?
But he's got to juice up. You never juice up?
Listen, I was.
Come on, let him juice up. Come on, what the fuck is this?
You disconnected. It's gonna be a little juice up.
Yeah, by the way, this is the terms of service on page 3,
Fair.
by the way, about juicing up. Yeah, I'm not gonna paraphrase what he said. I'm just gonna go through it. Also, there's a bunch of actual interesting points that I have that I had made note of. So I didn't want this to get too sidetracked. I am taking notes though about things that I think you guys can make amends on.
Okay.
Like the earlier point, I think the first point, I think you owe him some sort of a comment, and on the second point, he owes you one. I think you guys are like 1-to-1 on the things that you guys should say to each other. But I mean, I'm trying to be. I'm just saying. I do.
No,
I do think
I'm laughing at one of your chatters. I'm actually one guy in your chat. Hasan absolutely hates the fact that he can't peddle out cheap merch made in China for 4 cents because he built his brand around being the SJW guy. That is an incredibly cynical perspective, and I know that is only shared by people who literally cannot see that people sometimes actually do end up living their values. That says more about you, Aniram, than myself. I'm going to be honest with you. If you want to get lectured, I can do that for you right now. But that just only shows how cynical you are. It's no different than like Aiden Ross constantly being like, oh, everyone is in it for the money. It's like, yeah, bro, you are. Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anyway,
okay, but now I want to hear Trainwrecks' perspective on the issue.
Trainwreck. Yeah. Well, I guess it would be Trainwrecks in that situation, or maybe Trainwrecks. Anyways.
Okay.
Hey, Jesus. Go ahead. Say a thing about the socialism, capitalism type shit.
Okay, so if you moved your like ideations or whatever the fuck you call it, more so to I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist values. I believe in socialist systems. I believe in more of a mix, right? If you pushed it more to the middle left, it would make sense to exactly what you do. It makes sense to your entire business model. But to sit there and
wait, what? Address why it's conflicting.
Well, I'm getting there. But to sit there, right, and to sell, right? Think about this, okay? Your entire business model, in my opinion, is that of a capitalist business model, right? You sell how the world should be, right? While justifying not implementing those very systems of how the world should be by saying you're just participating in society. That's fine. You can participate in society, but at the very least, in the position that you're in, making what you make, in my opinion, the words are not enough. You should be implementing these very systems within your own community to show that these systems work. Do you understand? On a proportional level, if you cannot implement the very systems you preach that should be implemented within America into your community of 30,000, then I would just say you're grandstanding and you're just selling an idea to make money yourself, right? Like
that's great.
To me, that's
a great point. That's a great point. You're absolutely correct on it if your understanding of what I advocate for was sound. And I think this is a normal misunderstanding, and a lot of people have this misunderstanding. I just gave you examples of a relation that I have where I am producing commodities with the help of others that are involved in the process. And I told you that I utilize, when I am actually producing commodities, utilize the same values that I uphold. Okay? whether it be unionized domestic employees that I am whenever I'm working on merchandise, or whether it be having a cooperative podcast or having full autonomy and having everyone set their own wages with relation to how much profit or how little profit a certain venture makes. That is as close as you can get to like multiple different formations of trade unionism, an anarcho-syndicalist perspective, and also some level of socialism. So from that perspective, you are objectively incorrect. In most other circumstances, I have no control over it. There's nothing I can do. Like as far as as far as like turning Amazon into a cooperative corporation, I can't do that. It is a massive, almost $1 trillion operation that I have no control over.
Okay, so what you're saying is that for you, the socialism aspects are only the means of production and the workers, and the fact that the unionize or not. It's all about the workers. Okay, I have a question then. When you have a podcast, the Fear and Pod, how much are the guests and producers paid on that show?
1/3 of the entire revenue.
The guests are paid?
No, the guests are not paid. The guests can come on voluntarily, of course. If they would like to get paid, we would, of course, pay them if there was like a guest fee or anything. But we don't pay guests. We are not interested. We're not interested in having a guest on specifically to make money. I don't think that would be weird. I think
that makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, March gets 1/3 of the entire revenue generated at the moment from the Fear End podcast operation, which you can go and subscribe to at patreon.com/fearend.
Listen, every system that you mentioned in which you apply your socialist values to, you are making money from these systems, and that's fine. That's okay. But the areas that I think should be more consistent in are the ones where you take a percentage of your wealth. Now, listen, this argument that your chat gives or you give or your loyalists give of, so if you're a socialist, you have to be broke on the streets, that example in itself has to be the most delusional, extreme example. Why combat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Explain what you mean. I'm a little slow. I'm a dumb guy. I need you to break it down for me a little bit. I'm serious.
Okay.
What do you mean? I just gave you an example of where I do this, and I want you to explain what you mean.
What I mean is, do you not preach a society where healthcare is free, a society where education is not as backwards as it is in America today, right? These systems, in my opinion, you are in a position where if you truly believe that implementing these systems are a real thing, you are in a position to do something that matches what you say. Otherwise, you're just selling false hope in a business model fashion, which is capitalism, right? In a nutshell, to make the money. That's easy to do, but you are in a position to do more. Do you understand?
Do you want me to open up a hospital? Because I think you're.
It's not about opening up a hospital. It's not.
What is it about? Give me specific examples of what I can do, so I can tell you if it's like feasible or not.
Okay, so for example, I know a lot of your vocal minority community argue that the mental health care program is a charity, right? But that program, the part of the charity that it is just the part. In America, if we were to implement that program, right, taxes would pay for the program. In this situation,
absolutely.
Real quick. In this situation, we don't have that luxury, right, of having a tax system to draw a lot of money from the people. So what's replacing it is the charity aspect. To confuse that the system itself as a charity it's not comparable to the excuse of not doing it.
Are you asking me to provide everyone in my community health care?
I'm asking you to follow through with what you say. So to create, create the system, create education as well, right? You could create a system in which you put a percentage aside that you believe the rich should put aside in America, and you implement that on a small scale to show that, listen, guys, this works. If we can do it, so can America. If you can't even do it yourself and you give these excuses.
So you want me to set up like a 501c3 specifically to like pay the hospital bills of every single member in the community that pays into it?
No. It's about creating a system. You understand? Ignore the actual payment of. It's a system that reflects what you preach and delivers it to people who do not have the financial means to get what you believe they have a right to get. Do you understand? That's what it's about. That's what implementing, that's what the actions over the words means when you sit there and you preach what you preach on a daily basis and make millions from it, right? And that's okay to make millions from it. It's okay.
But Train.
But there needs to be an implementation of it.
You understand I'm not the government, right? Like
I just explained the proportional or the comparison between what would be right in this situation. You create a system, and through your own donation, you would be virtually the tax system that would pay for it in a governmental form, right?
Okay, like that's what you're describing. Where you're taking the long way to describe is literally, first of all, charity. For the record, insurance on the other hand,
the difference.
Or taxes on the other hand, insurance or taxes, which are two different ways of funding, some form of healthcare or a payment mechanism for healthcare, revolves around people paying into a system and then getting it back in the form of adequate healthcare, right? This is how it works. So you and I are in agreement, I think, as far as how the government should operate this, right? I think you believe in free healthcare, right? I think
I do. Yes.
Okay.
Healthcare is. So, I believe healthcare is a right. Right.
So
I believe
absolutely.
Our education system is completely backwards. I believe we should be encouraging students to go to school. We should be encouraging students. I believe the new baseline should be college. This idea where we're pushing that college is unnecessary, you can't apply this or that, I think is ridiculous. But I do think it stems from our backwards financial education system.
So
right?
how can I do what you're describing without building a hospital or building a 501c3?
I just explained it.
Wait,
I just explained, right? For example, the program I have, right? It's easy to compare the two and say, oh, it's a charity. No. The charity part of it is replacing the tax system in which the government would pay for that system. Since we don't have that tax system, taking a percentage of what you make, like you preach should happen for the rich, right? And putting it into that system, right? So what you make, a percentage of what you make going into that system would be replicating what the government has for taxes, right? We'd be taking it out of our pockets monthly, right? For each respective community across Twitch, across YouTube, across Kick, across wherever.
Yeah, you're saying you want to start, if I'm not misunderstanding, you want to start like a healthcare structure for Twitch watchers that us Twitch streamers put together.
Yes.
Yes, us Twitch streamers, we put together a healthcare structure. Okay.
Is that socialism though? Is that?
That's not. No, it's not. It's just. But it is. But it is nice. It's not socialism. That's not socialism. But it is nice. It is nice. It's a good idea. It's a charity.
Distributing the wealth of the rich into systems that give healthcare to the poor is exactly the values of socialism. Is it not?
Yes, you're right. But by your logic, then charities would be considered socialism, but it's not.
No.
And also, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, then in the United States of America, it's one of the most charitable countries on the planet. We would literally not have a single person die because they can't get their diabetes medication, which is why you have to advocate for the government, as I do all the time, not only put pressure on congresspersons, but like literally directly talk to them from time to time as well, and utilize my community to go vote a certain way. I am technically trying to do that in a grander scale. It's unfortunately very difficult to accomplish.
So let me ask you this. If the socialist himself cannot find a way to distribute a percentage of his wealth, who do you expect to do it? The fucking capitalist sitting at the top? It needs to start somewhere.
No,
it needs to start somewhere, right? If we can't do it on this level, how are you expecting a country of 335 million to implement it on that scale? We need to find a way to proportionally scale it within our business models, whether it's the charity aspect, replacing or replicating the tax system. Do you understand? Like, the action needs
you do realize countries have socialized healthcare, right? Like the UK has the NHS system. So like literally just pointing to that should be able to have a wake-up moment for the minds of millions of Americans, but it still hasn't worked. So technically what you're saying is well-intentioned, and I love that you're saying this, but it demonstrably doesn't work. I point to actively working socialized healthcare structures on a daily basis, and yet I have not been able to, individually at least, move the needle on getting Americans to get on board with Medicare for all. Neither did Bernie Sanders, again, unfortunately.
Okay.
We'll agree to disagree on that. And next topic.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Wait, what? I don't know what the disagreement there is, though. I gave you an example of socialized healthcare working in a larger system, okay, and pointing to that And yet that still doesn't get Americans on board in certain instances. But the reality is, even if all Americans were on board, okay, even if every single American, like the abortion ban, for example, were on board, 75% of Americans thought abortion should be protected. And yet the Supreme Court decided against it. Why? Because that's just how it is. When the rich and powerful get together and build billions of dollars worth of dark money funded super PACs and lobbying groups, they get their way regardless of what the Americans think or feel. And the same goes for healthcare as well, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of people making money that you and I would look at and go, holy shit, that is a lot more money than we make. That is the unfortunate reality here. That's what we're going up against. So pointing to an example of like a charity individually working within my community or within Twitch, okay? That's a very nice thing to do.
It's a system.
And we can talk more about it.
The charity part is disingenuously being presented.
It's not disingenuous. There's nothing wrong with charity.
What he says though is that he says that inherently that's not the socialism that he's supposed to uphold, like you think he is. When he
so what socialism is he to? So the socialism is okay.
Labor. His socialism that he pushes.
So the socialism that requires him to give no percentage of his money and only requires him to preach is the socialism he's for. You don't find that convenient?
Pay a decent amount of taxes in California, but that's not But I don't consider that to be social.
We legally
like
have
Keynesian
to.
economics. That's wealth distribution, and I think that's adequate, and I think that's apt. I wish that billions of it wasn't used on fucking finding new and creative ways to like blow brown children in fucking school buses in Yemen, but unfortunately, that is what our American government has decided to spend it on. That is an unfortunate byproduct of living here. But even the meager amount of that goes back into funding the roads, funding the school system, I'm happy with and I'm comfortable with, and I talk about it during tax season all the fucking time. But if you think that like charity is socialism, then
I didn't say charity is socialism. I was referring to a system that we create as a streamer. And the charity aspect, right, which provides that system would be the way we replicate the tax system, right? Within America, the government has a tax system which they would funnel their money into programs for the people who can't afford it. It would give people access to healthcare. It would cover certain educational costs to push education through. What I'm saying is we create a system, and since we do not have the tax system,
you just
we can
swapping
use
the word charity for system, by the way. Like that's what you're doing, which is fine. Again, I have no issues with charity. I'm showing you the
difference, right? It's about creating the system, right? And the charity would be the pool of money used to fund that's the system that gives healthcare to your community to show that it works. What you preach works. You can take from the rich and provide for the poor, provide for the people who don't have the
real charities at the top of the hour,
security or the luxury.
Where there's a 3-minute ad
in
break.
America, which is so.
And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get gifted a sub.
Healthcare, right? To have basic educational costs covered. To push that, we need that kind of stuff, right? So I believe we need to act instead of just preach. Otherwise, where does it start? Where does the chain reaction start?
Yeah, this is a misunderstanding. I think he kind of agrees with you, right? But at the same time, when you say to uphold socialism, in his view, he does, because socialism is the means of production and the workers and the labor, right? That is his socialism. So even though he agrees with you, he still doesn't agree with the fact that you think that this is socialism when he said what his socialism is. Right, so that's what this disconnect is. So I do agree that there's a domino effect.
Because what he's talking about is just charity, which is great. I love that as a concept, and I'm on board with it. It's just not. It's demonstrably failed to improve. That doesn't stop me from giving money to charities. All right, obviously, that doesn't stop me from funding money or doing fundraising for charities and also directly donating. But if what he was talking about as far as charities actually solved the issues,
listen,
the United States of America would have no healthcare issues.
To help you understand this, okay, take a look at my mental health care program, okay? Because you keep saying charity, okay? So yes, the money goes into the charity to hold, right? What I'm referring to is the system that's created, right? The viewer can now, that does not have access to healthcare, can now have a way through me taking a percentage of my wealth and putting it as a funding source to free healthcare. Ignore the charity part of it. It's the system. This is what I mean by actions over words.
Yes, you're right. If everyone was paying into, but in the form of taxes, if everyone was paying into the government and the government was like, we're going to take some of this money and we're going to build hospitals, we're going to build rural hospitals, which is a major problem as well in America, and we're going to make sure that everyone can get health care for free when they go into a hospital. That would be socialized medicine. It would not be socialism. It would be a form of socialization.
So couldn't you implement what you preach into a system like that for your community to have access to things that they don't have access to because of their financial means, right? Because of their financial situations. That's what I'm asking. It's easy to preach, I think
that is doable, certainly. It's not impossible. The problem in that situation would be that it would require me dropping everything I normally do and basically learn an entirely new set of skills. It would not be a system. It would, again, just be a charity, that a 501c3 that I would have to set up. And I, unfortunately, am a dumbass who doesn't know anything about setting up a 501c3, which is why I usually, just like you did, work with other 501c3s that are pre-existing in this regard. But again, I have raised and also funded more than $500,000 last year, which is a marginal amount in comparison to how charitable you are. You're a very charitable person. And this year so far, almost like $2 million, if I'm not mistaken, to various different causes. I don't think that is socialism. I just want to make that clear. I don't think that that's socialism. I do it because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm a very fortunate person, and I think the capacity to be able to give back is a good thing. That's why I do it. But even by that metric of like, if you think that building these sorts of systems is socialism, then I guess I'm a relatively socialist person.
I think it's for each individual, right? It's a value within themselves, right? So if you're making X and X amount of dollars, I believe because of the fortunate situation both you and I are in, I do believe in higher taxes for us. I do believe in both of us taking a percentage of our wealth and putting it into systems, right, that can distribute it to people and give them the baseline, what I believe to be a right, which is healthcare, education systems that pay for their schooling based on, let's say, a hardworking students or whatever the hell that is, GPA, whatever you want to measure that by, right? That's what I believe. So what I'm saying is, I do think, ignore the charity aspect. I'm referring to the systems. The charity is just a funding pool in this comparison, right? I believe we should not just talk it, we should act on it. Right? So we should take a percentage of our wealth, whether it's 20%, 30%, 10%, whatever it may be, and put it towards systems that give what we believe to be a right to the people that don't have access to these things that I believe should be a right? I
think the system you're describing is a 501c3 though, right? Like that's...
In this situation, the 501c3 would be provided, and all you would have to do, right? So let's hypothetically say for this mental health care program, right? Wouldn't you say, if you don't want to create that this is it's right there, right? It's a system you believe in for your community, right?
So why
again? Hasan doesn't agree with. I'm just agreeing.
Okay, go ahead.
Hasan doesn't. Even though he thinks these things are good and he wants to do those things, and sometimes he hasn't, or maybe he will in the future, he still doesn't view that as a fundamental socialism.
Wait, first of all, I do those things. Let's make it clear. I think I do a decent job at doing those things.
Yeah, but I still think that he doesn't view that as the fundamentals of socialism, and that's not what he preaches.
Yes.
Therefore, he doesn't feel like you've gotten him on the, yo, dude, you haven't donated this much. Well, Hasan doesn't feel like you got him on not doing what he preaches, when this is not what he preaches in that regard to socialism. That's what he feels like.
So you're picking and choosing what aspects of socialism apply based on what you have to act on, what you don't? I'm confused.
I mean, as Hasan,
so we're cherry picking what parts of socialism we want to preach, and those are dependent on which ones actually require you to distribute a percentage of your wealth into systems that distribute it to the people that are less. It seems like we're cherry picking what we have to act on and what we don't. It just seems very convenient to me.
I think that the fundamental disagreement here is that charitable donations is socialism, is like kind of your perspective here. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You can correct me, but that's all I've heard from you as far as like maybe you don't say charitable donations, you say systems, but that's kind of what you're talking about. And that is fundamentally not true, which is fine. It's still fine, though. You're right. I think it's a good thing to, again, uphold charity and try to do your very best to help others who are less fortunate. But if you're asking me as someone who like at least describes the concept of what socialism is, that is not true. What you're describing is just fundamentally just a 501c3.
I feel like there's a disconnect for you and probably with others as well in what I'm referring to, okay? And the only reason, okay, let's take my mental health care program as an example of this, since it's the only thing I can show you in this regard that's on Twitch that can help you understand this, okay? So ignore the charity aspect of what's going on there, okay? That's there. The reason I had to work with them is because obviously as a streamer, right, we don't pay some sort of streamer tax within Twitch where we can funnel that money and put it towards systems we believe in, right? So ignore the charity aspect. Instead, compare it in this system, right? When I say system, I'm referring to the system where I take a percentage of my wealth monthly, put it into, let's say, a pot, and from there, access is given to viewers in my community that do not have access to mental health care, right? That charity is only replicating what the U.S. government, it's proportionally replicating, right?
Yes,
what the U.S. government has for a tax system.
What you're describing, yes, exactly. The main difference is voluntary donations versus taxes, right? And you're right.
That's the only way that we, right, proportionally as
you have to understand you're describing a charity when you keep explaining it, though. Like that's
it's
the
a charity
that you work with, RAD, right? You work with RAD.
Yes.
Is a pre-established 501c3. It's a charity. So you are giving money to RAD, which is a wonderful thing. Okay, it's great.
It's a separate program, right?
Okay, it's a separate program. Sure.
It's a separate program within RAD. I'm using RAD to replicate what it would be in America using their tax systems to pay for mental health care. Do you understand?
You're not wrong. That is actually a very decent way. That is a very decent way to describe. That is a very decent way to try to describe socialized healthcare and why it's ethical and why it's the right thing to do. I agree with you if that is what you're saying as far as like socialized healthcare. It's still not socialism. So if you're asking me what socialism is or if it conflicts with my values that I haven't like set up a 501c3 personally.
It's not about setting up it's about taking a percentage of your wealth like you preach the rich should do and doing it yourself and implementing it, right? So if you understand? So do you do that? Do you take a percentage, 10, 20, 30% of your wealth and put it towards systems that give free healthcare to the people? Or are you just relying on the tax systems of America as your distributive wealth process?
I definitely do donate a lot more than just what the taxes are. Absolutely. I do. I don't know what percentage of my overall wealth that is, but yes, I absolutely do. Regardless, though, I don't think that is socialism. I do it not because it's socialism. I don't do it because I want to make like...
I think you're misunderstanding my point, right?
Look, my point is this. Billionaires have something called the Billionaire's Pledge. I don't know if you've ever heard about this. It's actually a very interesting concept, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
So, like the Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, numerous other billionaires, some of the wealthiest people on the planet have joined what they call, I believe, the Giving Pledge, which is, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick so I don't give you any false information here.
Why don't we start the Millionaire's Pledge and we play it on Twitch? And
yeah, no, hold on. Well, I'm going to talk about how fraudulent it is in a second.
Oh, shit.
The Giving Pledge is a commitment to philanthropy. The Giving Pledge is a promise by the world's wealthiest individuals and families to dedicate the majority of their wealth to charitable causes. Now, the issue is that this is just simply a PR move for them. They do this because they set up their own charitable donations, their charitable contributions, and they put all of their stock options into that charity in an effort to avoid taxes, right? That is the main reason why they do this. That way they can look like they're giving back while, buying from or buying whatever the fuck from they want from the pool of funds, utilizing it as a tax cut. It turns into a non-taxable entity, right? This is but even if this wasn't, even if this was like an earnest thing, an honest thing, it still would not make Bill Gates, for example, funds malaria research, who has funded vaccine research, as a matter of fact, as well.
Okay.
This would not make Bill Gates a socialist.
Okay, Hasan, I think I got you again. He feels like if you were to englobe what socialism as a whole, he wants you to emulate and enforce that version of socialism on a smaller scale in order to create and show that this is what you uphold, right? And instead of what he thinks, you're pushing more radicalized ideas when you're kind of like not doing that, all the way out there. You're kind of just staying a little bit in the middle in terms of your actions. That's what he thinks. From my understanding, this is what Train thinks. Generally.
Yes. He has a different opinion on what praxis is. This is a term we use in leftist communities. And he thinks that this is what praxis is, like socialism in action. I fundamentally disagree. And yet I still actually do engage in the thing that he's talking about.
Me too. I just don't tell anybody about it because it's useless.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't used to tell people about it either. But obviously a lot of people kept saying, much like Train, Hasan, you're fake. You don't practice what you preach. You don't give back to people, which is a false understanding of socialism in general. So I did start telling people about it. And now they say I do it for clout, which, of course, I always knew it was going to be a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. So I just do whatever the fuck I think is the right thing to do. And I keep my fucking head down and do it.
Right. So
even your chat, your entire chat is capping right now. Your entire chat. Like, there will never be charitability to anything. And I don't even expect it. Like, it's just...
No, this ain't kept to me because I said I do charitable stuff and whatever because in terms of education because I own my own shit, but I don't because it's freaking lame. Whether they think that I do or not, or they accept it and they validate the amounts or not, I think it's useless to talk about it. I just do it because it helps, and I'm sure down the line, somebody that was helped by one of these things when they're balling out and they're millionaire, they will do the same thing, and there's domino effect. I truly believe that giving back into systems like healthcare, like education, when somebody is a recipient of these things, when they ball out, there's a good chance they'll do the same because this resonates hard with them. It creates a domino effect. And the more people do, the more it resonates and the more it grows. That's just how it is. That's my perspective. That's my view on it. But I still don't think that's socialism, though.
It's not. I don't think you're you would say you're a socialist or you would be a socialist for doing that. I don't think Train is a socialist for doing the charitable donations, the RAD.
The system itself would be a socialist one. Do you understand? The system, the idea of it, not the actual donation.
Well,
to
I also
charity,
personally gave you an
system.
example. I gave you an example of like a commodity production or creating something new and different that in the form of like the podcast that is a cooperative style governance, I guess.
Would you agree everything you've mentioned that you do that you believe is aligned with your ideas of socialism, you profit from? Don't you think that's yes. Just a little distant?
Yes. No, that's literally okay. See, this is perfect. Thank you for saying this. This is literally the fundamental misunderstanding. Socialism is not about doing things because you're a nice guy. Socialism is just about who is producing the shit and how much more freedom they get.
There is a difference in profiting more from the preaching or the ideas of the socialism, right? It's not like you're making a business, right? And then you're giving
that is a business. What I described to you is a business. What I described to you is a cooperative formation of a corporation.
A percentage of everything that you do in the name of socialism should go towards systems?
Train, you're not understanding. Train, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Train,
okay, continue.
You literally, okay. There are many different ways of democratizing a workplace or democratizing an economic organization of society. One of those, okay, is a cooperative corporation, okay? That is precisely why my producer, who is producing the labor, who's creating part of the podcast, who sets up the Patreon and whatnot, and sets up the cameras, for example, that person is getting 1/3 of the overall revenue, okay? That is inherently a socialist formation. He also has autonomy. He also gets to say, I want to do it on this day. I want to do it on that day. Okay, I want to do the podcast on this day. These are things that we democratically decide. Now, this is a cooperative corporation. That is actually closer to like what is literally socialism, at least in a corporation, a socialist organization of the economy within the corporation, than anything else that you have described. That would be one form or one aspect of democratization of the workplace. Okay? That is actually what you want out of me. I'm already doing that. But if you're talking about like setting up a system or
so how does
whatever
that
you
work
want to call a charity.
How does that work with Twitch then? So you bring up the podcast. How does that work with Twitch, right? Let's say hypothetically you're making $6 to $10 million from an ad heavy deal, right? Which if you show that deal, which you can't because you're binded by a contract.
Do you think I should pay my viewers for watching me?
Not Twitch? Pay your. I'm referring to you. You're bringing the podcast up as 1/3. Are you paying, right, a percentage or something proportional to the millions that you're making off Twitch, right? Is that something you're doing as a socialist, right? Does that carry over to your Twitch? So sure, I believe you for your podcast.
To who? To what?
To editors, to moderators.
Yes.
So you're paying moderators or a head of moderation?
No, not editors and not moderators. I do have a compensation mechanism for my moderators. Okay. It is not one that I often publicize, specifically because I don't want moderators to come on board exclusively because they want to, use this as a job opportunity. There is a compensation mechanism but I don't like talking about it specifically because, like I said, I want moderators to be a part of the community and not necessarily working and not necessarily doing it as labor, which is most of the reason why I try to, as best as I can, maintain all of the other avenues of moderation on my own, whether it be running ads, which, by the way, I should be running at least a middle of the hour ad break and things of that nature.
Wait, let's stop. Everyone, both of you are on your
as
ad
far as
deals.
As far as hold on. As far as editors goes, yes, of course, I pay editors directly. I pay editors directly out of. Wait, I don't know what he's. I don't know why he's saying that.
I was saying play your minute ad and I'll juice up.
No. Anyway. Listen. As far as payment structures goes for my editors, they are the ones who make their pay. In many instances, they're making more. They are the ones who I routinely have a conversation with, where they're the ones who dictate what their pay is. I'm routinely paying them even more than the value that they're actually generating for the videos that they're creating. And the only way I can subsidize that is because I'm making money off of Twitch. So in a way, yes, I am utilizing Twitch revenue to pay some of my editors.
But not your moderators to the same percentage as, let's say, the podcast to your Twitch, right? So your main income channel is the biggest one, right? And that's the one that's exempt from the from the proportion.
Because not only that, but the reason why this works the way that it does is because there are certain aspects that I want to maintain as far as autonomy goes, as far as the freedom, as far as no demands made of anybody, because no one is as big as a freak as myself who's gonna fucking sit there for 8 to 10 hours and watch shit. Okay? That is an unreasonable demand to make from people. I don't make that demand from my viewers, and that is precisely the reason why I want my viewers to be invested and interested in doing whatever the fuck they want to. The funny thing is, I know Train is so fucking horny bringing up the mods. Oh, it's probably okay.
Wait, why is it?
Okay. It seems like this topic.
Why
is it? Is it what I pay my mods? Is that why?
Well, I don't know. But one thing that you need to also understand is that, and this is a really good conversation, I brought up a cooperative ownership of the podcast specifically because it's one very unique formation of workplace democracy, because someone in that situation is generating value, right? Someone in that situation is generating value. They're working, they're laboring, right? And instead of a wage compensation in that structure, I'm giving them a percentage of revenue. Now, originally, when the podcast wasn't generating any revenue, I was just paying out of pocket to be like, listen, whatever you want, eventually we will be able to generate revenue, which we are now. And at that point, you'll be able to get a third of that, right? There are certain aspects of it that I want to maintain and make sure that is as ethical as possible, right? In that structure. That is the reason why I brought up the third in the cooperative formation, a third of the revenue in the cooperative formation, is because that is only one element of a pay structure. There are many different ways of doing it, but the one fundamental thing that remains is worker autonomy and people that are generating value getting back what they make, getting back what they add. That is inherently a socialist way of working.
They're getting back what they add, and who determines what they get paid based on what they add?
Well, in that circumstance, there is no perfectly scientific way. I mean, we're getting into the labor theory of value, obviously, but there's no, in my opinion, there's no adequate way of making that assessment, which is why I oftentimes will leave it up to people that are making the demand itself while they're simultaneously generating revenue. Because there are a lot of situations where a venture that you get into is not actually making money, right? And I think people are still generating some sort of value even when they're not actually making money, because even when the business itself is not actually making money, because the business could potentially make money in the future. Okay? Do you understand? Which is why I think it's better off left up to the people that left up to the people that are working in that circumstance.
Yeah, I think the problem is that
By the way, I can't believe the level of interrogation that is happening with my own personal finances or the way I live my life is unimaginable. But the reason why I do it is because it is something that I'm very confident in. Okay? It is something that I'm very confident in the way that I live it. But it is a ridiculous ask. I want people to understand. Like, I don't have an issue talking about this shit, but it is fucking wild. Like, not a single streamer has ever been asked this level of fucking detail in any minor thing that they do. Not even motherfucking Trainwrecks, okay? And he gets shit on a lot.
Actually, I've revealed all that.
But it's really frustrating that, like, this is a fundamental thing I believe in and I advocate for and I practice what I fucking preach, and yet motherfuckers still always say that I am actually fake. Because people cannot comprehend that it could work that way.
It's not that you're fake. It's that there's certain areas that are hypocritical in nature, right? Like there are certain areas where you pick and choose when socialism applies and when capitalism is okay.
No,
yet you
it doesn't.
preach anti-capitalism in every direction.
Okay.
But you retained none of the things that I just told you, Train. Like I just spent the past hour where you peered into like literally the minutia of my operation, looking for like different places, different avenues to strike. I described all of it to you, and you won't give me the dignity. You won't even give me the dignity of like listening, hearing, and processing that information. That's kind of fucked up. It just seems like an ambush at this point.
No. I listened and I processed. And there's areas
where... The reason why people question is because inherently you're a political streamer and you talk about aspects of socialism and then that's what you preach. It's like saying, yo, dude, why do people ask what stocks a stock streamer has on the stock market and not the Apex streamer? Well, because the guy who plays Apex never talks about stock. You talk a lot about like finance and the means of production and all the money as of course we're going to inquire about where your money is and what you're doing with it to better these systems that you're talking about. I think it's just
not necessarily true. No, the only reason why they do that is to literally look for hypocrisy baiting, and it doesn't even matter. No matter how genuine, no matter how consistent you are, it literally doesn't matter, because ultimately, like in the beginning of this conversation, I had a conversation with Trainwreck about literally something that he believes I did, that I told him I didn't do, and he couldn't bring up any fucking counters to it. Like, he couldn't bring up proof to it, and yet we still left it on a 50-50 split.
Well, for that, I remember
like, that's crazy.
But the point of that was the pattern of behavior, right? And I have a lot of viewers messaging me, they remember exactly that, right? But to bring up a clip regarding passive shit talk or the letting of, to kind of push the narratives, right? I can't provide you with a clip at this time. And even if I couldn't, I remember it happening. So that's why we moved on and we agreed to disagree.
What else do you guys not agree on?
That was just showing a pattern of behavior. But that's not enough for us to not come to a middle ground and say, fuck it. Like,
well, no, I think...
Let's get back to the Will Neff clip, right? So I think you're asking about the Will Neff clip, right? And we kind of went off.
What did you bring up about the charity for Turkey, and how did it come about? Why did you say it?
Just watch the clip.
Okay, fair enough. Let's everybody. I'm going to link a clip in the current chat going on over here, and you're gonna click and you're gonna watch it on your own with your community, and then we'll discuss when Train picks up, and not Hasan.
Okay.
And we'll start because it's his clip. I want to give him a chance to explain his own clip. Otherwise, we're gonna get lost.
Where is it? Hold on. You linked it in the
group chat.
Match a small percentage.
Okay, I gotta pee while this plays. Look at him undermining 50 grand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have like $700 million from fucking.
If he's peeing, then I'm juicing up. If he's peeing, I'm juicing up.
Gambling sponsorships, like that's crazy. He just said a small percentage, like 50 grand from my pocket is like tiny. Like, listen, I don't really talk about this too frequently.
This clip is
goddamn,
so out of context.
motherfuckers always undermine that shit. They don't shut the fuck up about a $1,000 shirt for 700 years. But the moment that I fucking put 50 grand out of my own goddamn pocket to something I fucking believe in, that's a tiny percentage, dog. What the fuck?
Some shit like that.
If you can't shut the fuck up about the $1,000 Gucci shirt,
it was the same thing.
You should be 50 times more vocal about the 50 grand, right? Not once did I ever bring that up. Not once.
Well, I need his reaction to
when you undermine that, when you make it seem like the infrastructure that we had to create on the back end to ensure that American and foreign fucking donators could very easily dump funds.
Match a small percentage of that yourself, but
look at him undermining 50 grand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have like $700 million from fucking
where's the one thing?
crypto gambling sponsorships. Like, that's crazy. He just said a small percentage, like 50 grand from my pocket is like tiny. Like, listen, I don't really talk about this too frequently, but goddamn, do motherfuckers always undermine that shit. They don't shut the fuck up about a $1,000 shirt for 700 years. But the moment that I fucking put 50 grand out of my own goddamn pocket to something I fucking believe in, that's a tiny percentage, dog. What the fuck? If you can't shut the fuck up about the $1,000 Gucci shirt, you should be. Okay, I'm back. We played it again and again and again on my side, so it probably sucked for my viewers, but hey, it is what it is. Okay, I had the fucking pee real bad.
Okay, I'm gonna mute up and I'm gonna play for them so they understand what the context.
Wait, you waited for this whole time? Why did you just fucking play it? Okay.
Pineapple under the sea, SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants.
Give me a timestamp, please. I need a timestamp from this video. When is it? Sorry, when are you guys talking about this shit?
Are you? Oh, you're looking for the original video. Are you looking for the original video?
I have the video, yeah. I don't have it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the.
I don't have it. I don't know who Train's talking to right now.
I was talking to myself. Sorry, bro.
Yo, I don't have the link on Lord Left's VOD. You have to explain it. You have to give it to me. All I have is Hasan's initial reaction to it. Whatever. Because yeah.
Anyway,
this is important. This is one of the main topics we want to talk about, though.
Okay. All right. Let's do it. Let's address this as well.
Well, I think it is because
there's really nothing to address.
I don't know. I don't know why there's anything to address either, but whatever.
Yeah. There's really nothing to address because, like, listen.
Move on then. I don't give a fuck.
Here's what there was to ask. So, like, I think you got a little angry at a certain clip instead of watching the entire thing, which maybe is understandable since you get a lot of heat in that department. But I think what's important to come on, bro. They're like, what are you?
He's not gonna moderate anyway. Just go on. Just take.
We take a 2.5 minute fucking break, and now he gets up.
Bro,
we all
he
get back from our
doesn't-
2.5 minute break, and he just gets up now.
He's having a toenail break. Just go on. It doesn't matter. He was not gonna moderate anyway.
You gotta see. You know how nasty that is, chewing on your toenails.
Yes,
you know how putrid that is.
I know. I do know. Yes. Okay. Go on. You were talking to Will. As far as I understand, you were talking to Will about I don't know what you were talking to Will about actually, but you were talking to Will about some shit, and you.
I was going through
I think I don't know why you brought me up.
No, let's pull up the Will. Did he delete the VOD? Is it there?
I don't know. I'm sure that it's probably on YouTube though.
No, it's got to be there. Because believe me, the initial intention wasn't to get into Oh, right here. I got it. Watch full video. Fantastic. You know, it's crazy. I thought the podcast with you two came after your podcast with H3.
No.
Yeah,
I originally
really
had a
good.
podcast with him.
It's actually a really good podcast. That's why I joined initially.
I had a podcast with him, and then I had another podcast with H3 after, and we left our production company that was doing the podcast for us and built our own. And it was much better. You know, more autonomy for us, and not another company taking a percentage off the tippy top. You know this. You do Kick. Kick is like closer, I guess, to socialism in some ways than, and it's not socialism still, of course, but it is technically closer to a better system than Twitch is, because it gives more of a revenue that the users generate, that the streamers generate, than Twitch does. It's about the distribution of value and the distribution of profit, and how much of that can be given back to the people that are generating that value and that profit.
So there is the video. It starts at 58:36. I think it's important to watch the context of the entire thing, because by no means was...
Bro, we can't be watching a whole video. I will take your...
Bro, it's like, it's maximum, like, I don't even know. Like, what would that be, like 4 minutes? I'm just like, the context... Bro, the context matters here. Like, you took like 3 seconds of what I said, that he asked me a question and I answered. You took that 3-second part and you flipped the fuck out.
Well, you're here. Just explain what you were doing, and I will 100% believe you. I don't even care.
I will. I'm gonna grab my juice.
Juice up again. He uses overtime lifeline juice up. I'll use mine. I'm gonna wash my hands. And what the fuck is all this?
This is crazy. This is actually madness. Okay. All right.
Listen. I didn't have any juice left. Okay, I didn't have any juice left, so I had to order some juice.
I don't know what the fuck's happening.
I didn't have any juice left, so I had to order some juice. Do you understand? My juice ran out, so I had to order juice. You understand me? A delivery was made.
You know, I believe that buying designer clothes is socialism. Why? Because people that are rich are dumb as fuck, and they should be scammed. And I partake in self-scamming and buying.
I do agree that we are dumb as fuck.
It goes back into the economy.
I do agree that we're
into the economy.
I do agree that we're dumb as fuck, and I do agree that we make dumb purchases. I don't think that has anything to do with socialism one way or the other. But I like your meme about it. You're right. I don't know. I don't know what else to. I don't know what else to talk about here. I mean, so we got.
Okay.
We're
back.
All right.
Access.
Train, give me your assessment of what happened, and just tell it to me. And I'll take your word at face value. We don't need to watch the whole thing.
Well, to be honest, in this situation, we just need to see. Bro, we should watch this context. It's so important. Hold on. Let me watch it at least.
You juice up for 2 minutes. We can watch it when we're gonna.
Okay, watch it. Oh, bro, I gotta say this, Hasan. I gotta say this, bro. I told Will this on that same day, right? This is gonna sound wild to bring up now after all of our talks, but you and Will need to switch. Like you've already done it, but you and Will need to swap, right? Like Will needs to bring the long hair back, and you need to stay short hair, bro. Like
yeah, I agree. I do agree. I think Will looked a lot better with long hair, but he doesn't like it. He likes the short hair.
Really? Oh, damn! I wish I would have known that before I told him what I told him. Fuck, that's unfortunate.
I do think he looks real sexy. I mean, he still looks sexy in my opinion, but I think he looked even sexier with long hair.
Yeah, the long hair was like a beast look. You know, it was like Beauty and the Beast, which I guess, you know, anyways, whatever. But yeah, I'm very, you know, one thing aside, I will say this, and you could find it in my streams. even during the time where we have disconnect, hey, as soon as you got that haircut, you know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? I'm watching the clip, yo.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, X will be the referee.
Okay. Let me further juice up here. I gotta close the blinds so you don't see the reaction. Bro, I'm about to hit this crazy ass sports bet. This shit's wild. Oh my God.
Dead air? Yeah, I know. I'll use this as an opportunity to talk to you guys now that I'm muted. So for many of you who are wondering, banging your head against the wall saying, Hasan, why in the ever-loving sweet Jesus fuck are you doing this? The reason why I'm doing this is...
I watched the clip, guys. Yo, is he gone again?
He's gone, but what is it? Okay, describe to me what the clip is.
There's not much. Okay, there's not much to it. There's like nothing.
So I think the importance of you watching it was to show that, like, I think he took a small couple seconds of the clip and kind of got the wrong idea of the context. Like, by no means was like going in there to badmouth you. It was actually the opposite.
So it's Will never brought up the Turkey charity, and it's Train who was gonna make an argument about his initial point about how he wants Hasan to do the systems. But then, since Will,
but like, why are you guys having a conversation about me in general? Like, I don't understand.
Yo, I give context to people. So the context is that So, Will brought up the fact that Hasan raised money for charity for Turkey in the context of Train bring up socialism and how we can do things to further socialism in society. And then what happened then is that Train was going to say that the Turkey thing was crowdfunded, therefore cannot be kind of used as a, yo, guys, I'm partaking in these socialism systems or whatever.
And let me clarify on that, because this is an important clarification to be completely fair toward Hasan. The effect of what he did is the same as both possible intentions, right? So the effect is a net positive no matter how you look at it, right? So the effect of what you did is a net positive. Do you understand? I want to make that very clear. I think what's being argued is the way certain things that you do, the intention that's being described behind your actions, right? Like, that's what I'm referring to, right? I think a lot of times it's used as a, hey, look, I did this. What a great thing I did. I did this, this is an example of what I preach. This is this. People use this as examples of things you've done. But in reality, a crowd fund with a small percentage matched, especially if we get into what you made during the entirety of those 5 streams, I think these are the more genuine ways to bring it up, right? But when it's used to show a intention, I think that's the wrong part in the category of what you're doing. But the net positive from the effect is the same. Therefore, that's why I don't think there's much to talk about here. Does that make any sense? It's the intention that's questionable. And the way it's used as like a credibility is very odd to me. That's the issue. That's why it was brought up.
Wait.
The intention of why you did that, right? A lot of people in your community and yourself use it as like a, yo, I did this, I'm consistent with what I do, blah, 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 right? But I would argue based on, right, it being crowdfunded compared to the part of what you matched, relative to what you make and relative to what you made during the streams of doing the charity, that's the part that's questionable. But the effect of the charity is a net positive no matter how you look at it.
Okay, let me just describe something real quick. So first and foremost, dude, for someone who says you hate Reddit, you sound a lot like Redditors, like especially when you're saying this.
I don't Reddit.
This is the most Reddit ass, like cynical ass fucking take I could have ever seen in my entire life.
It's not cynical when the intention is being misrepresented.
The intention of why I wanted to set up a charity, set up a fundraiser, a donation portal for the victims of the Turkey-Syria earthquake is because in 1999, when I was living in Istanbul, okay, as a young boy, I survived a very devastating earthquake where 17,000 people died by the most conservative estimate. I know how fucking awful that shit is when a gigantic earthquake impacts a state that is underfunded. My state that I lived in for, the first 18 years of my life. And I also knew that you can't really trust the government in Turkey. Many of the Turkish people will tell you this. So there had to be a way to fund and to give money to specific non-governmental organizations.
I agree.
I knew what the non-governmental organizations were. I went in. I found exactly whichever ones were the best ones by talking to my friends and some knowledge I had over previous earthquakes and natural disasters. And one of the main issues there was that a lot of these organizations, like Ahbap, especially Ahbap, did not have a portal to allow ease of access. Like you couldn't just click on a link and do a drop down, put your fucking information in and just like send dollars to Ahbap directly. So that is why I wanted to set up a fundraiser. Because I knew that
we're not arguing the fundraiser.
So that's the main intention behind why I did what I did.
Yes,
and there wasn't any like secondary reason or anything else.
I'm so tired of this. And then we're gonna do the topic. It gets both become like around the pot. I'm gonna be the devil. I'm gonna fucking say it. Okay, Train meant, yo, bruh, 2 mil is dank. Nobody says that 2 mil is not dank. 2 mil is dank. Thank you very much for Turkey. That's very sweet. It was absolutely colossal.
It's a net positive. No
50K for somebody like you is a fucking joke, Hasan. It's a joke.
I don't think 50K? There's a disagreement there. I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it's a little amount of money.
Based on your ad incentive deal with Twitch, wouldn't you argue that the days you ran those ads on those days, along with what you made, don't they add? I mean, didn't you make
when I originally started my contract? I thought it was, but you're wrong. You're wrong. No, it's not.
Was it close to that amount?
Insane. No, not even remotely close.
Okay. At the end of the day, listen. I don't want to listen. What you did was phenomenal. The effect was phenomenal. Do you understand?
So, but hold on. This is very important to address.
Yes.
What you're doing right now is not genuine criticism. It's just pocket watching and also undermining something that I did that it wasn't even supposed to. No, hold on. No, that's bullshit. You're just pocket watching and then claiming that it's actually adequate to do so because you claim you're a socialist. No, I already described to you numerous fucking times what socialism is. Charity is not that. Pocket watching like a fucking blue-haired, non-binary Twitter user anarchist and being like, why don't you give all of your money and live in a fucking woodshed is not actually socialism. A lot of dumb motherfuckers on Twitter say that all the time to me, and I yell at them. Just because you're not...
Why is that example the comeback? Some extreme rebuttal of...
Because you sound like them, but you look like an ape, so no one thinks that you're like exactly behaving like them. But you are doing that, Train. You got to stop.
Brother, that blue hair. Okay, let's not go to insults.
But they do that. They do that too. They do that. They do that exact same shit that you're doing right now. They do it to Mr. Beast. They do it to me all the fucking time. They, I'm sure, would do it to you if they thought that you were like a person who would like listen and respond to them. You're doing the exact same shit. You are crying like a fucking SJW instead of
crying like an SJW.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And that is one thing I will not fucking stand for.
No, listen. The effect of the charity is nice. Do you understand? It's a good thing. What you did was phenomenal to crowdfund that. But to push,
it's such a
the
disingenuous
story,
way to fucking
it's
like
not
do an offhanded
disingenuous.
criticism. Everyone, even the juicers fucking recognize what you're doing right now. You're literally being like, you did a great job, but it was like a little bit. You know, you could have given a lot more money. And maybe you could have, and I'm sure you did. I gave you literally a link for a crypto donation. Yeah. You only gave 50,000. You have like fucking
150,000. Yes.
Okay, well, great. You have a lot more money than I do, so I'm glad that you did that. Even if you gave $10 fucking, I wouldn't care though ultimately, because any dollar is good. Okay, any dollar in that circumstance is good.
You preach. Do you understand?
But the only reason why we have ever talked about the charity. The only reason why we ever talked about that is not to like weaponize it and be like, look how good of a guy I am. The only reason why we talked about it because motherfuckers. Listen, let me explain. Let me explain.
Does weaponize it? They do, and
no,
you
they
allow
don't.
them to. Okay,
brother. The only reason why there was any discourse surrounding that was because a bunch of smarmy little fucking dipshits went in and literally went to Speed's chat and were like, it's a scam. It's a scam. The discourse revolving around it. And the reason why Will even brought it up to you was because people literally were saying it's a fucking scam. People were saying I'm pocketing the money.
Was wrong.
And the reason why Will brought that up is because of the unfair amount of criticism that I get that you should be able to as a person who gets a lot of unfair criticism by your...
You would only get criticism because there's inconsistencies in what you donate versus what you preach, right? If you were to show your dashboard for those 5 days you're in the charity, believe me, you yourself would understand those criticisms. Do you understand?
No, it wouldn't.
You don't think
you're
so?
wrong.
You don't think so?
Yes, okay. You're wrong. You're wrong. But not only are you wrong, you're also, not only are you wrong, you're also making a fucking assertion here and demanding certain things or even like implying certain things that would undermine... Not my the amount of money I fucking put into the charity in and of itself, but also like that wasn't even supposed to be. I wasn't intending on putting $50,000 in there. I was intending on making a portal specifically so that we could fucking making a portal specifically so that everyone else from the international community, as everyone fucking pitched in, put together more money than I ever could have, more money than even you could have. Maybe you could have put that much money. You have a lot of money, but ultimately, I created, in your words, a literal fucking system. There you go. So that should be charity and at work. That should be socialism at work. But it's still not enough because it's not enough for you because it's not about me or what I do. It's about how you perceive me.
No, see, once again, this is just mental gymnastics, political bullshit. It's theatrical. Completely theatrical.
Your only intention this time, I've been so charitable to you from the jump. The only reason why we've had this conversation is so that you can try and make me look bad over and over again. I've gone above and beyond trying to describe some. I've gone above and beyond because, like, ultimately, this is good content. I've gone above and beyond describing things to you.
There is no gotcha moments here. We're having a discussion for the things that we disagree on to try and come together. Whether we
come on, Train. I'm not a fucking idiot. Like I'm a dumb guy. I'm not a very smart guy. But
Brother,
even I am not that fucking dumb.
I haven't. Listen, I've responded to you. I've given you very calm statements. This isn't a got you. I'm not going in on you. I'm not talking to...
Bro, you haven't budged an inch, dog. I literally told you I would apologize to you if you could find a clip because I genuinely would be in the wrong. And you wouldn't give me that. But you have never...
Where do you want me to budge an inch?
Not a single fucking concession. Your understanding of socialism is incorrect. I tried to educate you on the matter. You didn't give a shit. I told you examples of
when socialism applies based on where you make the most money and where you don't.
No, but you're still doing it. Your literal example is you. XQC understands what I'm talking about. You have not been charitable at all.
Okay.
Well,
moderation is labor for your core moderator team. Do you understand?
Yes, it is to a certain degree. It is about what you put in. That is the entire point of socialism, if you want to consider that. But you're fucking bringing up moderators right now because you don't give a fuck about anything. You don't give a fuck about anything. You just care about trying to win a fucking argument, Train, and you're not going to win it.
I'm giving you my views, and you're giving me yours. Do you understand? Like, you're getting upset, but we're both just talking, trying to find a middle ground.
What if the problem is that...
No.
What if the problem
I've been
is that
so
you guys
nice to you.
What if the problem is that you both don't have the same definition of what the fuck socialism is?
Well,
we have a dialogue. Okay, when you do
Train, read. Okay, let's Google what socialism is. Let's do that.
Break it down multiple pieces. Okay, when you
let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's first finish this.
No. This is important. Let's Google it so it's not me saying it. So it's an objective third party definition. Let's do that.
Train says earlier.
No. I don't care what Train says. Just look up the definition of socialism real quick and let's read it and let's talk about whether or not it is actually what I'm talking about or whatever Train thinks it is. I can read it for you if you want, but you can also Google it on your own as well, right? You're looking at it right now on the Wikipedia page. Let's take a look.
My computer is like controlled by somebody else. I feel like something's on my computer.
Okay. Socialism is a political philosophy and movement encompassing a range of economic and social systems which are characterized by social ownership of the means of production as opposed to private ownerships. As a term, it describes the economic, political, and social theories and movements associated with the implementations of such systems. Social ownership could be public, it could be community ownership, it could be collective ownership, or it could be a cooperative or employee stock ownership. While no single definition encapsulates the many types of socialism, social ownership is the one common element and is considered left-wing. Is that good?
X?
Yeah, I get it.
Do you think that is closer? Do you think that is closer to what I have described through the many different, as I also mentioned, like the many different types of socialism and different types of socialization structures and how I have chosen to operate?
Yes. And do you understand that the anti-capitalism definitions within the theories of socialism, you preach, yet your entire business model is off of the capitalistic models, no? You decide, you cherry pick and choose which parts of socialism should apply based on your own models. Is that not convenient?
Giving the people the freedom to put as much in and also simultaneously take as much back.
They do.
Train, they do. That is entirely antithetical to how capitalist organizations work.
Right.
So when I say, hey,
of the moderators and your Twitch chat, your primary revenue source.
You've made merchandise, right? You've made merchandise.
I am not. Train? I don't preach what you preach.
Have you? Oh, so it's okay. So when you make merchandise made in fucking Bangladesh or whatever, and you take the tidy profit off the tippy top with like some exploited Indonesian child factory laborer that you're drop shipping onto your fucking audience, then that's acceptable because, hey, you never said you were a socialist. How about let's talk about your ethics a little bit? Because considering from where I'm standing, I practice what I fucking preach. You are trying to poke holes in that. You think the moderator angle is an adequate one, so you're going to keep trying to fucking put that down. Go ahead. Tell us about how you make merch. Tell us about how much money you get paid from crypto gambling sponsorships. Tell us about the many people that have reached out to you saying, hey, Train, I have serious gambling issues. Could you please squeeze some money for me? And then your reaction to that. Does that take a mental toll on you? We can have that conversation as well. Let's turn the crosshairs back to you. Let me behave like you do a little bit. And from where I'm standing, I think I have a reason to do this.
I'm not the one selling false hope while profiting off of that.
Yeah. You're not selling false hope? Yeah, because you said that gambling is bad? Whoa, book, gambling is bad. Meanwhile, you sit there and you generate hundreds almost of millions of dollars, maybe half of that now because Bitcoin
I get paid for exclusivity. I don't get paid off of others
totally,
losing.
Dude. Totally. Exactly. Also, on top of that, I do wish you well on Kick. I really do, because I want a competitor. I want a competitor to Twitch because I think that would make the platforms overall better. But make no mistake, ironically, you started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or fucking hot tub streamers and the meta was awful. And now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
Wait. Let me respond to that. First of all, me going on rants about titty streamers 4 years ago or however long ago that was.
Oh, your positions have changed?
Oh, so have H3's positions changed?
Oh, no, I love that. I love that.
Can you change?
Yeah, of course. If your positions on titty streamers have changed, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Okay. I'm glad.
Okay.
But I don't think your positions have changed so much that you think it's okay to show minors porn, right? I don't think that's the case, right?
Of course not.
Yo,
that's definitely weird as hell for him to do that. But to bring it from the
how many
point you're
days
bringing
did he
it
get
right
banned
now
for
is
that?
completely
Off of Kick.
disingenuous.
How many days did Aiden Ross get banned off Kick for that?
That's not in my power, but I push for it all the time for these things to be bannable.
Okay. No, it's
That's
good.
what
I just wanted to know. So you didn't ban him.
Listen,
did he
if
get
you're
banned?
so innocent in the areas you're innocent,
Did he get banned? Did he get banned off of Kick?
He did not.
He didn't even get banned for showing minors porn on Kick. That's crazy. You're one of the co-owners, aren't you? You're like one of the main people that speaks on this.
I'm an advisor. Yeah, I'm pushing for.
So you didn't advise them to fucking possibly ban the guy for showing porn to minors for a little bit?
I advised him to give a 24-hour, and I chewed him out when I called him, and he can confirm this.
Okay. Well, it's great. 24 hours? You think you should get banned only for 24 hours for showing minors porn? If you think do you think Twitch would? How would you react if Twitch literally fucking banned someone for 24 hours only? There have been instances. There have been instances where it's 72 hours, and even that's longer. And I'm sure you've advocated against that too. Why is there such a gigantic double standard here?
There isn't a gigantic double standard. Kick has been out for 4 months and is still in beta.
You as an advisor and as like a co-owner of a platform can't control Aiden, but you want me to fucking tell my editor what he can and can't say. That's an entirely different point of the conversation.
You want me to govern someone that is outside of my purview regarding my brand and as an advisor to Kick. I don't have that sort of power on Kick. Do you understand?
Okay.
You're filling that.
I don't have that kind of I don't have that kind of advisor power on Austinox. I don't think that is adequate to do either.
That is
no,
not
I don't. No, I don't.
Really, you don't.
He's a whole ass adult. He's a grown ass adult. He works with other people too when he wants to. I don't have that. I don't expect to have that.
Between you and Austinox, your number one editor and your number one man, is the comparison to streamers that stream on Kick, and compared to me as being an advisory role for Kick.
I think the advice you should have given was maybe a little bit harder than 24 hours. Maybe you should have railed a little bit harder on Kick. In the way that you expect us to rail on fucking Twitch and maybe you ban gambling.
And
you have a little bit more control over Kick than we do over Twitch, don't you?
And maybe you should have put a little bit more effort or the same effort you did for the gambling bans that you do for the small to mid-sized creators on the platform while you sit there having a $10 million+ contract. Why don't you put that on hold and push for the small to mid-sized
I really
creators
love
on
that you
Twitch?
think I have a $10 million+ contract. That'd be fucking awesome. Thank you.
I'm talking about ad incentive deals.
Amazon does not put out flat contracts for
We're not talking about lump sums.
anymore.
I'm talking about the ad incentive heavy deals. If he runs the ads
even then,
top of the hour like he does, you'll push easily 6 figures plus up to 10 million easily. If you do
I hope. I wish. I mean, that's some wishful thinking. But you know what that reminds me of? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can subscribe. You can use one other thing that I can't tell you what it is, but you know what it is. Winky face. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Interesting. Yeah.
Hey, listen, you guys, you guys are both wrong and right, and you're arguing in bad faith.
What am I wrong on? Come on, Felix, get out of here.
I mean, okay, you are wrong because you're.
Tell me what I'm wrong.
He's also wrong.
So wrong.
You're also wrong.
Tell me what. I will address it.
One. Your misunderstanding and purposeful misconstruing of how TOS works and how it is enforced. Somebody has with a track record of how many years of streaming and how many infractions that they've had, right? And what is the nature of the infractions and the extent, and on top of that, what would
I think the nature of the infraction was pretty aggressive in regards to Aiden.
A significant amount of stuff. Okay, that goes.
Do you think deliberately showing porn to minors, even if it's your first infraction on the platform, deserves longer than 24 hours?
I think the argument that doing anything is for minors is in bad faith. I think.
Do you think deliberately showing? Do you think deliberate? Sure, fine. Okay, you think that's bad faith? I don't think that's bad faith. They openly stated that they were minors after. But okay, deliberately showing pornographic material to your audience that you know may have actual minors involved in it. Do you think that is worthy, even if it's plus 18? Do you think that's worthy of simply 24 hours?
Well, I think it can be to a certain extent almost illegal. I'm not sure it's illegal to do that. Okay, so then.
So you think it is worthy of longer than 24 hours? Because Train said he advised, which he has a lot more power over Kick, I think, than we do over Twitch. He advised for a 24-hour ban.
Yeah. I would assume that over there, not a lot of infractions have taken place yet, right? I'm playing devil's advocate, right? I don't know how they enforce the TOS. I know what even is the TOS. Yes, there should be a punishment for that, and it's trash. Okay. Are we going to duplicate their TOS, how it works over here, how it works over there? I think we're operating in overall bad faith because of the simple thought that you try to call them out for hypocrisy over the TOS, right? When in fact, the discussion over TOS was how it was enforced on a non-consistent manner back in the days when it came down to certain people doing certain things, not getting banned, and overall, right? And it just didn't make sense, right? That was the real problem, is that they said, don't do this, and here's all the limitations, and it would get broken all the time, and it would get away with it because of multiple factors. I'm not going to state because I'm going to get banned. If I speak, I'm banned. Okay?
If I had the power to ban, believe me, a lot of creators on that site would be banned right now.
Like the other guy who copped Dome on fucking camera, that was crazy too. I mean, I think he got banned for what, 24 hours? I think
that was bad.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm just saying that, like, things, you know, I
believe me. Listen, what you think moderation should be on Kick, I'm pushing for and advising for. They believe in free platform.
I hope it works, and I hope the clip system works as well. I am excited to see what happens with Kick.
Yeah,
okay, last thing. I'll play devil's advocate and say,
or platforming Nazis. I think that's pretty bad too, honestly.
Guys,
but that's
agreed.
just me.
I completely agree with
I will go ahead, okay, and play devil's advocate and say that I think Kick. People had the wrong idea of what the terms of service were because
they did, and I've talked about this many times.
To a colossal way, almost like a 99% of people thought, "Oh, this is what Kick is."
People need to understand there is a difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. Do you understand? There is a major difference there. Hate speech is not allowed. I'm pushing for us to get a moderation team in place to get this removed across the site. Do you understand? This is the issue. A lot of people have come over thinking free speech means hate speech. That is not the case. Do you understand?
Well, that's usually why they do that. It's like a disingenuous way of framing it. Every platform has, even 4chan has like some speech restrictions on even poll. It's a normal part of the process of like regulating any sort of forum or any sort of place where people congregate. But a lot of Nazis will often utilize that as a reason. But I agree, and I think I'm happy that you are against it. I mean, maybe you'll have advice on how many days they should be banned, but you know, that does seem like a good idea.
I agree with you. And yeah,
I think hate speech should never be allowed. But I do sometimes I feel like sometimes people are personally misconstruing what is a freedom of speech to try to extend it to whether it's, oh guys, that's hate speech, ban it.
They pervert freedom of speech to justify their hate. It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting to pervert, like, you know, the boundaries of freedom of speech and to try and justify the use of hate speech. It's completely disgusting, and I see it happen all the time.
Technically, hate speech is protected under free speech, just for the record. In the United States of America, at least, it's just that private platforms oftentimes have a different level of restrictions, which is understandable. Like I said,
yeah, by hate speech, I'm referring to the speech that brings like harm to others.
Violence,
I mean, hate speech is part of that.
Call to actions or the pseudo call to actions are really, 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 really bad. I mean, I think we can agree on that. That's just fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I don't know if we're gonna actually make any amends here, but one last thing, I briefly alluded to this, was the one condition that I told Felix, and I said this publicly, so maybe you heard about it as well, was whether or not you would apologize for your reaction to my reaction originally to your otherwise relatively vague post about Misgif. I thought that in and of itself was a big messed up thing to do. I had this conversation with XQC as well. The reality of the situation is that, like, part of the reason why I at least even began to forgive XQC was because he apologized for it. And he thought that it was, he said in that process some things that he didn't even personally believe in, specifically for trolling or whatnot. But I did think, are you there?
Are you leaving?
So yeah, that's what I was wondering, if that is.
I was juicing up while sitting here.
The wrong order, you dipshit fuck.
Let me guess. I forgot your sauce. Oh, he has the headphones on. Anyways, so correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, this is what I recall from that situation. I was upset that you and Pokey dismissed it without having the facts, and I believe you should have not spoken on it at all until you had further facts. At the very least, remain neutral, say nothing until you gather the facts. But instead, in front of like 60 to 80,000 combined viewers, it was dismissed in that moment, which, in my opinion, creates it creates that kind of biased lens of how people see, her account, right? To me, that was dangerous. So that's why I did what I did. It was more so your initial reaction, which I think I'd assume you would agree. You probably should have said nothing until you gathered more details and facts surrounding the situation. Whereas you kind of just,
If you look at the original video, which I don't want to even rerun this part of the saga again. Yeah. You will notice that both Pokey and I were otherwise confused. There was a lot of vague sentiments expressed in that tweet in and of itself, which I think even Destiny said that you were, in his words, a dumb fuck for posting like that, because the tweet in and of itself even basically opens you up for slander, considering that you had stated that there was multiple sexual assaults that possibly Miskiff himself engaged in. Like it lent itself to so much. It lent itself to so much confusion in that situation that it was, I think, reasonable for someone like myself to read that, given the context, given how at the time people were railing against gambling, Miskiff included, that it seemed like you were retaliating with vague accusations that were criminal. And you said blackmail was involved as well. I don't know if there was any proof ever shown of that as well. Not making any assertions on that beyond this, but I think that I'm not even excusing Miskiff or any way. We've talked about it endlessly, but at least I think my interpretation on that was relatively charitable. However, your privately recorded phone conversations and your elation at the fact that a sexual assault victim bringing my name up in that confusion, that stuck with me.
Did your name
over the course of many years, you've said I was, leading the charge against you and shitting on you about React videos and whatnot. All of that stuff, I just kind of cast aside. I said, fuck it, whatever. He's just Train being a big old goof. It's whatever. Ultimately, it'll be fine. But what I cannot forget is how excited you were, particularly when a sexual assault victim brought up my name and how I had originally reacted to her twit longer, which I now know was written differently. That is very hurtful. I know that a lot of people watch us and think we're fucking characters, playing a reality TV show. But that was genuinely a fucked up thing that I think you did, which was my first and primary thing that I wanted to talk to you about.
So what you're referring to is what I brought up originally. If I recall, I said that I had an issue with the way you initially reacted to it, and you should have said nothing until you gathered more details and facts. That's what I recall saying about you, right?
It was a bit more than that, I believe. You heavily implied that I was orchestrating a cover-up of you being the champion of, women's rights and advocating for someone who was victimized in this circumstance, even though my reaction literally was nothing. It was confusion, which was the reaction I think shared universally almost. So much so that, like I said, people who are ostensibly on your side have criticized you for the way you delivered this otherwise incredibly sensitive information. And not only that, but also, it was very vague. It was so vague that it could even, put you up for possible slander.
Right.
And then you also reacted in the private phone call with elation as well. I personally, in that moment, said, I don't want to say anything on this before I get more additional information. There's more. Oh, fuck. I can't believe I forgot this, too. You kept alluding to me and Pokimane and how you had nukes. I don't think this is something that a person who is a particularly kind individual, a welcoming individual, someone who, believes in, fostering a community would do. I don't think that in nukes, from what I understand, that even, again, someone who doesn't even like me all that much, Destiny, brought to you and said, do not fucking use this because it is literally slanderous and completely false. There's no evidence of it. And when more evidence was presented, it was openly described as false.
I agreed with
Destiny. I want to know. Yeah,
I agree with on.
Yeah.
On,
why
on that
why did
topic,
you bring up the potential of nukes in this circumstance?
I wasn't
against
referring
both
to
me
that.
and Pokimane as well.
I wasn't referring to that thing that you're talking about. Believe me, I was on the same page with Destiny. You understand? I was listen, if I believed in that, that would have came up. It didn't for a reason. You understand? I don't let Destiny advise what I say and what I don't say, right? I would have said it if I believed in it. I didn't say it because I didn't think there was merit to it, or at the very least, there wasn't enough information to corroborate it. Therefore, it'd be disingenuous to go off on that, right? And that's why I did not.
Do you think any of these things, whether it's possibly implementing me in the cover up of a sexual assault or looking for nukes in this particular matter, warrants an apology?
Yes, I don't believe you tried covering up a sexual assault. If anything I said implied that, then yes, I apologize. What I do stand by, though, is when I said I believe your initial reaction should have been to say nothing. If you were confused, you should have said nothing until you gathered the correct information. That, I think, is a reasonable take. But yes, my behavior in the call, when it became about me and you personally, that was inappropriate on my end, and I do apologize for that. That was very irrational of me. I made it about me and you. That part, I apologize about. That was inappropriate.
Thank you, Trainer. I appreciate that. Do you appreciate that, Hasan?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So that part I can see eye to eye with you on my behavior in the call, and I was like, for you, right? That's inappropriate. It has nothing to do with you or me, right? That was insensitive and inappropriate. So that part,
also on top of that, my original reaction was that this is sensitive matters. I have a policy usually to never cover sensitive matters immediately as soon as it happens. This happens all the time. I cover the news pretty much 24/7. And for that reason, we even will often block certain terms because people keep bringing it up, whether it be a mass shooting or whether it be something as serious as a sexual assault accusation within the community. This is precisely why I reacted the way I did. Not sure what your expectation of me was in my original reaction, just to go,
I think it was the reaction with Pokey, right? It was just that initial reaction of kind of dismissing. That was what I was referring to. But when you later went and said what you just said, that is more appropriate, right?
Okay. I think what I'm saying is that the initial reaction wasn't either neutral or understanding. It's more towards the other side. And he says that sometimes when a big platform happens, is that things snowball and will kind of like, even if it's a small word or a small gesture, it takes like a second. It can have repercussions that are of size. I think that's what he means by that, right? Right?
Oh, you're talking to me? Yes. Oh. For the initial reaction, your second, right? The second thing you said about how you want to get all the information, you don't want to go over the sensitive topic and give the wrong ideas. That is the appropriate way to go about it. So
that is what I did.
The second attempt was very good. Yes.
It's not a second attempt. It was like literally what you talk about how things are clipped out of context so regularly, and I'm sure things get clipped out of context for you all the time. We spent a long time talking about how you got clipped out of context when you were having a conversation with Will. You understand that the longer context of that, which was a little bit over, I guess, 20 seconds, would have shown you immediately that was my original reaction in that day. That was my original reaction in general. Which is
but what I was referring to
is that your vague post was confusing to me, as it was almost universally to others, and that but
if I recall,
I said I need more information before I can make an assessment. Not that it matters. You're saying you're not apologizing for that. You're saying you're apologizing for laughing about it or getting excited about it.
Yeah, in the Discord call where I made it about you and me, that was highly inappropriate and that was wrong of me, and I apologize for that. Yes. What the fuck is this? Chew your food. Chew your food.
Listen. Something important come. Okay, fair enough. Motherfucker, fuck you, man. Yeah. Sometimes, are you familiar with cognitive dissonance? Right? Well, initial reactions are point because. Okay. Hold up. Sorry about that. Initial reactions are point because if you say something in your initial stance that is one thing, right? Then it's very, very difficult to tackle this idea away from people that are watching to make a new one, right? That's just how that's how everything is, right? It's why, like, debunking and defending is much harder because once you've said something or rewrite it a certain way, right? You've planted an idea in everybody's head, and now working against that to toss that away and make a new one is much harder than it was to plant the initial idea itself initially. That's just how it works. It's like basic psychology. Literally. Do you understand how that works or not?
Yes.
You get that?
Yeah. So I was juicing up so I could stay here.
Debunking, removing, disproving an idea is much harder than to intake an idea from the get-go. It's just how it is. It's why what? Okay. Now we can move on from that. I think you apologize for that. That was fine because we made more about you guys than the topic at hand. I had to apologize for that initially a while back. I think the whole site was fucking absolutely shit, dumbhead. I think I'm not gonna blame the people, but I think things escalated and make things that since they're live made things like completely just getting things crazy. Yeah. People say says you. I mean, I tried to pull out, and people saying, "Oh, so silent now." So I think it was so cooked up. Okay, who am I talking to? I don't know. I think these are watching comments on Reddit. I don't know what you guys are doing. You guys are reading the Bible.
Bro, X. I am. It's inappropriate right now. I'll tell you.
Oh, I'll type it. Yeah. Some girl on Twitter has popped up. She's got massive titties, and you're breaking the fuck up. You can't
no, bro. Listen. No. It's really not. Here, I'll type it in this group DM.
I mean, if you're gonna type it, just at least send the fucking pictures.
You want to send the picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Just look. Okay.
Come on.
God, bro. You're gonna
send it. Just send it.
I'm sending it to you right now, bro. You're gonna go nuts.
Oh my god.
No. You're gonna go nuts, bro.
What, this?
No, not that.
No. Just
that's you looking like a hypocrite. Because
no. Go ahead. No, it's not hypocritical at all. Imagine if your friend who made $75,000 last year gave $33 to a coronavirus charity and then wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. The PR push behind this is the billionaire version. Also, the proportions are the same. No, that's precisely what it is. You think that for my overall generation of revenue, the amount of fucking charitable contributions I do is akin to giving $33 to a charity when I make $75,000 a year? You're in the middle of a conversation and you're still looking for gotchas. Like, that is so fucking wild. Anyway, I gotta go.
That was, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you're demonstrating that you don't give a shit. Like, I know you didn't want to pull it up right now.
That was an hour ago.
I know, but it's an hour ago, and he's still looking for fucking gotchas in here, which this isn't even a fucking gotcha. I already described that.
Wait.
Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan.
You're saying he's as if it's me. Why are you saying he's looking for as if it's me? I didn't send that. The fuck are you talking about? I didn't send that. I'm not looking for
Oh shit, that was XQC.
I'm not looking for gotchas.
I thought that's what you were posting.
My sports bet. I'm literally
I thought that's what you were posting.
Oh, look what I posted.
It's my bad. No, I saw what you posted. I saw what you posted. My bad. I thought that's what you were posting.
Bro, listen, if the
It was XQC. It was XQC that sent this. Mr. Moderator sent this.
Bro, if the Dodgers come back, X, I swear to God, bro, I'll juice you up so fat, bro.
Bro, what the fuck? Wait, hold up. Can they even come back though?
I mean, it's the bottom of the top of the 8th, bottom of the 7th, right? Realistically, Dodgers just need to. If Dodgers come back, it's over. It's over. Dodgers just have to come back.
Yeah, but then the Kings have to win over the fucking Flames.
All right, listen, guys. This has been a wonderful conversation. I feel like it's going in different directions.
Yeah,
let's get back to where we got. So the Discord stuff I conceded to you, right? I told you, listen, that was inappropriate of me, and I apologize for that. So let's go off of that, right? So let's go off of that. X.
Yeah, but I just think that, listen. I let you guys get away with it initially. Okay, since you apologize for that, and you guys are making amends, I think overall during the discussion, nobody want to actually take a step back. I do believe that our first discussion, the first topic of the day, right? I believe as I wish Hasan kind of took a step down, and on discussion number 2, I wish Train took a step down. I think that would be fair enough. I mean, if you guys want to do it, it's fair enough. I don't give a fuck. I think the first initial topic, what was it about? You guys remember or not? Or do you want me to walk
Gambling,
you through it?
Gordon Ramsay, just me being come at by a certain group on Twitch.
That's number 2. What's number 1?
That's number 2? I think it was number 1.
No.
Yeah, because socialism was number 2.
That's 3.
We talked about 3.
The Osnox stuff.
Oh, Osnox is number 1.
I wish.
Well, to be fair,
Hasan,
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I wish that since he does preach about accountability and moderation and whatnot, I do believe if Hasan saw something that Osnox went against his beliefs, he would probably find a way to correct it and talk to him.
Yeah.
If it was
Oh no,
bad.
for sure.
But since he sort of agreed with Hasan, he went along with it, which I think Hasan could recognize. And on top of that,
I don't think anything he said was false. That's literally what it is. Like his assertion that it was like done specifically for whitewashing the maybe the bad feelings that he has about gambling. That might have been incorrect if you have proof that the charity operation started in 2016, which is like if you're saying that you started the charity in 2016 before you ever did the gambling stuff.
No. Listen, I didn't start this charity in 2016. I paid for my core community's mental health care out of my pocket since 2016. Then when I got into a position where I had enough money,
From Gamba sponsorships.
I took it. Listen, before gambling, I distributed $3.5 million of my wealth before I took a gambling sponsorship. The gambling, I didn't take for the bag. I took because I was gambling. It's an exclusivity contract. This idea that I created a mental health care program and that was perpetuated out of guilt is literal disinformation. It's disinformation being pumped to push a narrative. That was my issue with it. Do you understand? Because I've made it clear in the program itself, in that Twitlonger, it says I've been running since 2016.
So you
this
started
exact ideal.
So you started the organization after, like, when you had the financial security to be able to do so with the Gamba. Is what you're saying?
No, I had the financial capabilities to do so when I blew up as a streamer. In 2016, I was like a 300 to 500 viewer Andy. Still
What
doing
year?
it out of
What
my
year
pocket.
would you say? What year would you say you like started the organization then?
I didn't start the organization. That's not my charity.
Sorry, what year did you announce the Rad Mental Health project?
I announced that July 18th, 2022.
It's about a year and a quarter after getting started. If you want to make the equivalency, I think you're capable of making that conclusion, right? And if you want to hold it against them like that, that's fine. I think there's a raw positive here, right? And if you think that there's a massive brain corruption in the way that other piece of content or things do, that I generally think there's a positive here. That I generally think so. Okay, I think something that he could have not done, that he did. But we won't justify. Oh, dude, it's only gambling shit because of PR. I think that's like that goes in a circle. I think nothing good is achieved from that. I think Osnox is being a dumb fucker.
Yeah, it's inconsistent with what I preach as well. I've been preaching these things for a very long time, right?
Also, Osnox gives me fucking absolute brain GG.
Well, you did,
and he's not paying my medical bills from doing that shit.
To be fair,
I mean,
listen, I don't even think bringing him up on this scale, like what he does, like if we just leave it to the point of it being an extension of Hasan, that's fine. But this idea that he's upset us to this level, I think is like that's what it looks like, but it's not the case, right? Like we're just bringing up where we think when Hasan allows him to do these things, why it looks like it's a extension of Hasan's beliefs, right? But this idea that he's like upset us and trigger us, like at the end of the day, bro, there are 30,000 of this kind of kid, right? He's doing it for this exact reason, bro. This attention is what he's doing. Like, who fucking cares? Let him do what he wants to do. What we're talking about is how he's an extension of Hasan in every other category. So it should apply and carry over that for his terrible takes, that he is also an extension. You can't pick and choose when he's representative of you based on when it works for you and when it does not. That's what we're saying.
That's why I said it is fair.
Osnox can do whatever the fuck he wants to do. But for you to pick and choose when it's representational of your views is the problem, because it's not clear to the people on the outside. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that. I had not even covered Austin Ox's tweet or anything like that, with the exception of the Gamma one, which I think is a banger.
It is a banger. Nobody
But
cares
also,
about that, to be honest.
what? I thought it was great.
That is
Yeah,
a
it was
banger.
funny.
That is not the problem.
Always, but regardless, what I was going to say is, as far as his assertion that he thinks it might be for PR, that is up to him to make. If he causes disinformation, if he pushes disinformation, then I would tell him that it's disinformation. That's my point. But if you truly think it's libelous, if you think it's like slander, if you think he's like doing something fucked up by lying about you, I mean, that's something you could take up with him. I think you blocked him, but I would just sue him.
No. Let me reiterate this.
I would sue him for defamation.
I'm gonna make a balls to the fucking walls argument here. It sounds crazy. Let's say I didn't argue with your political views, and I thought everything you do damages the world and hurts people. Let's say, right? And I would say, oh, yo, this entire like a turkey fundraiser, well, that was just for PR. You don't actually give a fuck, right?
You wouldn't be the first to make that argument. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, do you think I would be wrong in saying that? And if I was an editor, would you let me get away with saying that or not? So why did you let Osnox do that for Train?
If one of your editors, if one of your editors was making that assertion, okay, I wouldn't give a shit. That's the main difference. If one of your editors, if Art was literally being like, bro, this fucking guy, socialist piece of shit, you know what I mean? Oh, fuck this guy, whatever. I'd be like, yep, that's a part of the fucking noise. Okay.
Well,
not only that, but like, not only that. No. Hold on. Not only that, but your fucking mods, your community members literally say exactly that every fucking day, Felix. They're saying it right now, motherfucker. With the one instance where they go 2v1, you lost Omega Lol. Half the fucking time, your own community is routinely ripping into my fucking asshole, saying I'm a fake socialist, Andy. Everything is a fucking scam, lol. Oh my God, lol. Wealthy socialist, lol. $5 million house, bozo. They say it all the time, which is fine. It's noise. There's nothing I can do. All I ask for from every single person, okay, with the exception of the 2v1 still lost Omega Lol. That was very nice for your juicers to say that about me. Thank you. But all I ask for is charitability when they are analyzing what I'm talking about, when they're listening to what I'm talking about, and not run with preconceived notions of what they have. Impartial referee was a pretty funny one too.
What is it? You say $5 house. I have 2 of them. I live in none of them. Dumb fuck.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
I got 2, pussy bitch.
I know, but you have.
Shut the fuck up,
but you have something very important, which is that 1, they love you. Okay, they're your juicers, and 2, okay, you don't say you're a socialist. They don't understand that this is not conflicting with the values of socialism, but it doesn't matter because enough people believe that it is. My main point, my main goal is also regularly trying to address these sorts of things so that there isn't misinformation. It might come across like, a self-serving moment, but ultimately it doesn't matter. It's still the truth. And that's why I advocate for it, even if people fucking lose their shit over the things I say. That's the one thing you can expect from me, no matter what.
Fair juice. All right. Well, so I do think, since there's not enough evidence to support what Train said, maybe his feelings got caught in the wind, and then the juicers, his chatters, your chatters, they made him riled up, and then he was also wrong about carrying that over for that much time. There is enough evidence to support why his upsetment.
No. That was accurate.
I can't. I've lost my job today. I can't moderate this shit. If you guys don't want to say, if you guys don't want to take a step down from any of these 2 first points, fuck it.
I don't think there's any point that I can concede on. I don't know what you want me to.
Here's the thing. Listen. I think here's the biggest misconception in the internet world. This idea that in order for Hasan and I to be friends, we have to share political ideologies. We have to share viewpoints on different things. Like, we can agree to disagree and still be friends. This idea where we have to agree and be on the same page for different things in order to sit here and come together is not realistic and is not a representation of normal friendships outside of streaming, right? That's the issue. So I don't even think we need to, right? Like there's certain things where I think we're going to agree to disagree on, right? But I think we can still come together and say, yo, what's good? Let's grab some dinner. Let's get naked. Let's, show me that cock. I've been curious how big that thing is. Is it thick? Is it long? What's good? Right? Like, I think it's possible to do that without having to say, okay, well, let's, you understand? Like, that's the issue. This idea where we have to both agree, or concede in order to be friends or to be whatever. Like, all we ask of each other is just to be consistent, right? Just to be consistent with what we preach, be consistent with how we treat each other, right? So if you do something that I believe is hypocritical, and let's say my friend does something that's hypocritical, right? And I let him go and I, ostracize you or just demolish you for it, then that's, not fair. Now, if you come at me for gambling, yet, 4 of your friends have fucking gambling sponsorships and you don't say a word or you talk about it here and there, like, then that's an issue, right? But yeah, it's 1 game away, bro. I'm pissed. I'm really angry. Like, it's
all right. It's just look. I came on to this conversation because I think that I have some issues with the way people perceive me. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. No matter what happens, all I ask for is for people to be a little bit more charitable and to stop constantly fucking yelling at me for shit in the same exact way that people on Twitter yell at me. If you want to do so, I can't stop you. But, that's... I think some of those perceptions are shaped by other content creators. Hopefully you can get back to Rocket League now. Your community's been begging for it.
No, okay. They don't want me to play anymore, but I play off stream.
People are demanding Rocket League.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, I think the things, right, as far as what's socialism and what's not, we can have that discussion another day. We can agree to disagree on that. Regarding, if your actions match your words, blah, 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 blah. But I think on the other things that, created disconnect between us. Can you hear me still? Yeah. I think the things that, maybe caused a disconnect between us, whether it be, the targeting that I felt like was happening, right? Or me getting a little personal in a situation that was inappropriate for me to get personal in. These kind of things, if we can ensure that they don't happen and there's more, there's just more of a consistency and a, clear way to handle them, then I think that's where we come together on those things, right? So I've just felt targeted over the years, over the 4 years. I just feel like people just constantly do this, but they don't hold any consistency, right? This gambling thing's the biggest one, which I don't want to get back into it. I'm sure you can agree if you step away and you look, holy shit, things did silence, but nothing's really changed in regards to, sponsorships, the friends you have pushing sponsorships that are gambling, right?
That goes back to my point. That goes back to my point about charitability, as a matter of fact, because that is precisely what I expect from people, because if they were to watch any of my content, they would know that I have talked about exactly what you're saying time and time again, as a matter of fact, on numerous occasions, because no matter how much people
outrage, right?
No matter, but you have to understand that my assessment of the situation is still going to be just one person's assessment. And not only that, but also I personally understand why people take the concessions that they get.
Yo, you know what, motherfuckers? You want some outrage? Here's some outrage. Ban all possible gamba or none of it. You want to know what? Slots and actual pure gamba is nothing compared to garbage pack opening, loot box openings, garbage ass mega gamba gacha dog shit that corrupts and is purely ingrained into children's minds 2 taps away from $100 spent from their dads and moms' credit cards. That shit creates and fosters behavior
not ready for that
will never heal as they grow up, and that is pushed heavily by everybody. Nobody blinks an eye, but some adult plays a slot. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. Such hypocrisy. It's insane.
What he's referring to is, all these video games that have the same psychologist working on them as slot music or slot sounds, right? You have headshot sounds in video games, footstep sounds, gunshot sounds, right? The psychologists who develop both these sounds are one and the same, right? They target the same area of the brain and the same addiction areas. And then when you slide microtransactions into them, that's where things get a little complicated. So that's what XQC is referring to, and that's a truth that I think will come to light in like God knows 5 to 10 years or whatever the fuck that
Sure, but in the process, if you understand that it's bad, you'll take the W's where you get them, right? And that's basically the point. I recognize all of it's bad, but in the process of like looking to ban as much as you possibly can, people are going to understandably take W's wherever they can.
Yeah, but can you understand why the W seems to conveniently land on what Train is doing?
I agree.
The same way we're landing.
I think what's saying is that there was only like 3 or 4 big slot streamers, and then we came late into the meta of Twitch. It was like 2021, 2022, right? When in fact people were pushing hardcore mass brain corruption gambling through boxes and pack openings since almost the beginning of Twitch, and nobody has ever said a singular thing about it. And I wish there was any sort of energy that was against that at these times, or even today, about any of this shit. But nobody actually cares. And these are systems that are not only they are targeted on children. They don't target the adult. They target children, and they really make them grow up with the actual root seed thought of gambling. You can't convince me otherwise. That's just the basis of it. The packs, openings, the loot boxes, it's busted. And they see the streamer do it, right? And they don't have to fucking create a depot account on Coinbase and load in crypto and send it over there and sign up over there and make it. They don't have to do all this shit. All they have to do is tab out, open the app, buy points, $100, bing, and they're in. They're 5 taps away from their face streamer to go pure gamble hardcore brain dead mode. And nobody actually cares. So where's the energy against these systems? Where is it?
I think all gambling is bad, right? So the last thing I want to do is justify lesser evils or justify, greater evils and lesser evils, right? All gambling is bad, but what XQC is saying, and I agree with, is just the consistency, right? Like you guys claim it's not a targeted thing. It's not about me. You take your wins where you get them, but there is no consistency among these arguments. The goalpost keeps getting moved, right? At first, it was all gambling is bad. Then it went to
I don't know why we're having
this
conversation with me. I've already talked about my perspective on the matter, and I need to pee really bad, so I'm gonna dip out.
Let's both pee.
I'm
gonna dip out. I have a very cute vlog from my dog adoption stream that I'm gonna be watching.
What's the consensus? Or what's the results of this conversation? Are we meeting up for a round 2? Are we talking again?
I don't know.
Are we giving each other hand jobs? Are we going to dinner? Are we getting a pizza box? Showing up.
I don't know. You can come on the pod when you're in LA. We can hash it out. And then
Train it.
I'll have my producer March actually describe to you in detail what it means to have workers control the means of production and have more labor power.
Right, I have an idea.
And you can bring the moderator in too. We could talk to him.
Sure, that's fine as well. Yeah, no, we can definitely do that as well.
We make the pod whenever he does it, fly in, and on that night we take a 1-hour flight to Vegas, and we gamble hardcore, and then from Vegas we split. You go north, I go south, and I go back home, and you go to Vancouver.
We'll put our entire Twitch yearlies on it.
Fair enough.
Obviously, both of you have more than me on the Twitch yearlies, so it might be a little skewed there, but
fair enough.
We'll put on 10, 11, 18, 21.
All right, Train, read the Wikipedia page for socialism before you come on the pod, and then we can have a conversation about it. That's a little bit better than systems surrounding charity.
Jesus, bro, really?
No, that's not even a diss. I'm being serious. It's a definition. It's like not a difference in agreement. Or Lenin, or Marx, Engels.
Well, I think the Marx theory wouldn't help your argument. Would you agree with that? The Marxist theory wouldn't help your argument.
Oh, God. Okay, what is the Okay, I have to pee so bad. Can you describe what you mean by the Marxist theory?
Well, let's look it up as well.
No. No. Don't even look it up. Don't even look it up. I see your eyes trailing away. No. Explain it to me in your terms. I don't even want.
Like you read that.
I don't even want to. Okay, we can do that as well. But I just wanted to really hear your genuine your genuine take on what you think Marx is.
Well, let's read it. Let's read it like we read the other.
Okay, this is some juicy content. I kind of want to save it for the pod, to be honest. I'm gonna piss my pants. That's the
You go
Marxist.
piss. I'll go piss.
Okay, no Googling while you're on the way to the pisser.
We're pulling up to read it.
By the way, guys, you will never convince me or skew me on my basis of philosophy 101. Okay, I know all the squatty from philosophy. Okay, and yeah, I know all of them. I know Plato, Socrates, Descartes, Nietzsche, Marx, motherfucker. I know all the squad. At Plateau. Yep. I know all of them. These guys don't know. They have to Google it. I don't have to Google. I don't have to Google. That's not necessarily what you think about loot boxes and gambling in games. See, the thing is that genuinely, the FIFA games and whatnot, I think they're fantastic. I love them. I love packs. Let me know. I love pack openings. I love them. Okay, but they engage in a way that you know for a fact what the packs do because they give you free packs. They make the noises and the visuals addicting, right? And they make the ease of access to the menus to buy points to buy packs. And these are games that are literally made for adolescents and children, right? And that's what creates the highest density of addiction. Want to know how I got addicted to gambling? Opening Pokemon cards. I got addicted. What can I say? And I'm a fucking gambler at heart. Yes, I was probably genetically more prone to addiction in that regard, and I don't mind fucking saying it. Okay.
Okay.
But the reality,
Let's get back to socialism.
Yeah, sure. We'll go ahead.
Okay, let's hear. Let's. You think that the
I think the general idea of it
would be not favorable to me.
Well, I think it leans more toward putting what you preach into action instead of just leaving it in.
Wait, but just okay. Let's not dance around it. Just pull it up. Fuck it, YOLO. Pull it up.
Okay, Marxism.
Yeah,
No, the Marxist definition
just
of
what socialism is.
No, the Marxist definition of socialism, right?
Okay, Marx's definition of socialism.
Who's reading it? I figured you want me to read it?
The Marxist definition of socialism is that of production for use value. An example, direct satisfactory of human needs or economic demands. Therefore, the law of value no longer directs economic activity.
Yes.
Can I continue?
We'll finish
this is how a system should be designed.
In your perspective. Or in his.
No. His perspective is that okay. In order to describe this, what we need to talk about is the economic organization of economy, or the economic organization of society. Okay. And
Hasan, can I stop you real quick?
What?
I know you. Listen, I know you believe in all these things. Do you understand? I know you believe in them. My point is, I would like to see some action behind them so we can enact and start that change.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. But one of the most fundamental parts about it is coordinated through conscious economic planning. Marx's production for use is coordinated through conscious economic planning. Conscious economic planning is impossible to conduct.
The law of value no longer directs economic activity.
That is impossible to do as a singular person. There is no such assessment of that because it revolves around commodity production. Now, as far as commodity production goes, or as far as like goods and services, right? Entertainment is what we provide. A lot of people will say work omega lol, and they're right. We're very fortunate. Okay. Work doesn't have to be grueling, but regardless. Now, if that is my output, if that is what I'm producing, okay, the way that I can do that is by multiple different ways, right? The capital owner will produce value, right, or will generate value by hiring wage laborers, other people to basically go out and make content, which he then will take a piece off of the top. Okay? That would be, especially when you consider how much money he had invested originally, would be what is known as profits. Okay? Like Twitch, for example, when they take a percentage of our subscription revenue that we generate, is taking a percentage of the value that we are generating for the platform. Okay? So XQC and I, for example, and yourself as well, whatever your contract is with Twitch,
I don't have a contract
currently
with Twitch.
Okay, well, regardless,
well, except for the premium.
Well, even if you don't have a contract with Twitch, it doesn't matter. Like if you have subscribers on Twitch,
I have a basic subscriber contract.
Yeah,
I don't have your
okay, perfect,
deal
exactly, exactly. So when you are working for Twitch, when you are basically a very, very insanely high paid contracted employee. We are getting 1099 contracts at the end of the year. That's how we pay our taxes. We are contracted employees. We are generating wage. We're generating value for the platform by streaming. Okay? That is the way you do it. That is the way. Right. That is how you would do it.
And what would you say makes up our streams? What's the number one thing that makes up our entire streams? Would you agree it's chat? Would you agree it's the moderation?
Yes,
the moderators?
Chat is supremely important.
On both ends, incorrect. It's the servers.
What? It's the what?
Without the servers, you can't go live. You can't broadcast.
Yes, that is actually a good point as well.
But we're
servers are important. The infrastructure is important, which is precisely why, right? The assets that were set in place for us and the logistics that were handled for us beforehand is why we decide that it is adequate for Twitch to take a percentage of this revenue.
No. Wait. It's not adequate to take a percentage of sub revenue at all. The ad revenue, yes, I agree.
That's a great argument, Train. That is actually workers demanding more from the platform that is currently taking their wages.
Who is currently conditioning their workers to believe they're doing us a favor. But in reality, sub revenue is not a primary revenue driver in the business model of live streaming. So to take that is complete greed. But how to translate that into the streamer applying those values within their business models is what we're referring to, right? So that action is what I'm asking to see proportionally.
So without me streaming, there is no revenue for the platform. So I am still the primary, I guess, and there's no like socially necessary use value to streaming technically. But like if we are to consider entertainment as like an important good, I guess, or a commodity that we're producing, even though it's not like a chair in the chair factory or whatever, if we were to consider our output as work, without me clicking the start streaming button every day, there is no value generated. Okay? Someone else might take my place, right? Someone else might take my place. Someone could become the person that is at the crosshairs, right? Yes. Someone could do that. Someone could easily do what I do. It's easily replicable in my opinion. But if there was more worker power, if there was more worker organizing, okay, if workers had more of a say on the platform that they are generating value for, we could put certain safeguard measures to stop the platform from saying, you're just replaceable. Now, this is called collective action. Okay?
Well, that would remove the competition then. And then the content would become worse, and the viewers would get less of what they want.
No, I don't agree with that.
I
think no, because the NBA player union exists, and yet I don't think you would say that there are better basketball players out there on the universe. Do you think that there are better basketball players out there that are somehow being stopped from participating in the NBA?
Behind nepotism?
Well,
Absolutely.
possibly,
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, possibly, yes. But that's you continue your argument. I don't think
the NFL, the NBA, no matter how rigged it is, Omega Lol, degenerate sports gambler Andes, is still one of the most meritocratic processes that you can get to. Okay, it's still about skill. It's still to a certain level about how much you put in, how hard you work, and about the skill, okay? Even if it's scripted, like sports gambler Andy's say, okay? It's just
sports
true.
betting is so rigged. Sports betting is so rigged. Holy
yes, sports betting is so rigged from what I understand, and I talked about this in the video if you watch Train.
That shit's wild, bro.
They will cap you if you are actually fucking like leveraging your bets. If you're actually betting too good, they will literally stop you from betting. They put a limit. They inhibit the amount that you can bet. It's not rigged necessarily, but like it implies that, you know, there are people who could technically win a lot of money, and they still limit it. Okay. Anyway,
I think listen. I think where you and I just disagree, right, is just the action versus the words. That's where we disagree. That's it, right? As far as where we come down, that is that enough to put a wedge between you and I's friendship or possibility of friendship, right?
No,
That's
I
the real
don't
question
think
that we
so.
need to
I just
tackle,
don't
right?
want you to. I just don't want you to keep saying that I'm like a hypocritical piece of shit. If you think that, then why would you want to be friends with me? You know what I mean?
Well, if you genuinely, right, like it comes down to what you're, right, if you know what you're doing and you're purposely, intentionally doing it, then that's when I wouldn't be friends with you. But if this is just your belief, right, if this is the socialism you believe in, and you're acting consistently with that, I can be friends with you even if I disagree with that interpretation of socialism, right?
He does. I think he does believe that. That's why I want you guys to talk to me.
Like if that's what you believe in,
Okay,
then you believe in that, right?
Also, we didn't
You're
even like get to the bottom of the socialism thing
socialism
and why it
sucks.
conflicts.
That's fucking
it
scared the
sucks.
hell out of me, bro. There's oh my god.
Socialism sucks. Is that what you said?
I think it sucks. I think it's. People have tried it and they failed.
I think you need in between. That's the problem. Listen,
I think
can I say
the
one thing?
worker sucks because the worker is stupid because the population is stupid. I think people are dumb as bricks. People shouldn't have a say because the people are fucking dumb.
I think people are dumb. You and I had a conversation a long time ago, Felix, about how you were forklift certified and you worked in fucking janitorial duty.
They sleep in the lockers.
But you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties, right? You remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties even though you are Pepega Andy himself. Why? Because through repetition, you figured out the perfect solutions that the manager is never going to know. These are some very meaningful ways in which workers could have a little bit more autonomy in their lives. Now, unfortunately, in a capitalist organization, a corporation decides, oh, you're more efficient. We're just going to fucking now make you do that regardless and pay you the same money.
Okay, yeah, but bro, people would sleep in the lockers, right? On their shifts. And then I would pass nearby, and they were all sleeping in the dark. And they would say, oh, man, why the fuck would I go, man? We're unionized. I can't get fired. And they didn't give a fuck. And I thought that fucking bricked my brain forever. When I skimmed the contact with this practice, I thought, holy fuck, this is so brain dead. Now, at that point, I got corrupted. I got to thinking that it doesn't matter how good of a system you could put it in, humans will always find ways to crash it for self-benefit and smoke them out, and they will never act because the humans are inherently a dumb species. I'm dumb. I think we're all dumb.
Human beings are dumb, yes. You know, here's the thing, though. You worked at a factory or a facility, right?
Guys, this is why we need to.
You want to know who made the most money in that situation? It wasn't the fucking janitor that was sleeping. Every now and then he honks shoes and me's a little bit, okay? Yeah, and that's fine on the job. And that's seen as stealing.
This is why we need to push systems, Hasan.
Okay, but hold on. Let me just say something. So that is seen as stealing from the boss. That you're sleeping on the company time. Meanwhile, it is never expected of the boss to even enter the fucking factory floor ever to push a cart or
because
to clean a fucking toilet.
He built it. He deserves it.
Exactly. I don't agree. I don't agree because without someone cleaning the fucking floors, without someone actually pushing the carts, he's not going to make any goddamn money. That is the main point of contention that I have with a lot of people. Personally, believe that that people that build these factories deserve to take everything they can off of their profits, which is why. And by the way, even if you disagree with me, that is socialism. The idea that the surplus labor value that they are extracting from you is something that should at least be democratically organized. As a workforce, you should be able to say, hey, man, the janitorial staff need new mops. You know, our mops are in fucking in a dire state here. You know, instead of giving that money to faceless shareholders at the tippy top who didn't even build the fucking factory. Also, workers built the factory. Remember that. It's not the fucking bosses. They never put the bricks down to build that goddamn factory. They just had money. They just had capital, upfront money to build the factory. But ultimately,
the worst example. What about the people who take a risk, who put in their money and take a risk? They have an idea.
Great.
I'm gonna make this for even though the carrot on the stick, right? The carrot at the end of the stick is profit and luxury and the good life. They still do things that they can risk, and they balls deep to get there, right? And that's what makes the things that are grandiose. And what about all the countries that have these systems, right? Where nobody's rewarded for going higher. What do? Nothing.
That's really interesting. That's interesting you say that because you're wrong.
They're lazy as fuck.
You're wrong. Literally, fucking a closer system to a social democracy that has like higher levels of socialization and higher tax rates has more billionaires per capita than the United States of America. So you're objectively wrong on that front. Not only that, but also European social democracies routinely lap the United States of America in innovation. So you're wrong on that front as well. The idea that the boss took a risk always forgets that the worker is also taking a risk. And the funniest part about the biggest, as a whisk, like a wabbit, a silly wabbit. You want to know what the fucking biggest risk that the factory owner has though? Is to be relegated to being a worker again. Because when you lose all your money in a fucking business, they don't put you in jail. They don't fucking kill you. They don't kill your family. They don't do any of those things. You just have to go back to fucking work and be a worker one more time. And the bosses fucking know that they never treat the workers well, which is why that is the major reason as to why they never want to fucking default. And that's why they constantly advocate for the system that they set in place.
Damn. Even though
by the way,
fair enough. What's up?
On a more joking note, even ChatGPT agrees with me on the Gordon Ramsay event.
I saw that. I asked ChatGPT and I showed Chat the answer. I think actually somebody fed to me.
Continue. Yeah.
Regardless.
Anyway, there's also plenty of safeguards with respect to owners. Whenever they do default, there's, Chapter 11 bankruptcy in numerous ways that capital owners can at the very least continue living their lives in a comfortable way. No such safeguard measures, comparable safeguard measures are ever afforded to the worker. You have to if you get downsized in a company, 400 Twitch employees were laid off today. Some of them don't even fucking know if they've been laid off or not. Okay? They might get a severance package that is entirely up to Amazon.
They shouldn't know. They're garbage.
No, that is entirely dependent on Amazon to make that decision. They suck. They're good. None of that fucking matters. It is outside of their control, and that's the point. Okay?
Okay.
And basically, what happens?
I'm not being an asshole. I generally think that when you know you are creating value, when you know you're doing good and you're rolling. Dude, the company sees your value and you're hard to let go of. If you're fucking useless and you don't do shit, you get clapped. Of course you do.
No, whoever they consider to be replaceable, even though their work is fucking meaningful, but it's menial, will often be the people that they replace. And also, there's so much nepotism that operates within these fields as well. I know it's funny me saying that, but there's usually people that the managers like. Because there are so many different instances where there's so many circumstances where like the best possible person is not put up for the job. Come on, that is absolutely unimaginably false. You've worked in a place, so you know that can't be the truth.
In e-sport, that's super hardcore true. Nepotism is fucking massive. It's
the closest place that you can. The closest, which brings me back to my point about sports. The closest you can get to a truly meritocratic system is sports, organized sports, at the professional level. And even those guys still have unions. And that's part of the reason why they can make such demands. They can have such highly valued contracts. But never forget, if LeBron James is worth $100 million, or if he generated if he has a $100 million wage, right? Let's say he doesn't, but whatever.
Yeah.
His boss, the guy who owns the fucking team, is making billions.
But of course, yeah. These guys are valuable in a lot of ways. Not only on the field when they throw the basket into the basketball. Okay, these are valuable in terms of jersey sales, advertising, marketing, brand connection. They're a vehicle for a lot of their fucking sponsors and whatnot. That's how it is. Sometimes even some of these stars, they're
but the fucking owner's not doing shit. The owner just has money. That's the point. The owner's not doing the marketing. The owner's not doing anything meaningful. Elon Musk's not doing anything fucking meaningful at Twitch. I mean, he's demonstrated that over and over again. He's just all he's doing is tweeting old ass fucking 9gag
All
memes.
you do, Hasan, is state problems when you fail to state a singular instance of a solution.
That's great.
What is
Thank
the
you.
solution?
Thank you for asking.
And you
I
say,
think that
well, socialist system
the
have
solution isn't
a
necessarily
higher
enough either,
billionaires
right?
no.
per capita.
Well, do you want me to give you an
That's
answer?
the problem.
Do you want to give? Do you want me to give you an answer? I have an answer. This is something. This is. Thank you so much for asking. Okay. My solution to the current ongoing problems is by starting as small as you possibly can and creating a mechanism of pushback, because the workplace principle of united you bargain, divided you beg is true across every facet of society. So the only way to do that is by unionizing your workplace and ensuring that you have some level of workplace protections. Now, that might allow you to be able to fucking sleep on the job every now and then. But ultimately, the people that actually fucking generate, zero value and yet take all of the rewards are sleeping every goddamn day, and society expects them to sleep because they're shareholders, and shareholder value is supremely important. So much so that there is literally legal restrictions called the fiduciary responsibility. But you have to care about improving
in a workplace that was unionized or not?
What?
Have you ever worked at a place that was unionized?
I worked at a place that got unionized afterwards. But I work with unions regularly, so I'm very familiar with their
unionized work.
I work with unions regularly, so I am very familiar with how they operate.
Maybe call this a coincidence or an empirical bias or anecdotal.
Anecdotal bias, yes.
Every place that I worked at that was unionized was absolute dog shit. Dog shit. That's what it is.
There are a lot of hidden benefits that you probably did not recognize. According to the NLRB, at least, unionization improves wages and benefits at the minimum. 10% increase on your wages and benefits across the board. Unionization not only benefits unionized workplaces, but unionization actually benefits non-unionized workplaces because it's still through competition forces other places to also improve their wages. Now, in countries like France, for example, there are such over-encompassing collective bargaining agreements that encompass the entire fucking sector that it quite literally is the reason why they have all these fucking benefits that they take for granted. Like having a retirement age at 62, which is like laughable if you consider it from, the U.S. perspective.
Can I ask you this?
Go ahead.
Without stirring any, without ruffling any feathers or whatever the fuck, right? So we are in agreement, right? That Twitch's, whether it stems from Amazon, its parent company or not, Twitch's splits regarding sub-revenue for its creators, whether it's the small creators to mid-sized creators, are completely fucking unfair and are disgusting, right?
Absolutely.
So I think this is where our disconnect is, right? What I feel like would be consistent with what you preach, which I agree with.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, shouldn't you spearhead at least, right? I'm not saying give up everything you have. You don't need to do that. That's a ridiculous expectation. But at least spearhead and put up, something and kind of spearhead that movement against them. Even though instead you're contracted with them, so you can say nothing because you're in fear of losing the very contract.
That's not true. I'm very openly critical about this, and not only have talked to Dan directly about my criticisms, but also am a firm believer that I shouldn't be the only person that has the capability of talking to Dan.
I'll join you
about these sorts of issues.
Busta, were you there in the meeting with the executives or not?
No, I actually had a one-on-one meeting. Because I had a one-on-one motherfucking meeting with him.
Something can be done, right? But nothing's being done because
you thought you got me there, didn't you?
I talked to all the executives. Listen.
Yeah.
We were all there. Okay, listen.
No, I wasn't there. I had I think I had another.
Listen. You know for a fact when they changed the sub revenues back, right? They leveled out the total amount with the ad, you're getting better ad revs and ad incentives for your lower sub rate, right? If they said nothing, they could have said nothing about ad revs and put your sub money way up. And you would have your, oh guys, I got my sub rev. You would be at a raw loss compared to right now's equivalency. You would be losing
Twitch streamers now make more.
You got what you wanted.
Twitch streamers now make more money off of ad revenue than they would have if they just had subscribers. I personally still think that they should leave that option.
This idea of a trade-off is ridiculous. That because they gave a little bit more ad revenue, it justifies the taking of the.
I don't think so. Train, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. You and I are in agreement.
Listen. That's like a platform saying, "Oh, we're gonna give you 20%, right?" Which is unfair, and then saying, "Oh, you know what? We'll give you 30," and everyone goes, "Oh, yes, you gave us more. You didn't have to." No, it is fucking they started at a ripoff rate, and they gave you another rate to make it look like it's better, but that's also a ripoff rate. Do you understand?
Yes.
He's right.
Yes.
It's presented disingenuously. That it's disgusting. It's pure greed and pure.
It's still leveled out though. It ended up being the same thing or better. It'll be
the increased ad should not come at the cost of sub splits being cut. That's ridiculous. The increased ad should come if the site's business model is executed correctly.
Speaking of ads, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. I'm on fire with these motherfucking segues today, boy. God damn.
The problem is servers are incredibly expensive and people don't run ads. So the reason why they didn't, at the time I didn't run it, now they're automatic.
So instead of punishing the creator, they need to find a better system instead of taking from the creator's sub revenue. Do you understand?
Yeah,
they need to find a better system to execute the ad.
I want that. I don't think you're gonna have a built-in.
It's not about what I want. It's what's
4-minute ad deal, right? Then sure. Then Twitch, you know what you do? They should force 3 minutes on all channels to pay for the servers. And
okay, can I explain something to you guys? The main point of contention here should be that none of the people that actually provide value to the product, whether it be the people working at Twitch or whether it be the people that are on camera every day, work Omegalol, are having a say in the way that this distribution is done. That is undemocratic. I believe that even if you arrive at the same exact fucking idea at the end of it, where we say, you know what, we like this distribution, I think that people who are playing a role in the creation of this product should have a say. That is my point.
If we listened to streamers on how this shit should be run, this shit would have the lights turned off and Amazon would have pulled out years ago.
That's why
streamers are bricked. They shouldn't.
It's not just streamers.
This idea where it has to be one or the other is the issue. Do you understand? There can be a middle ground. There can be a
Train is right.
Train is
fucking right.
Compromise.
Because why? Because why? When they made that distribution, they wanted to improve their profit margin. Why did they improve their profit margin? Because Amazon wants the profits to go up, because right now Twitch is in the red because web serving is web hosting for live streamed video, an inventory that is untapped basically with so many opportunities to fucking run ads, is currently not running enough ads and giving them enough revenue. That is why they made this change. Now ultimately streamers will make more
on their failed system. Do you understand? They need to come together and find a system which doesn't punish the work. Where are they taking the punishment? Do you understand? Aside from these firings, which you'd argue is also another form of the worker taking the hit. They need to better their business model. Do you understand? Everyone that's taking a hit because of their shit business model is the worker. That is a mistake. Do you understand? It is wrong. Shit like that should be fought against. We should have voices, whether it's on a panel, whether it's at a round table. We need to have voices to combat that. That's bullshit. You understand? That's greed. That's unfair.
We tried
it's not right.
Talking to them. You know what? You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Okay, that streamers are fucking dumb. At the meetings, the only feedback we got from fucking big names, like Tele One, is where's the 20-minute ad button? Is the fucking feedback he gave them. We're all fucking
That's insane.
Because the power can't be, right? Like the issue is this, right? For some reason, all of our issues are fought with two polarizing viewpoints, right? We either have all the way over here or all the way over here. We need to have a ground of, right, a place of discourse where we can come in the middle and say, okay, you know what? Let's compromise. Let's grab, you know, the shit that we need to do here. Hey, we'll take that L. We'll take that. But we're going to need this. These guys go, okay, well, we're going to need this, but we're going to take this. We go, okay, we've come to an agreement. That's what needs to happen. But this idea where they take, and it has to be this or this is our issue in everything today. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Everything having to be one side or the other is an issue. It causes so much divide.
And meanwhile, while we're having this back and forth, while we're having this back and forth, you know who's not taking a fucking hit, dude? The bosses, the people that have Amazon stock, the fucking wealthy Jeff Bezos. He doesn't give a fuck. He's caked up, okay? It doesn't even matter to him.
Because they make money off the fucking bots at the Amazon fucking delivery service that are working with crazy conditions with profit, and then they acquired Twitch, right? But Twitch, this shit is broke. This isn't turning a profit. Well, where do you live in this operation that makes a profit? For them, it's an investment.
Twitch is not turning profit exclusively because Amazon literally treats Twitch as a money-making operation instead of offering it more favorable video hosting fucking server costs.
AWS and IBS, yes.
Yeah. Amazon could internally swap over, if Amazon truly cared about Twitch being a profitable venture, they could literally swap over server costs to offset it off of one of the many other profitable ventures that they have. They're not doing that because they don't want to do that, because they want to increase the pressure on content creators and maybe even possibly take a risk on making the content unwatchable by delivering even more ads to the fucking viewers.
Bro, that's like me saying, yo, I grow my garden green beans and I sell green beans at the market, right? Well, now I hired 20 employees to build houses, right? But we're not doing a profit because I'm feeding them green beans I could be selling. Well, in that case, just
wait, that's precisely wait. That's how all business works. No, that's how all business works. That's how all business works. What you're describing is quite literally how businesses work regardless. Now, either it could be funded by this like endless money supply of constantly fucking raising funds with the ultimate goal of like turning profits someday, whether it be by monopolizing a certain sector like Amazon has done in the form of e-commerce, or any other way by making a competitive product that people actually want to fucking buy. That is literally what businesses do. That's why they fucking take an L year over year over year over year. You think Amazon gives a fuck about Twitch ultimately? You think they're in it for like the love of the game? You think they bought Twitch because they think like, oh man, Jeff Bezos just really loves live streaming. That's why he did it.
For Amazon, this whole thing would be over.
What?
This is a money sinkhole. If it wasn't for
Amazon, not a money sinkhole. It's a bet. It's a bet. It's a bet that Amazon has made, thinking, and I think that I agree with their assessment of the situation. It's a bet that they've made. Okay, they think that they can monopolize the live streaming space. Amazon only does vertical and horizontal integration. They only monopolize. They don't do anything else. They don't have any other interest. They don't have any other goals. That's all they want to do. They want to corner the market so they can set the fucking prices, slowly but surely increasing the fucking wages or maybe lowering the quality of the output. Okay, that's how they did it on e-commerce, and that's like they literally drove small business out of work and then bought them for pennies on the dollar. And that's precisely what they're trying to do with the live streaming space, ultimately so they can just eke out more profits when they are the premium live streaming destination.
As much as we should fight to remodel the initial interest, right? And try to make it better, right? I think we can still acknowledge that they bought the thing, right? And overall, what did we get? We got Prime subs and shit, right? We got to keep the lights on and continue this like passion project, right? So yes, we should push, right? But still acknowledge the fact that the lights are still on, that we can still do this shit. When will people understand this?
The idea
Amazon, this will be over by now.
The idea that like there's no other way to do live streaming services, I think without like Big Daddy Amazon is not a correct notion in my opinion.
Oh, who else then? As Zuba tried it. Own it, I tried it. Who else tried it? Hitbox.
YouTube is doing it currently.
Because it's the same thing as Amazon, but they already have the fucking servers because of how much video content that they had and their workload. They already had the servers. That's
you know who's doing it? That motherfucker sitting next to me on my screen. That guy's doing it.
I mean, I can't. Yeah, I can't. Fucking.
Wait, I'm doing what? Sorry,
Bro, I'm fucking juicing up Kick so hard. Okay, once you figure out the regulation on the platform, it's over. It's a wrap. I'm ready for that $100 million contract so I can start preaching the laurels of capitalism.
Completely new.
Really?
He's not even listening.
Yeah.
When I was at the club, I heard something else, but maybe.
Yeah. So initially that was the plan, but we decided to completely recreate everything because we thought that platform's brand was just like we thought like that was too far. That was like kind of trash.
What? What are you talking? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nah. We were talking about the network infrastructure for fucking Kick. So I knew. I
think video XQC is not wrong though. I do think that video service, video hosting is incredibly expensive. They just haven't been able to figure out the best possible product of making it work. Like there's so much inventory that you are literally not monetizing right now. That's why they want.
I wish
ads.
I could tell you our plan regarding certain like sponsors, and everyone keeps thinking, oh, you're gonna do porn or Trojan sponsors. No, those sponsors pay absolute shit rates. So that wouldn't cover anything at all close to what we need it to. Like it's just targeting the correct. Fuck, how can I?
Well, let's end it.
It's targeting the correct sponsors and the correct advertisers, right? So people are gonna jump and say gambling. That's not it either. And I think when we get ads, I think you'll understand where we're coming from. Like once that happens in the next 2 to 3 years, that's when people will understand, that business model and that approach. But anyways, I think before you speak, XQC, I think you and I agree on a lot. I think we agree with almost everything as far as like, the politics go. Obviously, I'm a little bit more middle. I believe in the polarizing sides are actually the reason where we are in today's world. I think it's just divide and conquer for each respective side. Obviously, given the left is a lesser evil, but I think once you justify lesser from greater, things can start getting real fucked up. But anyways, to get to my point, I just think that we need to find better ways, right? So for the streaming thing, right? For the smaller to mid-sized creators getting fucked. Like I do think that if we came together, or whoever it might be, it's not just on you, right? It could be a multitude of streamers, right, that come together and spearhead something that gives a voice, and not only gives a voice, but actually, right? For me, it's the action over the words. We need to push for ways where we're actually getting shit done, because preaching isn't enough, especially if from the preaching we're gaining, right? It's fine. Like to say that we shouldn't gain from the preaching, I think is an unrealistic standard and unfair. But I think if we're in a position where we're preaching and gaining, we need to take it one step further and try and bring that action into it to see actual change come through. Now, it may seem impossible as individuals, but I do think we're powerful enough to make these things happen. And that's what I like to see. So maybe in the future, you and I will get together and we'll come up with some crazy shit.
Bro,
and we'll get
you're sounding a lot like socialists right now. It's weird, man.
You're gonna have to talk to Mr. Bezos, okay?
Who's
because
that?
Fucking Jeff Bezos, man. You have to talk to him about it, man. Because listen,
we're not talk to him, bro. We have our own leverages. Trust me.
Listen, the thing is though, is that I do agree though. I do agree that there needs to be some change. In my opinion, I don't think a lot of people are evil at the top. Is that monetizing and keeping the lights on for live stream operations and esports operations is incredibly difficult, and we just don't have the answers, and they don't have them either.
They don't have it. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you there, and I think that is a literal product problem.
Yes,
what you're describing is one that a more democratized system of governance would genuinely benefit from. More ideas in this regard. More ideas in this regard. And different ways to like incorporate people into whatever kind of like monetizable products that we can put forward is literally the way forward. In my opinion, it's the best way to do it, and that is and that's never going to happen because that's just not how the system is designed.
We can make we can make a parallel with this with esports. I wish people sat down and understood this fucking problem. Okay, esports fucking sucks dick. Okay? Why? Because people don't buy shit and they're not doing a profit because they are having problems monetizing their operations. So we're gonna go at fucking Riot Games. Yo, we bought a spot in the fucking in the franchise of Valorant, and we can't make money, and it's your fault. No, they don't have the answers. Nobody does. They have failed as an entity, as a product, to turn their operations into making money for the people that watch, the fans. It just sucks. They don't have the answers, and there's nobody to blame
It's
for that.
because the answers
That's how it is.
don't lie in each respective extreme side. I'm telling you, I know I sound like a fucking crazy centrist. I'm telling you, we need to get to a place where we abandon these fucking sides and come in the middle and grab the best of both. I know this sounds idealistic, but I do think it's possible. We need to operate from a place of logic and reason, and only then can we reach a point of compromise where the business can make money and not at the cost of the worker. Do you understand? This is achievable. The problem is corporate greed, and the greed of one respective side is outweighing the needs of the other. I'm telling you, the day that we come together and we operate from a more logical, reasonable place instead of a divide and conquer political bullshit place where we're fucking scaring one side from the other through fucking propaganda and bullshit, until that goes away and we come in the middle and we say, okay, you know what? We understand that, maybe these policies and these, whatever are necessary for the country to run, but we shouldn't adopt them at the cost of the worker. That's what needs to happen. Do you understand? The problem is we're trying to find a solution on one side. Do you understand? It's not going to happen.
True.
Do you understand that?
Well, I mean, okay, yes, on top of that, I mean, I'm gonna double glaze because listen, the core concept is live streaming is the future. Okay, all of this is the future. There is infinite value in live content. People are starting to realize that, but instead of doubling down on the, let's say, investment or operations, they're doing the opposite. They're trying to make more money out of it and turn a profit in a growing field that's one tested and will continue to grow. And I think that's a problem. Somebody needs to go on the phone with Jeff Bezos, okay, and say, "Yo, motherfucker, how about give it a couple more years, right? Of more prolific creators for people to create more, to have more passion and have better job security in their field. To do this, so it grows faster and bigger."
Ultimately, yeah, but ultimately it should not, that decision-making process should not be left up to some motherfucker, in your words, that doesn't know anything about this process, and that's the point. Or, like, dickheads that are fucking 65 years old and still use like a payphone. You know what I mean? Because those are the guys who are at the tippy top. Those are the guys who are making the decisions on what happens. When Jeff Bezos was in that fucking in that monopoly meeting in front of Congress, they were like, they asked him about Twitch, and he's like, "What's Twitch?" They asked him about DMCA and music and Twitch, and he was like, "Twitch, let me go through my notes."
You're being a hypocrite.
Wait, what?
Why are you making fun of the old fucking bones that are brain dead? Instead, sit down with them and educate them. They would love. Jeff Bezos is getting old. You know that you would love to have.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. But the point is, the only people who can like get access to them and educate them, which is precisely what I said, is someone like myself. And it shouldn't be that way. That our understanding should be dramatically different. That like everyone plays a role and everyone should have a little bit of a say. It doesn't mean that like the janitor is going to do fucking brain surgery in the hospital. It just means that as far as sanitation goes, they have that covered better than the fucking surgeon would know. That's the point. And a part of that is about a fairer distribution of profits after all things are discussed clearly. That's it.
Then how do I make Dan Clancy call up Jeff Bezos and have me, I'm going to go to his yacht and explain to him all these comments. And then
I feel like Dan Clancy is probably better off never talking to Jeff Bezos, because if Jeff Bezos even was made aware of Twitch as a platform, I feel like he would just eviscerate us. He would probably laser Dan Clancy off of his fucking yacht in his like little mecca that he has. And then he would just shut down Twitch in its entirety. So it's better. The less he knows about us, the better it is, I think.
Really? Bro, I could have this grandiose speech. Bro, people need to understand that live content is the genuine future of media. It is a dank, has infinite possibilities in all realms that they can even fathom. So why are they cutting its legs off before we can start running?
By the way, notice how we're talking about Jeff Bezos, even though he's not even the fucking CEO anymore. It's Andy Jassy that's now the CEO. Remember, that's what's important. Because you know who's making money off of Twitch? Or if Twitch doesn't really make that much money. But you know who's making money off Amazon? Jeff Bezos. Why? Yeah. That motherfucker hasn't been doing shit since he decided to turn this into like an online library system.
Bro, I thought he gave half of his shit to his wife.
Yeah, well, he did, and then she's now using it on charity overall, which for some reason it still hasn't solved our economic inequality. But again, it doesn't fucking matter. He's still minting. Okay.
I gotta say this real quick on off topic. Fuck you, Los Angeles Dodgers, for losing. I would have won $40 million if you would have won.
Yeah, we won $35 million off of that shit. That's just crazy.
$40 million if Dodgers. How the fuck do you lose to the Rockies? Despicable, disgusting. Like, have some fucking shame. Holy fuck! It's the first game of the spring training goddamn season, and you're fucking losing to the Rockies, the Colorado fucking Rockies. Disgusting.
It's their fault, not you. Putting down a biblical amount of money on spring training.
No. I put $500 on like a 300,000.
Now they're all twisted.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's a false reality. But
I don't know. I don't know enough about betting. But why the fuck are you betting on spring training, dog? What the fuck,
brother? Listen, it's a disease.
That's what the money is at. Okay, listen. So wait. So who's at the top now?
Andy Jassy is now the new CEO of.
Who is that? Amazon. Andy Jassy?
I think he was on a different part. He was working on a different part of Amazon beforehand.
Was he rich?
Yeah, he was the Amazon. He was the SVP, the strategic vice president, and the CEO of AWS before that, from 2003 to 2021, which is like the most important product that they have. So that's why they put him that's why they elevated him to the CEO position.
Bro, he's not even a billionaire. Oh my god. Bro, Jeff Bezos is like a trillionaire. He can literally fucking fix the world, man. It's way more valuable to talk with this guy to fix Twitch than this fucking guy who only has 300 mil. He's broke. How is he gonna fix it?
Jesus, I'm richer than that guy. I'm just kidding. But anyways, realistically speaking, listen. I think at the end of the day, we just need to.
Yeah, I think you guys both have I have a lot of money, okay, in comparison to the average person, but I think like your perception is a little bit warped about wealth overall, okay?
How is it going to fix Twitch, which is the future of the world?
How much money you got? Like 10, 20 mil? You got at least 30 mil in the bank, yeah?
No, dude, you're fucking insane.
I'm fucking with you. I'm totally fucking with you. If I had to put a number on it, I'd say like after taxes, maybe like a cool 6 mil in the bank. There's no shot.
Brother, you are. Yeah, no. Yeah, 6. That's like half of what I have, actually. I've tripled that.
I'm confused.
My man.
Yeah, no, man. 6 is so. Bro, people think I own a fucking, like, people think I bought this house like literally cash. Like, like I said, I have a lot more money than the average person.
Well, to be fair,
I've literally put a fucking down payment and bought it with a mortgage. Like, I have a mortgage.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that would be stupid of you to purchase that entire house with full cash, right? Like, if you had that kind of money, it's, there's other ways you would go about that. So technically speaking,
you lose purchasing power and other things. That's not good.
No, I know. I'm saying that people that were chirping at me and still chirp at me all the time, literally are like, why don't you take the $3 million and like, and live in a cardboard and instead like, pay $3 million to me.
I bought the house as cash. It was cheap as fuck. I didn't give a shit.
Those extreme takes are unfortunate and unfair. Realistically, listen, bro. One of these days, you and I will get together. We'll create some sort of system or push for one, right? Not a charity, something where we actually advocate for something and push for something and get it done to match the words. And then the next thing you know, who knows? Maybe we'll be president, vice president. We'll be running the country. God knows.
Yeah,
who knows what happens from this point?
I doubt that anyone's letting me be anywhere near real power. But
brother,
but it's been look. I've been live for 10 hours.
Wait, hold on. If Donald Trump made it, listen. Okay, anything's possible.
Yeah, because Donald Trump is right wing. It's infinitely easier to be a fucking clown ass and be right wing. Like as far as like Joe Biden's criticisms, which he deserves many of, like he also is like kind of fucking conservative, but he still went through the proper fucking ranks in the Democratic Party. He advocated to fucking melt the poor.
I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this.
He was the architect of the crime bill.
I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I really, really I'm telling you. The only future I see where we're actually progressing as a society is the one where a centrist is in charge. And I'm not talking about some spineless centrist. I'm referring to one that's guided by logic and reason. I truly believe it. These political sides are both just fucking. I'm telling you. Listen, y'all can hate me. Listen, just wait. In 20 years, there'll be a fucking statue of me.
Bro,
okay?
there's no. Dude,
in my opinion, if you're full left on both economics, politics, socioeconomic, if you're full left or full right,
we have a centrist in charge
on all topics. You know what? I think you are a radicalized moron. No way everybody accepts all the concepts of like being left or right and all of them. No shot. It's a mix of both. People are delusional thinking that people are going to be pure left or pure right. That makes no sense at all. So
we already have a centrist in charge. His name is Joe Biden. He has always consistently been one of the most conservative Democrats, like even keeled in the middle of the fucking political spectrum the entire time. Hillary Clinton was definitely a centrist
but I'm not referring to a centrist in that light. I'm referring to a centrist in a light of like policies and politics, right? Taking from both areas, right?
Like what? What would you like? This is a conversation that I have with people on the right all the time. It's like I would love to know what is a right wing value that you think it should be implemented.
Well, this we can save for the podcast.
Okay.
Or should I gotta give us one. Give us a taste, man.
Yeah, I want to hear from XQC too. He's the one who's saying radicalizing dumbass Andy is what he said.
Utopia Andy. People saying, oh.
Okay. No, don't listen to that. Just tell me what you think is a right wing value that we should implement.
Bro, I don't know what values there are overall. I don't watch the news.
Then why are you saying that?
Guns.
You Pepega motherfucker.
Guns, and I think guns.
What about guns?
People that are right, they only want like more guns and shit like that.
Yeah, they want everyone to be armed. You want everyone to be armed?
Okay, not everyone.
Okay, that's not a right wing value then. You want reasonable restrictions on guns, but you want people to be able to shoot guns if they want to?
I think
you're a radical communist now.
Genuinely. People that want to have the ability and know and want to spend the time knowing how to use a gun should be allowed to have a gun, right? I think they should focus on fixing the people.
Okay. Quick question. It is not a gotcha, okay? Because I think you and I are in agreement on this.
I can answer after, by the way.
Do you think that there should be restrictions akin to a driver's license, like licensing system on the ownership of guns? Like if you want to get a gun, you can be able to get a gun. You should be able to get a gun, but you have to demonstrate that you know how to use it and demonstrate proper safety measures.
Fuck yeah! What the fuck?
Dude, you're a radical. You're a radical psychotic leftist. What the fuck? You are literally Mao and Stalin and Karl Marx together. That's how these dumb motherfuckers in America operate. You just said exactly what I believe with respect to gun control. That is not a right-wing value, motherfucker. That's a left-wing value, technically, with respect to how Americans operate. You're fucking Canadian, dog. What kind of right-wing attitude do you have? Give me another one.
If you don't have gun etiquette, okay, if you purchase a gun and you know nothing about it, it is more of a threat to everybody and yourself than your target. That's just what it is.
You're right, because it's common sense. It should not be a left-right thing. It should be the most understandable thing. And yet it's a left-right equation because people make it into a political issue. You and I are in agreement, and most Americans would agree as well. 90% of Americans believe in universal background checks, but we can't get them. You want to know why? Because there's one thing that's more important than whatever the Democratic Party claims or whatever the Republican Party claims. That's all fucking theater. That's all bullshit. You know what's important? Making money. You know who makes money? Gun manufacturers. You know what they don't want? Any kind of fucking restriction on who can get a gun. Okay? So they literally play this fucking song and dance over and over again after like a bazillion fucking children get slaughtered at schools where they go, the left supposedly goes, oh, fuck, we can't do anything about this. Oh, my God. And then the right goes, what?
Okay.
And then the right goes, nah, fuck that. What we need is more guns. We need to arm the teachers.
Well, in this case, though, let's stop shaving off the responsibility. The person that commits a stupid ass act, it's their fault. Let's
Wait, what? What do you think? It's not fucking legally liable? Of course. Yeah, of course they should go to jail. Yeah, like if that's what you think.
No, I said. You're twisting my word.
Wait, what are you saying?
The responsibility is the fucking person that does this dumbass shit, right?
Yes.
I think finding a billion things to blame, it doesn't help anybody. It's the people are brain dead, corrupt, idiotic, fucking psycho Andy. It's the what is it that I'm saying that is wrong?
Okay, you're correct. It is still up to the individual to do like heinous acts, and you're not wrong on that. I agree. Okay, but you understand that like the regulation that we're talking about is a necessity regardless, because no matter what happens, people are always going to do some fuck shit, right? People are always going to be crazy. So what you're supposed to do is at least try to limit the amount of crazy as best as you possibly can. And that's one form of restriction that you can implement that is common sense that a lot of people would agree with. The same thing as like a car, right? A car is a very dangerous thing, right? Sometimes you can even have like a very expensive car that's cut in half. You know what I mean?
A car's a weapon. A car's a weapon.
Yeah,
That's how it is.
Car's a weapon. Even if it's half of a car, it's still a weapon. You know what I mean?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So that's how is that a leftist ideology to want people to not be a fucking brain dead, psycho, crazy, fucking double twisted brainstem Andy to own a gun? I don't get it.
Wait, I think it's better.
Look, I like guns. I like shooting guns. We shot guns together. You know I like shooting guns.
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
So
I just think that...
Give me another one.
No, wait. Listen. Let me, instead of getting into these controversial topics, like...
Okay, give me a right wing. Give me a right wing policy, Train.
Yeah. I'll give you one, and then we'll save the rest. We'll save this conversation for like a podcast, because obviously you're way more like versed in this information. But I think a good one that could work in conjunction, right, with a compromise of left-wing values such as healthcare and education. If we can find the mixture between the two.
Okay, what's a right-wing value on healthcare or education that you agree with?
No, wait. I'm saying that what I'm about to say, if we find a way to make it work with compromise in conjunction with a healthcare system for the people who can't afford it, that should be a basic right. An education system that pushes for educating the average citizen, right? It's
none of what you described is a right-wing value.
No, I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you the value that should work in conjunction with the left-wing values. So it'd be smaller government and a more efficient government, right? So that would be like a right-wing value. Hello?
You want a smaller government, which
a more efficient government.
You want a more efficient government
in conjunction with leftist programs or leftist policies.
Got it. Love that. Agreed. As far as smaller government goes, okay. None of these right-wing motherfuckers actually give a shit about smaller government other than deregulation. They love saying smaller government because that means lowering taxes and deregulation. Yes. What does deregulation do? I would agree
they don't live up to the value of that. But
yes,
that feels more like a red herring. Like what I'm saying is, I feel like we should, if we can have that smaller and more efficient government, right? Like reduce the bloating and all the bullshit, right? If we can have that work in conjunction with the systems of government that help the people, right?
Buzzing, bro.
Am I buzzing? That compromise?
Yeah, you are buzzing.
I'll reset it right here. That compromise would be a good example of taking a right-wing value, taking a left-wing value, and putting them together, finding a compromise that's efficient.
No, what you're describing is like an anarchist formation anyway, but it doesn't even matter, because here's why. Because when you said you want to offer everybody education, that still has to be funded by the government, right? One of the biggest hurdles right now with respect to like educational equality,
a middle ground between the two, I think would be
okay. But like the issue currently with respect to like educational equality or healthcare equality and the outcomes that people have and the disparity that revolves around wealth disparity, directly is a consequence of a lack of regulation for the government. If there was more regulation, here's a good example of regulation that you would like.
What we need, though,
regulation
right?
in the form of price controls for things like insulin.
We need the auditing
the reason
of each
why,
branch of government, right? The auditing of each branch of government. Like these kind of things need to be implemented.
Okay, but so the auditors would be more government, though. So you have unironically advocated for more government.
That's why in a more efficient government, for a smaller government, those parts of the government can stay while other parts go, right? And what those parts that go are, we can go further into on another conversation. But I do think that is a good middle ground, right? Taking a more efficient government, right? Keeping the branches and adding branches that audit, that regulate, that make sure there is no bullshit, spending and bloating and all that bullshit is going on, and then implementing it with leftist values of government. Right, if we can find that perfect
where's the
middle
bloat,
ground.
though? A lot of what you're just basically describing is get rid of the military. Like that's one form of bloat, if that's what you're saying. Right wingers consider a form of bloat to be when you are no longer a productive worker, like when you retire, when you're in retirement age, where you're no longer a productive laborer. You shouldn't be able to get Social Security.
Sir,
like that.
Sir,
What?
I watch the media on Twitter. Okay, this is new. I get my news from Twitter. How come leftist radicalized cockroaches are like spend $0 on military, stop spending on military, lol, stop. And then, so that happens in Ukraine and another country. Please help them fast. Use all the.
It's because of your misunderstanding of what it means to be a leftist or a liberal. These are considered to be like in the same bucket. Okay, that's what it is. That's why. Look, the amount of people that are saying true in your chat is so funny. I know none of these motherfuckers watch me now. This is what I know.
I'm trying to understand.
No, liberal. That's what I'm saying, because liberals and Republicans ultimately align on certain values, especially when it comes to an inflated military budget. So there is no dissent on America's endless spending on the military. That's it. That's literally.
When something pops off, then what do they send? Some fucking guy on a Vespa with a fucking Glock or some shit? Who's gonna help then?
There are very few people. There are very few people who are in support of like genuinely and significantly defunding the United States military. There's none. That's not a real thing. Like most of the New York Times readers who are liberals, like they still absolutely are advocating for still spending as many dollars as possible on the U.S. military, including all the money that you send over to Ukraine. Because ultimately, you know who makes money off that? Raytheon. You know who makes money off that? Northrop Grumman. You know who makes money off that? Boeing. Those are the motherfuckers who are actually making money. It's a self-reinforcing cycle that's subsidized by our tax dollars that we pay for the R&D side for them to make new weapons, and then we send those weapons into Ukraine. We give money to Ukraine to buy the weapons that we fucking...
You need weapons. They need to have... I mean, isn't it like it's like the Cold War? They need to have the big weapons to flex the big weapons. Otherwise, some actual guy will actually build a big weapon. It'll be like, well, you guys don't have weapons that are as good as mine? Well, I'm about to fuck you guys over. Boom, and then boom. What do you think the Cold War was? What do you think going to the moon was? They went to the moon. Why? So they can show, yo, we have air superiority. We can go to space. We can fucking yoink this shit, right? That's what the whole Cold War was about. Are you gonna disintegrate the value of the Cold War?
You just described the arms race between fucking, like, you just described all of our dollars basically being dumped into the military-industrial complex.
Well, they have no other choice, I think.
No, they did it.
They let China build a fucking scope.
Fun fact. One fun fact I'll give you. One fun fact I'll give you about nuclear proliferation. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's like now declassified and very openly talked about. But the CIA openly lied about how many arms the USSR had, so that they could justify additional spending on, defense strategies and systems like that. So like the nuclear arms race, at least on one front, was built around a lie, like an abject lie. So
why do people want to purposely be on the low ground then? You want to be controlled by the fact that other countries have more arms and they can control you and they control what you do because they're on the high ground. If they have more shit, then what? They GG. Then people that are wrong and have bad ideologies in the world and they have the high ground, then they can do whatever they want, right?
Okay. This is a wonderful question. Here's the answer. Okay. Society's divided along class lines, and that the worker in fucking Russia and the worker in the United States of America have literally the same exact interests from their workplace and the way that they fucking generate value and the relations they have to the means of production, which is precisely the reason why, if there were more worker control over these sorts of things, we would be able to, at the very least, start the process of thinking about the world in a very different way that doesn't revolve around made up fucking national borders and things of that nature. And we would also have a mechanism of pushback towards the powers that be, that those who actually do control everything, every facet of society.
Okay, you know what, Hasan? I think that one of the main problems with your thinking, okay, is you forget to remind yourself that humans are humans and we are just a bad, flawed species. I think you live in a world.
I agree. Wait, what do you mean? No, I completely fucking agree.
Well, it comes down that you want to reroute every brain's thinking and their core fundamentals of it, even during survival, during development, so that people think in those ways. There is people will default back to not thinking these ways.
You remember how you said? You remember how you said the boss built the factory? When I corrected you and I said workers built that. When people talk about the iPhone, they're like, oh, you have an iPhone, socialism, Vuvuzela, Venezuela. Workers built that. That is a core principle that has been instilled upon you, when in fact, every single thing that you take advantage of, every single thing that you use has been created through collectivism. Like, many hands have touched every single aspect of your existence, and we don't even take that for granted. We don't even think about that. And that's and the reason why we don't think about it is because capitalism has basically created this social reinforcement that it's actually the capital owners that are the most productive. It's the Jeff Bezos of the world that deserve all the wealth. They're the ones who created everything. That's precisely the reason why you think like everyone is a rugged individualist and out for themselves and really fucking stupid. When in fact, when we get together, even if we have major disagreements on issues, we can still unite on certain values, like I don't know, offering people health care. I'm not saying we're going to fix society tomorrow. I'm not saying that these are the perfect ways to fix society, but I'm simply stating that there are existing examples right now in the world that we can take from here in the United States of America at the heart of the imperial core and basically moved in that direction. And that would genuinely, truly improve the lives of so many people, poor people, destitute people, people living in fucking poverty, especially immigrants. We could do that. We have the capacity. We're the wealthiest nation on earth, and yet we choose not to. You want to know why? Because someone is always trying to earn a fucking tidy profit.
You know what you do then? They should go to president. Here's the easiest way to do it, man. You go to president, and you make a law. You ban wills for one generation. If you die, right, all your money, it just spreads back into the system.
I love that. I love what you're saying.
They cannot give the money to their children, right? Everybody's back. It resets the playing field back to zero. Everybody has nothing. And you know what? What's weird about that? Everybody has to go back out there in the same rules as everybody else and bust their ass off, man.
No, that's that. You're what you're advocating for is actually a great idea. But again, I think Japan does that after 3 generations, as someone was saying in my chat. But yeah, you're right. You're so right about that. Like a fucking hardcore server reset. You know what I mean? Tarkov style. Wipe.
Okay. I let me fight back at you. In my opinion, here's my slogan: bring back good parenting. I think that most of our problems I have these days, motherfucker, okay, with social media, with other things, is that people are bad parents. They suck ass, and they should not have children. There should be a ban on being dumb as fuck and having children. Sorry, I said it, man. I said it.
I think the first
thing
what
you're describing is something that, I don't know if you know the implications of what you're saying. There some other people made that argument as well. I'm sure you didn't mean it in that way, but that is a conservative argument. The ultimate conservative made that argument. It's eugenics. It's eugenics. What you're describing is eugenics. Dumb people shouldn't have children.
Well, no. Because listen. Listen. People said, listen, I agree with this 100%. Okay. Because I was thinking, okay, I saw some sneak over there talking about cuties. It's a fucking disaster. Absolute oversight, despicable, dog shit, trash, deviant, garbanzo. Right? And then it made me think, right? If these is at Netflix, produces shows where children are sexualized and they're greenlit by these guys for it to be published, right? What are we to say about parents that let their children, because children cannot make decisions, right? Only their guardian or legal guardian, right? How come a lot of videos don't fucking say no about this? There's a crazy amount, insane, very ingrained in our culture, for people that are under 18 to sexualize themselves on the internet via social media and their posts on TikTok and other platforms. If their parents are their legal guardians and they greenlight and allow them to post such things, what is the difference between cuties and that as a parent? What's the difference?
I don't disagree with you. I think it's like I do think it's fucked up. I think both are fucked up, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where you want to go with that. I think that children do spend a lot of. I do think that children do spend a lot of time on social media, which is weird for us to be having this conversation, especially you. You're like advocating to eliminate half the fucking juicers from their juice time. You know what I mean? How the fuck are they gonna sit there and watch? But
yo, I don't make people fucking go out there and sexualize themselves as fucking.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But I do think that like it rots people's brains the amount of time that they spend on the internet.
Yeah, but in my opinion, running your brain, right, is fine. In ways that are deviant and also fuel and empower weirdos and deviants themselves is a massive problem. Also, I asked earlier, what are some concepts?
I have to pee. You're cooking though. You're fucking cooking right now. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second. I want to hear more right-wing takes from you guys.
I have some topics lined up for things for my takes. I don't even know about it. I have a two-party system, freedom of speech, taxing the poor, voter registration, immigration. You know what? Without even knowing what the left and the right is about both of it, I'm going to ask them to run me through them, right? And have my opinion about it straight up. No filter, no reading the chat, live freestyle. And whether that makes me a right or wing, so be it then. I don't give a fuck. Yo, and then you're thinking that I give a fuck. I'm not going to be your bot that has all the good takes. I'm going to give you my take. And you know what it is? It's either going to be a good take or you're too sweet to understand it. Also, about children being weird on TikTok and posting weird shit, Kanye was right. You hate to fucking hear it. Because of all the bad things that he had over the past months, you hate to hear something like, Kanye was right. Fuck it, dude. I said it, man. Get schmolled. Kanye was right. Plus. Kim Kardashian was wrong. Plus L. Plus ratio about the social media thing. Okay, with like his children like posting on TikTok, it should be monitored or not. You shouldn't be able to do it. Yep, that is what I think. Add context. I already said that. I already said this. I already said it was about the fucking children and the fucking parenting over social media. I genuinely think Kanye was right. That's what I think.
Well, he asked me for a core right-wing value, and I think that the small, more efficient government, right, in conjunction with leftist policies, could work. Right. The problem is that's the middle ground that would have to be found. Right. The good of both sides.
What kind of insane takes did I miss while I was pissing? That was a long one.
I've
drank more water than I have in so long during this entire thing.
I said Kanye was right about the fucking social media posting of his children or whatever compared to Kim Kardashian, even though, but people are so ingrained in society and to their fucking phone screens and they're so terminated online, they forgot what is social media decency and what should be posted at certain ages, and they just completely sidetracked.
I think hot take. I agree with what you're saying. I mean, obviously you didn't just say Kanye was right, but I do think that like parents should be a little bit more responsible about like what their children are posting on the internet.
I give context, but I did say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last one. We can have this conversation again at a later date because like I am so tired. It's 10. I've been live for 11 hours.
You accept the right-wing core value that I gave, though? Instead of arguing into it.
Smaller government? No, I think that
in conjunction with.
I mean, I believe in efficiency for sure, but like,
if we can combine the two, right? if we can bring the leftist, you know, more left policies into play into the government, right, and reduce the bloating, the corruption through audited systems and shit like that, regulations, right? I think that's the compromise we'd make for those two values, right? Does that make any sense? I mean, obviously it is more idealistic.
No, we need more. I personally think we need more regulation, what we would consider to be bloat and government interference,
corruption, all that bullshit.
I think that it would be better. It would be more beneficial if the government had more bloat and more people and more funding to basically deliver the needs necessary. Because small government means corporate control.
Huh?
That's
well,
how
that's
it works.
the part where we make the compromise, right? So we.
But I do believe in making the government more
good
efficient.
from both. Yeah. So if we
More
take the good from
votes?
both of those values, no. I know he's referring to something else. If we can take, right, the good of both of these values of government, right? I
Bro,
think
your mic
that's
is
where we
going
find the middle
crazy.
ground. Jesus, this fucking cocksucking mic. Is it better? Hello?
Yeah, it's better that way. You know, there was a guy who believed that the ultimate need for governance could eventually wither away once a transitional socialist state had come to its, I guess, it had eradicated the contradictions. Don't fucking sleeper me, dude. Okay, I'm the one who's supposed to be sleepering. I'm about to go to sleep.
Socialism, brain rot. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah. It's brain rotted. You're right.
Well, in theory, this works, and then in practice.
Am I in the middle?
No, socialism is so
Am I in the
demonstrably
middle right now?
unsuccessful that America had to fucking basically intervene in every country that even wanted to like socialize their natural resources. That's how demonstrable of a failure it was.
Wait, real quick. Can you unzoom out the call real quick? Like unzoom out X. Like press the press on full screen. So exit full screen. Press it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't click on a single thing. Just let it be out.
Yeah.
Like don't click on your screen. Just let it be out. Just let it be 3 cameras.
Oh.
What?
I'm just doing what he tells me to do.
Yeah. Now exit the full screen. So the chat shows. Show the chat shows.
Show the chat shows.
Yeah, show the chat shows. Like that's irrelevant. That part of the chat's irrelevant. I just want to. Fuck it. You know what? The point is, I'm.
What?
Ignore it. I was gonna say I'm in the middle of the both of you, right? So it was just a.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, dude.
No, he's not. Not on my screen.
Yeah, not on mine either.
Oh,
you're not in the middle of any of our screens.
Fuck, I'm in the middle on my screen. God damn it.
Nah,
Dude,
Sanchez
holy
Andy.
shit.
Oh,
Okay.
wait. I asked what are ask me what is my general take about shit like because I don't know what is left or right. Give me a topic and ask me what's my take about this. Like what are random topics like taxing the poor, voter registration, immigration, two-party system, freedom of speech.
Taxing
what are
the poor?
Tax the poor. Yeah, fuck it, bro. I don't give a shit. I'm just kidding. Relax. Ask me. Go ahead. Hasan. Ask me a question.
What's your opinion on taxing the poor? There you go.
Me?
No, not you, brother. This X guy.
Well, I mean, I think the tax system is pretty good right now, right? The problem is the fucking tax loopholes, and also, I mean, the tax should be way higher for the way richer, right? But I think that the tax brackets right now are pretty decent. I do think, though, that the taxes are a little bit crazy.
It's where the money is going. That's the issue.
Early brackets, I think people should be given a chance a little bit. Also, I know this is impossible to enforce, I assume, but I think when people are starting up, right, and they're starting to like go into they come out of school, right? I don't know why they are taxed the same, right, at age 25 than at age 50. The same percentages if they make the same income. How does that make sense? When you're young, you're expanding, you're coming out, you debt from college, you're just starting to fucking boom, and you're gonna pay the same amount of taxes as somebody who has the same income, but that's like older. Bro, come on, man, you're just expanding. Why cut the legs of somebody who's trying to fucking jump like a fucking grasshopper?
If you want to know the real base take, bro, listen, here's all we need, okay? We need a socialist that's a capitalist in power. Do you understand that? That preaches both sides. both the good that can come from both, right? And that's that. So all we need, listen, all we need is we all come together and we start, practicing what we preach. And hey, we start the changes. That's it.
Yeah, we just got make systems.
That's right. I know you're memeing it and you're trolling. I'm telling you, bro, if we start, I'm telling you, you're laughing, but if we actually get the action,
501 Systems 3. That's how we rebrand.
Yo. Ask me again, one last thing. Ask me one. Give me any topic that's like not even controversial, right? Like you could be right or left. Ask about it. I'll give you my take. Without even looking at chat or anything. Go on, say it.
Before we do that,
do it. I'm not gonna cancel.
Before we do that,
bro, I'm trying to go to sleep, dog. It's literally 10 p.m.
I'm out.
Before we do that, let's listen. Do you agree at the very least? Like you're memeing the systems thing. Do you agree at the very least that if you preach what you preach, right?
Oh no.
No, I'm not doing anything. This is coming to an end. I'm just saying, if we listen, hopefully the goal will be we'll come together, we'll start implementing some of the things he preaches, right? Whether it could be us two, it could be him and 3 other streamers, it could be whatever the case. I believe that's what it takes to lead the charge. We just need more action to follow the words, and I think big things come, right?
I agree. That's I agree with that. I try my very best all the time. People still yell at me nonstop.
So then this leads to this. Okay, we'll find, to make it a cute little meme to wrap it up, we'll find some systems in which we believe, right, can lead the charge in some of the ideals that we believe in.
How about strike funds for the LAUSD? They're striking right now in Los Angeles, advocating
let's get together and create a system that will, give them
currently there's an ongoing strike that's happening in Los Angeles where the LAUSD has united alongside another union that actually pertains to special needs staff, I believe janitors as well, in the school's cafeteria staff as well, that are also united, are advocating for a strike. They're possibly trying to put together a strike so they can demand higher wages, not for the teachers themselves, as a matter of fact, but for the staff that also work at the schools. And I think that they will need some strike funds. They will need to get the word out.
How come teachers aren't paid more when they're literally shaping the future of everything? How does
that's a great question.
Sense?
That's a big issue.
That's a great question. I agree. That's incredible.
That's a big issue. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's because
education in America, period, is an issue.
Yeah, education is severely underfunded. The Democratic Party, alongside the Republican Party, has done everything to undermine public education every step of the fucking way. It's underfunded in most places, with the exception of European social democracies, as a matter of fact. And advocacy surrounding that is almost impossible because, like I said, even the Democrats want charter schools. Republicans just want private schools with like religious exemptions where they can just like do whatever the fuck they want. And Democrats also advocate for charter schools as well. And it's really awful. It literally takes funds from the already crippling funds that public schools have, and feed them into this unaccountable third-party organization that can just shutter schools at any given basis.
Damn! Every time I hear about these, bro, as soon as things get like a lot of heavy, I'm going to. We can end the call here. This was kind of productive, to be honest, on certain grounds. Also,
it was counterproductive or productive?
It was productive. It was productive, bro. Every time that we go deep into some topic and big words come out, I just go.
Okay, I'll describe it with simpler terms next time. I gotta ask ChatGPT to help me.
Yeah, I mean, this ChatGPT opinion that I got right here is just on point already. That you saw. Wow, just on point.
All right. Well, thank you guys, and I will see you tomorrow at a later date. And Train, you can come on the pod. We can talk about it.
All
right. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay. I'll go fuck myself.
That was a lot. That was fucking. I'm tired. Holy shit. I think that there was a lot of value in that conversation being had. I mean, obviously there was some very difficult moments throughout that process, but let me cook. I know what the fuck I'm doing when I want to do something like this. That ended up being pretty fun despite the wanting to smash my head in the wall for the first part. Yeah. I think ultimately I have to be as patient as I physically, humanly possibly can, because no matter what, no one is going to be fucking charitable to me. Like, that's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? I can't expect it. I can't demand it. I have to do everything I can to just fight back for that charitability as best as I can from people who have like made up their minds about how big of a piece of shit I am or how I live my life. And you know, but there's some funny memes that came out of that, like the systems meme, shit like that. So ultimately good. It's a dub overall, I think. But on that note, I already ran the last 3-minute ad break here. I'm so fucking tired. Can you think of any period in human history when that many people discuss Marx's writings at one time? Yes. I'm sure. You know, the Industrial Revolution, post-Industrial Revolution, like I think there was a time when the Communist Manifesto was being fucking handed out like pamphlets nonstop. Anyway. Ultimately, it wasn't for us. Sometimes you need to go out in the world and talk to people other than your people. Yeah, well, sometimes you might lose sight of the bigger picture when you're watching, and you might think you know better, but ultimately I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm doing. Anyway, hopefully some minds will be changed and people will stop being off my fucking ass, get off my ass a little bit, and will be a little bit more understanding and charitable to the things I talk about, values I espouse. But I doubt it. I'm sure they will like pick apart every single thing that I said and attack me on some random shit regardless. But on that note, we will deal with that as it comes, possibly tomorrow. Anyway, peace, everybody.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie.